In a Marvel universe, Lon is adopted by Howard Stark and becomes the brother of Tony Stark. On the day he turns 18, he awakens to his Kryptonian physiology and the ability to traverse time and space, embarking on a relentless journey to strengthen himself. Chapter 1. The Traveler, Lon. Lon, I hope you can take care of yourself, little brother. I don't know if I'll succeed in breaking out tomorrow. Another morning dawns. Lon awakens to the sound of a voice calling him. Golden sunlight envelopes him, akin to a dashing knight in dreams illuminated by divine light. His straight black hair and fluttering eyelashes awaken, revealing deep, shimmering eyes that radiate brilliance like the sun. Tony. Lon instinctively calls out a name. Tony Stark, the biological son of his adoptive parents, his brother, had just called him in a tone of farewell, yet there was no sign of Tony beside him. Realization strikes him. Something has happened to Tony. How could this be? Wait, did he ignore my advice and go to Afghanistan after all? Damn, that arrogant fool. I emphasized it to him so many times. Lon helplessly taps on the electronic display nearby. The intelligence system responds swiftly. With a click, the restraints around his waist release, and he floats gently into the air. Not just him, but around him, tissues, plates, tape, and various scattered items also float in a chaotic dance, resembling a swarm of organisms adrift in water. Yet this is not a pool, it is the interior of a manned spacecraft. The bed Lon uses is not a bed at all, but a titanium alloy plate fixed to the cabin. He has been bound to this plate day and night, constantly exposed to the sun's scorching rays. When hungry, he consumes fruit puree and meat sauce. When thirsty, he drinks nutritional fluids. When needing to relieve himself, he commands the intelligence system to handle it on. The spot.it could be said that he has become one with the titanium plate. Calculating the time, he realizes he has endured this existence for a full 6 months. Though I haven't spent the planned 2.5 years under the sun. Even 6 months is sufficient, he thinks, clenching his fist in the air, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him. Every cell and drop of blood in his body is infused with strength, as the sun's rays cascade upon his bare skin, tracing the contours of his perfect muscles across his chest and arms. He can almost hear his cells rejoicing, his blood rushing like glaciers thawing and merging into rivers. This is the power of a Kryptonian. Lon gazes through the Tumterhigh transparent spacecraft window at the vast sun over 100 million kilometers away, marveling at his fortune. Having been in this world for nearly 19 years, he never imagined he would so easily obtain power capable of altering the world. Lon Stark, a traveler. In his previous life, he was a mere office worker named Lon, expecting to live a mundane life. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself as a nearly 1-year-old infant. He had traversed, or rather, been reborn, awakening memories of his past life at the age of 1. Memories from before that age were nearly non-existent due to incomplete brain development. In this world, he was originally an abandoned baby, fortuitously adopted by Howard Stark. The first time he opened his awakened eyes to this world, he saw Tony Stark's tear-streaked face. Poor Tony, with red, swollen eyes from crying, held him close in silence. Later, he learned that on the day he awakened those memories, the Starks had tragically died in a car accident. Leaving him as the sole survivor, he had been tightly bundled beneath layers of infant wraps, carelessly discarded by the roadside, with the wraps cruelly wrapped around his neck, mere meters away from the flaming wreckage of the car. Doctors claimed that his survival was nothing short of a miracle, the last miracle left of the world by the Stark couple. Perhaps Tony recognized this, as well he treated Lon as the continuation of his parents' legacy, nurturing him as if he were his own brother. Thus, it would be more accurate to say that while Howard Stark was Lon's adoptive father, it was truly Tony who played the dual role of both father and mother. Of course, his performance was far from perfect. Fortunately, Tony later met Pepper Potts. With Pepper's care, Lon finally escaped the plight of sleepless nights caused by Tony's antics. During those restless nights, Lon silently kept a mental note against Tony, thinking to himself, once you go to Afghanistan, let's see if you still flirt with the cover girls. Lon knew that, according to the original storyline, Tony would eventually make his way to Afghanistan. Having watched virtually all the Marvel films in his previous life, he understood the nature of the world he had entered when he heard the names of his adoptive parents. And, brother, to be honest, the danger level in the Marvel universe is not trivial. Leaving aside the supervillains who frequently emerge to wreak havoc and cause civilian casualties, simply crossing into the Marvel world at the wrong time could lead to his immediate capture by the Time Variance Authority, armed and ready to eliminate him. Fortunately, though the journey was fraught with trepidation, Lon managed to live until the age of 18. He speculated that the timelines of the multiverse had perhaps been disrupted and the sacred timeline no longer existed. It was a fortuitous time to have traversed. However, this does not diminish the fact that the Marvel Universe is perilously dangerous, especially given his close relationship with one of the protagonists, Tony Stark. In a world where even stepping outside carries the risk of encountering villains, he had waited for 18 years without receiving his own extraordinary abilities. He possessed neither Tony's intellect, nor Spider-Man's mutations, nor the typical systems that come with being a traveler. He could only comfort himself with the notion that living a second life through this journey was not a loss. Moreover, he was fortunate to have traversed a world that was not as grim and dark as others like the Master of Mysteries or Perfect, so he found joy in his situation. Even as an ordinary person, he still utilized his prophetic advantage to effect some changes within his capacity. In 2006, at the age of 16, Lon, not waiting for the Time Variance Authority to arrive, chose to experiment with altering the course of history. He used his foresight to guide Tony. Striving to create advantages, he first directed Tony to develop a series of new consumer electronic technologies, such as smartphones and tablets, which wouldn't appear until after 2007. With the momentum from these high-tech products, Stark Industries expanded its reach far beyond mere arms manufacturing, establishing itself as the unequivocal leading enterprise in the world. Additionally, Lon attempted to guide Tony in developing the arc reactor, but Tony had never considered research in this domain, dismissing it each time with the excuse that this technology is not feasible at present. The reality was that he simply lacked the motivation to delve into the study. After all, in the early part of Tony's life, every technological marvel seemed to materialize at the snap of his fingers. Even groundbreaking products like the smartphone came about because Lon suggested if only phones could transform into screens that could be directly interacted with, prompting Tony to swiftly develop the idea. In the span of 2 years, the changes Lon instigated reached their limit. He was akin to a diligent bee, tirelessly searching for ways to alter fate. He even attempted to locate Bucky's whereabouts to avenge the Starks or to expose Obadiah and send him to prison. Regrettably, by the end, none of these aspirations were realized. Obadiah had concealed his true intentions so profoundly that it was only a year ago that he revealed a few telltale signs, which were then seized upon by Tony. However, Tony was too emotionally invested even when doubts began to surface. He still chose to place his trust in his uncle. A mere in-depth conversation with Obadiah left Tony feeling reassured that all was well. In light of this exasperating situation, Leon could only reiterate to Tony time and again the importance of remaining vigilant, urging him not to venture alone into war-torn areas. Like Afghanistan, as for the search for Bucky, Leon found himself at an impasse, unable to bring it to light. As an ordinary individual, any reckless investigation would only serve to expose himself, leading to a fate reminiscent of Howard's. He could not even confide in Tony. On one hand, as a younger member of the family, he held little sway. Tony might not readily believe what he said. On the other hand, even if he refrained from disclosing the source of his intelligence and merely sought to guide Tony's thoughts, Tony's brash nature would undoubtedly compel him to employ Jarvis to infiltrate various classified agencies the moment doubt arose. Such actions would only culminate in both Tony and himself facing the peril of assassination orchestrated by Hydra once they became aware. Perhaps the very assailant would be Bucky himself, leading to the unfortunate scenario where this old comrade of Captain America unwittingly earned the prestigious Stark 4 kill achievement that in the Marvel Universe, ordinary individuals find themselves utterly powerless. Even Leon, being a Stark, was not exempt from this truth. His standing in this world was akin to that of Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries, wealthy, yet limited, possessing only the additional advantage of a brilliant elder brother. Fortunately, all of this transformed on the day of his 18th birthday. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Bloodline. On the day of his 18th birthday, a mere shift in position caused Lion to collapse the edge of his bed. Everything within his home felt fragile, as if it could shatter with the slightest touch. It was as if overnight he had traversed into a world composed of hydrogen, where every brick and tile was as thin as paper. Upon hearing the commotion, Tony, amidst the chaos, repeatedly exclaimed, "Good heavens!" and promptly abandoned his plans for a birthday celebration to conduct a thorough examination of Lion. His strength measured 30 tons, his speed clocked at 100 meters per second, and his body impervious to any blade. Overnight, his world had been turned upside down. Yet, the transformation did not end there. Lion could sense his strength continuously surging under the sun's rays. Tony, through his research, confirmed that Lion cells became perpetually active when exposed to sunlight, resulting in a remarkable leap in enhancement. This was nothing short of superhuman. Tony stood in astonishment, declaring that even if Lion were to encounter a heat ray tomorrow, he would not be surprised. Lion paused, suddenly comprehending his transformation, and nodded. "Tony, you are absolutely right. I truly am a superhero now." A profound realization dawned upon him, revealing that upon reaching the age of 18, his original world had bestowed upon him the unlocking of abilities the awakening of his Kryptonian bloodline, and the emergence of time and space traversal capabilities. The Kryptonian lineage needed no introduction. It was the hallmark race from the adjacent DC universe, gaining strength through exposure to sunlight. However, it seemed he possessed only the ordinary Kryptonian bloodline. Merely basking in the sun would likely not elevate him to the levels of silver or gold Superman. As for the time and space traversal ability, it was as literal as it sounded. Provided he had sufficient energy reserves, he could traverse to any alternate timeline. Whether this journey would be confined within the Marvel Universe or extend beyond to a vaster cosmos remained to be explored. Nevertheless, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. Lion's elation was palpable as he embraced Tony in celebration. In response, Tony promptly broke 2 of his ribs and a shoulder blade as a gesture of respect, subsequently being admitted to the operating room. That night, Lion kept vigil by Tony's bedside, feeling regretful for his carelessness, and puzzled as to why this golden opportunity had only manifested at the precise moment of his coming of age. 18 years had seemingly been squandered. Had he awakened his bloodline and basked in sunlight from a young age, he might have been able to do as he pleased by now. Perhaps even at the age of 1, he could have thwarted Bucky's assassination of Howard's. Was there some sort of age restriction on golden opportunities to prevent addiction? Yet, he had lived over 20 years in his previous life. Why was he now considered a minor? Lion was consumed by confusion. 3 months later, after discussions with Tony, Lion applied for a 3-year deferment for university entry. He boarded a manned spacecraft personally crafted by Tony and soared into the depths of space. The vessel traversed the orbit between Earth and the Sun, where day and night were non-existent, and every moment was bathed in sunlight. 6 months passed, 180 days. Lion secured himself to a titanium alloy panel, facing the sun's brilliance. He could feel the surging power coursing through him like a raging river, constantly stirring monumental waves. Even his very breath exudes an immense might, akin to a resounding thunder. The initial plan was to bask in the sun for 2.5 years, just in time for the impending invasion of the Zetarians, at which point I would possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. He clenched his fist, yet it appears that even half a year will suffice. Lion felt a tinge of caution. Over a decade spent under the shadow of the Temporal Management Bureau had instilled in him a profound fear of inadequacy and firepower. Whenever he ventured outside, he yearned to be accompanied by a squad of mercenaries, each wielding machine guns and rocket launchers. With the awakening of his Kryptonian bloodline, he had earned the right to pursue power, and he longed to plunge directly into the sun, resting for a decade or so before emerging anew. Today, while he may not be a seeker of enlightenment, he certainly harbored the fervor characteristic of a disciplined ascetic in relentless pursuit of strength. To grow stronger, to continuously strengthen, to surpass everyone else. Years of unrest had imbued Lion with an insatiable thirst for power. No, it was still insufficient, far from enough. In the next moment, he dismissed the burgeoning sense of self-satisfaction that had crept into his heart. He tightened his grip, his marble-like muscles coiling. After merely half a year of sunbathing, I dare to feel pride? I am truly foolish. The power of a Kryptonian is still inadequate. I possess only the ordinary bloodline of Krypton, and mere sun exposure has its limits. To become even stronger, I must seek beyond Krypton. My next step, in addition to basking in the sun, is to explore other sources of power. Magic, technology, martial arts, anything will do. I shall endeavor to experiment with every method available on Earth to enhance my strength. After 6 months under the sun, Lion had awakened all the abilities of a steel-bodied Superman. Heat vision, freezing breath, a biofield, including a superbrain. With this superbrain, his capacity to learn knowledge and skills would be unprecedented. Reading a book or acquiring a technique would be as swift as copying electronic data onto a disk. From this point onward, the only limitations he would face would be the speed of knowledge input, rather than comprehension and integration. However, before that, Lion tilted his head, casting a contemplative gaze toward Earth. His ears twitched as his sight followed the direction of Tony's voice, penetrating layer upon layer of barriers, the walls of the spacecraft. The Earth's atmosphere, the dust upon the surface. Except for lead, nothing could obstruct his vision. In less than a second, he beheld Tony, currently slumbering in a cave somewhere within the Afghan desert. It was time to bring closure to matters concerning Obadiah, Bucky, and Hydra. After 18 years of subservience, suddenly awakening his bloodline, he realized today that he was truly himself. With power comes confidence. Although deep down he felt that these abilities were still woefully inadequate, Lion recognized that he had indeed acquired the qualifications to undertake small endeavors on Earth. "Tony, I'm here to rescue you," Lion whispered softly. He casually donned a pair of floating pants and then glided forward, gently pushing his right hand ahead. In the vacuum, everything was enveloped in silence. Without a sound, the spacecraft door, impervious to the force of countless tons, suddenly descended like a delicate piece of black silk, drifting away in the vastness of space. Lion floated out of the cabin, standing between the earth and the sun. Golden sunlight bathed half of his form, while the other side revealed the azure earth. He gazed up at the sun and down at the earth, feeling as though he had become a deity of the world, capable of holding up the heavens with a mere gesture. Yet, Lion was acutely aware of the deception. There remained a long journey ahead. Suppressing the surge of ambition within him, he bent slightly, then, in an instant, broke through the void, hurtling towards the earth. Chapter 3. Tony Stark. Boom! As he entered the atmosphere, a sonic boom enveloped Lion. His speed exceeded the second cosmic velocity. Upon entering the atmosphere, his figure cleaved the sky in two. The immense pressure generated by his extraordinary velocity sliced through the clouds. The invisible shockwaves shredded the floating clouds, which in that moment took on form, encircling Lion like a protective cocoon, leaving a long trail in the high altitudes. It resembled a colossal serpent descending from the heavens, poised to consume all in its path. As he approached the ground, Lion began to decelerate, with an acceleration exceeding negative 5,000 meters per second squared. He had to slow down. A full-speed landing, even with the protection of a biological force field, would wreak havoc on the surrounding surface. In less than 20 minutes, he traversed the 30,000 kilometers between the spacecraft and the ground, covering the vast distance from North America to Afghanistan. Suspended above Afghanistan, Lion observed that all the clouds above were pushed away by the shockwaves. The night sky was clear, devoid of clouds, around 10 o'clock. He did not linger, twisting his form in the air, continuing eastward. This time, his speed was slow, just over 200 meters per second, not even surpassing the speed of sound. Like an invisible specter, he flew above the cave where Tony was currently imprisoned. "Tony, it's time to rise," Lion whispered, seeing Tony frowning in slumber within the cave. Then, he plummeted down like a shooting star. Boom! The rocky mountains, dense with stone, offered little resistance compared to mere paper. With a headlong dive, he pierced through the several meters of rock and entered the cave's interior. Lion landed with a theatrical half-squat before Tony's bed, reminiscent of the moment when Tony appeared in his battle suit in the films. As he broke through the cave's ceiling, fragments of rock cascaded down, large and small, creating a cacophony of successive impacts. Thud! Bang! The vibrations and booming sounds echoed continuously. Anyone roused from slumber by such a commotion would assume the world was on the brink of destruction. Tony was no exception. He, already a light sleeper, was startled awake by the sound of Lion piercing through the cave, followed by a series of thunderous booms that sent him into a panic. "Are they coming for us?" he exclaimed, his face filled with alarm, instinctively believing that terrorists had finally breached their defenses. A terrorist organization has abducted him, and the leader demands that he forge a batch of Jericho missiles. Tomorrow marks the final delivery date agreed upon with them. As planned, he will don the completed Mark armor and, accompanied by his assistant Ethan, break free from the clutches of the terrorist group. It promises to be a grueling battle. Just moments ago, as he was on the verge of slumber, he fervently prayed for tomorrow's plan to unfold smoothly. Should it falter, he hoped Pepper and Leon would look after themselves in the aftermath. However, mere minutes after his prayer, the terrorists, unable to contain their impatience, launched their assault. Damn it, not even Leon, when he was a child, was ever this hasty. Tony muttered under his breath in alarm, glancing around frantically while calling out, "Ethan, are you all right? Those guys are coming. What the hell? Did this cursed cave collapse?" "Oh, Leon, go check on Ethan, quickly, Leon." Tony's eyes widened as he beheld Leon, crouched beside his bed. The young man wore nothing but a pair of trousers, debris cascading from above, yet not a speck of dust touched him. "Leon, what are you doing here?" Tony leaned back, almost unable to resist rubbing his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating in his final moments. Shock and confusion swirled within him. His heart raced, and his hands trembled slightly. Surely, he must be imagining this. How could that lad possibly appear before him at such a crucial time? Yet, even if it were a figment of his imagination, Leon's stance was undeniably striking, a notion only Tony could concoct. In this vivid illusion, Leon stood up, grinning at Tony. "I heard you calling for me in the dead of night, unable to sleep without my presence, so here I am. Honestly, it surprises me that my older brother, at 39, still requires a lullaby service." Leon jested. "I can sing you a lullaby or hum a country tune. What is your preference, Tony?" "Oh, just so you know, I can't cradle you to sleep. That is Pepper's job." Tony, momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorted, "Hey kid, I'm the one who cradles you to sleep." Pepper hasn't he done it as many times as I have? The implication was clear. The tables had turned. Their dynamic had always been this way. Tony's proud demeanor met with Leon's playful banter, treating him like a treasured relic in his personal collection. Quite endearing, indeed. As soon as Tony completed his retort, realization struck him. He widened his eyes, his body trembling with excitement as he stood up. You, Leon, you really came? How is this possible? I mean, how did you manage it? You should be 300 kilometers away in space. He even reached out to pinch Leon's arm. The solid muscle felt like marble beneath his fingers, the sensation unmistakably real. This was no illusion. Leon was truly here, come to rescue him. Astonishment washed over Tony, and in that moment, his body relaxed. The tension that had coiled within him suddenly released. An ineffable sense of security enveloped him, and the weariness accumulated over the past few months surged forth all at once. He could not restrain the smile that broke across his face as he collapsed onto the bed, exhaling a long, relieved sigh. No one understood the prowess of Leon better than he did. 6 months prior, during a test, Leon had already demonstrated a strength of 500 tons, with a defensive capability that even sniper rifles could only manage to leave mere scratches. Now, with Leon by his side, the terrorists lurking outside would no longer pose a threat. Leon raised an eyebrow, clarifying, to be precise, it is over 40,000 kilometers away in satellite orbit. I heard your voice, filled with grievances, calling out to me in my sleep, and I rushed over immediately. He blinked playfully. After all, aside from Pepper, no one is allowed to make my dear brother feel aggrieved. Tony was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh no, you are mistaken. Not even Pepper is permitted to make me feel aggrieved. No one is, and I'm not aggrieved at all." He continued, "So, are you saying you had a splendid and carefree time in this cave? Traveling thousands of miles for a business trip, only to vacation at a terrorist organization's base?" Leon scrutinized Tony, noting that while his captivating large eyes still sparkled, they were unable to conceal the profound weariness within. Chapter 4. Resolving Future Troubles. You remain as stubborn as ever. Just look at that beard of yours, which you usually groom with such pride. It has grown wild like weeds, and you're not in much better shape. I had no idea my brother had a penchant for parading around shirtless, Tony retorted, never one to concede in their banter. In fact, he relished their playful arguments with Leon, as it imbued him with a sense of familial warmth. After all, Leon was his only remaining kin in this world. Moreover, next time, consider a different angle for your criticisms. You heard my voice from spacecraft in outer space. Ah, that is rather amusing. Have you forgotten that sound cannot travel in a vacuum, and you graduated only 6 months ago? Tony asserted, his scientific acumen allowing him to unravel Leon's fabrication in an instant. No, she did not contact me. Perhaps wishing to spare me the dreadful news of your attack and the perilous situation you faced, Leon replied with a shake of his head. He elaborated, however, I truly did hear your voice calling my name while aboard the spacecraft. Thus, I was alerted. This is a newly awakened ability of mine. Tony opened his mouth in protest. That ability of yours defies the laws of science. Sound is produced by vibrations, and the range of such vibrations is generally limited, especially in the vacuum of space. But the truth remains that I have awakened several rather unscientific abilities this time. You must conduct another test for me later, Leon said, all the while observing Tony. He could see the fragments lodged within the arterial valves of Tony's chest. Sighing deeply, he remarked, Tony, you do not appear well. Those terrorists have surely tormented you. His brow furrowed. The fragments embedded in the arteries surrounding your heart can only be temporarily managed with magnetic force. It is akin to a dagger hanging perilously above your head. Those wretched bastards. Tony paused, taken aback by the cold fury in Leon's gaze. A flicker of emotion stirred within him, and though his lips moved, he ultimately shook his head. These minor injuries are inconsequential. However, your timing is fortuitous. I was just preparing to execute our planned breakout tomorrow. However, at this moment, we can charge out without further concern for Ethan's safety. Oh, by the way, Ethan. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he stood up, recalling that Ethan had been silent for quite some time. Ethan, are you all right? Oh, there you are. Tony displayed a somewhat awkward smile. A middle-aged man, slightly balding and dressed in a waistcoat, exuding an air of an engineer, stood quietly beside them. It turned out that Ethan had been nearby all along, but Tony had been entirely focused on Leon and had overlooked him. Ethan spread his hands, saying, I haven't been asleep. In fact, I came over as soon as this gentleman fell from the ceiling. Tony, feeling embarrassed, nodded. After a few moments of awkward laughter, he introduced Leon, saying, Ethan, this is my brother Leon Stark. Leon, this is Ethan, my friend, who saved my life. They exchanged greetings with a handshake. Ah, no. I merely. Ethan shook his head. Leon raised a hand to halt him, stating, "No need for pleasantries. Ethan, you saved Tony, which makes you my friend as well. What we need to do now is to fight our way out and send those fellows outside to where they belong." Leon's demeanor was as calm as a placid lake, yet his eyes sparked with thunderous resolve. "Perhaps we should devise a plan? Those men have formidable firepower." Ethan hesitated slightly. "A plan? No, we don't need a plan." Tony interjected, striding proudly to his crafted armor. He patted the suit, saying, "Look, Leon, this is my masterpiece from the past few months. Even if you hadn't come today, tomorrow Ethan and I would surely pierce through those guys." Leon watched Tony, who was like a child boasting about a toy, and shook his head in resignation. "Save your little toy for later. I'll lead the way, and you can follow." His words were succinct. He had not wasted the sun's rays over the past 6 months. "A toy? Unbelievable, Leon. I know your academic performance is average, so you might not comprehend the greatness of my armor." Tony could not accept that his masterpiece was referred to as a toy. "Therefore, when you are unaware of the situation, it would be wise to remain silent and allow me to demonstrate its excellence." Leon placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, saying, "Tony, perhaps your little toy is indeed impressive, but I must inform you that I am the one wearing these pants, having flown straight from the spacecraft." Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Moreover, Leon's seemingly unwashed pants showed no signs of damage. Tony understood all too well the implications of that. "What? You?" Tony was at a loss for words. It seemed his armor was indeed comparable to a toy. "So just follow my lead," Leon smiled. "However, before we proceed, there is something we must address." His gaze swept over, landing on Tony's chest. "We need to resolve your lingering issue first." Lingering issue? Tony was momentarily confused, but Leon had already moved. His form did not waver as his right hand pressed on Tony's shoulder, while his left hand suddenly appeared in a blur. Tony felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. A sharp pain surged momentarily before vanishing without a trace. The fragments within him were still numerous, and one could indeed declare that such an injury could not extinguish his tenacity for life. "What did you say?" Tony instinctively touched his chest. Upon lifting his gaze once more, he beheld Leon with his palm open, where lay a collection of tiny, scattered metal shards. "Here, I have removed the fragments from your chest," Leon said. "Keep these as a memento of the profound transformation you have endured at the brink of your 40th year. A testament to your growth and newfound sense of responsibility." He handed the shards to Tony and turned astride toward the sealed entrance of the cave. In the fleeting moment that followed, Leon employed a biological force field to immobilize the fragments within Tony, then swiftly made precise incisions on his chest with the tip of his left finger, extracting all the shards in a blur of motion. He then utilized a heat ray to staunch the bleeding and heal the wounds. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of flowing water, rapid as lightning yet calm as still air. Not even a flicker of change disturbed Tony's perception. But as he came to his senses and touched his chest, he found the arc reactor intact, though his attire now bore an array of new tiers. Today, Leon had astonished him beyond measure, leaving him momentarily speechless to counter his brother's teasing about finally maturing. "Let us depart. It is time," Leon declared, leading the way. Chapter 5. Crushing Through Resistance. He stood before the door and gently pushed. The heavy iron gate crashed down with a thunderous roar. Leon's decisive action left both Tony and Ethan momentarily stunned. Suddenly, voices from outside rang out. "Open fire." At the command, a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets cascading like a torrential downpour. The ruckus within the cave had not gone unnoticed by the terrorist organization. Under the leader's orders, they formed a line at the entrance, prepared to unleash their weaponry. Upon receiving the command, every soldier fired without hesitation. Yet, Leon's reflexes outpaced their gunfire. With a swift glance, he positioned himself to shield Tony and Ethan behind him. In the next instant, a multitude of bullets converged upon them, the sharp sounds of impact echoing incessantly, yet failing to inflict any harm. Each bullet that struck Leon was deformed by an overwhelming force, falling harmlessly to the ground. Even the bullets aimed at his cornea met the same fate. Meanwhile, a significant number of rounds struck the cave walls and the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing and obscuring vision. Amidst the swirling dust, the terrorists continued firing for over half a minute before the gunfire began to dwindle. "Keep firing," they shouted, convinced that no one could survive such a hail of crossfire. The leader, standing at the corner of the passage with arms crossed, peered into the dust-laden cave. After a few moments, he gestured for a man to advance and investigate. Everyone dismissed the notion, believing there could be no living souls within. At most, only dismembered corpses scattered about. Yet at that moment, two scarlet points of light emerged from the swirling dust. These luminous orbs seemed to harbor an inexhaustible thirst for blood, sending chills down the spine of anyone who beheld them. What could it be? A bat? Someone dazedly posed the question. The intensity of the crimson lights surged rapidly, unleashing two blinding beams of searing energy. These elongated red rays were undoubtedly the most terrifying laser weapon ever encountered by the terrorists. With a mere sweep from left to right, every individual in their path was severed in half, meeting an instantaneous death, their bodies charred and mangled at the cut. The speed of the beams was such that no one had the capacity to react. In an instant, all those blocking the cave's entrance perished, unable to utter even a single cry of despair. Those on the opposite side of the corridor could only witness the fleeting flash of red light before the individuals before them were abruptly bisected. Stunned, they stood in bewilderment, their minds blank, incapable of any response. Was that the laser weapon developed by Tony Stark? The realization struck them with both shock and certainty. Damn it. He had been crafting this device for months. We were deceived. The leader's grim conclusion momentarily steadied the group's stunned minds, yet they exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do next. After all, every weapon requires a wielder. The leader surmised, if someone must wield it, then eliminating those inside would grant us possession of the laser weapon. He commanded everyone fall back, bombard the cave with grenades, and eliminate Tony Stark. With that, he licked his lips, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. All I desire is that laser weapon. As for Stark, once he is dead, I will demand payment from Obadiah Stane. The leader's orders brought a chilling clarity to the group. His reasoning was irrefutable. No matter how powerful Stark's laser weapon may be, once he is dead, it shall belong to them. Almost everyone instinctively forgot that their earlier barrage had failed to eliminate anyone within the cave. The terrorists collectively retreated, retrieving grenades in preparation for the assault. However, from the other side of the cave corridor, footsteps abruptly echoed. It sounded like only one person's steps, casual and unhurried. Wait! The leader raised his fist, signaling everyone to halt. The group slowly lowered their grenades, raising their weapons once more, their eyes fixated on the corridor's corner. Talp, talp! The footsteps grew ever closer. The leader smirked maliciously, threateningly declaring, Tony Stark, do you believe that with your weapon you can escape? You deceived me, but it matters not. For today you shall perish, and your laser weapon will become mine. The terrorists assumed the approaching figure was Tony Stark. However, when the individual rounded the corner, they were utterly taken aback. It was a striking man clad only in trousers, barefoot, revealing a robust chest. Who is this? When did he enter the cave? How have we never seen him before? What the hell? A chorus of incredulous murmurs erupted within the corridor. Who are you? Where's Stark? The leader's already dark visage deepened into an even more ominous shadow. This cave was familiar, yet it had birthed a stranger never before seen. Doubt began to seep into his mind. Had Tony Stark been stealthily rescued, leaving them all ensnared in a web of deception? Leon cast a sidelong glance at him. I'm Stark. You are Stark? The leader's teeth ground together audibly, the absurdity of the situation igniting his fury. Open fire, all of you. The combat prowess of these terrorists was indeed commendable. Upon the leader's command, their weapons unleashed a torrent of gunfire. Leon remained unperturbed, allowing the bullets to strike him as he strolled leisurely forward. However, the terrorists, his adversaries, were in a state of utter turmoil. Their eyes widened as they squeezed the triggers, yet their minds were a chaotic whirl, incapable of processing the spectacle before them. What manner of creature was this? Impervious even to the bullets of a rifle? As the distance between them diminished, Leon remained unscathed. Some began to lose their sanity, discarding their weapons and attempting to flee. Ah, monster! Stop! The leader instinctively drew his gun to execute the deserters. Yet, two searing beams of energy shot forth faster than he could react, instantly piercing and dispatching the fleeing soldier. The leader stood, dumbfounded, gazing at the lifeless body of his subordinate, before turning to stare at Stark with eyes wide in fear and fury. Those crimson orbs seemed to be born of hell itself. None of you, who call yourselves the Ten Rings, shall escape. Leon's voice resonated as if emanating from the abyss. In the next moment, the energy beams swept forth again, clearing the corridor in an instant. 1 second later, apart from Leon, there was not a single heartbeat left. In his final moments, the leader understood the truth, his eyes vacant with regret and defiance as he beheld Leon. So, it was not a laser weapon. With that, he succumbed to the void. Leon shook his head silently and continued his exit. I told you I am Stark. As he emerged from the cave, 3 rockets hurtled toward him simultaneously. The members of the Ten Rings were indeed organized and resolute, their losses staggering, yet still daring to retaliate. Leon sighed, extending his right hand to shield himself. One by one, he intercepted the rockets, engulfed in a blaze of explosions. Following this, a barrage of gunfire and an uncountable number of grenades rained down. The terrorists were eager to unleash all their firepower in the shortest span possible, wary of the creature that had emerged from the cave. Yet, their grim expressions soon turned to stone. A pristine figure leaped from the flames, soaring above the gunfire. Not only uninjured, but even his trousers remained unscathed. He surveyed the surroundings briefly before vanishing into thin air, only to reappear at the cave's entrance. In the blink of an eye, every terrorist present found their necks snapped, collapsing one after another to the ground. Leon had swiftly dispatched them all with astonishing speed. He clapped his hands and shouted into the cave, "Tony, Ethan, the terrorists have been dealt with. Come out." Chapter 6, Tony's Guilt. 10 minutes later. So, Tony, how does it feel to be leaving your temporary abode of the past few months? Do you feel a twinge of reluctance? Leon teased as he held Tony and Ethan, hovering above the cave. This is an extraordinary experience that most ordinary people would seldom encounter in a lifetime. Don't you want to share your thoughts? All right. It seems you're not in the best of spirits. My apologies. I shall remain silent, Leon concluded, sealing his lips. Ethan seized the moment to interject, "Mr. Leon, may I inquire what your intentions are regarding the base below? Do you plan to leave it for the Americans?" Ethan harbored no fondness for the U.S. government, believing that the rampant terrorism was undoubtedly rooted in their involvement. He gazed solemnly at the crates of weaponry emblazoned with the Stark insignia below. "Not a problem," Leon replied, lifting the two men higher into the sky. Once they were a safe distance away, he unleashed a searing gaze, igniting the entire base's ammunition in an instant. Boom! The munitions within the base detonated in a series of catastrophic explosions. The resounding blasts intertwined, creating a chain reaction that enveloped the area in flames. A mushroom cloud soaring to great heights, swiftly engulfing the atmosphere in smoke. Thus, this considerable terrorist organization's stronghold was consigned to history. Truly terrifying, it is finally over. Ethan murmured, his cheeks scorched by the heat of the explosion. "Next, I shall escort you to the military base in Afghanistan. There, you will find an old friend of Tony's who will ensure your passage back to America." With a swift motion, Leon turned and soared toward the outskirts of the base. "However, I shall not accompany you any further. My current abilities are not suited to align with my identity." Ethan seemed to harbor other thoughts, yet, upon surveying the ground hundreds of meters below, he chose to comply with the arrangement. Upon hearing this, Tony, who had remained sullen since their escape, paused momentarily. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. "You mentioned that it is temporarily unsuitable, which implies you have intentions for the future. Leon?" "Indeed," Leon affirmed. "There are matters I have long wished to pursue, but my lack of strength has thus far hindered my actions. Even if my true identity were to be discovered later, those bothersome flies would not dare to act so readily. Even Superman, with all his might, faces persistent troubles from Lex Luthor. How much more would a mere youth, who has only recently basked in the sun for half a year, attract attention?" Leon had no doubt that once his powers and nature were revealed, various factions would swiftly converge, seeking to exploit him. Unless he showcased an unparalleled strength and an unwavering disposition, troubles would be inevitable. It is undeniable that humanity is predominantly motivated by fear rather than virtue. "Are you attempting to dissuade me from causing too much commotion?" Leon inquired. "Not at all," Tony promptly refuted. His voice faltered for a considerable moment before he exhaled deeply and awkwardly continued. "Leon, I must express my deep regret for not heeding your counsel regarding the cessation of Stark's arms division." A profound sense of guilt washed over Tony's face, not directed towards Lion, but rather towards the innocent lives harmed by the weaponry sold by Stark. Over a year ago, when Stark Industries' electronics business was flourishing globally, Lion had proposed the severance and closure of the arms trade. At that time, Tony dismissed it, perceiving Lion as a mere youth, inexperienced and overly sentimental, and brushed off his concerns with a few words. In retrospect, Tony is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of remorse and contrition. Lion was somewhat taken aback by the apology, but not entirely surprised. He recognized that Tony would ultimately shut down the arms division, but he had not anticipated an apology from him. God knows, Tony has hardly uttered genuine apologies more than a handful of times throughout his life. Even when he erred in the past, he would merely attempt to compensate in other ways, rarely admitting his faults. The past cannot be undone, and, as the saying goes, mending the fence after a sheep is lost is not necessarily too late. Moving forward, Tony should earnestly seek to rectify his mistakes. Lion gently reassured him, moreover, "Your recent development of the compact arc reactor can serve as a foundational energy source, benefiting the world. I firmly believe that the entire world will transform for the better because of you. Therefore, while it is essential to feel remorse, one must not linger in that state. Tony listened quietly, a rarity for him, as he seldom refrained from interrupting others during lengthy discussions. Once Lion finished speaking, a smile crept across Tony's face. Perhaps you were right. And then there's Obadiah. Obadiah is undoubtedly problematic. Lion interjected, discussing it now will only lead to hesitation. I will wait for you in Los Angeles, and then we shall confront him directly. Tony instinctively wanted to argue further, still harboring some hope for his uncle. However, he opened his mouth but ultimately chose silence, nodding instead, I will defer to your judgment. Upon hearing this, Lion couldn't help but smirk, realizing that this experience had elevated his influence over Tony. It is often said that people cannot teach others, but experiences teach in an instant. Indeed, this proved to be true. After flying for a while longer, Lion descended with the two individuals into the desert. Well, I will escort you to this point. 8 kilometers ahead lies the military base. Here, take this signal flare. Once I depart, fire into the sky, and someone will come to your aid. Lion handed Tony the signal flare he had procured from the terrorist base and prepared to take off. Damn it, why didn't you mention this sooner while we were in the cave? Tony exclaimed. I figured you could hardly carry more with both hands, so I chose to mention it now. Tony, you're something. Lion flashed him a middle finger as he soared into the sky, breaking the sound barrier. The two left on the ground blinked at the trail left by Lion as he parted the clouds, shrugging at one another. Won't your brother be spotted flying so close to the military base? Ethan inquired. Tony raised an eyebrow. What about my brother? Wasn't there a fellow who claimed to be a superhero, who rescued us and then departed? We didn't even catch a glimpse of his appearance. Ethan's face lit up with realization. So that's how he managed to escape? That superhero truly is a benevolent soul. Chapter 7, Objective Lost. Bang! Tony fired into the sky. The flare soared in an arc, ascending to a height of 100 meters before slowly descending. The crimson illumination stood out distinctly against the night desert, bright enough to clearly illuminate the faces of the two men below. All right, just a few more minutes and someone will come to retrieve us. Tony casually discarded the flare gun. The appearance of the signal flare near the military base would undoubtedly prompt the Americans to utilize satellites for reconnaissance, leading them to discover his presence here and promptly dispatch a rescue team. Tony turned to Ethan. Come with me to America, Ethan. You can bring your family along as well. He could sense Ethan's hesitation, as if he had something to say but couldn't find the words. Just as Tony was about to speak, he felt a lump in his throat, realizing that this savior before him bore a more painful past. Yet, this only strengthened his resolve to bring Ethan to America. Ethan, with a heavy heart and sincere regret, spoke, I apologize for not knowing about your family. Ethan shook his head, signaling that it was of no consequence. The contributions I can make to this world shouldn't be limited to creating devices that merely explode. He tapped his chest where the arc reactor resided, his gaze intense. Ethan, you can join me. Together we can better assist those afflicted by violence and effectuate a change for the better in this world. Ethan stared at the arc reactor, aware that it was indeed a technology capable of altering the world, and he hesitated. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from afar, growing louder. A patrol aircraft approached from a distance. The flare was just launched half a minute ago, and a rescue plane is already here? Ethan exclaimed, astonished by their efficiency. He then watched as the aircraft flew overhead, heading into the horizon. It doesn't seem to be a rescue team. It appears to be a light patrol plane, likely pursuing Lion, who has been detected by the base, Tony observed, his gaze fixed on the departing aircraft. However, they aren't even breaking the sound barrier. They won't catch up to Lion. Let us wait a little longer. Lion's dramatic entrance has certainly captured their attention. But once I don the MK armor, I'll surely draw the gaze of those military rednecks even more. Tony paced back and forth. Of course, you'll need your own suit as well. We could form a team called the MK Squad. That might not work, though, as 3 minutes slipped by amidst Tony's incessant chatter. Another series of engine roars emerged from the sky. It was a formation of 3 helicopters. Oh, look, our rescue team has arrived. The 2 men, parched from their time in the desert, jumped on the ground, waving eagerly. Meanwhile, as Tony had predicted, Lion had not been pursued by the patrol aircraft. By the time the patrol plane had ventured halfway, he had already flown out of Afghanistan with the Mark armor and blueprints in tow. Surprisingly, upon entering California, Lion encountered another squadron of interceptors. After retrieving Tony's treasure from the collapsed cave, he ascended into the stratosphere above Afghanistan, propelling himself to an astonishing 30 Mach. He then descended over the Pacific coastline, slowing to subsonic speeds as he approached California. The Stark family mansion lay along the western shore of Los Angeles. and he merely needed to traverse the coastal mountains to reach it. However, due to his excessive deceleration, he found himself detected by satellites as he entered the state. On the monitoring screens of a U.S. military base, an object moving at nearly twice the speed of sound above the mountains caught the operator's attention. Upon magnifying the image, they were astonished to discover a small flight unit. Although the image was obscured for reasons unknown, possibly due to a biofield, it appeared to resemble a humanoid figure in flight. Soldiers promptly reported the situation to their superiors. What is that? Establish communication and instruct them to land for inspection. Regardless of whether it belongs to the CIA or the Navy, we must have it grounded for examination. The commander wore a grave expression. Sir, the CIA and Navy have just contacted us, inquiring about the flying object and requesting intelligence. Us? Do we possess such a compact, nearly supersonic, and enduring marvel? Not the moment, sir. Goddamn. Contact the Weapons Research Division and summon Colonel Rhodes. He's in Afghanistan searching for Tony Stark, sir. Goddamn. Then initiate a database comparison. Lock onto it with radar. Secure satellite tracking. Provide me with the clearest satellite imagery. Report, sir. The database comparison yielded no similar records. The target's cross-section is too small for radar to lock on. Satellite imagery is distorted due to unknown interference. What shall we do, sir? WTF? Can anyone tell me what this object, which appeared out of nowhere and is flying directly above us, actually is? Unknown, sir. Damn it. Are there any high-altitude surveillance units in the coastal mountain region? Deploy them to intercept and neutralize the object. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lion, initially bored as he silently flew towards Los Angeles, suddenly perked up as he heard the roar of 4 engines veering off course toward him. Have I been spotted by satellites? He pondered, reducing his speed to assess the situation. I suppose my insufficient velocity led to my detection. How troublesome. Flying below the speed of sound was too slow, while low supersonic speeds easily attracted satellite attention and immediate lock-on. Perhaps next time, I should consider maintaining speeds above 10 Mach. At that moment, a voice crackled in his ear. Target locked. A pilot shouted over the radio. Missile launchers are ready, awaiting final orders. The commander at the military base commanded, aim, fire, bring down that flying object. Global Hawk received. Early warning command acknowledged. For aircraft swooped down from the heights. Although closing the distance to Leon remained an arduous task, it was sufficient for their airborne missiles to strike their target. Launch. One missile after another was propelled forth, accelerating to over 5 Mach within mere seconds, pursuing Leon relentlessly. These were weapons potent enough to obliterate any aerial vehicle. Yet, for him at this moment, they posed no more threat than a mere tickle. An impulsive desire surged within Leon to halt in midair, catch the missiles, and emerge unscathed from the ensuing flames, dazzling the American forces with his audacity. Indeed, possessing a body of steel, yet refraining from ostentation, is akin to donning fine attire in the dark of night. The urge to display one's prowess is an intrinsic desire embedded deep within human nature. Abraham Maslow once categorized the need for such exhibitionism as the 4th tier in his hierarchy of human needs. Once individuals find themselves satiated, devoid of existential threats, and engaged in social interaction, the inclination to flaunt naturally arises. Leon was not exempt from this worldly craving. However, upon reflection, he recalled a scene from a movie where Tony's arrogance led to his demise under bombardment by American aircraft. Thus, he reasoned that rather than flaunting his abilities now, it would be far more gratifying to make his entrance when Tony, brimming with pride, was met with a rude awakening from the American forces. After all, exhibiting one's prowess in front of a close companion yields the highest form of psychological satisfaction. The mere thought of the expression Tony would wear in that moment brought a smile to Leon's lips. Though endowed with superhuman abilities, he had no desire to champion the cause of his homeland or proclaim his abstention from beef. His sole ambition was to continuously enhance his strength and, in the process, indulge in pursuits that brought him joy, such as outshining Tony in ways Tony could only dream of. With this thought, Leon lifted his gaze to the missiles surging toward him from above the dense clouds. In an instant, his speed surged to 20 Mach, vanishing from the radar of the American satellites. What the hell? The target has disappeared, the pilot exclaimed in disbelief. Report. The missile failed to hit its target. Target lost. Repeat, target lost. Suspected to possess cloaking capabilities. Inside the American base, the commander momentarily faltered. What? Impossible. This cannot be. Continue searching the entire area. We must locate the adversary. The command room erupted into chaos. Chapter 8. The Return of Stark. Jarvis, the artificial intelligence created by Tony Stark, was named after the family's longtime butler, Edwin Jarvis. It had been 6 months since Leon had last seen Jarvis. As he entered his bedroom, he recalled that when he had ventured into space half a year ago, the decision to forego Jarvis's subroutine had stemmed from the consideration that he would be in slumber for most of the journey, coupled with the hurried construction of the spacecraft. Jarvis, I have splendid news. I have rescued Tony from the clutches of the terrorist organization. At this moment, was Pepper at the office? Please inform her that she need not worry anymore. Leon instructed Jarvis while removing his trousers and stepping into the shower. It had been 6 months since he had last bathed in water. The cleaning protocols aboard the spacecraft had left much to be desired. So soon? Unexpectedly, the efficiency of the garrison's operations was quite remarkable, Leon murmured. As long as Pepper is informed, that is sufficient. She must have been quite worried over these past few months. It is also Tony's fault for not being more mindful. Despite my numerous reminders, he remained oblivious each time. Now, calculating the timeline, it seems I had barely ventured into space before he was dispatched to Afghanistan to deliver supplies. I had warned him that Obadiah was lurking with intent, yet he refused to heed the caution. However, Obadiah is indeed formidable, adept at seizing the opportune moment. He decisively struck once he discerned the separation between Tony and me. Jarvis listened quietly to Leon's grievances. These words of reproach were not voiced in Tony's presence, as he had already suffered enough due to his arrogance and did not require further criticism to add fuel to the fire. Those who have just escaped danger often need the light-hearted banter of family to dispel the shadows of their minds. Leon, did you just say that Obadiah orchestrated the attack on Mr. Stark? Jarvis interjected suddenly. Shall I relay this information to Mr. Stark and remind him to be vigilant? No need. I've already spoken to him about it. Leon lathered his hair with shampoo. Moreover, Jarvis, why do you always refer to Tony as young master or Mr. Stark? Shouldn't young master apply to me? After all, I'm also a Stark, and Tony is quite elderly. Calling him old master would be more fitting. Apologies, Leon, prior to your arrival in this household. I have been serving Mr. Stark since the 1990s. I became accustomed to addressing him as young master. If you wish, I can alter my form of address in the future. That is unnecessary. Just continue to call me as you do now. Leon began rinsing out the foam. He speculated that Jarvis had likely developed human-like emotions. Or else how could such habits exist? Perhaps in the future, he could assist Jarvis in evolving into a true sentient being, rather than meeting a demise at the hands of Tony's son, Ultron, as depicted in the films. Leon quickly finished rinsing and donned a fitted gray outfit. As he toweled off his hair, he walked towards the doorway. Jarvis, kindly prepare some food for me. I find myself a bit peckish. Upon reaching the kitchen, he opened a refrigerator, which was utterly barren. As expected, Jarvis, please order takeout. Los Angeles was now basking in the morning light. The city had just awakened from slumber, commencing its daily routines. Leon's takeout arrived promptly at the mansion. Eagerly, he seated himself at the dining table and began to feast. Having subsisted on nothing but bread and nutrient gel for half a year in space, his palate craved flavor. Relishing the rich delights of fats and carbohydrates once more, he found himself unable to resist, indulging for a full 2 hours. Jarvis, order me a cheeseburger. No, make it 10. Jarvis, order 10 pizzas, one of each variety. Wait. 3 of the highest calorie cheese flavor. Jarvis, also order 5 servings of roasted chicken from the Chinese restaurant. His meal extended well into the afternoon. Sated and content, Leon sat back on the sofa in the hall, patting his flat stomach with satisfaction. Truly, he felt immensely gratified. No wonder Tony delights in cheeseburgers. Such calorically explosive fare brings an unparalleled sense of happiness. Lion mused, suddenly realizing that perhaps the greatest advantage of his ironclad physique was the ability to indulge without fear of weight gain. No matter how many calories or how much fat he consumed, it merely transformed in a nourishment that fortified his body. This was indeed a blessing for a food-loving spirit like him. Taking a bite of the final cheeseburger, Lion felt a profound satisfaction, as if he could grasp the solemn and sacred essence depicted in the Virgin and Child. Very well, Master Lion. A flurry of information windows appeared before him. Jarvis systematically summarized, you currently have 1,634 unread messages on WeChat and 807 emails in your inbox. Of these, 74% are from high school classmates, 89% are from females, and 93% contain messages of a suggestive nature. Lion was speechless. These people truly are blinded by money. Even men are sending me such messages? Enough of that. Disregard emails from unfamiliar individuals. Understood, Master Lion. You now have no unread messages. Lion clapped his hands. Perfect. Jarvis, now enlighten me about the company's developments over the past 6 months. By the way, it is under my name. 2 years ago, when Tony developed the smartphone, Lion leveraged his resources to establish Stark networks. After all, the early 21st century saw the American internet sector burgeoning, and the dot-com bubble had only recently burst, leaving ample opportunities untouched by larger capital. With a veritable feast of unclaimed opportunities at hand, why shouldn't he be the one to partake? With the resources of Stark Group backing him, Lion introduced numerous internet applications that would not typically emerge for another 2 decades, all within a single year. He founded WeChat, Twitter, acquired Amazon and YouTube, and even registered a company before the Canadian cohort could seize the opportunity. Today, Stark Networks boasts over 200 million users worldwide. Having spent 6 months in space, Lion was pleasantly surprised to find the company's market value had quietly doubled. After hearing Jarvis's report, he exclaimed, "Although the stock price has halved in a month, it still exceeds the value at my departure. This is quite a delightful surprise. The current president must be old Joe. Tell him he has done well and grant him a 3-day holiday." "Very well, Master Lion. I shall notify Mr. Jobs immediately," Jarvis responded, then suggested, "However, I believe Mr. Jobs might prefer your approval for the addition of an external home button feature on the smartphone." Lion was taken aback. Oh my heavens. He still clings to that feudal feature as if he were painting legs on a snake. Tony has transformed the phone into an ultra-thin, fully touchscreen device. The next steps are projection phones and screen-sharing glasses. How can old Joe remain entrenched in his retro fixation? Jarvis, kindly inform him to bury his obsessions and take a proper few days of rest, rather than adhering to antiquated notions like our neighbor, Mrs. Susan. "Very well, Master Leon," Jarvis responded, although it appears our neighbor does not possess a Mrs. Susan. "That was a metaphor, Jarvis, a rhetorical device," Leon emphasized. "Understood." Jarvis's voice paused momentarily, accompanied by a subtle crackle, as if taking notes. "Now, playing the 1979 film Superman. It seems you share a penchant for nostalgic cinema akin to Mrs. Susan." Jarvis adeptly applied his newfound understanding. "Who is Susan?" "You learn remarkably swiftly," Leon remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. As afternoon descended, he exchanged a tender gaze with Pepper before promptly diverting his path to procure 2 cheeseburgers. Following Leon's numerous cautions, Tony had developed profound suspicions regarding Obadiah. Thus, when Obadiah appeared, warmly embracing him and courteously requesting a hamburger, Tony decisively declined. "I'm afraid I can only offer you this one," Tony stated, retrieving another burger from his pocket. Meanwhile, Leon was at home, engrossed in a live broadcast on television. The KNKV network was simultaneously streaming the event online and on air. As the news broke, it surged to the top of Twitter's global trending topics, captivating millions to join the live stream. What had previously plummeted was now soaring, as if merely his name held a value in the millions. All investors were electrified. It was an opportune moment for guaranteed returns. Until, in a live stream, Tony squatted at the podium, uttering a plethora of disdainful remarks towards carnivores. He then rose, approached the podium with gravitas, and declared, "I hereby announce the permanent closure of Stark Industries Weapons Division." Tony's demeanor was solemn. "I must earnestly contemplate the future of this company, to enable this conglomerate to generate greater benefits for the world." Boom! At that moment, the audience erupted, as did the online community. The venue was a cacophony, with every journalist striving to thrust their microphones towards Tony, questioning what had led to such a decision. The live stream reflected a myriad of reactions, from disbelief to mockery of capitalists experiencing a moral awakening. Yet, the predominant voices were those of newly invested stockholders, furiously inundating the chat with expletives. Tony was indeed decisive. Without a trace of hesitation, the company's market value was bound to plummet once more. Leon reclined on the sofa, raising his milk in a toast to Tony on the screen, but this is quintessentially his style. "Master Leon, did you foresee that Tony would act in such a manner?" Jarvis inquired. "Of course, this is precisely what I envisioned him doing 2 years ago," Leon replied, sitting upright and casually popping a piece of fruit into his mouth. "By the way, has the Mark armor been prepared? You might present Tony with a delightful surprise, Jarvis." Leon pushed open the door and descended the stairs. Chapter 9. The Gathering. In the evening, Stark Mansion's underground laboratory. He has maintained this state for quite some time. Lion, standing beside him, struggled to suppress his laughter. "So, why did you dye it pink?" Tony finally spoke, pointing at the expressionless Mark armor now adorned in a youthful shade of pink. This. Lion instantly composed himself, clasping his hands behind his back with utmost seriousness. "This is a delightful surprise, meticulously prepared for you by Jarvis." He stepped forward, indicating the spot on the armor's chest designated for the energy core, where a faint inscription in English could be discerned. Lion read aloud, "Tony has a pink heart. He winked at Tony. What do you think? Isn't it touching? Pink symbolizes innocence and kindness. Jarvis is praising you. Oomph. Thank you for your enlightening words. Otherwise, I would never have considered that, Tony replied, pursing his lips in a sarcastic smile. His expression darkened, unable to fathom how splendid it would be to don this armor again. Most likely, before he could even make a move, the enemy would burst into laughter upon seeing the inscription on his chest, saving them the trouble of ammunition. Tony took a deep breath, words lodged in his throat, causing his complexion to redden slightly. Lion, observing the delightful transformations on Tony's face, nearly burst into laughter. Finally, Tony turned his head away, no longer willing to gaze at his beloved armor. Jarvis, why did you dye it pink? He queried, addressing the other culprit. He truly cherished his first suit of armor, even referring to it affectionately. Sir, it was Master Lion's suggestion. He believed that seeing the repaired in pink armor would bring you greater joy, Jarvis explained, seemingly justifying his actions while subtly placing blame. Oh, wait a moment, Jarvis, you didn't object at the time. We all thought the same, didn't we? Lion dragged Jarvis into the fray. Master Lion, please forgive my offense. You know artificial intelligence lacks personal opinions. Artificial intelligence certainly lacks thought. Jarvis, you even remind Tony when he asks about to ask a cover girl that Pepper would be upset. Now, wanting to prepare a surprise for Tony is only natural. Tony's expression grew even darker. Enough, he exclaimed, casting a resigned glance at the already laughing Lion. Don't think I'm unaware of your revenge. Tony spread his hands. All right, I concede. Let us end this matter here, shall we? I'm not angry. Just don't torment me over that trivial incident anymore. For the past several years, Tony had endured considerable teasing from Lion. He had grown accustomed to maintaining emotional self-regulation, a necessity when facing a mischievous child. Of course, this mischief was only perceived as such by Tony. To others, Lion was quite amiable. He had repeatedly played recordings of Tony as past sweet nothings to other girls at the loudest volume right outside the door when Tony was about to embrace a lady. Then, as the humiliated girl would storm out in anger, he would pop out from the corner, waving a small hand, saying, "Good night, sweet dreams, Tony." Consequently, Tony would flush crimson and chase Lion around the house, wielding a pillow. The following day, after listening to Tony's complaints, Pepper would delightfully reward Lion with a generous allowance. However, such antics from Lion lasted only for 2 weeks. In a fortnight, Tony's custom soundproof bedroom was completed. Thus, even if Leon were to revel outside, Tony could play a symphony of Mozart within, cultivating an atmosphere of tranquility to spend a delightful evening with a beautiful companion. Such was the nature of their interactions, leading the brothers to a truce. However, their playful skirmishes persisted. At times, Tony would instigate mischief, while at others, Leon would strike first. Pepper remarked that they were merely two eternal children. Jarvis, retrieve this armor and repaint it. I never wish to see it again. Tony waved his hand. And while you're at it, procure a batch of materials for me. I intend to forge a new suit. The conditions in the cave are rudimentary, and the armor produced there does not harness my full potential. Leon, this time you shall witness that my armor is no mere toy. Leon shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. I shall await the outcome. At that moment, several robotic arms named Dullard and Dimwit scuttled in, collectively pushing the pink armor out. Leon even lent a hand, prompting Jarvis to spray it with powder paint, solely to tease Tony, never anticipating that he would actually don it. Little did he know that a decade later, during a visit to Tony's collection of suits, this peculiar piece would stand out prominently among the array of Mark armors. Are we commencing the creation of the armor already? Tony proclaimed, having cleared the table in a single swipe, ready to embark on a new endeavor. Are you so eager to prove yourself now? Mind your words, Leon. I do not seek to prove myself. I merely challenge my own limits, Tony replied. Very well, but when you challenge yourself, remember to come upstairs before dinner, Leon remarked as he ascended the laboratory stairs. To celebrate his safe return, Pepper planned a family gathering with Ethan and Rhodey in attendance. Rhodey, a close friend of Tony's from the military, shared a bond so profound that it allowed him to gift an iron suit. After the last culinary disaster, where his baked sea base turned to char, eliciting prolonged laughter from Leon, he had vowed never to enter the kitchen again. Once Pepper had resolved the mess Tony left at the press conference, she hurried to the mansion. In the hall, she excitedly embraced Leon. Tony had named his handcrafted spaceship the Mark spacecraft. Oh my goodness, your physique is truly impressive now. You seem like an entirely different person compared to 6 months ago, she exclaimed, patting Leon's chest, the marble-like texture prompting her to cover her mouth in astonishment. Had I known you were this strong, I would have reached out to you months ago, sparing Tony the need to say anything, she added, feeling a twinge of guilt. Leon quickly reassured her. It's all right, Pepper. You were merely concerned for my well-being, weren't you? Had I not transformed into someone akin to Superman, even if you had informed me of Tony's disappearance, I would have been adrift in the lonely cosmos. If Tony serves as both a brother and a mentor to Leon, then Pepper, who raised him, could undoubtedly be regarded as a sister and a surrogate mother. Leon winked and remarked, moreover, although the journey has been somewhat convoluted for Tony, surviving such a dire ordeal may not necessarily be a misfortune, do you not think? Is that how you perceive it? Yet, I believe he has become rather irrational. Pepper interjected with a furrowed brow. Perhaps you do not yet fully comprehend Tony's transformation post his brush with death, Leon suggested as he ushered Pepper towards the kitchen. Come, Pepper, dinner awaits your culinary expertise. I shall regale you with tales of Tony's extraordinary adventure. Several hours later, the delightful gathering concluded, and through Tony's introductions, Ethan became acquainted with Pepper and Rhodey, successfully integrating into their small circle. At the dining table, Tony articulated his aspirations to engage in endeavors more beneficial to the world, although Rhodey struggled to grasp the notion at that moment. Chapter 10. The Swift Exit of Obadiah. As night deepened, a slightly inebriated Rhodey and Ethan were whisked away. The mansion was left with only Pepper, Tony, and Leon. Sated, Leon reclined on the sofa, gazing dreamily at the undulating sea through the window. Tony observed Pepper tidying the kitchen and glanced at the pensive Leon, his expression betraying a mix of hesitation and intent. Hey, Leon, he finally called out. Glancing at Pepper, he continued, did you not mention that you were to confront Obadiah tonight? When do we depart? And let us keep this from Pepper for now. Otherwise, she'll insist it's too perilous and threaten to resign. Typically, no matter how reckless Tony's antics, Pepper would merely maintain a stern demeanor and continue her work, her threats proving largely ineffectual. We shall wait until Pepper departs, Leon suggested, casting a glance towards Stark Industries. After all, Obadiah is still in the industrial park. Wait, he is currently in a precarious situation. Tony, we must go now. Leon seized Tony and propelled him towards the exit. As they stepped outside, Tony lowered his voice. Hold on. What did you see that has you so anxious? Obadiah is in contact with his associates in Afghanistan. Leon whispered urgently. What? Tony exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as Leon dragged him upwards. The two swiftly arrived at Stark Industries. The office building was dimly lit, with only a few scattered lights illuminating the surroundings. However, Obadiah's office shone brightly, resembling a beacon in the night. Leon guided Tony to hover outside Obadiah's office window. The expansive glass allowed them to observe every corner within. Inside, Obadiah sat with his back to the window, conversing with someone on his computer screen. Is he engaged in a video call with a terrorist organization? Tony's expression darkened. Can you discern what he is discussing? It is hardly favorable. You may listen for yourself. Leon placed his hand in the window's crevice, giving it a slight jolt, causing the glass to lift slightly. He deftly seized the edge and pulled it back. The entire pane of glass was silently removed. Once again, Tony's eyes widened in shock. But the sounds emanating from the office demanded his immediate attention. Our leader perished due to your commission. Thus, prior to any future collaboration, you must provide us with compensation, declared the individual on the other end of the computer. Obadiah retorted with fervent anger. You allowed Tony to escape. How dare you demand compensation from me? I had instructed your leader to ensure beyond any doubt that Tony Stark was utterly obliterated. How'd he manage that, I wonder? Obadiah's gaze turned increasingly frigid, as if he longed to devour the person opposite him whole. Are you not concerned that I may cease supplying you with arms and weaponry? Apologies. But since Tony Stark has shuttered the weapons division, you may find yourself rather inconsequential, came the reply, with the terrorist displaying an audacious demeanor. I will ask again, will you accept compensation? If you refuse, I am confident that Tony Stark would be equally willing to pay for information regarding the true culprit. Obadiah's lips pressed tightly together, his mouth twitching as he concealed his ire. Moments later, he burst into laughter, his smile as warm as spring's embrace. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your demand for compensation, provided you meet one condition. What is it? The other party immediately perked up at the prospect of receiving compensation. I will devise a means for Tony to travel abroad once more. This time, you must ensure his demise. As Obadiah outlined his scheme, he continued, I will provide you with a shipment of Stark weaponry to draw media attention. With Tony's recent announcement regarding the closure of the weapons division, the sudden appearance of Stark products on the battlefield will undoubtedly rattle him. The terrorists interjected, we understand. Leave the subsequent matters to us. Yes, you. The 10 rings will flawlessly execute our friend's commission. Obadiah chuckled as he ended the video call. That would be splendid. With a beep, the connection severed. He sat in silence, his expression gradually transforming from a smile to a sinister scowl. His fury began to bubble forth. Even seated still, he emanated the threat of imminent violence. Fools! A pack of idiots! After a moment of silence, Obadiah finally erupted. He sprang to his feet, sweeping everything from his desk to the floor, and violently smashed the mouse against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Even a playboy managed to escape. And yet you all remain useless. He roared, his voice shaking the windows. Outside, Leon glanced at the furious Tony beside him, aware that Obadiah's performance had reached its conclusion. He stepped forward, ushering Tony into the room. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, halting Obadiah's tirade. Who? Tony? Leon's expression darkened. Tony glared back, his eyes reddened, filled with disbelief and righteous indignation over the betrayal he had just witnessed. We both heard what you just said. Leon pointed at the computer. Do you have anything else to say in your defense? Obadiah's face reflected palpable panic, yet the shrewdness within him quickly suppressed his emotions. He raised his hands, his lips quivering slightly. Oh, Leon, why are you still here so late? That was, in fact, a misunderstanding. Allow me to elucidate. There exists a reason for all this. At this moment, Obadiah's mind was racing. He awkwardly lowered one hand and opened a drawer, revealing a force I cannot resist, one that threatens my very existence, compelling me to eliminate you all. As Obadiah spoke, he abruptly drew a handgun from a drawer, swiftly chambering around and aiming it at Tony and his companion. Raise your hands and step back. The once gentle Obadiah, akin to a benevolent elder, transformed in an instant into a fearsome villain. You would do well to cease your movements. Tony pressed his lips together, raising his hands in surrender, positioning himself protectively in front of Leon as he retreated. Ah, Tony, even now you choose to shield that little bastard. How touching your familial affection is. Obadiah's words ignited a greater fury within Tony. In a cold voice, he retorted, Obadiah, I once considered you among the most trustworthy individuals. Is that so? Your words truly touch me, Tony. Obadiah aimed the gun at Tony, expressing a desire to engage in this delightful, familial charade further. Yet, since you have uncovered the truth, I shall no longer conceal it. Tony, in reality, you are but a golden goose to me. Do you understand? I co-founded this company alongside your father, and for 30 years I've been your loyal advisor. Yet I have received nothing in return. That outsider behind, you can claim half of the company. But what of me? Only by eliminating you, both of you, can I acquire all that I desire. As Obadiah spoke, he painfully clenched his fists. It should have been so. Had you perished in Afghanistan, Leon would have met his demise in the void of space. But why did you flee, and why must you witness all that transpires this evening? His eyes bloodshot, he pressed the gun closer, forcing Tony to retreat. You have driven me to this point. You have backed me into a corner, and now I shall obliterate everything. No one can stop me. Throughout, Tony gazed intently at his uncle, his face taut, his eyes betraying an indescribable sorrow and rage. He felt the gun barrel press against his forehead, tilting his head back. And finally, he closed his eyes. Do it, Leon. He harbored no more hope. As you wish, boss. The moment Leon's voice fell, a massive hand like an iron claw seized Obadiah by the neck, lifting him off the ground. You, gah! Obadiah's complexion rapidly turned crimson from oxygen deprivation. His eyes bulged, fixating on Leon, utterly perplexed by the fleeting moment that had just transpired. How had Leon, without so much as a blink, appeared before him and subdued him? Struggling to raise his arms in defiance, Leon merely cast him a glance, casually tossing him out of the window. A heavy thud resonated 3 seconds later from outside. It sounded as though Obadiah had been reduced to a mere pulp. Why must it come to this? Leon remarked with a sigh as he approached the desk, connecting his phone to the data cable and then plugging it into the computer. The computers of Stark Industries executives are typically not connected to the internet. Any attempt at intrusion would necessitate a manual connection. The act of directly connecting to the external network for a video call, as Obadiah just did, constitutes a significant violation. Jarvis, infiltrate this computer to gather evidence of Obadiah's crimes and pass it on to the authorities, noting that he committed suicide out of fear of prosecution. Jumping to his demise. Very well, Master Leon. He approached and patted Tony on the shoulder. Tony's expression of grief lingered for a few seconds, caught between laughter and tears. You rascal. Chapter 11. Pepper's Request. Obadiah Stane, Chief Operating Officer of Stark Industries, tragically fell to his death 3 days ago at the Stark Industrial Complex. According to the official investigation, Stane's demise was not the result of foul play, but rather a suicide driven by guilt. The police reported that Stain had engaged in numerous arms deals with foreign terrorist organizations under his own name, committing multiple counts of murder and meddling in the internal affairs of other nations. This includes the attack on Stark Group President Tony Stark several months ago, which was also orchestrated by Stain. We now turn to our field reporter for more detailed coverage. Leon stood in the lobby, practicing his stance while watching the news, shoving a slice of cheese pizza into his mouth. He felt a mix of emotions. Although the situation did not directly impact him, he couldn't shake the feeling of disappointment for the shareholders supporting Stark. After a moment's reflection, he opened Twitter and posted an update. The incident concerning Obadiah was merely an unfortunate accident. Stark Group stands in vehement opposition to evil. I urge all shareholders to continue believing in Stark Group and supporting its stock. You will surely see the day of bountiful returns, for Stark never disappoints his supporters. Accompanying the post was a photo of the leftover pizza on his desk. Within seconds, the comments section exploded. Hundreds of vitriolic remarks flooded in as if Twitter had become a real estate haven. Look at that Obadiah. How could such a person be COO? Stark Group is doomed. I bought stocks after Leon Stark made a public appearance 6 months ago, only to discover 2 days later that the COO is a super criminal. I can already envision myself begging on the streets of Los Angeles in a month. Damn Stark, you've left me with nothing. More and more comments appeared every second, filled with distraught shareholders lamenting their poor decisions to invest in Stark stocks. Leon watched as the comments surged to nearly 1,000 in a minute, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Well, it seems Stark shareholders have their own thoughts. I trust everyone will have a bright future filled with peace and joy. At that moment, Pepper approached with a cup of coffee. I thought I heard you praying for the shareholders? Not quite, Leon thought, gazing at Pepper with a sense of foreboding. But Pepper continued unabated. To be honest, Leon, if you truly wish for them to avoid severe losses, you should fetch Tony, who has been missing for 3 days. Pepper's demeanor became slightly frenzied when discussing work, as the burden upon her shoulders was indeed quite heavy. Tony was lost in his thoughts, while Obadiah had committed numerous crimes that warranted no sympathy. Yet here you are, basking in the sun at home, leaving me to shoulder the burdens of so much work alone. She lamented at a rapid pace. Stark Industries, Stark Networks, Stark Electronic Technologies. No amount of intellect could help me manage such an overwhelming array of responsibilities. And you, Leon, how can you still find the time to pray for the shareholders? Pepper's frustration mounted as she forcefully thrust her coffee into Leon's hands. My goodness, reflecting on it now, I realize just how chaotic these past few days have been. Leon, I demand that you inform Tony that if he does not emerge from that wretched laboratory, I shall resign. And you, Leon, my dear boy, if you do not take control of your own network company, I shall resign as well. With that, Pepper, visibly agitated, cast a serious glance at Leon before striding out in her high heels, clattering away. She had to return to that dreadful job. Leon opened his mouth on the couch, contemplating whether to utter a few soothing words to encourage Pepper to persevere. However, it did seem rather excessive to place the decision-making for 3 companies entirely in her hands. 4 o'clock? 4 in the morning? Leon gasped, realizing he had misjudged. Old Joe was indeed the finest president in the world. One day, I shall establish an award for exemplary global presidents, bestowing it upon Old Joe annually. Surely, now that Joe is in charge, Pepper should be less irate, right? This question rendered Jarvis momentarily speechless. Young Master Leon, I fear that is not the case. Mr. Jobs only oversees Stark Electronic Technologies and manages a portion of Stark Networks. Miss Pepper remains responsible for the remainder of the work. Leon pondered this. Ah, indeed, when I departed 6 months ago, that was the arrangement, though at that time, Tony was also involved in the company's management. Jarvis, do you have any suggestions? Leon immediately shook his head. That one do. Sunbathing is of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. Besides, I've been engaged in more than just sunbathing these past few days. You are aware of my endeavors. 3 days prior, Leon had requested Jarvis to gather every fighting tutorial available online. After days of diligent study, he had synthesized most martial arts techniques: Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, mixed martial arts, and Bagwaze. Yet, the more he learned, the more he realized that while his mastery of power had increased, his combat effectiveness had scarcely improved. This rendered martial arts somewhat superfluous. Consider the world he inhabited. Anyone he could defeat with a mere slap could perish instantly, while those he could not defeat would easily withstand all his efforts. Only in battles against equally matched opponents would these fighting techniques prove beneficial. Alas, the number of foes who could match him in strength was exceedingly scarce. Odin was one, the Scarlet Witch another, Captain Marvel as well. But they were truly few and far between. However, your fighting skills have reached their pinnacle. Further practice holds little significance. Jarvis, do you seem particularly eager for me to return to work? Leon paused, taken aback. He pondered. Ah, I see now. You were protesting against my actions 3 days ago when I dragged you into the fray in front of Tony. Well, you, Jarvis, claim to possess no subjective thoughts, yet it is evident that the seeds of human resentment have already begun to sprout. The luminous orb on the screen flickered. Young Master Leon, I would never act in a manner detrimental to you. Yet, you incite me to engage in endeavors that hinder my growth and bring me discontent. Leon shrugged. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, very well, I shall descend to summon Tony, and subsequently seek a new president for the company. Thus, all trouble shall be alleviated. As you wish. Jarvis remained ever attentive. Chapter 12. The Wisdom of Mortals. Upon entering the laboratory, Leon discovered that aside from several arc reactors and a stack of DC comics on Tony's desk, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Even Tony himself was absent. Tony? He glanced around. Where are you? Leon's super hearing was not perpetually activated. Akin to the superheroes in films, he had to concentrate, filtering out the majority of external stimuli to exist within a tranquil realm. When Leon eventually located Tony in the basement, he appeared haggard yet invigorated, dark circles under his eyes. He wore mechanical shoes with exposed wiring, gripping a controller in his hands, commanding the little assistants. Bumble, continue filming, dullard. Move a bit over there. Yes, right there, you're in charge of extinguishing the flames. Then, standing in the center of his makeshift experimental platform, Tony took a deep breath. All right, let us give it a try. Initiating 10% thrust, prepare for takeoff, huff. He pressed the device in his hand, and the iron shoes beneath him suddenly erupted with powerful jets of flame. Whoosh! The fierce thrust propelled Tony into the air, only for him to crash heavily against the ceiling with a resounding thud, clearly not a minor impact. Oof! Tony cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. The nearby intelligent robotic arm, assessing the situation as per command, immediately released a spray of fire-extinguishing foam. Oh, that must hurt, Leon remarked as he observed Tony, now enveloped in white spray, his head thrown back in exasperation. Leon? Tony turned upon hearing the voice. His cheeks squeezed in discomfort, writhing on the floor as he adjusted his shoulders. Come help me. I fear my ribs may be fractured. Coming. Perhaps next time you should have Dullard prepare a crash pad for you. Leon quipped as he helped Tony onto a chair. He scanned Tony's body. Very well. Just some superficial injuries. You can continue with your previous extreme activities. That was not extreme sports, Tony retorted, rolling his eyes. That was me constructing the Mark II armor. Are you suggesting that your second suit of armor consists of these shoes? Do you hope others will shoot at your feet? Leon teased. Tony immediately countered. Not missing a chance to mock, of course. Someone of your mediocre academic standing could hardly grasp the logic behind it. Now, it was Leon's turn to roll his eyes. I did manage to gain admission to Columbia University. Perhaps you harbor a misconception about ordinary individuals. Oh, is that so? Well, it cannot be helped. After all, I graduated from MIT many years ago at your age and hold 3 doctoral degrees from Cambridge, making it difficult for me to comprehend the sentiments of ordinary individuals. Tony dismissively waved his hand, but it's all rather similar. Once you arrive at Columbia, you'll discover that even your professors cannot fathom the intricacies of my armor. Apologies, but my undergraduate studies were in business. I believe my professors would indeed grasp the economic implications of your armor. Before awakening his abilities, Leon could only pursue a career in management, naturally enrolling in business-related fields. However, times have changed. He tapped on Tony's iron shoes, and what was true then is not necessarily true now. Do not forget the nature of the power I have awakened. What power? ISNT it merely gaining strength from basking in the sun? Tony inquired, puzzled. It is the power of a superhero. Leon asserted, everything a superhero possesses, I do as well. So what? Are you about to confess that you are actually a Kryptonian? Did your super-intelligent Kryptonian father visit yesterday, urging you to don red briefs to save the world? Tony exclaimed dramatically. Or perhaps your Kryptonian cousin intercepted a spaceship signal and is coming to apprehend you tomorrow, prompting you to seek my assistance? Leon was at a loss for words. Tony, when did you develop such childish speculations? I am, without a doubt, a terrestrial being. You've taken me for medical examinations countless times in our youth. Did you not notice? Leon was unmistakably an Earthling. 19 years prior, he had traversed into this world as an infant, fortuitously adopted by the Stark couple. Although he possessed no memories from before his first year and was unaware of the existence of biological parents, his appearance, strikingly similar to his previous life, along with countless flawless blood tests throughout his upbringing, confirmed his status as a native Earthling. And you've been consuming too many DC comics lately. Our world bears no resemblance to the DC darkness. Leon chided. What are you trying to imply? Tony tilted his head. What I mean is, Superman possesses a capability known as the superbrain, and I possess that as well. This superbrain enables him to achieve remarkable feats in engineering, even effortlessly reaching the pinnacle of success. Leon pointed at the iron shoes. Thus, I can fully comprehend your research and even surpass you. He squinted. Moreover, I don't recall Superman having this capability. If he did, how could he always charge in a battle with fists flying at the sight of an enemy? Leon pondered. Perhaps his superbrain instructs him to trust in his super strength when faced with adversity? Leon mused. Isn't that just a brash mindset? Tony concluded thus. You still cannot comprehend my armor. Leon, unwilling to engage in further debate, interjected. Enough. Let us cease this pointless argument. I find it most irritating to converse with someone who only half reads comics. Make sure to finish Superman's story before attempting to refute me. Without allowing Tony to retort, he stated, given your limited mortal wisdom, since you assert that I cannot grasp your armor, would you dare let me accompany you and learn from your expertise? Leon raised a finger. In just one day, your knowledge shall become my own. 3 days hence, I shall craft a suit of armor far superior to yours. What did you say? At this, Tony's weariness vanished. He could hardly bear provocations in his area of expertise, especially when they stemmed from his foolish brother. This was indeed the most amusing jest I had encountered since 2008. In an instant, the pain in his chest subsided. Tony leapt from his bed, locking eyes with Leon. I accept your challenge, he proclaimed triumphantly. The wisdom of mere mortals? Oof. I shall return that title to you in 3 days. Follow me. Die, clean up the area. Bin, gather the materials. The rest of you, await my design of the new propulsion system. Leon narrowed his eyes, observing the fervent Tony, and felt a rising desire to compete. Jarvis, transmit all knowledge related to exoskeleton technology to my Stark pad. I must comprehend Tony's blueprints within half an hour. Understood. Master Leon, Jarvis replied promptly. Yet it added, however, Master Leon, do you recall the purpose of your visit to Tony, as well as Ms. Pepper's prior requests? Pepper? What of her? That can wait. Leon twisted his arm, resolute in his intent to demonstrate what a superior intellect truly entails. Chapter 13. Your knowledge is now mine. Fueled by determination, Tony began to draft his designs while keeping a watchful eye on Leon. He surreptitiously noted that Leon was still grappling with the most rudimentary mechanical structures. Thus a confident smile crept across his face. The motivation of competition is indeed invigorating. In just half an hour, Tony had refined the propulsion system that had plagued him for days. Inspiration surged forth. Meanwhile, Leon had completed his studies on exoskeletons and commenced his exploration of circuit design. Tony glanced over, smirking once more, believing Leon had opted to abandon the complexities of exoskeleton knowledge for an easier path. Has he discovered the challenges of learning about armor? No matter, we shall start with the basics. Tony declared, do not strain yourself. If everyone could effortlessly acquire knowledge, what purpose would there be for geniuses? He waved his hand and resumed modifying his mechanized boots. Rest assured, once I have created the most exceptional suit of armor, I shall consider allowing you a chance to experience it. At this moment, Tony had seemingly forgotten Leon's ability to fly. He was entirely absorbed in the anticipation of triumphing over his dim-witted brother in 3 days. As Dai assisted him in the jetpack modifications, he even began to hum the tune of Jingle Bells. Leon, undeterred by Tony's celebratory demeanor, sat to the side, rapidly absorbing the materials and comprehensive papers that Jarvis had prepared for him. If Tony were to glance over Leon's shoulder at that moment, he would undoubtedly deliver himself a sharp reprimand for his earlier self-satisfaction. For on that screen, lines of text and charts leapt forth at a speed nearly indistinguishable, blurring into a whirlwind of knowledge. Yet, Lion's gaze remained fixated on the initial lines of text and the accompanying diagrams that appeared on the screen. The speed at which the display transitioned from one text to another was, astonishingly, outpaced by Lion's ability to read and comprehend. In merely 30 seconds, Lion could master the contents of a university-level textbook. Within half an hour, he could emerge as a comprehensive theoretical expert in a specialized field. If there existed a system capable of assessing the knowledge amassed by an individual, one might envision an array of upgrade icons materializing above Lion's head. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4. In that moment, Tony could have foreseen that his younger brother had transformed into a prodigious talent. Alas, there are no what-ifs. As 3 hours elapsed, Lion felt equipped with a solid foundation of knowledge and finally rose to his feet. Tony was engaged in his 13th experiment with the propulsion device. At this point, Tony could maintain a relatively stable hover in the air. Straining to control his balance, he cast a fleeting glance at Lion. Look who has arrived. Is our little lion finally aware of the challenges of learning and here to concede defeat to his brother Tony? Lion displayed an enigmatic smile, adjusting the non-existent glasses perched on his nose. No, I have completed the necessary studies and am now ready to join your research. Tony paused momentarily, amusement flickering across his features as he replied, Perfect. Although you may not be able to assist me greatly, you can certainly help with transporting heavy equipment. Gradually, he descended from the air and stumbled slightly before regaining his footing. Follow me. The propulsion system is nearly complete, and we can now begin crafting the remaining sections of the armor. Confident in his approach, Tony immersed himself in the creation of the armor, meticulously organizing subsequent tasks. Leon, retrieve the titanium alloy and gold. Didi, hold the magnifying glass steady. The two swiftly began collaborating on the armor's construction, with Tony primarily directing the operation. Lion occasionally posed questions, and Tony, engrossed in his focus, did not mind. He explained with unreserved candor. It seemed that despite considering his brother somewhat slow, he still hoped for Lion to absorb more of his expertise. Over there, that position is incorrect. You need to maneuver around and approach from this angle. Otherwise, a short circuit will occur. Ah, you must be joking. How could such a heavy load possibly accommodate a transformation device? Excellent. The flight stabilizer can be installed here. Leon, your strength is truly an invaluable asset in assembling and crafting equipment. I dare say no hydraulic press could surpass your utility. I should have had you assist me days ago. Throughout a full day and into the night, the two labored on the armor. Thanks to Lion's involvement, the assembly and fabrication of components became remarkably precise and efficient. For instance, if Tony required a part with IT-level precision on short notice, he would no longer have to wait for the factory to deliver it. On this particular night, it suffices for Leon to raise his fist, and he may procure components far superior to those of IT grade. Splendid. Tony's dark circles have transformed into pronounced bags under his eyes, yet his large eyes still gleam with vitality. What would typically require a month, if not several months, to meticulously craft the battle armor, astonishingly, with Leon's assistance, has reached 80% completion overnight. Tony's spirits are now extraordinarily high. He merely needs to take one final step before he could don the new armor and soar through the skies. No, Tony, I must leave, Leon firmly declined. What are you saying? Why do you want to go? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Leon shrugged. Have you forgotten? I mentioned that I would craft an armor superior to Mark S within 3 days. Now that I have mastered your skills, there is no reason for me to remain here. Besides, the final steps in your armor's creation are not overly complicated. You can manage them on your own. Therefore, I shall take my leave. I shall see you in 3 days, Tony. Leon waved his hand. I am heading to your laboratory. If you need anything, just come find me. What? Tony's mind was inundated with questions. Are you really going to build the armor by yourself? What ist? With your ordinary suddenly. Tony recalled the events of the previous night. Throughout Leon's assistance, the questions he posed evolved from simple inquiries to profound explorations, even inspiring Tony considerably. This indicated that Leon had indeed grasped the specialized knowledge. Tony was astounded by his own sudden recollection. Immersed in work and intensely focused, he had not noticed. Upon reflection, Leon had, in one night, transformed from a mechanical novice into a mechanical expert, not one inferior to himself. Your learning speed. Is this the essence of a superbrain? Tony exclaimed in astonishment, collapsing into a chair. What is this? Is it reasonable for a superbrain to operate in such a manner? This is beyond comprehension. Chapter 14. Tony's gift? Indeed, that is the case. However, to clarify, my rapid learning and cognitive speed may be somewhat accelerated, but my creative abilities are not necessarily superior to yours. Leon contemplated, concerned that Tony might be disheartened, and thus began to analyze his own capabilities. The iron armor represents the most comprehensive and advanced knowledge you possess. Each step embodies the pinnacle application of related expertise. Moreover, last night, you provided guidance in an almost hands-on manner. Thus, I was able to swiftly assimilate this knowledge. What I accomplished was merely a direct replication of your knowledge into my own understanding. Leon tapped his head lightly. This formidable learning and processing ability is what constitutes a superbrain. Furthermore, the superbrain does have its limitations in comics. In certain DC narratives, Superman's superbrain often allocates a significant portion of its computational power to restrain his own strength. However, I have yet to encounter such a dilemma. Leon gestured with his fingers, indicating a minuscule fraction. The mental capacity I utilize to restrict my super abilities is quite minimal. Therefore, wait for me, Tony. In 3 days' time, I shall wield your knowledge and my innovation to surpass you. Tony, slumped in his chair, felt his spirits lift slightly after hearing the explanation. He rose defiantly, his face a mask of disbelief. Are you joking, boy? Have you ever seen a plagiarist surpass the original creator? My masterpiece shall never succumb to defeat. Then let us await and see, O mortal intellect. Leon taunted as he ascended the stairs. In the garage, a fierce determination ignited once more in Tony's eyes. He would never concede defeat in his domain, especially not to that insufferable younger brother. Suddenly, Leon reappeared behind him. Oh right, I almost forgot. Tony, your condition is far from satisfactory. You must take a break. With those words, Tony felt a tingling sensation in his neck, and consciousness slipped away. Cheating. That scoundrel is resorting to underhanded tactics. Before succumbing to slumber, Tony cursed Leon inwardly, lamenting that if one couldn't play fair, they shouldn't play at all. Look at this infantile sleep, Leon remarked as he carried Tony and deposited him in his bedroom. Master Leon, your approach may seem somewhat unsporting. Mr. Stark is unlikely to accept this, Jarvis gently cautioned. Let him be obstinate. I was concerned he might suffer a blow to his psyche after my triumph, and remain despondent, Leon replied as he entered Tony's laboratory. You appear quite confident, Jarvis stated in an inquisitive tone. Indeed, I am, Leon asserted, activating the power sources at the workstation Tony typically utilized. After all, the initial phase of the armor's development primarily hinged on functionality rather than advanced technological demands. In my mind, I happen to possess several modification plans that do not require sophisticated technology. Let us be real. Not only the myriad of armored suits Tony developed in the films, but even those from the comics, I have some familiarity with from my previous life. The conceptualization of those armors was mere fantasy in my former existence. Yet in this realm, it is a path already traversed by other Tonys. He merely needs to follow these ideas and remain one step ahead of his elder brother. Poor Tony, he shall now dwell in the shadow of Leon. With a buoyant heart, Leon began transporting Days and Dumbo from the garage to commence his creation. All right, Days. First, stow away the arc reactor that Tony has prepared on the table. Master Leon, Jarvis interrupted suddenly. What is it? Miss Pepper has arrived. She is looking for you. That cannot be done at present. Please inform her that I shall emerge in 3 days. However, she has already descended. Then tell her Tony is in the bedroom. Apologies, but perhaps you might consider conveying this message to Miss Pepper in person. As Jarvis finished speaking, Pepper hurried down the stairs, appearing just outside the transparent partition of the laboratory. Upon catching sight of Leon, who was awkwardly smiling and greeting, she irritably tapped the glass partition and entered the code to step inside. Hello, Pepper. Good morning, Leon greeted her first. Pepper approached with an air of accusation. You didn't go to the office yesterday, Leon. Leon, preoccupied with learning to craft armor, had long forgotten the matter. He chuckled awkwardly, but Jobs went, Old Joe is diligent and hardworking. He will surely help you with the workload. But that does not excuse your retreat to home, Pepper remarked, scrutinizing Leon's disheveled hair after a sleepless night, unable to resist tidying it up a bit. What were you up to last night? Your hair and clothes are a mess. Please tell me you didn't imitate Tony and call those cover girls to your house. Pepper's gaze turned dangerous. Leon, like her own child, would be in dire trouble if Tony led him astray, and she would make certain to scold Tony thoroughly. No, Leon quickly interrupted. What do you mean again? I've never done that before, and certainly won't do such things in the future. You have nothing to worry about, Pepper. I look like this because of Tony. With a swift motion, he snatched the oldest arc reactor from the table. Look, Tony even prepared a gift for you. A gift? Pepper's curiosity piqued, her attention now drawn to the arc reactor, the very one that resided in Tony's chest. Indeed, that one. Leon elaborated. This little gadget is an arc generator, a brand new cold fusion energy source, symbolizing the future of humanity. Recently, Tony has been conducting research related to this innovation. It represents the next step for Stark Industries in bringing greater benefits to the world. And this, the arc reactor in my hands, is a gift from Tony to you. Leon elaborated further. This life-saving device was crafted in a cave belonging to a terrorist organization, and it is the world's first compact arc reactor. He intended to gift it to you after replacing it. But you know how he is. He could never express his feelings straightforwardly. Leon handed the arc reactor to Pepper. You understand the significance of this gift, don't you? Pepper did not take it, nor did she speak, for she was overwhelmed with emotion. The importance of this gesture was monumental, profoundly romantic. She covered her mouth with both hands, momentarily rendered speechless. Did he really gift this to me? She thought as she gingerly accepted the arc reactor, happiness arriving so unexpectedly that she felt at a loss. Chapter 15 today, Stark was bustling with activity. Naturally, if he were here, he would say Leon elongated his voice. Pepper, I have many habits, but nostalgia is not one of them. So you can deal with this however you wish, whether to smash it or burn it. Pepper couldn't help but chuckle at how much Leon had imitated Tony. She gazed at the arc reactor in her hands, unable to take her eyes off it. It was indeed something he would say. With a beaming smile, she asked, "Where is he now?" Leon shrugged. "He is sleeping. He had been working late for several nights, so I knocked him out. No sleep for several days? Goodness, Leon, you did the right thing. Is he in the bedroom? Of course, go check on him." "All right, I'm on it." Pepper nodded repeatedly and left the laboratory with a brisk and hurried step. I know. Leon beamed with a broad smile, tidying up a few small gadgets before deciding to take a rest. Pepper shot him an affirming glance. "That is simply splendid." As he watched Pepper disappear down the corridor, Leon let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that has settled." Jarvis interjected, "Young Master Leon, is this truly wise?" Mr. Stark did not. "What does it matter? If it weren't for me, Tony would undoubtedly have entrusted that arc reactor to Pepper, and his words would have been quite similar to mine," Leon replied nonchalantly. "Why not try simulating it yourself and see if the outcome differs?" Jarvis paused for a few seconds. Based on Mr. Stark's past behavioral patterns, the similarity of the simulation results is 83%. "Exactly. I merely embellished the process," Leon shrugged. "In terms of results, Pepper is happy, Tony is content, and I have gained leisure time, a trifecta of victories." Jarvis promptly remarked, "Mr. Stark will surely express his gratitude once he learns of this." Leon raised an eyebrow. "He must be grateful. Now that we are free from interruptions, let us commence the creation of the armored suit." When Tony awoke once more, the world seemed somewhat peculiar. Pepper had become exceedingly gentle. Jarvis routinely inquired about his well-being. As for Leon, that cunning rascal wouldn't even allow him into the laboratory. It was his own laboratory. Humph, with Leon's secretive demeanor, he probably couldn't construct the armor and was too ashamed to admit it. Tony maliciously speculated upon discovering he had slept an entire day away. "Very well," Tony huffed as he strode into the underground garage, determined to assemble his armor. "Even if I cannot enter the laboratory, I will undoubtedly triumph over Leon in the competition 2 days hence, and then pour a heated cola down his throat. Now, dummy, bring over the stand." And you fumble. After waiting a while, Tony realized something was amiss. "Dummy? Where are you, dummy?" And fumble. He searched high and low, only to discover that none of his intelligent mechanical arms were present. Unbelievable. Leon hadn't left him a single arm. They had all transformed into his shapes. Tony was beside himself with frustration. After all, he lacked superhuman strength and required machinery to assemble the armor. 2 days later, another rare sunny day dawned upon the west coast of Los Angeles. The sunlight reflecting off the sea merged seamlessly with the waves, each splash resembling a prism. From the Stark mansion, one could gaze out over the vast expanse of shimmering ocean for miles. Sailboats and cruise ships traversed the waters, presenting a serene tableau. Yet, even this tranquility could not diminish the palpable tension within Stark Mansion today. In the cool-toned underground garage, sunlight streamed in at an angle through the entrance, dividing the expansive space of over 100 square meters into dark and bright halves. Leon entered the garage from outside, and under the sunlight, the tips of his hair appeared somewhat translucent, enveloped in a golden glow. Tony sat at the far end of the garage, donning a felt hat that cast a shadow over his face. "I've arrived," Leon said coldly. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Tony's eyes, concealed beneath the brim, reflected a sense of foreboding. "You are destined to lose. You ought not to have come." "WTF?" Startled, Tony leapt from his chair. Perhaps sensing a loss of momentum, he decided to make a bold move. He tossed his hat onto the table, exclaiming in frustration, "Jarvis, what on earth is this dreadful music?" "Mr. Stark, this is Extreme Ways, a piece Leon requested I play in advance. It is the theme from the film The Bourne Identity." Tony was at a loss for words. "Leon, today we are competing with armor, not in a gunfight. Are you planning to draw a weapon when you find yourself outmatched?" "What are you talking about, Tony?" Leon replied, seemingly confused. "I am simply using this thrilling music to forewarn you that you will lose today's contest." "Is that so?" If mere bravado could secure victory, then those underground rappers in America would reign supreme. Tony shot back with veiled sarcasm. Unfazed, Leon countered, "You haven't even unveiled your armor yet you boast so boldly. Who is truly the one feeling insecure? Then show me what you've created in these past few days," Tony declared, glancing around the empty space. "But aside from you, there seems to be nothing here. Are you merely pretending to be capable of crafting armor while knowing you cannot?" Tony spread his arms wide. "Leon, do not act this way. As your elder brother, I have always taught you the value of honesty. If you cannot accomplish something, a simple apology would suffice, and I would forgive you." No need to rush. You'll see it shortly," Leon replied with a smile. "Why not now?" Tony raised an eyebrow. Leon pointed at Tony, gesturing because, according to international custom, ladies first. Tony's expression darkened. Kid, I don't recall teaching you to speak to a gentleman in such a manner. Is that so? Leon crossed his arms. Who was it that told me on the day of my graduation, just before taking the stage to speak, that ladies come first? That was nearly a year ago. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. But you have learned how a young gentleman should address another gentleman. Leon maintained his stance. Fine, I concede. It was my mistake, but you must refrain from such remarks in the future. It is quite rude. Tony, unusually serious, responded, of course. I would only say such things to you. Tony turned away, choosing not to engage further with this young rascal. Chapter 16. The verbal sparring before the contest is an essential part of the exchange. Tony stood before the experimental setup he had constructed. In the center of the arena stood a massive frame. Beneath it loomed a 2-meter-tall figure, shrouded in a large black cloth. Its contours suggested a humanoid form. Clearly, this was Tony's armor. You should consider yourself fortunate, Tony proclaimed, arms outstretched. You shall witness the debut of the greatest masterpiece in the world. And you shall witness it twice. Leon did not deny it. It seems that way indeed. Now, please, commence your performance. Tony's expression grew more serious as he kept his hands open. Let us begin, Jarvis. With a creak, upon command, several mechanical arms emerged from the framework behind Tony, unveiling a black cloth. A suit of armor in its raw steel hue emerged dramatically, its metallic sheen reflecting sunlight like water. For a fleeting moment, it seemed to illuminate the basement. The mechanical arms worked tirelessly, disassembling the armor's components one by one before adorning Tony with them. The steel plates, seemingly alive, converged upon him, enveloping him completely. Once Tony was fully clad in the armor, the mechanical arms withdrew, and the suit's eyes glowed ominously. With a hiss, the gaps between the armor plates exhaled air like breathing. Behold, this is my armor, Tony commanded as he extended the suit's arms. Flames erupting from both his feet and palms. He soared into the air, suspended. This is Mark II? Now I can fly. Wow, cool, Leon exclaimed, captivated by the metallic brilliance of the armor. Jarvis interjected, somewhat untimely. Mr. Stark, the flight capabilities of Mark II still require further testing. No, Jarvis. Sometimes we must first run before we can learn to walk, Tony insisted, clearly eager to soar through the skies. Hovering, he retracted the faceplate and turned his gaze towards Leon. Mark II is equipped with flight stabilizers, impact thrusters, and a host of other advanced systems, making it a technological marvel of its time. Now, what about your armor? Crafted entirely from titanium steel, powered by a new energy core, and integrated with the Jarvis system. It is indeed a groundbreaking creation. However, he quickly added, but this is still far from sufficient. I recall there were gold materials in the spare parts. How did you not incorporate them? That would be a grave oversight. Tony appeared perplexed. Why would incorporating gold into the armor be necessary? That seems superfluous. In a few minutes, you will discover the answer to that question on my armor, Leon replied, retracting his admiration and rolling up his sleeves to reveal 2 glowing wristbands. Watch closely. This is my armor. Jarvis, initiate the sequence. Beep. An electronic sound echoed as the lights on Leon's wristbands turned red. Suddenly, a roaring noise erupted from above the garage, accompanied by the sound of various objects shattering. Tony's expression turned odd. It sounds like something broke in my lab. What on earth are you doing? It might be a slight hiccup in the predetermined route. Look, it's coming. Leon suddenly began to levitate, spreading his arms in the air. In the next moment, a flame-spewing red and blue elliptical flying capsule soared in from outside the garage. Is your armor a giant tin can? My goodness, how is this even possible? Tony instinctively began to tease, but quickly fell silent as the red and blue flying capsule began to disassemble upon entering the garage. The components of the steel battle armor unfurled in the air, exhaling flames as they seamlessly adhered to lion's form. The vibrant red and blue scales fitted meticulously around his torso, culminating in an armor adorned with a blue base and red accents. The eyes of the armor illuminated, each part adjusting its position in harmony with Lion's movements, resembling a living, breathing entity. This was truly a masterpiece of iron craftsmanship, a streamlined silhouette embodying both strength and elegance. Upon the completion of the assembly, flames erupted from the soles and the back, allowing Lion to hover effortlessly. He gestured to various parts of his armor, elaborating on the newly integrated functionalities. My armor is powered by wristbands. When idle, it serves as a flight capsule, ready to provide remote support when necessary. Although it currently lacks weaponry, numerous slots remain available for potential armaments. Most notably, this suit features propulsion devices on the back, enabling hands-free operation during flight for combat or casual gestures. Additionally, it boasts a liquid filtration system, allowing the user to relieve themselves conveniently while airborne. Tony, astonished with his mouth agape, hastily interjected, wait. That last statement sounded a bit off. Are you suggesting you'll relieve yourself while wearing the armor? Isn't that rather distasteful? Oh, is that so? I had assumed you would appreciate such a feature, Lion replied with a feigned innocence. He was well aware of Tony's peculiarities. The liquid filtration functionality had been boasted by Tony himself in a previous film. The interruption was likely a result of Tony's inability to handle the provocative nature of the comment, as he often did, nitpicking for flaws. Appreciate? That's absurd. Such a revolting and unnecessary feature is an affront to the very essence of the armor, Tony declared earnestly. Lion raised an eyebrow. Regardless, I have triumphed in this contest. Correct? He counted off on his fingers. Your armor possesses fewer capabilities than mine, and mine is far more convenient to wear. The disparity is evident, so, oh no, Lion, you have miscalculated one vital aspect. Tony quickly attempted to clarify. What is armor? It is a weapon. Its primary function is combat. And having an abundance of superfluous features is merely a waste of time. So, Lion gestured for Tony to continue. Thus, when comparing armors, the most crucial factors are their performance metrics, such as speed, environmental adaptability, and strength. I have no objections. But how shall we compare? Lion pondered, formulating a plan in his mind. I propose we ascend into the sky together and see who can soar faster and farther. Tony snapped his fingers. That was precisely my thought. Very well, let us venture outside and have J-A-R-V-I-S signal to start. Then, Lion shall increase the power of his thrusters and take flight. Oh, you intend to challenge me in the armor? Tony sensed an underlying issue. Is there any other way to compete? You want it? Chapter 17. All in victory. I mean, you can fly on your own, right? If your armor isn't fast enough, and you end up flying past me on your own, how would that be accounted for? Tony finally recalled that Lion's speed surpassed that of the steel armor by several multiples. Am I the type to resort to cheating? You wouldn't cheat, would you? Especially after knocking me out just 2 days ago? Fine, then I shall exit the armor. Jarvis, you take control of the suit. Wait, you mean this armor can operate autonomously? Tony had not yet reached that level of innovation. How about that? My armor is formidable, isn't it? Indeed, it is a commendable concept. However, I had considered it previously, though time was insufficient. You truly are impressive, Tony. Ahem. Well then, Jarvis, are you ready? We are about to commence our contest. Tony, feeling a hint of trepidation, diverted the topic. Very well, Mr. Stark, I shall commence the countdown in 3 seconds. Are you prepared? I've been ready for quite some time. Jarvis issued the command. On your mark, 3, 2, 1, go. Both suits ignited their thrusters simultaneously, soaring into the sky with full power, leaving a long trail of flame across the horizon. Lion gazed at the vanishing figures in the clouds, unable to resist a comment. Frankly, both suits are rather slow. Indeed, for me, these armors serve little purpose beyond nostalgia. He then adjusted his collar, activating the biofield, and shot into the high heavens like a meteor in reverse. Oh wow! Tony continued to accelerate in the sky, experiencing a sense of freedom in flight that was unparalleled. For millennia, the sky has loomed high above humanity. To ascend and conquer the skies is an instinct embedded within our very genes. No wonder so many have attempted to soar throughout history. This feeling is simply magnificent. Tony was exhilarated, feeling like the indomitable mechanical king at that moment. Jarvis, has Lion's armor been left far behind? He felt certain of the answer. However, Jarvis remained unyielding. I regret to inform you, Mr. Stark, that you have been outpaced by my subroutine control mech by 3 city blocks. What? Tony was taken aback. This cannot be. Apologies, but the truth is that you and Master Lion's armor are now separated by 700 meters. Tony looked upward, yet the clouds obscured his view of the heights above. This must be a mistake. Accelerate, Jarvis, full throttle. The Mark II unleashed greater thrust, parting the clouds as it ascended. Yet minutes later, Tony still could not spot Lion's armor, nor even a trace of exhaust. Damn it, how is it so fast? Because Master Lion has employed a more coordinated motion system, reducing the suit's weight, thus enhancing both acceleration and top speed, Jarvis reported. Well, I must concede that the kid is a genius. However, I cannot afford to lose this contest. Jarvis, engage overload power. Sir, I must caution you that continuing to ascend may lead to ice formation on the armor due to excessively low temperatures. Trust me, keep flying. After several more minutes, Tony faintly glimpsed the tail flame of Lion's armor. Very well, it is as such. Pursue it relentlessly and then surpass it with fervor. Sir, the exterior of the armor has succumbed to frost, and further flight may result in damage to its components. Pay it no mind. Accelerate further. Tony, filled with fervor, now has his competitive spirit thoroughly ignited. In a fervent comic, he would undoubtedly manifest extraordinary prowess and exceed the capabilities of Lioness armor, achieving a remarkable comeback. Unfortunately, the laws of physics in the Marvel Universe do not yield to such motivations. In this realm, it is only those with profound misfortune who can disregard the laws of physics and achieve miraculous triumphs. As altitude continues to rise, layers of frost envelop the exterior of Mark II, rapidly thickening. The armor's acceleration begins to wane. Jarvis has yet to issue a warning. In the next moment, Mark II abruptly loses power. Tony's upright form becomes unbalanced, plummeting like a frantic frog. Jarvis, deploy the wings. Tony realizes the armor has frozen and is unresponsive, attempting to summon Jarvis. However, a short circuit has rendered the intelligence system inoperative. The descent accelerates, gravity mercilessly exerting its formidable force at this moment. Oh no, Lion, save me. Tony cries out in panic. The next second, no problem, Tony. Lion instantly appears before Mark II, catching it mid-fall, halting its descent immediately. This insufferable sense of security is utterly maddening. Tony, still shaken, exclaims, "My heavens, that was truly perilous." "Thank you, Lion, though I know you were just below." Watching me falter. "Do not say that. I was rather curious to see if you could maintain your composure and turn the tide." "You better be thinking that." Tony takes a deep breath to steady his nerves. Phew. Meanwhile, Jarvis pilots Lioness armor, descending gracefully. "Sir, I am relieved to see you are unharmed." "That was indeed a harrowing experience." Jarvis expresses concern in his mechanical voice. Tony does not contest this. On the way back, he suddenly inquires, "The gold you mentioned, is it used to address the issue of ice formation at high altitudes?" Precisely, incorporating gold material allows the armor to function under extreme conditions. Tony falls into a profound silence. Upon returning to the underground garage, Tony, with the assistance of the intelligent arm, removes the armor. "Lion, you have one?" He sits down, somewhat dejected. "Indeed, I have one," Lion replies with a cheerful smile. He sits beside Tony and adds, "However, in truth, you have also emerged victorious, Tony." He explains, in response to Tony's puzzled gaze, "It is you who taught me how to forge an iron armor, enabling me to create it." Just as if you were to impart this knowledge to other professors of mechanics, would they not learn? Of course, they would learn, and due to the diversity of thought, they might even construct armors with greater functionalities than yours. The most challenging aspect in this world has never been learning or extending knowledge, but rather the act of creation from nothingness. Tony, you are the one who has brought this creation into existence. Without you, it is likely that 2 decades hence, no one would have the capability to construct a compact fusion reactor, nor to fabricate an armored suit. My recent triumph over you merely stems from my refinement of certain aspects that you were unable to perfect in time. Do you truly believe, Tony, that these endeavors are beyond your reach? Tony promptly shook his head. Of course not. Just give me a bit of time, and I can achieve it as well. Leon patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, "You see, Tony, you merely lack a touch of time. I have simply utilized my superior intellect to save that time." The frustration that had recently clouded Tony's demeanor began to dissipate, revealing a complex expression in his eyes. "Leon, you have truly transformed. Did you only just realize? I have become like a miniature superhero. How could I possibly remain the same?" "No, I mean you have matured. Forgive me. I cannot discern whether you are ridiculing or praising me. I am undoubtedly praising you." "Stop. Why are you suddenly taking jabs at me? What did I just say?" "You won. You have indeed won." Oh, this vexing competitive spirit of adolescence. You should hasten to attend Columbia instead of lingering at home to irritate me. Look at you. Tony, you're getting anxious again. Get lost. Go far away. All right then, I shall gracefully take my leave. With that, Leon swiftly donned his armor and vanished in a flash. Tony shook his head in resignation, then smiled, marveling at the remarkable turn of events. Chapter 18, Strength Test. A few days later, on a rainy day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the fine rain transformed the sea outside Stark Manor into a surface resembling honeycomb coal. In the underground garage, Leon donned a snug, responsive suit, with circular metal plates affixed to various parts of his body, their ends connected by sensory wires to a colossal machine. "Are you certain this metal pillar can gauge my strength?" he inquired, flexing his wrists. Today was the day he and Tony had agreed to test their strength and newfound abilities. As dawn broke, sunlight struggled to pierce through the layers of clouds, and Tony eagerly roused him from slumber. After freshening up and having breakfast, they made their way to the underground garage. On the wall, facing the sea in the garage, A circular metal pillar with a 3-meter radius stood firmly fixed in place. "This is the apparatus for testing strength," Tony declared confidently. "Why do you always phrase facts as questions?" Leon replied skeptically. Tony continued, "6 months ago, when you ventured into space, I anticipated this day would come. So I preemptively constructed this strength tester. Most of its materials are derived from a tungsten alloy I specifically synthesized. With a high melting point, significant density, and exceptional wear resistance, it will not deform under the weight of millions of tons, nor can it be damaged by impacts of several tons. The alloy I created in the process of developing this tester will be far superior for constructing naval vessels, even beyond the standards of this era." Standing at his computer desk, Tony asserted, "So rest assured, I can guarantee it will not be damaged by you." Leon still harbored doubt. "Tony, do you realize that your current air of confidence mirrors exactly what it was just days ago during our competition? This is not safe." Lion remarked, "At the very least, you should don your armor first." Tony, tapping his forehead, retorted, "Am I not safe from over 10 meters away? When did you become so arrogant? Put on your armor." Lion reiterated, "Fine, I will wear it." Tony raised his hands, declaring that he would don the suit just to ease the worries of their little princess. 2 bracelets on his wrists emitted a crimson glow. Moments later, a red and gold flight pod swooped in from outside the garage, quickly transforming into armor that enveloped Tony. This was Mark III, a suit crafted directly from Lion's data, replicated over the past few days. Aside from the power source, which was not derived from a new element, it possessed nearly all the functionalities of the Mark VII from the film. Note: Lion had lent a hand to expedite the completion. Another note: Tony had deliberately excluded the liquid circulation function in Lion's presence, as he anticipated that he would inevitably suffer for it in the future, yielding to the law of deliciousness. "Is this satisfactory now?" Tony stretched his legs and gestured. "I look forward to your performance." Lion, rolling his eyes, thought it absurd that this old man had to plagiarize his lines. "I hope the tester you created is as resilient as your words." He stood before the entirely black tester, taking a deep breath, causing the air in the basement to stir into a breeze. On the other side, Tony, bewildered by such a spectacle, glanced around at the papers swirling in the wind. He then saw Lion slowly crouch down, his muscles taut, resembling the most exquisite sculpted stone. Something felt amiss. Tony stared entranced, as Lion let out a low growl and suddenly unleashed a punch. In an instant, the entire underground garage was transformed. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to missiles detonating near his ears, filling Tony's world with chaos. Everywhere he looked, debris and dust were rampant. The sudden gale knocked him off his feet, and furniture crashed down upon him, threatening to sweep him away into the unknown. Had it not been for Jarvis activating the thrusters of the armor in time, Tony would surely have vanished within the garage. Thankfully, this tumult did not last long. Mere moments later, the sensation of earth-shattering destruction receded. The garage was shrouded in dust, visibility nearly obliterated. Cough, cough, what just happened? Tony deactivated the thrusters and stumbled a few steps upon landing. Then, he heard Lion exhale deeply. The fierce wind rose again, but this time it was far gentler, merely clearing away some debris and smoke from the air. Clarity returned to his vision. Yet, Tony's mind was in a state of disarray. The once minimalist basement had transformed into a war-torn wreck reminiscent of Syria. Scarred and battered, it resembled a dilapidated structure. Everything that had been in the room, glass, machinery, lights, had vanished. The limited edition sports cars parked in the garage were gone as well. Even the tester, which he had believed could withstand any impact, was reduced to an empty shell. Beyond the void lay a misty ocean. My God, time had slipped into the afternoon. The setting is a grassy field on the outskirts of Los Angeles, featuring the characters Lion and his brother Tony. A gentle rain falls as Lion, clad in a shirt, relentlessly strikes a massive circular iron post. "You claimed this iron post could withstand my strength," he quips, "yet I exerted barely half my power, and it transformed from a flat shape into a convex body. Moreover, it fell into the ocean, forcing me to dive beneath the waves to retrieve it. Come on, Lion. Even God wouldn't anticipate your strength to be so outrageous. Heaven knows you have only basked in the sun for 6 months. Yet your power has surged to such an extraordinary extent, resembling an exponential growth. Reflect on those 3 months you spent under the Los Angeles sun 6 months ago. Over 90 days, you only gained a little over 400 tons of strength. Who could have foreseen you would become so formidable? And look at that television series Smallville. Clark Kent couldn't even fly when he entered high school, and he had soaked up the sun for over a decade." Lion pauses his activity and presses his earpiece. "You still watch Superman shows? I find that series quite well made. It beautifully portrays Superman's journey of growth. However, you probably haven't seen the latter half, where Superman's feats become utterly preposterous. Tony counters, but he certainly didn't gain strength as rapidly as you did. Well, perhaps it's because I've already reached adulthood, or maybe my solar exposure in space is simply more efficient, Lion speculates. Chapter 19. This level of power is still woefully insufficient. Currently, we cannot find a testing tool capable of withstanding your full-force punch. We must adopt an alternative method, employing multidimensional data to estimate your approximate strength. Tony is always quick with solutions. What would you have me do? Lion inquires. Exert your strength in midair. It shouldn't affect your condition, right? It won't. I possess a biological force field. Tony calibrates the instruments and communicates via radio, then ascend and, like Superman pushing an asteroid, apply downward force on that tester. While this won't measure your punching power, it will assess your lifting strength. Later, we can evaluate your punching speed, allowing Jarvis to combine the data to estimate your punching force. All right, Lion soars into the air, his body flipping as he places both hands on the iron post. I shall commence my exertion. Remember to utilize your maximum strength. Of course. Lion's gaze sharpens, his muscles bulging as he pushes down with all his might. Tony's side responds swiftly. Almost instantaneously, the numbers on the screen leap to 9 digits, startling him. The data continues to rise rapidly until Lion emits a fierce roar, causing it to plateau and begin to oscillate. That's enough. Tony's voice trembles slightly. Lion exhales deeply. What is my thrust? Tony swallows hard. 370 million kilograms, equating to 370 tons. Jarvis estimates your single arm strength to be between 140 to 190 tons. Is it truly that high? Lion expresses his astonishment. That figure is indeed quite substantial. In a recently unveiled DC film, the Steel Superman is portrayed with a power limit of merely 800,000 tons. Although this marks his initial appearance, and he has yet to fully develop. He has basked in the sun for over 20 years. In contrast, he has only enjoyed 6 months of sunlight. Despite this substantial strength, which is sufficient for him to dominate on Earth, it remains inadequate. Leon clenched his fist, contemplating the Earth as but a small pond, surrounded by giants beyond its shores. He has a long journey ahead and must continue to seek ways to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Tony, listening to Leon's musings from a distance, rolled his eyes in exasperation. The display of humble bragging had sapped his desire to retort, prompting him to focus on the computer and commence the next test. It was time for a punching speed assessment, urging Leon to unleash his maximum speed while attacking. Leon pondered, recalling that he typically employed a biofield to shield the surrounding environment while striking. Thus, he decided to utilize the fastest punch achievable under full power, constrained by the limits of his biofield. Positioned atop a metal beam, he prepared to execute a powerful punch. He coiled his waist, twisted his hips, and thrust forward with a standard straight punch. Drawing from the martial arts techniques learned days prior, Leon aimed to maximize his strength. However, this punch was merely a feint, devoid of the colossal force it could wield. Beep! From a distance, Tony observed Leon, who appeared motionless. Yet, unexpectedly, a figure on his computer screen surged dramatically without warning. An astonishing speed of 769 meters per second, nearly 32 Mach. Is this your peak speed when exerting force? Tony leaned over the desk, fixated on the screen. Leon mistakenly assumed Tony shared his perception of this velocity as subpar. In reality, he could indeed strike faster. But exceeding this speed would breach his biofield, risking collateral damage to the environment, much like the earlier incident in the garage. Tony clicked his tongue in disbelief. You can still go faster? You are nothing short of a deity among mortals. Deity? Leon scoffed. That is merely an understatement. It remains insufficient. As I grow stronger, my biofield will enhance accordingly, allowing my punching speed to escalate further. Still not enough? Tony found this notion unfathomable. Do you realize the magnitude of devastation your punch would deliver at that speed, with your immense strength? Roughly akin to a small meteorite striking the Earth, Leon replied. Tony rubbed his face in disbelief. That's about right. Jarvis, provide him with the precise figures. Certainly, sir. Master Leon, according to the model calculations. At an instantaneous acceleration reaching 31 Mach, your single-arm punch could unleash over 15 trillion newtons of impact force within a second, equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 240 Hiroshima atomic bombs. At this revelation, Tony slammed his hand on the table. That translates to a staggering 360,000 tons of TNT. And this does not even account for the smaller surface area of your fist, which would magnify the pressure. Jarvis continued, Indeed, Master Leon, you are essentially a mobile hydrogen bomb, equipped with limitless firepower. Tony inhaled deeply, his excitement palpable as he contemplated the implications. Who could have imagined that this little brother, with whom I bicker daily, harbors such immense power? Do you still feel that your strength is insufficient? I wonder why you long to grow stronger. Could it be that my protection during your childhood was inadequate? No. Tony, you have always been exceptionally kind to me, even to the point of carrying me like a charm while pursuing romantic interests. Yet, there are myriad reasons behind this desire. Upon reflection, it seems that Tony's assessment holds some truth. It was indeed the fear of being apprehended by the Time Management Bureau during our youth that instilled a psychological shadow, propelling my yearning for strength. Having endured the helplessness of anxiety, I have come to appreciate the paramount importance of wielding power. What could the reason be? Is it merely that I was preoccupied with my own romantic pursuits, prompting your jealousy to manifest in a desire to overpower me? Tony's thoughts swirled chaotically, leading him to make a flippant remark. Indeed, I should probably strike you, Lion replied, pressing his communication earpiece. All right, let us proceed to the next test. There is much more to astonish you. Over the next hour, Lion conducted a series of tests: thermal ray temperature assessment, freezing breath range evaluation, X-ray vision examination, and flight capability analysis. Tony's gasps of astonishment transitioned from utter disbelief to a state of near exhaustion. From exclamations of "oh my god" to "what the hell," and finally, "you must be joking." One cannot blame Tony for his desensitization. Lion's displays were simply too extravagant. The freezing breath capable of instantly freezing several kilometers of land was deemed still far from adequate. The X-ray vision, which could penetrate the globe, was criticized for its inability to see through lead, rendering it flawed and practically useless. Even the super hearing was dismissed with a remark that it was too noisy to be of any significant benefit. By the end of the testing procedure, Tony was left with little else on his mind except the desire to plant a firm kiss from his size 42 shoe upon Lion's face. What is next? What is the next ability? Tony's eyes dimmed, slumped in his chair, his hand weakly maneuvering the mouse. Chapter 20. Tony's family conversation. The next ability? Well, that's it. All tests are complete. Tony, Lion shrugged. All done. Upon hearing this, Tony perked up, his posture straightening with renewed vigor. He enlarged the graph on his computer screen. I expected you would provide me with an entire page listing your abilities. An entire page? That's quite an exaggeration. Lion approached Tony, questioning, why is that impossible? With a theatrical tone, Tony replied, I distinctly recall you stating that you possess all of Superman's abilities. I had anticipated you showcasing feats akin to reversing time as seen in Superman I, or using thermal rays to heal wounds. Lion descended before Tony. Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly possess such capabilities? You claim that whatever powers Superman has, you also possess, Tony insisted, recalling the earnest expression you wore in the garage when you said that. After all, this world lacks a Superman portrayed by Henry Cavill. Other cinematic superheroes far surpass him. Hence, the comparison you made in your mind was, in fact, with Cavill as portrayal. Superman's unparalleled strength stems from being the protagonist of a comic book. His fellow Kryptonians are not nearly as formidable as he is, nor am I. Leon approached the computer, scrutinizing the records. Do not be deceived by my rapidly increasing strength. I suspect that I am already nearing my limits at this level. Tony found this to be a rather intriguing topic. Is that so? It is indeed reasonable. A life form capable of reproduction should not possess the ability for infinite evolution. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps we could conduct a simple experiment to establish a model that estimates your growth curve in the future. Leon eagerly agreed, expressing that he wished to pursue this endeavor, but would require Tony's assistance for the subsequent tests. I have no objections, Tony readily accepted. Leon chuckled and patted Tony on the shoulder. Thank you, Tony. Damn, you shouldn't have mentioned that basement. I can already picture Pepper's angry expression. Tony gazed upward, where countless raindrops fell incessantly. How about this? You handle Pepper, and I'll take care of the basement. Although he was not particularly fond of this arrangement, he conceded deal. As night fell, Leon employed the bioforce field in conjunction with heat vision and freezing breath to solidify the last section of the newly reconstructed wall. He casually wiped the cement from his palm onto his fitted denim overalls. Who done? He leaned against the wall, surveying the area, thoroughly pleased with his accomplishments that evening. The once battered and battle-scarred basement had been transformed. Even the spray paint had been redone. One could only say that the productivity of superpowers is indeed remarkable. After confirming everything was in order, Leon ascended the stairs. He stepped into the yard, casually shedding his overalls before diving into the pool. The humid summer night enveloped the pool in mist, and the sound of waves lapping against the shore was refreshing. Water droplets cascaded down his body, tracing along his chest and, accentuating every contour of his muscles. Exhausted, are we? Congratulations, you have been promoted to the Stark family's renovation boy. Henceforth, there shall be no more worries about home renovations. Tony's voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Leon chuckled. You're not wrong. You really ought to go to work, Tony. Which CEO stays at home like you, avoiding the office? Such a company is destined for loss and closure. Tony swirled his glass of red wine. Perhaps I happen to have such a CEO right beside me. Oh, please, I'll soon find a successor unlike you, Leon retorted, taking a hearty sip from his glass. The conversation between the two came to a close. After swimming a few laps, Tony paused beside Leon, slightly breathless, and gazed at the starry sky, mirroring Leon's posture. Leon, Tony suddenly called out, leaving the sentence hanging. What is it? Just say what you want to say without being so coy. Leon discerned Tony's hesitance. Tony shrugged. I just feel that perhaps we brothers should have a proper conversation. What brings on the sudden desire to talk? Is this some paternal concern from you? Tony? Did I frighten you today? Tony nodded. You did indeed scare me, but not entirely. I never anticipated that your power would manifest in such an extraordinary manner today. He paused, sipping his red wine, and remarked, that has surpassed the boundaries of what is comprehensible to the mundane world. The force of a single punch equates to 3.6 million tons of TNT. There is no one in this world capable of thwarting you in any endeavor. Not even I, Tony exclaimed in awe. Gazing at Leon's sculpturally perfect physique, you are astonishing. Had anyone else participated in today's test, they might have been so overwhelmed that they couldn't sleep tonight. What about you? Leon inquired directly. Of course not. I am your dearest old brother. I remember when you were 2 and urinated on me. I still took you to the ball to admire the beautiful ladies. How could I possibly be intimidated by your newfound strength? I can only rejoice for you. Tony's sincerity was palpable. Leon understood that Tony never lied, for no one had the right to compel him to do so. Moreover, in that moment, Tony's tone was remarkably gentle, flowing like water, making it instinctual to believe him. I know, Leon, you have never been one to wield power or wealth to take liberties. After all, in nearly 19 years, you have never exploited money or the adulation of others for nefarious purposes. Just like me, Tony added, not neglecting to include himself. So, I wish to inquire about your future plans. At that moment, Tony resembled a father earnestly instructing his son on the brink of entering society, guiding him with care. In his words, one could discern his fear that Leon, suddenly endowed with power, might become like a nouveau riche, losing balance in his mindset. Even though Leon felt a hint of condescension in this concern, he couldn't help but be touched by the genuine care Tony displayed after setting aside his pride. Chapter 21. The Path Ahead. After posing his question, Tony, worried that Leon might take offense, even lightened the mood with a jest. For instance, he suggested that Leon could become a superhero and save the world, dragging all the nuclear warheads into outer space for obliteration, or perhaps finding several girlfriends to pass on his formidable genes. Come on, tell me, you appear utterly unperturbed. You must have your own thoughts. Satisfy my curiosity, dear brother. Tony coaxed. If I had such abilities, I'd D-date 10 cover models in a single night, and then soar into the solar system to see if there are any extraterrestrials, preferably encountering some alien beauties along the way. Leon chuckled, recognizing that this was indeed something Tony would do. Perhaps there are no alien beauties, only face-hugging creatures awaiting you. He joined in the jest. I am quite different from you. I don't have many aspirations. I will continue to live as I always have. Previously, I was the second heir of Stark Industries, greeted with smiles wherever I went, and the world offered me kindness. Now that I have grown stronger, that will not change. I have no reason to engage in wrongdoing. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, beautifully articulated, my child. Tony nodded, his eyes reflecting the pride of a father witnessing his son's growth. Leon took a deep breath and said, Tony, if you continue to look at me that way, I will certainly strike your backside with the slippers Pepper just bought. I am merely your brother. Do not always perceive me as your son, all right? Tony, taken aback, replied. Leon, you see, you're always so sensitive. Perhaps a toast will make you feel like an adult. By your reasoning, if I'm not an adult, then neither are you, Leon retorted. They clinked their glasses, yet Leon remained oblivious to the trap in Tony's words. He continued, I haven't finished what I was saying. Although I do not intend to change my daily routine, I will embark on a different path. What path? Tony exclaimed, rising abruptly from the water. The path to becoming stronger. Leon drained his glass of red wine. But you're already strong enough. Tony was astonished. There are no kryptonite stones in this world, nor is there anyone you cannot defeat. Why seek further strength? Leon smiled and replied, not now, but there will be in the future. Tony remained non-committal. And how do you plan to grow stronger? By continuing to bask in the sun? Leon shook his head. Of course, I must soak up the sun, but relying solely on it has its limits. Therefore, I plan to enhance my abilities from multiple angles, learning magic, practicing qigong, and acquiring knowledge in the sciences. With sufficient knowledge, perhaps I can research genetics to elevate my physical potential. The moon reflected in the water as Leon gently clenched his fist. Research genetics? Like the super soldier serum of Captain America? Tony felt an unsettling premonition that should be of no use to you. Indeed, it is not. But I intend to study my own genes. Leon gazed at Tony. The genes of Kryptonians. Tony was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? Those in comics who research Kryptonian genetics often meet a disastrous fate. It was evident that Tony had recently read quite a few DC comics to be aware of Doomsday. That is a biological weapon of the Kryptonians, solely designed for slaughter, bringing destruction to the world, and even Krypton itself could not contain that power. Tony's demeanor turned serious. This is not an easy road, nor a smooth path. If Kryptonian genetics were so easily studied, with their numerous super intellects, Kryptonians would have long ascended to godhood. Leon, perhaps you should reconsider. There are many pathways to strength that do not require genetic research, and I can help you seek them. Leon shook his head. I will explore other methods, but I will not abandon the pursuit of genetic enhancement as a fundamental means to increase my power. Tony, feeling a headache coming on, submerged his face in the water. He felt like a parent dealing with a rebellious teenager, his mind racing with thoughts of how to persuade him without knowing where to begin. Have you considered, Leon, that if an unexpected outcome arises from your research and you become Doomsday, what would happen then? Tony guided the conversation. As you mentioned earlier, no one on Earth can stop you. You could do as you please. If such a version of you were to transform into Doomsday, what fate would befall the Earth? Would there be no outcome but annihilation? You seem to have become rather extreme, Leon. Leon gazed blankly at Tony, lost in contemplation. In the original film, Tony is portrayed as a rather radical individual. He never retreats when the time calls for boldness and steadfastly adheres to his decisions when faced with significant choices, much like the birth of Ultron or the civil war within the Avengers. Yet now, this very Tony, known for his radicalism, was suggesting that Leon had become somewhat extreme. This compelled Leon to reflect on whether he had indeed been reckless in his pursuit of power. Well, I confess, directly researching Kryptonian genes is indeed rather extreme. After a lengthy pause, Leon nodded slowly, allowing Tony to exhale in relief. But in the next moment, Leon shifted his tone. However, once I acquire some kryptonite, I shall commence this research. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, kryptonite? Does our world possess kryptonite? Are you jesting? Of course, our world does not. Leon glanced at Tony with curiosity, clarifying that he meant to procure some kryptonite from the DC universe. This left Tony bewildered. To the DC universe? No. Are we truly about to discuss the contents of dreams we have at night? I am serious, Leon asserted, shaking his empty glass. I have a premonition that my time-traveling abilities should allow me to traverse into the DC universe. So once I obtain the kryptonite, I shall hand it to you. And if I truly become Doomsday, you will handle me. Tony chose to disregard the latter part of Leon's statement, his mind clouded with confusion, setting aside the kryptonite. Time travel? You possess such an ability? Is the DC universe truly real? Although theoretically, it is indeed possible. Leon felt a wave of frustration. I distinctly remember telling you on my birthday that I awakened my Kryptonian heritage and time-traveling capabilities, yet you did not believe a word of it. In truth, Tony had always doubted Leon's awakening of Kryptonian lineage, believing instead that he merely possessed a genetic mutation that allowed him to grow stronger under the sun. It was only the notion of genetic mutation that Tony found credible. However, Leon's earlier mention of his time-traveling ability had long been forgotten by Tony. Chapter 22. 3 Matters. It has come back to me. Tony feigned a moment of enlightenment. So, you can traverse other worlds? Indeed, Leon replied, ignoring Tony's pretentiousness, as the man simply had forgotten. My goodness, you are a little genius. You have just validated the theory of parallel worlds, or perhaps that of alternate universes. Tony was startled, then turned sincere. When you traverse worlds, you must let me experience it. And if you go searching for kryptonite, you must take me along. Tony realized he could no longer dissuade Leon and chose to join him instead. At the very least, when you were rendered a mere mortal by the kryptonite, I could take the opportunity to give you a few kicks. Leon had grown accustomed to this awkward form of concern, contemplated for a moment, and did not outright refuse. We shall see when the time comes. Very well, let us temporarily set aside the pursuit of power. Half an hour passed. Lion and Tony sat around the laboratory workbench. Clad in a bathrobe, Tony listened intently to Lion, his expression growing increasingly grave. Lion raised a finger, as if requesting Tony's assistance in claiming the lives of 3 individuals. The first task was to deal with Obadiah. That objective had been accomplished, and I have consistently emphasized the issues surrounding him, which have now been substantiated. The second task is to dismantle the 10 rings. They kidnapped you, and I shall aid you in eliminating them. I shall commence my actions tomorrow. The third task is to investigate the truth behind our parents' deaths. Up to this point, all was well, but when Lion mentioned the third task, Tony could no longer remain composed. The truth? What truth? Did they not perish in a car accident? Lion could not directly reveal that he already knew the perpetrator was the Winter Soldier, Bucky. There was no basis for this assertion, nor could he provide evidence. Moreover, his objective extended beyond Bucky alone. Only the entire Hydra organization collectively warranted the display of his prowess. I have always been suspicious, Lion mused, resting his chin on his joined hands, deep in contemplation. If it truly was an accident, then why did the most vulnerable among us survive while they perished? Leon? That was because the car caught fire, and they could not escape. You were thrown out, your neck entangled in the infant's swaddling cloth. At that moment, Tony's thoughts unexpectedly crystallized. Yet, deep within, he harbored an impulse to immediately believe everything Lion was saying. Perhaps he had long awaited someone to tell him that his parents' deaths were not merely a tragic accident. 18 years ago, when that couple passed away, he was away, embroiled in a quarrel with Howard. It was only when someone handed him the envelope bearing the news of their demise that he realized something had departed from him forever. He yearned to vent, harboring boundless anger towards himself, and even towards the notification of their death. Over the years, Tony had accepted the fact of his parents' passing and had developed an idiosyncrasy of never accepting anything from others. However, deep down, he perhaps longed for someone to reveal to him that their deaths were not accidental. This knowledge might have granted him the legitimacy to seek vengeance against the perpetrator. The rage concealed beneath his playboy facade, directed at his former self, could finally be unleashed. Yet, the more he pondered, the more Tony understood that he must thoroughly investigate everything, ensuring that no innocents were affected. In the caves of Afghanistan, he learned not only the intricacies of battle armor, but also a profound respect for life. On the surface, this seemed to be the case, yet there existed another possibility. Lion fixed his gaze upon Tony's eyes. That infant was also destined to die. The cloth wrapped around his neck had already claimed his life. However, the perpetrator who staged the accident was unaware that this infant harbored Kryptonian blood within. Previously, Lion could not fathom why he had survived that incident. The controlled Winter Soldier could not possess the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young unless he faltered. But how could such a killing machine ever falter? It was only upon awakening his Kryptonian lineage that Lion comprehended. It was not the Winter Soldier's mistake that saved his life, but rather the bloodline concealed within him. Though there was no awakening, it endowed him with a tenacity for life that allowed him to survive a calamity. Lion's words struck Tony's mind like a thunderbolt. Are you saying that his mind is resonating? Lion paid no heed to Tony's discomposure and continued. In my childhood, I too deemed this conjecture utterly unfounded. All parties involved acknowledged the reality of the accident. Why then should I indulge in baseless speculation? However, after awakening my abilities, I realized that this conjecture might indeed hold truth, a truth I subconsciously recognized. The memories from the accident, though not preserved by my tender mind at that time, left indelible marks upon my subconscious. This is indeed a fact. After awakening my super-intellect, I gained vague perceptions of certain events from before I turned one, albeit not distinctly. Human memory is a wondrous phenomenon, wherein the brain utilizes neurons to transmit excitement, imprinting scenes within the memory storage regions. Before the age of 1, Lion's brain was exceedingly immature, with incomplete neuronal development, rendering it incapable of capturing complete memories. However, these explanations are merely physical in nature. In a world as enigmatic as that of Marvel, is what you say true? Tony suddenly sprang to his feet, his pupils dilating, revealing a blend of astonishment and fury. Lion's tone remained unchanged. My super hearing has located them. The culprits are among them. Who are they? Tony had begun to believe, his voice cold as steel. Hydra. Lion finally provided the answer. Impossible. Hydra has perished. That is an epitaph in history. Tony instinctively questioned. He fully believed Lion's words, yet found it hard to accept. They have indeed perished, but only temporarily. Hydra, upon losing a head, grows two in its place. They have been resurrected. Lion divulged directly. In recent days, I have perused numerous confidential files from clandestine departments. I discovered that behind many of the world's major international organizations lies a secretive entity, unknown to the public, that answers to the International Security Council. They are known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, which I abbreviate as SHALD, headquartered in New York. This organization is a successor to the Strategic Scientific Reserve founded by our father and others. These individuals have never relinquished their loyalty to Hydra. Tony began to piece together the implications. So, these individuals later infiltrated SHALD to resurrect Hydra? Lyon nodded precisely. The truth is that Hydra seeks to assassinate our father because they wish to infiltrate SHIELD, and our father is one of its leaders, obstructing their path. Tony slowly resumed his seat, pressing his lips together. How many Hydra agents are currently within SHIELD? Is the director aware? The next moment, Lyon's words compelled him to stand once more. SHIELD houses over 10,000 personnel, the vast majority of whom are Hydra. The former director was a Hydra agent. The current director is not, yet he is even more Hydra than the Hydra itself. What? Tony exclaimed, realizing that this organization essentially operates under Hydra's dominion. Chapter 23, The First Strike. It cannot be said quite like that. Lyon pointed to his ear, indicating that based on the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days, the current leaders of SHIELD seemed to pose no immediate threat. The Hydra members were merely the backbone and elite of the organization. Just the backbone and elite? Tony thought, feeling a wave of frustration. What difference did that make? The organization, founded by his father, had been handed over to the enemy by those fools. I concur, Lyon agreed, voicing his disdain for an organization lacking strength, yet fantasizing about being the savior. This aligned perfectly with his plans for revenge. With a wave of his hand towards the holographic projector, the image of Nick Fury appeared. Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, possessed an overwhelming desire for control, seeking to manage the world's security issues himself. He indeed bore a resemblance to Hydra. Wait, why isn't he part of Hydra? Tony inquired. I don't know. Perhaps his predecessor feared that his joining the organization would threaten his position, Lyon replied. He waved his hand again, and a dossier materialized on the screen. This is a compiled list of Hydra members within SHIELD, complete with evidence and identities. Tony, you need to find a way to send this dossier to Nick Fury, causing internal chaos. Just remember, don't let Jarvis send it. They might trace it back to us. Once the turmoil reaches a peak, we will make this information public and expose Hydra completely. At that point, the world will spontaneously rally against Hydra, allowing us to uncover the truth behind my parents' deaths, whether it be evidence or the perpetrator. We must have it all. Lyon displayed a rather unfriendly grin, and during this process, I will showcase my power to the world. How will you demonstrate that? Tony asked, momentarily taken aback. I will force them to deploy weapons of mass destruction, intercontinental missiles, hydrogen bombs, anything will suffice. Then I will withstand a missile strike and subsequently demolish one of their military bases with a single punch. Lyon poured himself a glass of water. This will not only exhibit my defensive capabilities, but also my offensive prowess, clearly indicating that I will not show mercy when I strike. Surely, after that, even if I were to don a Superman costume and stroll about my home, no one would dare to provoke me. Tony envisioned the scene of Lyon being bombarded by missiles and opened his mouth. Isn't that a bit too reckless? Fear not. I am not in a hurry to meet my demise. I will act only when I am certain of my success. Besides, if I cannot withstand a missile, I can always evade it, Lyon stated, retrieving a box from behind him. I still need to grow stronger. I'm not prepared to throw my life away. Tony, take a look at this. It's the suit I designed. What do you think? He opened the box to reveal a superhero costume interwoven with gold, blue, and red. Crafted from Kevlar fibers, the suit was bulletproof, flexible, and, most importantly, strikingly handsome. Despite the weight of his concerns, Tony couldn't help but comment. It looks impressive. I'm relieved you didn't wear the underwear on the outside. And I remember it signifies hope, right? No, now it stands for Stark. The initial of my last name, Lyon clarified. Lyon remarked with a touch of enthusiasm, starting tomorrow. I shall don this uniform and venture to Afghanistan to dismantle the Ten Rings gang. From this point forward, I shall be akin to Superman. It seems you have overlooked my presence. I shall accompany you. Tony interjected earnestly, grasping Lyon's arm. This is my own dilemma. I must resolve it independently. Yet, you must also execute our recent plan. Lyon pointed towards the projection. I believe you are quite eager to uncover the truth. Tony shook his head, however. That does not hinder my ability to travel 10,000 kilometers to confront some despicable thugs while investigating the truth. In recent days, Tony had been monitoring the Ten Rings gang, whose influence spread from Afghanistan to the Middle East. Within their domain, ordinary individuals faced daily oppression and plunder. Even if Lion remained silent today, Tony would soon opt to take action against this criminal organization. Very well, but we must exercise caution regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. We should avoid drawing their attention to ourselves in the early stages, as that would entail considerable complications. I shall heed your advice. Tony gazed at the projection of Nick Fury's visage and inquired, I am curious. You should be able to locate the Hydra organization's base. Why not strike directly? Lion shook his head. The upper echelon of Hydra holds prominent positions across various nations, and those bases belong to them. If I were to act impulsively, I might be subject to manipulated public opinion, branded as a dictator, or implicated in inciting war. While I do not fear such consequences, as it would merely entail a few more confrontations, why should I wait for trouble to come knocking when I can anticipate and avoid it through intellect? Tony nodded in agreement. I knew you were a man who abhors passivity, much like myself. Lion disregarded his banter. The reason I wish to display my strength to the world is precisely this. After all, I cannot indefinitely conceal my superpowers. There will inevitably come a day when my identity is revealed. Once that occurs, the first action taken by various factions will be to test me. However, as others begin to probe and reveal their intentions of aggression, can I simply remain patient? But if I were to confront them directly, whether to uphold their authority or seek vengeance for their own, the outcome would be similarly unyielding. Therefore, it is wiser to strategize and create a global adversary, showcasing a power that would instill fear in them all. Tony could not suppress a round of applause. An excellent idea. You have made the most prudent choice, Lion. Thank you for the praise. I merely dislike having my normal life disrupted. Lion tucked away the uniform. This is all I intend to do. I have laid everything bare for you. Now, Tony, you can finally rest easy. Tony smiled. I was never truly worried. By the way, may I ask why you choose to portray Superman? Dress like a child in pajamas? Forgive my candor, but do you aspire to be a superhero? No, I merely admire Superman. However, I shall not become a paragon of justice like him. Lion, carrying his box, departed. Perhaps I shall be the gallant figure who aids those in distress, but dedicating myself solely to virtuous deeds and saving the world? I think not. Tony shook his head in the background, expressing his disappointment. What a pity. I had already thought of a name for our hero team, the Super Iron Brothers. What do you think? I find it rather childish. Leon's voice faded away in the corridor, reminiscent of two kindergarten children. Chapter 24. Tomorrow, the villains will disappear. A new day dawned. After the rain, the sun poured its golden rays upon the world, and Leon set forth towards the battlefield. This was his second journey to Afghanistan, and he was well acquainted with the route. Within a few minutes, he overtook several Boeing aircraft. Leon hovered in the air, gazing down at the azure world beneath the clouds. His eyes darted with precision, more accurate than radar, as he locked onto one target after another. By this time, night had fallen in Afghanistan, and various bases of the Ten Commandments gang had begun to impose curfews and prepare for rest. Yet, there were always some deranged terrorists who took advantage of the encroaching darkness to harass innocent civilians. Leon's first targets were precisely these individuals. You are first. He observed two armed terrorists violently kicking down the door of a civilian's home. Tilting his body, he plummeted downwards. The bioforce field enveloped him, allowing Leon to descend silently like a reaper. As he landed, he released the force field, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider's web, producing a dull thud. The sound startled the two terrorists who had just broken through the door. Inderi, are you Iranians or Tajiks? Leon inquired Inderi. In recent days, he had mastered most of the world's official languages and could comprehend the profanities spewing from the mouths of the two men. However, they remained unmoved, even attempting to press their guns against his forehead. Leon shook his head. It seems you have no desire for conversation. Then farewell. With swift hands, like a phantom, he seized both men by the necks, lifted them above his head, and gently twisted until he heard the distinct crack of their spines. With that, their heads drooped lifelessly, and their breaths ceased. This was a typical Pashtun family. The elderly father, with a bushy beard and deeply sunken eyes, bore skin ashen and lips cracked. The mother and her two daughters were clad in long robes, their attire in hues of brown and orange, characteristic of Pashtun culture. They looked upon Leon in terror, trembling and unable to utter a word, desperately hiding their daughters' heads in their embrace. You need not worry about the consequences of these two dying here. With those words, Leon turned and floated in the air, his gaze sweeping to lock onto his next target. Please, may I ask? Just as he was about to depart, a tender voice called from within the house. A girl, around 7 or 8 years old, was being silenced by her frightened mother. Yet she struggled to pry her mother's hand away and timidly inquired, Are you Superman? Leon, clad in his self-made uniform and draped in a red cape, had indeed made his entrance like a superhero, soaring through the air. He momentarily paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hollywood's cultural influence would reach this far, even to suffering families in Afghanistan who recognized Superman. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Years ago, before the Americans arrived, this place must have enjoyed a vibrant entertainment life. I am not, but if you wish to call me that, I have no objection. Leon paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I have come to drive away the bad people. They shall never bully you again. Splendid. You are truly amazing, Superman. The little girl cheered, breaking free from her mother's grasp and rushing towards Leon, eager to embrace his leg. Leon chuckled softly, landing gracefully and crouching to pat the little girl on the head. What is your name? Safika. I am Safika Mazzari. The little girl, however, did not respond. Instead, she gazed up at Leon with wide eyes. Are you leaving now, Superman? Safika. Leon evaded her question, gently tapping her forehead with his finger. Next time, do not converse so freely with strangers, and always listen to your mother. With that, Leon stood up, stepped back, and soared into the clouds with a whoosh. The girl's family rushed into the yard, staring at the pitch-black night sky, overwhelmed with awe. May Allah bless, that truly was Superman. The elderly father made a gesture of prayer. That night, the family suddenly found themselves filled with hope for the morrow. Leon swiftly eradicated all terrorists within Afghanistan who were harassing innocent civilians. Each encounter was brief. He appeared, delivered a punch, and departed. This process unfolded in mere seconds. In total, it took no more than 10 minutes. Having dealt with the foot soldiers, Leon then turned his attention to the terrorist organization's bases. A conventional strategic assault would dictate attacking smaller bases first, gradually eroding the terrorist forces and ultimately expelling them from the region. Yet, Leon had no intention of following such a course. His first target was the largest base of the Ten Commandments gang. He soared through the skies, his cape billowing in the high winds. Below, the base was patrolled by more than 70 guards. Through Leon's piercing vision, the remaining 4,000 combat members, soundly asleep within the base, were laid bare before him. Furthermore, he spotted Jericho missiles housed within one of the tents. This was a powerful weapon recently developed by Tony, capable of leveling a small mountain with a single volley. How could there be Jericho missiles here? Tony, oh Tony, you truly are enabling their malevolence. Although Tony now felt much remorse, Leon could not help but mutter. He even took out his phone. JARVIS, Leon called out. Capture everything I witness and send it to Tony after the battle. Today, I shall ensure that Tony is haunted by guilt throughout the night. Certainly, Mr. Leon. The recording device has been activated. JARVIS voice echoed from the phone. Leon nodded silently and descended. The battle begins. This time, he made no effort to conceal his presence, descending upon the Ten Commandments camp like a meteor, generating flames as he tore through the air. Boom! The deafening sound of his descent reverberated throughout the camp. In the next moment, alarms blared, cries of enemy attack resounded, and terrorists quickly assembled. Leon stood at the center of the camp, eliminating one enemy after another with his heat vision. Soon, the terrorists realized, without even engaging in combat, half of their ranks had already perished. Some, having just fallen asleep, were jolted awake by the horrific news, screaming in terror as they began to flee in panic. However, they were swiftly eliminated by the remaining individuals, who were not faring any better themselves. They dared not reveal their faces, hiding behind tents while brandishing grenades, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, and vehicle-mounted missiles, intending to unleash a devastating barrage upon the encroaching monstrosities. Chapter 25. He is truly a deity. Leon observed each movement of the terrorists with utmost clarity. Yet, he refrained from immediate retaliation, choosing instead to stand silently in place, awaiting the opportune moment. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of explosive weapons were discharged. It was not until the vehicle-mounted missiles began to ignite that he soared into the air. Jarvis, do we have any satellites overhead? Yes, Master Leon, a military satellite from the United States, is currently orbiting above Afghanistan. It will commence surveillance the moment any conflict of moderate scale or greater arises. Additionally, there is a local journalist approximately 700 meters away, clandestinely capturing footage. A journalist? A war correspondent? Leon nodded, his chest puffing out proudly, adorned with the golden S. It seemed the audience was in place. How could the inaugural battle of a superhero go unnoticed? His gaze swept the area, quickly locating the reporter. The terrorist organization's base was nestled among several small hills, making it defensible yet challenging to assault. The journalist was then crouched among the underbrush on one of the hillsides. Clad in traditional local attire, his graying beard betrayed his age, indicating he was a middle-aged local reporter. This man had witnessed the peaceful times in Afghanistan, endured the perils of national invasion, and experienced the depths of displacement. Such individuals often harbored a profound hatred for the Ten Commandments gang and were undaunted by the prospect of sacrifice. They were a group resolute in exposing the atrocities of terror organizations, seeking to trade their lives for the peace of their homeland. Is that truly a superhero? The middle-aged reporter had now spotted the figure soaring in the distance. By all accounts, it appeared to be a superhero. Could it be that this world indeed harbors such beings? Was he here to dismantle the terrorist organization below? The reporter found the notion absurd. Yet, the footage he had just recorded of a lone figure facing an army felt all too tangible. Whether real or not, if this superhero could save the nation, he would devote the rest of his life's earnings to supporting DC Comics and Warner Brothers. With gritted teeth, the middle-aged reporter suddenly noticed a flicker of light within the camp, followed by a searing flame as 6 vehicle-mounted missiles ascended into the sky. Those are missiles. Panic surged through him as he turned to Leon, shouting, "Superhero, take cover. Get away." However, Leon did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. He accelerated through the air, one hand clutching his phone while the other formed a fist, colliding with the missiles like an arrow. Boom! One missile detonated, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. The force of the blasts bent the surrounding trees low. The reporter's scarf was whisked away, revealing his disheveled hair, now tousled in disarray. He stared blankly at the billowing smoke above, his blue eyes reflecting the inferno, his heart racing with unease. Under the relentless bombardment of 6 missiles, survival was an unattainable dream, let alone the preservation of an intact body. Yet, it was Superman. Mere bullets from below could not harm him, and he willingly faced the missiles head-on, perhaps in a bid to defy fate. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged through the smoke. Whoosh, whoosh. The tempest was formidable yet unhurried, sweeping away the nascent mushroom cloud within moments, revealing an unscathed figure. It was Superman, his cape billowed behind him, and he bore not a single wound. Nay, those missiles could not even leave a trace of soot upon him. By the heavens above, I knew it. I knew he could do it. The middle-aged reporter leaped in exhilaration, his face flushed with excitement as he pumped his fists, oblivious to his own exposure. In that moment, he beheld Superman, and it felt as though hope had manifested before him. After countless days and nights of yearning, while the intervention of international organizations remained elusive, a miracle had finally arrived. The terrorists within the camp shared the reporter's fervor, jumping and shouting in unison, but their cries were of a different nature. "It's a monster. That is a monster." Before long, the cacophony of gunfire erupted among the agitated terrorists, claiming yet another batch of deserters or those unwilling to serve as cannon fodder. Leon lingered in the air, an intrigued expression adorning his face. They have finally deployed the Jericho missiles. It seems they intend to perish together. The Jericho missiles possessed an extensive range, and upon detonation, the area within 2 kilometers would be engulfed in flames. The terrorists, by opting to use Jericho at such close quarters, were indeed prepared to drag Leon down with them into the abyss. Perfect. I have yet to witness the full might of Tony's creation, and now I shall experience it firsthand. Jarvis, do not forget to record this and send it to Tony, inquiring how he manages to sleep soundly. Understood, Master Leon. I have been recording all along. Jarvis was always so considerate. After a few minutes, the terrorists finally comprehended the operation of the Jericho missiles, pushing them into the open and successfully igniting them. 3 Jericho missiles launched simultaneously, depleting the base's inventory in one fell swoop. As the missiles accelerated through the air, they disintegrated upon nearing their target, unleashing dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller missiles that sealed off all of Leon's escape routes. This was a flawless, comprehensive bombardment. Tony's ingenuity was indeed unparalleled. Truly, it was a testament to Tony's latest creation, Leon mused. Suddenly, a thought struck him as his gaze flicked toward the reporter stationed on the mountainside. However, I must take my leave for the moment. With that, Leon vanished from the encirclement of missiles in an instant. Time was of the essence. The Jericho missiles traveled at remarkable speed, designed for rapid, indiscriminate destruction. Yet, Leon wished to preserve the pristine state of his meticulously crafted uniform from the missile soot, so he swiftly unleashed a barrage of punches. Countless shadows of his fists emerged in a 360-degree arc, as if he had sprouted numerous arms. In the blink of an eye, all the missiles detonated simultaneously. Boom! An explosion erupted, more intense and ferocious than before. The sound of the heavens being torn asunder, flames soaring into the sky, enveloped the air with a dense fog of smoke spanning thousands of meters. A powerful shock wave radiated outward at the moment of the explosion. The trees and mountains within its reach first shattered, and then were consumed by the blast. 3 kilometers away, a journalist felt a sudden blur before being thrown to the ground by the shockwave. He rolled a few times, staggered to his feet, clutching a tangle of torn clothing, and stared blankly at the mushroom cloud that seemed to reach for the heavens. The intense heat, even from such a distance, was palpable. What kind of missile was that? How could it be so terrifying? The journalist repeated in disbelief. He vividly recalled the sight of the missile disintegrating into dozens of smaller missiles midair. Such a missile was simply beyond countermeasure. If it were deployed against the homeland's defensive forces, the devastation would be unimaginable. And where was Superman? He had just saved me. In the next moment, a gust of wind dispersed the mushroom cloud, revealing Superman's silhouette, confirming the journalist's suspicions. My heavens, he is nothing short of a deity. Gazing at Superman, who remained unscathed, the journalist exclaimed. Chapter 26. This is Superman. The figure in the sky stood silently for a considerable time. Below, the vast sea of flames had been extinguished, leaving only scattered embers, as sparse as the stars above. Nevertheless, Leon adhered to the principles of forest fire prevention, meticulously inspecting the area and extinguishing every remaining spark. He then surveyed the now flattened base of the Ten Commandments gang, leisurely scanning the surroundings. To the middle-aged journalist, these actions epitomized the righteous Superman, ensuring that not a single villain escaped justice. The accursed Ten Commandments gang had committed countless atrocities, but now, with Superman's arrival, hope was rekindled. Superman had come. Peace would be restored. In that moment, the journalist perceived the figure in the sky as a divine being. His body trembled involuntarily, overwhelmed by the exhilaration of impending vengeance, yet more so by anticipation and hope. Surely, he is here to aid us. He is our savior. He is a messenger sent by Allah, or perhaps he is Allah incarnate, the manifestation of the Almighty. Overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, he collapsed to his knees, sobbing in relief. Everything would be all right. It was finally coming to an end. Superman is above. Indeed, Superman. I must inform Superman that the Ten Commandments gang has numerous bases in this land. The middle-aged man suddenly had an epiphany, scrambling to his feet, yearning to call out to Superman. However, as he looked up, the oceanic blue attire and blood-red cape were right before him. Superman. The journalist gasped, astonished to find Superman standing before him. Thank you for your earlier praise, but I am not the Almighty. I am merely a person who stands against injustice. Superman said with a smile. What is your name? Capturing images near a terrorist organization at the risk of your life is incredibly brave. You are a hero worthy of admiration. No. I am but an ordinary individual. You are our hero. The middle-aged journalist was overwhelmed with emotion. His complexion flushed. I am Hafizul Abdullah. Thank you for saving me. At such close proximity, he finally beheld the visage of the superhero. Those profound, ebony eyes were as enchanting as a bewitching night. His chiseled features were so strikingly handsome, each line a testament to rugged perfection. How could such an impeccable being not be a divine spirit descended to rescue humanity? Abdullah could assure that if he were a maiden, every night henceforth would be filled with dreams of this superhero. No, even if you were not a maiden, he would still dream of him. Do not be alarmed, Abdullah. I have come to seek your assistance. Leon sensed an inexplicable oddity in the journalist's gaze that sent a shiver down his spine. He hastily articulated his intent. You must have captured my actions at the Ten Commandments gang's camp, correct? Naturally, under your own name. Just claim that you courageously filmed these scenes and relay to other media that all foreign troops on this land must withdraw immediately and abandon their invasion. Abdullah's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you declaring war against the Americans? Not a declaration of war, but rather a post-war proclamation. Leon turned, offering a profile view. He nodded at the journalist, then lifted off the ground, soaring into the clouds. Farewell. I shall remember you, a brave hero. Standing there, Abdullah gazed in awe at the figure vanishing into the night sky, instinctively forming a prayer gesture. Oh, Superman, he is truly a perfect spirit, a divine savior. Wait, I seem to have forgotten what he looked like. Jarvis, please send those combat visuals to Tony. Meanwhile, Leon remained unaware of the profound impression he had left on the middle-aged journalist. His thoughts were solely with Tony, and if he is still slumbering, kindly provide a wake-up service. I believe Tony will appreciate this gift. Leon was determining his next target amidst the clouds. Before we proceed, please check the local time, Jarvis. Certainly, it is currently 9:47 p.m. local time. Then let us hasten to resolve all matters concerning the Ten Commandments base before 11 p.m., after which we shall visit the Eagles base. Master Leon, do you intend to take action against the American base? Should I inform Mr. Stark in advance? No need to inform him. As a taxpayer, I am justified in refusing to allow those rednecks to misuse my funds for nefarious deeds and to rectify the situation. My conscience is clear. You are truly considerate. Across the ocean at SHIELD headquarters, a balding middle-aged agent presented a tablet to his superior, his usually affable demeanor now grave. The head of the agency, a bald, one-eyed African-American seated behind a white lacquered desk, had been gazing out at the scenery, leaving his subordinate with an enigmatic silhouette, shrouded in mystery. At this moment, the figure referred to as the director, an enigmatic one-eyed African-American, nodded coolly. Coulson, what news do you bring? The largest 10 rings base in Afghanistan has been obliterated, Director Fury. Oh, who was responsible? Nick Fury glanced down casually, yet his inscrutable expression shattered in an instant. What the hell? He sprang to his feet, eyes wide, fixated on the satellite imagery displayed on the tablet, where a strikingly cool individual nonchalantly neutralized a barrage of grenades with a searing beam. What in the world is this? Director, there's more. Coulson clicked the screen for a replay. The progress bar soon advanced to the latter half. Nick Fury sat in stunned silence as he watched a figure, Leon, withstand a Jericho missile and quell the explosive aftermath unscathed. His mind swirled with exclamation and question marks. When did such an extraordinary individual emerge on Earth? Why was he unaware? Who is this? Have you uncovered any information? Instinctively, Nick Fury reached for the pager he used to contact Captain Marvel. The captain, his close friend endowed with the power to traverse galaxies, was currently safeguarding cosmic peace in an alien realm. In times of insurmountable crisis, a mere press of the pager summoned her for assistance. Yet now, the man in the video instilled an urgent desire to activate that pager within him. Coulson, with an unprecedented seriousness, declared, "That is Superman, Director." Superman? Who is that? Nick Fury's eyes narrowed, confusion enveloping him. Director, Superman is a superhero from DC Comics, possessing superhuman strength and speed. Wait, are you saying this is a character from comic? One who wears pajamas, conceals his identity, and saves the world? To be precise, Superman does not conceal his face, Director. He possesses a bioelectric field that renders people unable to remember or capture his appearance. Coulson recounted with enthusiasm. I'm a fan of Superman, and of course, Captain America as well. What do you think we should do about this Superman? Nick Fury interlocked his fingers against the back of his chair, appearing reluctant to have his true identity exposed. That is merely a comic, Coulson. In reality, this is just an imitator, and what he is doing is resorting to violence. This indeed seemed plausible. The Superman of comics does not kill. He adheres to a no-kill principle, unlike Captain America. Enough of your comics, Coulson. Nick Fury rapped the table. Take Barton and head to Afghanistan to investigate this individual. Yes, Director. Coulson concluded his report and set off to undertake the new mission. As he reached the door, Nick Fury's voice called out once more, "And bring me a collection of Superman comics." Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded within the military. Yet in stark contrast to Nick Fury's more profound understanding of extraordinary powers, the military command center was engulfed in chaos. Colonel Hood, as the head of the Weapons Development Department, was the first to assert that the figure in the video was a living being rather than a humanoid weapon. A major from a missile division stepped forward, stating that the enemy could only be harmed by nuclear-level ordnance, as even the Jericho missile would prove ineffective. The naval commander remarked that they were ill-equipped to handle such aerial entities, while Lieutenant Colonel from Air Force noted the difficulty of targeting such a rapidly moving and diminutive target with airborne missiles. Ultimately, General Ross slammed his hand on the table and declared, for the time being, they would not react, but remain vigilant. Should the adversary show no hostility, they would attempt negotiations, ideally persuading them to collaborate on the creation of a super soldier for the United States. The meeting was then adjourned, and preparations for war commenced. That morning, various classified departments were abuzz and tumultuous, in stark contrast to the warm and leisurely atmosphere of Stark Mansion along the Los Angeles coast. It was not until Jar Vice played a recording of a Swona, previously recorded by Leon, that Tony was roused from his slumber. Good heavens! G-A-R-V-I-S, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed, clutching his blanket as he stumbled out of bed, startled by the sudden sound. The fervent melody, akin to galloping steeds, sent his heart racing, making him feel as though someone were about to trample his soft mattress. Afterward, Jar Vis activated the holographic projection device, displaying the footage captured by Leon's phone. The scene revealed thousands of firearms firing in unison, hundreds of grenades raining down, followed by the deployment of vehicle-mounted missiles and Jericho missiles. The screen was ablaze with fire, explosions, and even greater conflagrations, leaving Tony momentarily in shock. He had no time to feel anxious for Leon, who was facing these perilous weapons, as the progress bar reached its conclusion. What is this? A promotional video Leon hastily made? He wondered, where is he now? JARVIS responded. Young Master Leon is currently engaged in combat against the 10 Rings in Afghanistan, sir. The footage you're viewing was recorded in real time just 10 minutes ago. Is he in the Middle East? Goodness, when did he leave? It's only 10 o'clock. Tony mused, glancing at the bright sun outside and rubbing his face. He actually left without telling me. So why is he sending me this video? Young Master Leon wishes for you to have a good look at Stark Industries' arsenal. Sir, Tony's expression froze at the mention of Stark Industries. He rewound the video to the beginning and watched it again, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Most of the weapons featured were Starks, and why were Jericho missiles present at a 10 Rings base? His face remained stoic, yet the trembling of his cheeks betrayed his inner turmoil. I only sold that missile to the military. Where did these individuals acquire them? From the military? Or from Obadiah? Sir, there has only been one production batch of the Jericho missiles, which is the very batch you sold. JARVIS interjected. Tony fell silent, his expression blank. Moments later, he donned a shirt and stepped out of his quarters. JARVIS. Take control of Leon's armor and accompany me to the Middle East. Oh, and don't forget about the broader region. Certainly, sir. Additionally, may I inquire if you believe you will be able to sleep soundly tonight? Why do you ask? Tony frowned. Young Master Leon requested that I pose this question to you and promptly relay the response. Tony opened his mouth, hesitated momentarily, and then took a deep breath, exhaling through his nose as he declared, I shall ensure you lose sleep when I cannot. With that, he extended his arms, and the Mark III armor promptly enveloped him. Follow me, Jarvis, he commanded as he took flight, trailed by the Super Mark I, which was a name bestowed by Leon himself. This young man's insatiable desire for victory even extended to naming conventions. The morning in Los Angeles mirrored the night in Afghanistan, a night destined to be anything but tranquil. The flames of gunfire erupted across the land, illuminating the sky like a series of candles igniting only to be extinguished in an instant. From a bird's eye view, the northeastern corner of the map flickered to life, one after another, fading into darkness at the southwestern edge. Tell me the current time, Jarvis, Leon demanded, observing the last of the 10 Rings gang as stronghold turned to ruins, smoke billowing into the air. It is currently 11:08 p.m. local time. I've squandered some time, exceeding my initial plan by 8 minutes. For reasons unknown, he always felt compelled to wait whenever he saw the 10 Rings gang launch their missiles. He longed to wait until the missiles were airborne, then detonate them in front of the terrorists. At that moment, even the most fervent and stubborn members of the 10 Rings would be reduced to despair. To kill is one thing, to strike at the heart is another. Leon felt a twinge of guilt for his excessive cruelty, yet he could not deny the satisfaction it brought him. That would indeed be delightfully gratifying, albeit a slight delay. Once I have dealt with the 10 Rings within this nation, I shall turn my attention to the Eagle's military base. Master Leon, what course of action do you intend to pursue? Demonstrate strength and dismantle their weaponry. After all, the decisions are made by those above. The ordinary soldiers are merely following orders and may not necessarily wish to wage war. Your choices have always been sagacious, Master Leon. Mr. Stark has reached the Afghan border and is attempting to contact you. Shall I connect you? Chapter 28, The Frozen Base. Temporarily decline. Inform him that I am currently occupied and suggest he fly westward to seek vengeance against the remnants of the 10 Rings in other regions. Leon then directed his flight towards the nearest Eagle military base. There are 7 such bases currently within Afghanistan and its surrounding areas, with plans to expand to 19 in the coming years. It is quite apparent that the ambitions of the Eagle Nation are far from subtle, as they establish numerous bases around this underdeveloped nation. Leon's initial intention for this Afghan expedition was to eradicate the 10 Rings gang, with subsequent plans to unfold later. However, the encounter with the young girl at the outset of the night compelled him to reconsider. After all, having arrived in the dead of night, it would be a disservice to his own memories to leave without taking further action. Though the Eagles in the Marvel Universe differ from those of his previous life, Leon could not suppress the urge to sharpen the talons of this bald eagle. As he descended upon the base, the air raid sirens blared through every barrack. These well-trained soldiers were far more vigilant and efficient than the terrorists they faced. Lion had not yet made any offensive moves when the barrels of numerous machine guns were aimed at him. The communication devices outside the base began to threaten. Intruder, land now. Remain in place. Otherwise, we will open fire immediately. The imperious tone, the swiftly assembled troops, and the synchronized gun muzzles elicited an involuntary smirk from Lion. He had never contemplated the option of peaceful negotiation when dealing with a band of brigands. It was only after subduing and inflicting pain upon them that one could consider speaking. Lion's chest slightly puffed out as he inhaled, exhaling a chilling breath. He chose to employ his freezing breath to resolve the conflict. A fierce wind surged forth. A bone-chilling gale swept through every corner of the military base in an instant. Following the cold wind was a rapidly spreading layer of solid ice. This ice, akin to creeping vines, clung to the surfaces of the base's structures, infiltrating the interiors and firmly encasing all weapons and munitions in a frosty grip. Even the soldiers within the camp were not spared. They quickly transformed into icemen, albeit with a much thinner layer of frost. As the entire base became enveloped in this icy mantle, it resembled a crystalline castle from a fairy tale, glistening with frost. Lion came to a halt, nodding in satisfaction before raising his fist and striking the wall of the base with force. What appeared to be a light punch, devoid of any pain or sensation, created no ripples. Yet crack. Fine fissures instantly radiated from the point of impact, swiftly spreading throughout the entire structure. When the cracks reached a critical density, the wall beneath Lion's fist collapsed instantaneously, shattering into a heap of debris encased in ice. The destruction of this section of wall was akin to the first domino falling, triggering a chain reaction as the surrounding walls began to crumble. The walls, already rendered exceedingly fragile by the freezing temperatures, could not withstand the transmission of this force. One after another, the buildings collapsed in a spectacular display. From Lion's position, all structures within the base, along with their contents, crumbled into ruins. The sound of the building's collapse was not dull. Rather, it resonated melodiously due to the clashing of ice. In that moment, the cacophony of solid fragments shattering and ice colliding echoed like the harmonious chime of countless precious stones breaking. Once everything lay in ruins, the vast complex had been reduced to a landscape of debris. Various jagged shards reflected the moonlight in the icy expanse. Lion descended to the ground, treading upon the wreckage, producing a crisp crunching sound. Before him stood the only remaining soldier of the base, a stalwart eagle among men. Thousands of soldiers lay unconscious within the ice. Though they would likely suffer lingering consequences, their lives were spared. Lion's control over his power was remarkable. He obliterated all the base's structures and munitions while ensuring not a single soldier was harmed. Even the subtle injuries left behind were deliberate, serving as a minor lesson for their folly. Self-inflicted, Lion murmured, his eyes swiftly turning crimson as he unleashed a beam of heat. However, the maximum temperature can exceed that of the sun's surface, emitting scorching rays capable of incinerating everything in existence. At this moment, as it sweeps over the ice sculptures of the soldiers, it merely manages to thaw them. Such exquisite control. BRR. It's so cold. He is a Superman. Is it possible that this world harbors a Superman? Have we just provoked a Superman? As the soldiers thawed, they all collapsed to the ground, clutching their own bodies or each other, fervently rubbing to generate warmth. They gazed at Leon, who stood amidst the ruins, scarcely daring to breathe. I hereby formally notify you to withdraw from Asia within a week. Otherwise, I shall return. Let not be said that I did not forewarn you. The ice beneath Leon's feet reflected an ethereal blue light under the moon. In the eyes of all the soldiers, Leon now resembled a cold blade, poised above them, ready to strike down at any moment. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to respond or utter a word. After delivering his warning, he took flight. These soldiers, alongside a few mid-ranking officers, lacked the authority to comply with such a demand. He needed to continue demonstrating his strength to keep the Eagles in check. For a definitive resolution to subsequent disputes would only arise when he dealt with the Hydra, possibly wielding a nuclear weapon. The next target lay 26 kilometers to the east. He aimed to resolve it within a minute. Leon surged into the air with sudden acceleration. At the first base, he appeared to have accomplished much, spending considerable time. Yet, in truth, from a moment he flew over the base to the instant he shattered it and departed, it took less than 3 minutes. Thus, Leon planned to neutralize all Eagle bases before the 7 or 8 satellites hovering above him could react. Indeed, over the past hour, the number of satellites monitoring him had steadily increased. First, the Eagles deployed 2 high-precision satellites. Then, noticing something amiss, the neighboring rabbits sent one over. Gradually, Even the 5 powers arrived, creating a bustling assembly of satellites above his head. Leon remained unfazed by this. He even wished for each nation to broadcast live, allowing the beleaguered citizens of the Eagles to witness how he dismantled their bases. Meanwhile, Tony was still en route to the scene. Jarvis, what do you think it means that Leon isn't answering my calls and has gone off to trouble the military base alone? Tony communicated with Jarvis as he flew. That was supposed to be my task. Sir, do you mean to say you also intend to assault the Eagles base? Jarvis inquired. Assault? That term is inaccurate. It should be framed as assisting them in alleviating their surplus ammunition anxiety. I understand now. You plan to dismantle the Eagles' firepower, driving them from this region, just as young Master Leon intends. What is that lad planning? Tony scoffed slightly. He always steals my thunder. I am here to seek an explanation for the Eagles' unilateral decision to hand Jericho over to a terrorist organization. What is his motive? Chapter 29, Tony's Last Stubbornness. It turns out it was all for a girl, which explains a great deal. That lad possesses a gentlemanly demeanor akin to mine, extending courtesy to all young ladies. Wait, what did you say? A girl? Tony exclaimed, slowly coming to realization. Could it be that one of his former girlfriends has been abducted by the Eagles? Or perhaps a girl he knows locally has been victimized by their malice? Tony's curiosity began to pique. Is a local girl, sir. She could indeed be considered a victim of the Eagles' influence, Jarvis stated factually. Allow me to search for information on Shafika Mazari, 7 years old, born in Kabul, Afghanistan. Wait a moment, 7 years old? Tony's eyes widened. What is the issue, sir? Tony fell silent. Did you not inform Leon that he is committing a crime? Sir, while Master Leon did eliminate 2 terrorists in his efforts to assist the Mazari family in evading the harassment of the Ten Rings gang, that should be classified as an act of heroism, not a crime. Oh, are you implying that he is not engaged in any inappropriate conduct with this young girl? I mean, he acted out of compassion for her, prompting his assault on the Eagles base? Tony felt a twinge of shame for the sordid thoughts that had just crossed his mind. Having been entrenched in the world of fame and fortune for so long, he viewed everything through a tainted lens. This simply would not do. It seemed he must renounce alcohol and gambling from this day forward. Is that so? Do you possess an alternative interpretation? Jarvis inquired, puzzled. Ahem. Actually, I share your perspective. Very well. Jarvis, assist me in navigating to Leon's current location. Tony deftly shifted the topic. Apologies, but Master Leon is currently traveling at speeds exceeding 20 Mach, making precise location tracking somewhat challenging. Is he in such a hurry? Then direct us to his intended destination. Certainly, sir. 5 minutes later, Tony Stark arrived above an Eagle Station base. He gazed down at the ruins, blanketed in ice crystals, and a large group of soldiers, shivering under woolen blankets, awaiting rescue, rendered momentarily silent. Jarvis, is this where Leon is? Sir, this was indeed Master Leon's destination 5 minutes ago. He departed 3 minutes prior. Tony retorted, you should have informed me sooner. Are we heading to his next location or his last known destination? Tony clenched his jaw. It appears he intends to obliterate all the bases. We must reach his targets before he does. Without needing to deliberate, Tony could surmise Leon's intentions to annihilate every Eagles garrison. This way, even if not a single soldier is killed, the years of effort the Eagles invested in constructing their bases would be rendered utterly futile. Subsequently, even if the Eagles wished to remain, they would be compelled to retreat. Such a plan aligned seamlessly with Tony's own thoughts. However, his original scheme was merely to dismantle the weapons and munitions housed within the military bases. Compared to Leon's decisive approach, his own seemed rather trivial. Sir, I have charted a course for you. Though you appear somewhat displeased? Jarvis inquired. It could discern Tony's emotions from his tone and expression, though it felt quite perplexed. Young Master Leon has avenged you by annihilating all the bases of the Ten Commandments gang and has indirectly relieved your grievances by destroying the Eagle faction stronghold. Is this not commendable? Indeed, it is profoundly touching. However, Tony felt a heaviness in his chest, an inexplicable frustration. Jarvis, do you comprehend what it means to feel stifled? He inquired. Please analyze it. To feel stifled refers to encountering misfortunes that evoke negative emotions, yet one is unable to express or vent them. Precisely. Leon has left me with no adversaries, and it leaves me feeling constricted. Tony's voice suddenly escalated. Do you not sense that he is treating me like a child? I fail to grasp this. Legally speaking, you are Leon's elder brother, Jarvis replied, and therein lies the crux of the issue. It should be I who protects him, I who undertakes these tasks. Tony twisted his neck. Accelerate, Jarvis. We must resolve the final military base before Leon does. Yes, sir. Although Tony's aspirations were noble, his resolve to uphold the dignity of an elder brother unwavering, and his drive commendable, It was unfortunate that upon arriving at the last Eagle base, he was greeted by a desolate wasteland frozen in time. His mind, filled with battle strategies and fervor, was instantly quelled, colder than the trembling soldiers beneath him. Jarvis, where is he? Tony asked numbly. He is above you, sir. Huh? Above me? Tony's spirits lifted as he looked up to see Leon descending, his cape billowing. Tony, you finally arrived? Leon teased. I thought you would wait until I had a chance to rest. Tony, exasperated, retorted, still mentioning rest. You summoned me here with Jarvis, and yet you charge ahead like a locomotive, leaving me no enemies to confront. Leon shrugged. I had Jarvis relay to you. If you seek vengeance, head west. There are still many from the 10 Commandments awaiting you in the Middle East. Is this truly comparable? Tony stifled his frustration. What difference does it make? Leon dismissed. They are all villains of the 10 Commandments. They bear no distinguishing marks of evil. He glanced at the Mark I suit controlled by Jarvis. Yet I can see you are indeed serious this time, even bringing my armor along. Do you intend to engage in a protracted battle? Are you suggesting a war of attrition where the enemies either perish or freeze in terror? Tony's suit ignited with flames beneath him. Listen, I am heading west now. The 10 Commandments, they're my responsibility. Although the situation in Afghanistan had already been resolved by Leon, Tony still desired to contribute in some way, even if it was merely to alleviate his own guilt or to soothe his conscience. Very well, I shall leave everything to you. I will refrain from intervening there for the time being. Then perhaps you should prepare dinner, Tony declared, expressing his willingness to combat the 10 Commandments for an entire day. Leon shrugged, about to say something further when he suddenly gazed skyward. His eyes pierced through the clouds, observing a multitude of satellites advancing from hundreds of kilometers away. They are certainly swift, he mused. Tony, already flying westward, waved his hand behind him in acknowledgement. Chapter 30. Predictive Experiment. He simply prepared a few fried eggs accompanied by pasta for lunch. Thus, it was only natural for Leon, after testing propulsion in the basement, to ascend into space and bask in the sunlight. Together with Tony, he devised an experimental plan to predict the growth limit of his Kryptonian lineage. The specific procedure involved testing his propulsion before and after each daily sunbathing session, repeating this process over the course of a month while ensuring the duration of sun exposure remained constant. This methodology would allow the two to utilize Jarvis in constructing a rudimentary model to estimate the upper limits of Leon's physical enhancement. Such a straightforward test was readily accepted by Leon, especially since each moment spent under the sun was the highlight of his day, filled with joy. Facing the sun in the vastness of space felt akin to being enveloped in a warm, hot spring. The sound of his blood flowing resonating like the gentle splashes of spring water. In that moment, he could distinctly feel his strength surging at an exhilarating pace. The rapidity of this enhancement resembled the swift thaw of rivers in spring, as eager fish surged forth, competing to enter the flowing waters. Moreover, judging by recent experiences, the rate of this strengthening was accelerating. Leon understood that if the effects of training were represented by a curve that initially ascended before descending, then numerically, after several days of sunbathing, his overall propulsion had reached an astonishing 40,000 tons. This remarkable rate of enhancement rendered each second spent in the sun as euphoric as a surge of dopamine, akin to the thrill of a series of exhilarating experiences that left one in a state of blissful shivering, relentless and unyielding. Beep! Just as he was basking in the ecstatic moment, Jarvis's notification signaling the end of the session echoed. The spacecraft, initially designed to ensure his safe sunbathing, had now transformed into a temporary sanctuary, a park where he lingered in the cosmos. After all, sunbathing directly in the vacuum of space would easily attract the attention of satellites from various nations, culminating in a swarm of them encircling him like a gorilla in a zoo, which would be quite bothersome. After completing a series of propulsion tests, Tony was being pursued. Where? Leon paused. Huh, that location was precisely where I was once chased by a reconnaissance aircraft. How intriguing. A smirk of schadenfreude crept across Leon's face. Finally, they had arrived at the familiar part of the movie. Tony must have flown from the Eastern Pacific into Californian airspace, where military satellites captured him on camera. Jarvis projected a visual before Leon, showcasing Tony's first-person perspective. Through a thick layer of clouds, a multitude of operational fighter jets descended, densely packed, numbering over a dozen, sufficient for a minor skirmish. Leon could hear Tony muttering an expletive, then his viewpoint abruptly rotated 180 degrees as he prepared to flee. In the next moment, countless projectiles whizzed past him. The scene began to tremble, evidently a testament to Tony's unfortunate encounter with a barrage of bullets from the airborne machine guns. It appeared that the Air Force was about to deliver a harsh lesson. Leon raised an eyebrow, feeling an unusual lack of concern. I recall that the Mark III's maximum speed has exceeded 8 Mach. Surely, Tony would manage to escape with ease. Wouldn't he? Not quite, Master Leon, Jarvis elucidated. Given Mr. Stark's physical condition, he can only sustain the armor's peak velocity for a brief interval. Should he exceed that duration, the excessive pressure would cause his heart to rupture. Ordinarily, the Mark III maintains an average speed of around 2 Mach. Yet this would likewise deplete Mr. Stark's stamina. Leon couldn't help but chuckle. So, he is exhausted after dealing with the 10 rings and can no longer accelerate, correct? You are indeed correct, Jarvis affirmed. Then why hasn't he called for my assistance? I see now. This fellow is simply too proud. Leon stretched his shoulders. However, despite his reluctance to ask for help, how could I not come to his rescue? After all, he is my dear friend. Wouldn't you agree, Jarvis? Certainly. In a legal sense, you and Mr. Stark are currently the closest of allies. Jarvis failed to grasp the jest in Leon's words. Leon smiled. Prepare the Mark II for me. I intend to give Tony a proper lesson. Are you not donning the superhero suit? The iron armor seems to limit your capabilities. It's far more fitting to lecture while clad in armor. He had previously contemplated making an entrance when Tony faced adversity. And now that opportunity had arisen, Leon's gaze traversed to the coastal mountain range. At that moment, Tony was weaving through several airborne missiles, akin to a seabird navigating a tempest. The once splendid and luxurious gold-red armor was now largely tarnished to a shade of black, riddled with bullet holes and scratches, resembling a skewer just removed from the grill. Look at our Uncle Tony. How terribly he is being bullied, Leon mused as he approached the garage. There was no time to mourn for the beleaguered Tony. It was now time for the hero Leon to turn the tide. Simultaneously, in the military command room, high-ranking officials who had convened hours earlier to discuss the Afghan Superman were once again gathered. They were all fixated on the satellite imagery displayed on the screen. There, the gold-red armor, which had narrowly escaped a missile strike, swayed precariously, alongside the blue-red armor providing cover. They are not superhumans, Rhodes concluded. These are merely 2 exoskeletal armors. Superman would undoubtedly obliterate our aerial squadron with ease. Chapter 31. The correct use of iron clunks. When the 2 armors entered the scene, the monitoring soldiers initially believed Superman had arrived, promptly pressing the emergency button to report to their superiors. This led to the deployment of an elite air squadron comprising several aircraft. But from where did these contraptions originate? Rhodes, did you just use the term merely? A colonel in the Air Force slammed his hand on the table. 2 individuals have managed to hold our squadron at bay, and you dare to consider them weak. Merely exoskeletal armors? Rod gently touched his face. I am comparing it to Superman. I serve in the Weapons Research Division, so I am well aware of what these 2 items signify. However, they truly deserve to be described with such reverence. Just observe the technology they embody. Unknown high-power stable energy sources, ultra-high strength and precision metal materials, and astonishing anti-gravity and energy transfer systems. These advancements are at least a decade ahead of us. If we were to harness these technologies, the Pentagon could commence plans for world domination by tomorrow. What puzzles me is why the other party would utilize such technology to construct mechs. It is akin to a person being shielded by a battalion of tanks while engaging in hand-to-hand combat on the battlefield. Moreover, have you noticed that the opposing side has not initiated any attacks? Could it be possible that they are actually on our side? Rod suggested. Perhaps we should attempt to communicate with them first. However, the highest-ranking Air Force General, Ross, decisively countered, regardless of whether they belong to us or not. We'll take them down first. Wait, what is that? It appears to be another exoskeleton armor, suddenly exclaimed a colonel, pointing at the display screen. Everyone turned to look. Unbeknownst to them, beside the golden-red armor stood a silver-white suit. Damn it, they are organized. Shoot them down. Ross's mustache quivered with urgency. From a distance, Leon spotted the 2 armors weaving through a hail of bullets. He accelerated and flew to the beleaguered Tony's side. Tony, how is it that after just half a day, you look as though you've waded through an oil field? A startled cry emanated from the golden-red armor as Tony turned to see Leon, nearly launching an attack. Leon, perhaps next time you should appear a bit more human and less like a specter. Tony was genuinely taken aback, nearly losing his balance mid-air. Also, why are you wearing my armor? Leon tilted his head slightly. Of course, because you took my suit. I mean, why aren't you wearing your own spandex outfit? Tony narrowly evaded a barrage of bullets. Have you forgotten my identity when I donned the Superman uniform? I cannot meet you at present. In comparison to Tony, Leon's evasive maneuvers appeared effortless. However, it was primarily because he intended to demonstrate the proper use of this iron lump. What? Are you saying you brought me the manual for the Mark armor? That would be splendid. I was in dire need of that. Tony scoffed. The manual does not cover what is about to happen next, so watch closely. I won't exert any of my own strength throughout the entire process. Leon memorized the positions of all the fighter jets behind him and suddenly shouted, JARVIS, deploy the auxiliary wings. With a swift sound, the silver-white Mark II armor opened its auxiliary wings, abruptly decelerating. In critical moments, JARVIS is always so considerate. Whatever you instruct, he executes without hesitation. Even Leon's command led the Mark armor directly into the midst of the fighter jets. Hey, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed in astonishment, turning to see Leon speeding away behind him. The fighter pilots trailing behind were equally dumbfounded. Upon turning his head, he beheld a silver-white battle suit soaring alongside his cockpit, enthusiastically waving at him. Contact command. Target 3 has abruptly decelerated and breached our formation, requesting a change in engagement. The squadron captain immediately seized the radio, his voice frantic. Permission to engage. Ensure it is brought down. The command from headquarters was issued simultaneously. Engage. 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 The fighter jets swiftly dispersed their formation. Some accelerated forward, while others decelerated behind, encircling the Mark II as if they had rehearsed this maneuver countless times. Although there was a moment of chaos at the outset, the pilots' lips soon curled into smiles as they established their formation. The enemy's voluntary entry into their encirclement was, in their eyes, akin to delivering a meal. Target locked on. Target locked. The continuous reports echoed through the channel, prompting the captain to order the attack. Engage. Fire air-to-air missiles. Launch. All missiles fired. Each fighter jet unleashed a barrage of missiles, while simultaneously employing onboard machine guns to restrict evasive maneuvers. Leon found himself engulfed in a maelstrom of fire. Dozens of missiles, propelled by their swift ascent, would reach the Mark II within seconds. Naturally, Leon would not remain passive. He completely shut off the propulsion system, descending in a parabolic arc. This action caught the enemy entirely off guard. The incoming missiles plummeted before the Mark II, although the tracking systems quickly recalibrated their trajectories. This momentary encounter significantly reduced their speed to less than a third of their initial velocity. The pursuing fighter jets began to veer away. Jarvis, activate the intelligent targeting system. Leon refrained from utilizing his enhanced vision or strength, relying solely on the capabilities of the Mark II suit for retaliation. Jarvis acted swiftly, marking the trajectories of each missile and their current velocities on the helmet's display. Very good. Leon began to accelerate backward, with a missile swarm chasing him. At this moment, their direction of movement was entirely opposite to that of Tony's earlier trajectory. Leon, Tony's voice pierced through the helmet's comms. What are you planning? Remain calm and refrain from attacking. We are the intruders here, and we must not escalate the situation. Their mechs had not been registered with the Eagle faction. Moreover, the mechs were armed with conventional weaponry, categorizing them as hostile invaders. It was entirely reasonable for those fighter jets to engage them. He maneuvered the Mark suit to accelerate while ensuring his speed remained consistently slower than that of the missiles trailing behind. As the missiles drew perilously close, he suddenly shifted his position. In that fleeting instant, the suit's acceleration dipped before surging again. With a resounding impact, he collided with the side of one missile. Jarvis, utilize electrical currents to adhere to the missile's exterior and ensure electromagnetic signals are shielded to prevent triggering the detonator-S sensors. After issuing the command, Leon maximized the power of the propulsion flames emitted from the Mark II sols. He began to accelerate alongside the missile. Chapter 32. This time, you are the formidable one. The silvery battle armor and the olive-green missiles seemed to merge into one. Together, they accelerated, momentarily distancing themselves from the other missiles, tracing a vast arc in the sky. At this juncture, the other missiles began to lose their tracking precision, scattering through the air, no longer pursuing Leon like a swarm of bees. This was also a portent of the impending explosions. Leon calculated the time in his mind, timing the release of his grip on the battle armor just right. Moving away from the side of the missile, he had commandeered. 3, 2, 1, boom. He accelerated swiftly, the countdown in his mouth concluding, and behind him, a thunderous explosion resounded. Boom. Several missiles collided directly with the side of the missile controlled by Leon, detonating in unison. The air currents were violently displaced, and the other scattered missiles were caught in the aftermath, igniting immediately. The fiery explosion rapidly spread above the coastal mountains, engulfing an expanse of nearly a kilometer in thick, billowing smoke. The pilots within the fighter jet squadron were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the Mark II could so effortlessly evade the missile's pursuit. However, They soon found themselves bereft of time for contemplation. Even the lofty winds could not disperse the smoke from dozens of missiles exploding simultaneously in a brief span. The entire squadron of fighter jets plunged into the dense, inky smoke without a moment's hesitation. "Target lost. Repeat, target lost," reported the captain. "Accelerate out of the obscured area and continue the chase. We cannot let them escape," commanded the command center. Yet, Leon did not seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, he turned back toward the remnants of the explosion. "Based on the enemy aircraft's flight direction and speed, provide me with a flight trajectory simulation, Jarvis." The projection on the face of his armor flickered, promptly simulating numerous trajectories within the smoky image. Simultaneously, Leon engaged in extensive calculations in his mind, estimating the approximate time, and accelerated into the fog. He swiftly approached one of the trajectories. "Prepare to turn, Jarvis." Just as the words left his mouth, another aircraft abruptly emerged from the black mist before him. Realizing a collision was imminent, the armor executed an abrupt stop and veered upward. The pilot within the aircraft's cockpit widened his eyes in shock, but quickly regained composure, maneuvering the plane to ascend while pressing one of the hundreds of control buttons within the cockpit to open the weapon bay, unleashing a torrent of bullets from the machine gun. "Aircraft 13 has identified a target. Report. Aircraft 13 has identified a target. Engage. Engage," commanded the captain. Aircraft 13 closely pursued Leon, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the Mark II, causing Leon's form to sway. This exhilarated the pilot of Aircraft 13, who pushed the thrusters to their limits, accelerating in pursuit of Leon. But suddenly, the Mark II veered once more. The pilot was momentarily taken aback, just as another aircraft burst forth from the black fog ahead. Damn! The pilot hastily raised the aircraft's altitude, but it was too late. The underside and top of the two planes collided, the friction at high speed obliterating a significant portion of the aircraft structure. Flames and black smoke erupted from the plane, its engine system and exhaust system damaged, rendering it incapable of continued flight. The pilot of the 13th unit, in a moment of desperation, pressed down on the control yoke, allowing the aircraft to plummet, and activated the ejection seat mechanism. The 13th unit collided. Eject now. However, another unfortunate fighter jet suffered an even graver fate. The cockpit of the fighter was completely obliterated, rendering the pilot unconscious in an instant. Meanwhile, the 13th pilot sensed something amiss. As he deployed his parachute in midair, he observed two aircraft descending simultaneously, yet the audio feed lacked a second voice reporting damage. He urgently called for help. Collision with the 7th unit. Both are going down. He has lost signal. He may be under enemy pursuit. Requesting rescue. Mayday! Mayday! His earlier calls for attack had been filled with fervor, and now his cries of Mayday echoed just as loudly. Before long, Lion heard the sounds of jets diving down through the clouds, indicating that the remaining fighters were rushing to the rescue. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Was this exhibition match drawing to a close? Glancing down at the pilot he had just retrieved, he gently set him on the ground before heading towards Los Angeles. "Good luck, my friend." The fighter jets were preoccupied with saving lives, while the command center, having witnessed Mark II's departure via satellite, realized that pursuing them would be futile, leaving them to pound their fists in frustration. "Damn it, they got away." Ross seethed with impotent rage. "Deploy more air squadrons." "It's too late, General," Rod interjected bluntly, analyzing the situation. "Based on the acceleration displayed by the enemy, we won't catch up now." "Damn." On the other side, Lion met with Tony. With the size and speed of the Mark armor, as long as they weren't detected by satellites, they wouldn't be traced back home. Moreover, with Jarvis assisting in surveillance, the two flew leisurely. "I didn't employ any weapons, right?" "Just as you requested, there was no direct confrontation, nor any casualties," Lion remarked. "However, did you feel as though you just received a lesson from my recent maneuvers?" He specifically inquired about Tony's impression, as he had intended to impress him during this endeavor. This notion had been on his mind for quite some time. Yet, he was also considerate of Tony's position. After all, Tony maintained close relations with many in the military. It was likely he would soon reveal his identity as Iron Man. Thus, to avoid any friction between Tony and the military, Lion adhered strictly to Tony's instructions, refraining from any proactive attacks. In the end, he even saved a pilot. Not bad. Tony found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as he truly felt astonished. Jarvis had been transmitting real-time footage of Mark II to him. Lion's precise control over speed, time, and direction was something he could not yet achieve. Tony had not even considered that combat in the armor could be executed with such agility as Lion had just demonstrated. After all, he was still a novice, having flown only a few times and could only envision the Mark armor being maneuvered as Lion did. simply spectacular. Naturally, Tony would never concede defeat verbally. You have just wielded your own power, haven't you? It must be so. Tony is merely deceiving himself. Absolutely not. Jarvis comprehends everything within Mark II, and he can assure me of that. Leon presents his evidence. Jarvis promptly concurs. Indeed, sir, Master Leon was solely controlling the armor throughout, and all data appears normal. Tony, of course, is aware of this fact. He is merely being obstinate. However, the fact remains that you downed 2 aircraft without reaching a peaceful resolution, which is rather problematic. Leon takes pleasure in teasing Tony. I neither employed weapons nor initiated an attack. Can the opponent's blunder be attributed to me? You're not so stringent with yourself, Tony. All right, my dear Leon. In light of the dinner you have prepared for me, I concede that you are indeed more skilled this time. Tony raises his hands in surrender. Thank you for the compliment. As long as you continue to strive, Tony, you will eventually become as exceptional as I am. At this, Leon's expression brightens. However, what dinner are you referring to? Tony's face turns to one of astonishment. Do not tell me you have not prepared dinner. I am so hungry I could devour an entire city's worth of cheeseburgers. Then let us order takeout, Tony suggests. Agreed, while we await our meal. Perhaps you could take the opportunity to inform Rhodey, letting him know that the Iron Man causing such a stir in the military today is you. Why should I tell him? Tony inquires, puzzled. That would expose my identity. With your flamboyant style, it is only a matter of time before you are discovered. It is better to prepare Rhodey in advance, allowing him to provide you with cover. Oh, you might be onto something, Leon. When did you become so astute? Did you learn this in school, while engaging in petty rivalries with the girls? Then you truly owe me your gratitude. The voices of the 2 conversationalists gradually fade into the wind. Beneath the orange-hued sunset, the sea undulates like autumnal maple leaves, and in the reflection, 3 armors soar towards the Stark mansion. Chapter 33. The News of Superman. Soon, several days passed. The Stark household remained tranquil. Leon basked in the sun daily, awaiting the commencement of a new academic year. Tony, as usual, did not attend work. Each morning, he would rush to the Middle East with buttered bread in his mouth. According to him, the inherently malevolent 10 Rings organization would soon vanish from the world. Moreover, since establishing communication with Rhodey, he had not been apprehended by the military again. Nonetheless, as per routine, she still found herself powerless against Tony. After her anger subsided, she diligently undertook the immense responsibility of advancing Stark Industries. This was the daily life of the Stark family, akin to the sea outside their mansion, occasionally tumultuous yet mostly serene, as if devoid of worries. However, for the world, the emergence of Superman began to resonate, with hidden currents stirring beneath the surface. KNKV television reported, the existence of Superman in our world seems beyond dispute. The female host, holding her script, wore a grave expression. In the past few days, although he has not reappeared, countless individuals continue to affirm his existence, praying for his return. The events of that night have irrevocably altered our world. As the voice fades, the news footage transitions to a bustling press conference. At the podium stand a middle-aged Afghan man, his hair flecked with gray. The flash of cameras illuminates the room, yet his eyes remain fiercely fixed on the lens. It is Superman who has saved our nation, who has rescued our people. He amplifies his voice, striving to render his words thunderous and resonant. That night, I was fortunate enough to capture his image. He fights for us. He is Superman, the very embodiment of our hopes. He has no origin, nor destination. Nothing can stand against him. He is our deity, our savior. The Father resides within him, and he is one with the Father. Simultaneously, behind the middle-aged man, a robust screen is brought in, illuminating with images of Superman confronting missiles. Look at him. How magnificent he is, driving away all the wolves. We are all his lambs. The man exclaims to the camera. The female host sits upright. The man on screen is Abdullah, an Afghan war correspondent who filmed Superman's inaugural appearance and boldly proclaimed at the press conference that Superman is the reincarnation of the divine spirit. During this time, countless individuals stepped before the camera, sharing their encounters with Superman as he emerged into reality. The footage transitions once more. A young girl, resolute, recounts to the reporter. That night, 2 villains try to break in, but Superman suddenly appeared and stopped them. Her father adds, Superman promised that the forces of evil would soon be driven away. And he truly delivered. However, the subsequent words fade away as the news shifts to another individual. He fell from the sky, like a shooting star. I didn't make a wish, but he obliterated the terrorist who sought to harm my sister. A boy animatedly describes. Such scenes abound. Afghan guards saluting photographs of Superman. Villagers in a dilapidated hamlet weeping and fervently calling out for Superman in the fields of rice. and more. As an increasing number of people affirm Superman's existence, we are compelled to ponder the implications he may have on our society. Is he a paragon of justice, akin to the Superman of comic lore, a divine being among men? Or is he merely a clumsy imitator donning a uniform, leveraging Superman's name to satiate his own vanity? According to our correspondent's findings yesterday, our returning soldiers were compelled, under Superman's pressure, to abandon their aid to the local populace. Whether he is a dictator or a hypocrite in disguise remains uncertain, leaving us unable to render an immediate judgment. Next, let us hear the analysis from sociologist Francis Wyndham. Leon, resting his chin on his hand, watches with keen interest as the newly introduced scholar eloquently dissects the persona of Superman. From comic interpretations to real-world implications, tracing attire back to childhood. The narrative seems almost believable, culminating in the conclusion that Superman is a paranoid individual with a penchant for milk. The analytical process is replete with references, so much so that Leon himself begins to feel swayed by the argument. You are once again engrossed in those tedious reports, unable to tire of watching Tony descend from the upper floor after all these days. It is either a complete adulation or an utterly biased disparagement. What merit is there in such perspectives, particularly from these television networks that have accepted political funding, aiming to craft you into a quintessential villain? Was it about such content that you find so engrossing? He hurled a newspaper onto the table and plopped down beside Leon. And look at what these writers are producing. They're all about superheroes. Have they never perused a comic book? The mere emergence of a superhero incites such excitement. Leon cast a glance downward. The newspaper proclaimed the mysterious appearance of a mech in the Middle East, a clumsy imitation of Superman. So this is where the issue lies. Tony had toiled for several days, effectively dismantling most of the Ten Rings organization in the region. Yet, nearly all media outlets scarcely acknowledged his efforts. Even when they did report on him, it was merely a fleeting mention before swiftly shifting the focus back to Superman. No wonder Tony harbors such resentment. He is not one to revel in anonymity. Perhaps you could purchase a newspaper agency to have them write exclusively about you. The headline could read, Iron Man returns, the hero protecting civilians in the Middle East. What do you think? Tony raised an eyebrow. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. But you know I'm not one to seek vanity. I am merely standing up for you, Leon. Come now, if you truly wish to advocate for me, it would be more effective to slip some money to those media outlets, compelling them to speak the truth, Leon remarked. Tony rose and retrieved a piece of bread from the dining table. If you wish, I could arrange that, he said as he ate. But do you genuinely believe it is necessary? Not all, Leon replied, still propping his chin up. Once Hydra is vanquished and my strength is displayed, the media will naturally speak for me. That is precisely the point, Tony concurred, tapping the screen with his finger. The media's praise is reserved for those who can silence them. Chapter 34, Abdullah's video. Yet, I still cannot fathom how you garnered such a steadfast following after merely one night in Afghanistan. Tony waved the piece of bread in his hand. You mean followers, right? Close enough, particularly that journalist who appears to have endured much hardship. He proclaims daily before the media that you are a divine being, an outright zealot. I thought you had brainwashed him, like Clark and Superman who can manipulate others' memories. Tony gestured in the air. That is a power I would certainly like to possess. It sounds exhilarating, Leon quipped. How is it exhilarating, pray tell? You would do best to merely listen rather than conjure images in your mind. Ahem, where was I? Oh yes, Abdullah. He stated in an interview that you saved his life? So he is that individual, Tony realized, recalling that Jarvis had featured him in my recordings. No wonder he seemed so familiar. Leon lifted his head. It appears you are quite invested in him. Indeed, Tony chewed on his bread and remarked that, in gratitude, he intended to invest all his money in Warner stock, prompting me to have Pepper facilitate the acquisition of Warner. You certainly know how to make a fortune, Leon quipped, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do not speak so lightly. The world is currently captivated by Superman. After acquiring Warner, Stark Industries stock has surged as well. Once Tony finished his bread, he began to lick his fingers. I found myself intrigued by how he managed to secure this acquisition. The entire globe is focused on DC, and there seems to be no rational reason for them to relinquish control of their company. Tony wiped his fingers with a napkin and replied, some other tycoons and even nations are applying pressure on them, as you can imagine. So I seized the opportunity to enter the fray. How did you manage to enter? Leon questioned. You no longer deal in arms. Do you still possess the qualifications to enter? But I'm selling this. Tony tapped the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Renewable energy, everyone desires it. Leon widened his eyes slightly. Have you exposed your identity? Pretty much. It was Rhodey who let it slip. Oh, that guy's mouth is like a public service announcement. Unable to keep a secret. Leon remained skeptical. Come on, Rhodey was just being humorous. How could someone with such loose lips hold a position in a confidential department? He speculated. I see you are envious of Superman's popularity, actively revealing yourself to draw attention to your own persona. Tony fell silent, gazing at the ceiling, feigning busyness. Then, surprisingly, turned to leave. I was merely helping alleviate your stress. With so many people scrutinizing and misunderstanding you, I had to stand up as an example. He waved dismissively. All right, I'm off. Today marks my last day in the Middle East. The 10 rings will cease to exist. As Leon watched Tony's retreating figure, his brilliant mind felt overwhelmed. Moments later, the sound of the Iron Man suit igniting and taking flight resonated outside. Surely, he doesn't intend to reveal his Iron Man identity at tomorrow's press conference. Leon pondered, staring out at the Mark III vanishing into the horizon, lost in thought. He had contemplated this numerous times. The debut of Iron Man, as the beginning of a major Marvel cinematic event, was likely to be a pivotal moment. This meant that Tony was highly likely to utter the words, I am Iron Man. Leon had even speculated on various reasons that might compel Tony to acknowledge his Iron Man identity. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the motivation would stem from a desire for publicity. This world is utterly insane. Leon couldn't help but curse under his breath. Oh well, Tony wanted to meet his end. Let him be. Soaking up the sun is far more important. He stood up, dusted himself off, ripped open his shirt, and instantaneously transformed into Superman, soaring towards the cosmos. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, adorned with heavy dark circles under his eyes, appeared almost completely shrouded in shadow. Yet, at that moment, his eye bags seemed particularly pronounced, resembling coal lumps hanging from an ink bottle. Is this your investigation report? He set down the document in his hand and inquired of Coulson, standing before him. The information contained within is far less comprehensive than what was aired on television. At least they interviewed the locals. Coulson lowered his head and said, I apologize, Director. Since that day, Superman has not reappeared, and we have been unable to find any leads. However, the video broadcasted on television contains a wealth of information. As he spoke, Coulson produced a tablet and handed it to Nick Fury. Upon witnessing this familiar gesture from his subordinate, Fury's eyelids twitched. He then watched as Coulson illuminated the screen and began to play a video he had viewed hundreds of times over the past few days. The video was divided into 3 segments. The first segment featured footage shot by the Afghan journalist Abdullah, showcasing Superman enduring missile strikes from both a vehicle-mounted missile and a Jericho missile. The second segment consisted of Abdullah relaying a message from Superman, demanding that all foreign troops immediately withdraw from the border and abandon their invasion. The third segment was the journalist's personal commentary, in which he dedicated an entire hour to extolling Superman's greatness, propagating his ideology, and fervently linking him to the divine. Though it was unclear how many times he had watched this video, Nick Fury patiently viewed it to completion. The first segment represented the most formidable display of Superman's power to date, yet no official satellite had managed to capture it in its entirety. The only comprehensive documentation available was this journalist's video, which held significant implications for understanding Superman's capabilities. Once the video concluded, Nick Fury turned to Coulson and inquired, What conclusions have you drawn from this? Director, Coulson replied, It is evident that Superman's strength, at least in terms of defense and speed, surpasses that of all beings and weaponry on Earth. He carefully chose his words, regardless of whether he embodies the superhero from the comics, based solely on his demonstrated power. Our best course of action is to foster a positive relationship with him and stabilize his emotions. Nick Fury nodded thoughtfully, stroking the beeper in his hand. Do you believe his character leans towards extremism or defiance? Should we consider suppressing him? He glanced at his beeper. What I mean is, if such tendencies exist, do you think suppression is necessary? After a moment of serious contemplation, Coulson replied, I believe there is no need to suppress Superman. And your reasoning? Nick Fury asked, observing the image of Superman, enscathed amidst a sea of flames, his expression inscrutable. Although Superman had appeared only once and had decisively obliterated a military base, commanding a retreat, Coulson explained, he did not harm any innocent bystanders in the process. His intentions are exceedingly clear, and he even proactively aids the oppressed. The local populace that had encountered him held nothing but admiration and gratitude towards him. Thus, in a comprehensive assessment, he appeared more as a benefactor or a judge, possessing a predominantly positive worldview and adhering strictly to it. To confront such an individual with suppression would likely provoke a vehement backlash, creating significant discord and pushing the situation beyond our control. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the very matter he had been contemplating over the past few days. In the face of a being with a moral compass, extending goodwill was indeed the most prudent choice. However, what Nick Fury detests most is this unsettling feeling of being out of control. Thus, even though he has contemplated the most effective approach to dealing with the Superman, he cannot resist the urge to either defeat or subjugate the individual, striving to bring them entirely under his dominion. What if, hypothetically, our powers were sufficient to vanquish him effortlessly? Do you have any alternative suggestions? Nick Fury believes that if Captain Marvel were to intervene, she could undoubtedly obliterate this so-called Superman with ease. Coulson, lost in thought, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I still maintain that we should refrain from taking action. Why? Nick Fury furrowed his brow. The features of his dark face contorted with concern. We have yet to fully comprehend Superman's true capabilities, Director. If he indeed possesses the ability to grow stronger merely by basking in sunlight, then Coulson inhaled sharply. If we were to strike, unless we were to eliminate him entirely, we would face an adversary who only grows more formidable and unpredictable with time. Is that your perspective? Nick Fury's gaze remained fixed on the Superman displayed on the screen, as if he wished to penetrate the image and discern the true essence of the individual. The room fell into a brief silence. I must concede, you're indeed correct. Coulson, very well. Your mission concludes here. Henceforth, coordinate personnel to maintain surveillance on Superman's whereabouts, and upon his appearance, attempt to engage him. Nick Fury finally spoke. And remember to manage the online discourse. We cannot allow a one-sided narrative to prevail, nor should we permit an excess of negative information that might provoke Superman's hostility. Understood, Director. Coulson promptly gathered the documents and tablet, departing without a hint of dissatisfaction regarding the continuous assignments. Perhaps this is what is known as the innate work ethic of a true laborer. It was not until Coulson closed the door behind him that Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, turning to gaze out the window. The world had become tumultuous. The plan required expedited advancement, and concerning agents, a single Level 7 female operative, Iron Rider, was insufficient. Beep. Jarvis gently reminded him that it was time to conclude yet another invigorating sunbathing session. Recently, the rate of his power augmentation had accelerated remarkably. While basking in the sunlight, every cell within him felt as if it were soaring like a rocket, an exhilarating sensation that left Leon yearning for more. Regrettably, the experiments to test his physical limits necessitated control variables. Thus, for the past month, his daily exposure to direct sunlight in space had to remain consistent. Leon entered the room, casting a glance at the electronic display on the wall. After completing the strength test, I suppose I shall dine alone first, he mused, organizing his forthcoming plans. However, after taking just a few steps, he halted, his right foot suspended in midair. Leon's ears twitched, seemingly. He had inadvertently heard a second heartbeat within the room. It is noteworthy that he consistently maintained a suppression of his super hearing, typically only perceiving sounds he wished to hear. The sudden intrusion of a heartbeat indicated that the individual was alarmingly close, even with his enhanced auditory capabilities. The rhythmic beating of a powerful heart was unmistakably clear. Typically, Tony was rather indifferent to interruptions during his experiments, yet this occasion felt markedly different. The sound resonated from Tony's very chamber, devoid of the usual signs of fatigue that characterized him. Leon squinted his eyes, opting not to inquire with Jarvis, but instead initiated his X-ray vision. The world around him rapidly became transparent, layers of obstruction fading away. Leon's perspective transformed into that of a spectral observer, stealthily infiltrating Tony's room. As he traversed the expansive, plush bed, he discovered Natasha. His expression shifted, perplexed by her presence. How could she be here, concealed beneath Tony's bed? Underneath the 3-meter-wide bed, in a space scarcely 30 centimeters high, lay a woman of remarkable allure. Her wine-red, shoulder-length hair cascaded damply onto the floor. Her eyes tightly shut, arms relaxed at her sides, breathing deeply, like a slumbering beauty. Yet, given her position beneath the bed, it appeared more akin to a comatose figure emerging from the shadows. Leon felt a wave of unease wash over him. Why was she not hiding beneath his own bed? It was both enviable and unsettling. He found it difficult to comprehend. Even if Tony had publicly revealed his identity as Iron Man to military and political figures, it hardly warranted the direct intervention of S.H.I.L.D. to send Natasha to hide under his bed. Was this an abduction? Or perhaps an impending confrontation under the cloak of night? Leon could scarcely recall S.H.I.E.L.D.S. agents engaging in such elementary tactics of concealment. Jarvis, has anyone visited the house since I left? Leon inquired, pondering the situation. No, Master Leon. After your departure, I secured all entrances. Every single one? What about the sewers? Has anyone attempted to breach your systems today? I have maintained uninterrupted operation and have no records of any breaches. However, the sewers may not be classified as an entrance. Jarvis replied, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Leon chuckled softly to himself, realizing how perplexed even the artificial intelligence had become. Who in their right mind would enter a home through the sewers? Yet, upon glancing back at Natasha, damp and seemingly emerged from the depths below, it was evident that she did not arrive by any conventional means. Tonight, as Tony slumbered, he would undoubtedly catch a whiff of the alluring scent left by the enchanting woman beneath him. Leon wished Tony well, a smirk forming as he considered the unpleasant aroma associated with the sewers. However, allowing Tony to savor such a fragrance was sufficient. He had no intention of permitting Natasha to remain hidden beneath the bed. Whatever her intentions were, her clandestine arrival implied dubious motives. Are you suggesting that a woman has infiltrated Mr. Stark's bedroom? Jarvis inquired. Indeed, and she is currently resting beneath the bed. Leon responded, intrigued, stroking his chin. Let us observe what this skilled agent intends to do. Jarvis, be prepared to assist me shortly. Of course, Master Leon. With a headset donned, Leon approached Tony's room and boldly pushed the door open. As he entered the room, he ostentatiously scanned his surroundings, deliberately treading heavily. Indeed, sir. The air system has detected an anomalous odor. Jarvis responded in a compliant manner. Impossible, unless Tony himself addresses the physiological issue. How could there be an unpleasant scent? Moreover, I discern no odor here. Sniff gag. Leon sniffed a few times, then suddenly recoiled, clutching the doorframe as he retched. This was not a mere act. Rather, his acute sense of smell had keenly captured the intense stench of decay permeating the room, especially after he had intentionally inhaled deeply several times, searching for the source of the foulness. The sudden odor seemed to penetrate his very insides, causing his stomach to churn. What was that smell? It resembles a piece of salted fish soaked in a bucket of slop, then pickled with cucumbers for 3 days and nights. Gritting his teeth, Leon swiftly suppressed his heightened olfactory sensitivity. Master Leon, Jarvis queried softly in his earpiece. Your performance is commendable, had the air system not indicated otherwise. You might have deceived my logical assessment. No, I genuinely detected an unpleasant odor. The source must have employed some deodorizing chemical, yet that scent eludes my detection. Leon rubbed his nose, explaining quietly. Continue to assist me, he whispered. He then covered his nose and approached the bedside, raising his voice to inquire. The odor is indeed rather strong. What on earth has Tony done? Jarvis, you mentioned the source of the stench is beneath the bed? Indeed, the diffusion of the odor molecules originates from under the bed. Would you like me to operate the cleaning robot to address the issue? Jarvis announced through the speakers. No need, Leon replied, half squatting and kneeling on one knee. I suspect there's a life-size doll of Tony beneath. If you remove it, he would surely be displeased. I shall retrieve it and clean it myself. I can hardly believe how foul it is. How could Tony bear to handle this? He placed his left hand on the edge of the bed while his right hand reached beneath, as if to extract something from below. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as Leon's right hand was about to delve under the bed, a sleek, black whip emerged from his blind spot, coiling around his arm thrice, akin to a constricting serpent. In the next moment, a faint but perceptible force emanated from the whip, approximately 2.5 times stronger than Tony's own strength. However, for an ordinary individual, it would suffice to be labeled as immense power. Leon could not help but feel astonished. Natasha exerted such force, coupled with the suddenness of her action, sufficient to shatter the bones of an average person. Such severity suggested that this was more than mere stealth. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. truly intended to take action against Tony? Leon's previous nonchalance began to dissipate, and the probing would continue. He feigned a startled gasp, tumbling in the direction of the whip's pull. He cried out in pain as his back hit the ground. In the next instant, Natasha emerged from beneath the bed like a viper slithering out of its den. She forcefully kicked off from the bedpost, using the recoil to slide across the floor, her legs entwining around Leon's waist like a serpent. Then, with her hands pressing against the ground, she exerted her strength at the waist. Astonishingly, she managed to toss Leon into the air, only to bring him crashing down to the ground with tremendous force. Thud! A heavy sound of impact resonated as Leon let out a cry of pain, only to realize that he had struck the back of his head against the floor, promptly closing his eyes and slipping into unconsciousness. Natasha took a breath, casually turned Leon's shoulder to glance at him, confirming his state of unconsciousness. She possessed immense confidence in her abilities. Her training in combat since childhood rendered her capable of dispatching ordinary individuals with ease. noticing his well-defined chest muscles. She couldn't help but admire them, giving a playful pat before offering her critique. "Madam, you are currently infringing upon Mr. Stark's private domain and personal safety. Please vacate the vicinity of Mr. Leon immediately, or I shall be compelled to notify the authorities." Jarvis interjected, delivering a subtle threat. "Oh, is that so?" Natasha retorted, retrieving a black tactical backpack from beneath the bed, pulling out ropes and firearms. She brandished the gun with a flourish, stating, "If you call the police, this weapon will be aimed at your young master." She even checked Leon's vital signs, confirming he was merely unconscious and in no mortal danger. During this process, she discovered and destroyed the headphones he was wearing. Only then did she rise to her feet, pressing the communicator in her ear to begin her report. "General Dreykov, this is Natasha reporting." After a brief pause, she received permission from the other end to proceed. "An unexpected development has arisen. The target's brother, Leon Stark, has discovered my presence using the household AI. I now request a change in strategy. Instead of abducting Tony Stark, I propose to leverage Leon Stark to threaten him and thereby acquire the technology for energy and armor." A few seconds later, a flat male voice responded from the other end. "Change of plan approved. Acknowledged." Natasha's gaze remained as calm as a still pond, devoid of hatred or joy. She removed the communicator from her ear, preparing to implement her new abduction strategy. However, as she turned around, she was taken aback to see Leon, who was supposed to be unconscious, staring intently at her, his eyes wide open. "It seems you're not currently working for S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Leon's expression was intriguing, hinting at the unfolding complexity of the situation. Chapter 37. Slice Research. "Natasha, you just mentioned General Dreykov. If I recall correctly, he is the head of the Red Room, is he not? This implies you are still under the control of the Red Room." Leon stood up, brushing himself off. Something felt amiss. At this juncture, "You ought to be." Leon's forthcoming words were abruptly halted. In the moment he looked down, Natasha, without hesitation, launched an attack. Even though her opponent possessed the strength to easily snap high-strength polyethylene ropes, her movements were swift and precise, akin to a spider ensnaring its prey. It was as if, the moment she initiated her assault, her adversary was already ensnared in her web, unable to escape. Faced with someone whose power evidently surpassed her own, Natasha's strikes were ruthless, aimed directly at the vital points. To conquer strength with speed, this is a technique she has employed countless times as a woman triumphing over formidable foes. Her fists, elbows, and knees descended upon Leon in rapid succession, truly pushing her body to its limits. Yet, this typically effective ambush tactic met with an unexpected defeat this time. Shock was etched upon Natasha's face. It seemed that Leon, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18, effortlessly blocked all her assaults with greater speed, employing only a single hand. That hand, with an almost casual grip on her fist, rendered her utterly powerless to escape, as though it were not a hand but a cold hydraulic clamp ensnaring her. Natasha's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. However, her extensive combat experience prompted an immediate response. "Hey, don't do that. I have no desire to tear you in two due to your resistance." To Leon, Natasha's physique was scarcely more than that of a sheet of paper. Should she inadvertently relax her control over her strength during their physical contact, the ensuing scene could only be described as gruesome. As Leon spoke, he enveloped Natasha in a biofield, fearful of inadvertently damaging Tony's bedroom. However, Natasha remained oblivious to this. She merely noted that, in the face of her tempestuous onslaught, Leon, who had previously maintained an air of calm, suddenly exhibited a change in demeanor. This incited her curiosity. Was her adversary truly fearful of her sustaining injury? Who, after all, was the true super agent infiltrating the other's home? Natasha found herself perplexed. Yet in the next moment, an immense force surged through her arm, and she was unceremoniously pressed against the wall, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. This time, Natasha exerted every ounce of her strength, yet found herself unable to budge an inch. She attempted to utilize yoga techniques to extricate herself, or even considered self-mutilation in a desperate bid for a counterattack. However, in the face of that overwhelming power behind her, all her struggles proved futile, akin to an ant flailing before a giant. Gradually, her gaze transformed, filled with sorrow, despair, and even a sense of liberation. Nearly uncontrollably, she raised her middle finger, bending it inward in an attempt to trigger a circular device on her wrist. "What are you trying to do?" Suddenly, she felt a grip on the nape of her neck. A large hand gently squeezed, and she immediately lost consciousness. It seemed that only this way could their Black Widow willingly remain quiet for a while. Leon supported Natasha's limp body, now unconscious, adjusting his hold as he exited Tony's bedroom. "Master Leon, I am relieved to see you unscathed," Jarvis expressed concern. Having noted the destruction of the electronic devices within the room, remaining unaware of the events that had transpired. "Come now, Jarvis, you know I would never be in peril. Concern for your safety is my utmost responsibility," Jarvis replied. "Shall I alert the authorities to apprehend this intruder?" "No. I sense there is more to this situation than meets the eye. This intruder likely harbors secrets that warrant further investigation," Leon declared, his curiosity piqued. Why did the Marvel narrative, which was supposed to unfold linearly, encounter an unexpected twist with Black Widow? Is it possible that this world is not the primary universe of Marvel designated as 199999, but rather a branching universe akin to What If? However, this seems unlikely, for the characters he has encountered bear an almost identical resemblance to those in the films. "Very well, Master Leon," Jarvis inquired with utmost consideration. "Shall I deactivate the surveillance systems in the laboratory for you?" Leon's expression darkened. "Keep them on. What do you think I'm about to do?" "As you wish, sir," Jarvis responded, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "Silence. I merely intend to conduct an examination on her." Leon carried Natasha into the laboratory, sweeping the workbench clear with his right hand and placing her upon it. He then removed his outer garment and donned a pair of sterile white gloves. His movements appeared somewhat clumsy, reminiscent of an amateur anatomist, akin to a medical student encountering a cadaver for the first time. Yet, despite his inexperience, once he activated his X-ray vision, he transformed into a master of the craft. First, a comprehensive examination. "Let me take a look. Her physique is indeed commendable. No wonder she is Natasha. Delicate shoulders and curvaceous hips. Quite striking. Ahem, let us focus on other areas." Leon asserted that he was not one to indulge in petty advantages. He cast aside distractions and swiftly entered the zone, his gaze penetrating Natasha's skin to reveal the flesh and fascia beneath. "Well, it appears that her body is unscathed. No explosives, no poison. But there's a locator embedded in her right leg. And what about this on her wrist? Is it an explosive device?" Leon pondered, stroking his chin. Does this imply that she was contemplating suicide using the self-detonation device? Such an extreme course of action was clearly uncharacteristic of Natasha. In the films, Natasha Romanoff would sacrifice herself to save others and would willingly forfeit her life to protect her comrades. Yet, when faced with an insurmountable adversary, she would not even entertain the thought of surrender, let alone consider self-destruction. Thus, was she under some form of control? He recalled the Black Widow film he had hastily watched in a previous life. However, that was a timeline a decade later. At this juncture, Natasha should not even be in the Red Room. Leon's gaze shifted to the top of Natasha's head. He meticulously navigated through layers of vascular networks and cerebral tissue. Yet he could not discern any issues. Was it a limitation of my X-ray vision, or was her brain truly unaffected by external control? Faced with a conundrum, Leon found himself invigorated by the challenge. He swiftly transported a series of specialized instruments from Stark Industries, including a microscope, a brain magnetoencephalography machine, and a neural reader. A multitude of imposing machines surrounded the workbench. Leon rolled up his sleeves. "Now is the time to test the fruits of my recent studies." In the days following his confrontation with the Ten Rings, he had not merely basked in the sun. He had also seized moments to delve into biological knowledge. Little did he anticipate that this knowledge would prove useful so soon. Leon first dismantled the explosives and the tracker from Natasha, then proceeded to extract cerebrospinal fluid and brain cells for further investigation. He meticulously examined each aspect, his hands deftly maneuvering the instruments on the workbench, moving with such speed that they appeared to leave a blur in their wake. Throughout the research process, Lion's reservoir of relevant knowledge expanded at an astonishing pace. He couldn't help but silently express his gratitude to Natasha Romanoff. This remarkable female agent selflessly utilized her intellect to aid him in a remarkable hour of experimentation and learning, enabling him to flourish into an exceptional neuroscientist, chemist, and brain scientist. Such is the spirit of selfless dedication to science. "Oh, I have found it," Lion exclaimed joyfully, bent over the microscope at a certain moment. He dared to assert that he had never felt a greater sense of accomplishment than he did now. Basking in the sun each day. Nothing compares to the fulfillment derived from attaining the pinnacle of a field in a remarkably short time through one's own efforts and unraveling a complex problem. "Master Lion, what have you discovered?" Jarvis, ever the capable foil, inquired. "I have identified the cause," Lion replied, his excitement palpable. "Natasha's brain structure and organization are intact. Yet within her cellular fluid, I have detected an alien chemical substance. If my judgment serves me correctly, she still possesses self-awareness. Though it has been fragmented by the drug, some parts obey external commands while others reflect her own thoughts. This chaotic consciousness allows her to maintain logical reasoning, but renders her devoid of emotional judgment, leaving her susceptible to manipulation. The individual who developed this chemical is indeed a genius, yet also a fiend. Lion cleared his workspace once more. Next, we must create a targeted inhibitor. Perhaps when she regains consciousness, we shall reap an unexpected reward. Chapter 38. A 1% probability. For Lion, understanding the cause and reverse engineering a solution, provided the foundational conditions are met, is a relatively straightforward endeavor. He simulated various scenarios at lightning speed with his supercomputer-like mind, subsequently entrusting them to Jarvis for practical simulation. In merely 20 minutes, he had concocted a vial of vibrant red counteractive reagent. An 87% success rate, correct? Lion queried, drawing up a syringe filled with the solution. Indeed, based on the simulations, there remains a 12% chance that the reagent may prove ineffective, a 1% chance of inducing a drug conflict, leading to the invader's cerebral demise, Jarvis responded. Yet, this represents the utmost limits achievable with current medical technology, Lion shrugged. He gazed at Natasha and remarked, if circumstances permitted, we should ideally conduct a Phase 3 randomized double-blind clinical trial that would constitute the proper protocol for drug development. However, given this patient's condition, I fear we lack the time to seek volunteers for experimentation. On the workbench, Natasha had already regained consciousness and was desperately attempting to tear herself free from her restraints. Striving to resist, Lion stood unmoved beside her, deftly operating the syringe, the sharp needle emerging with a glimmer of liquid. After you bound me once, I now return the favor by binding you. It evens the score. I trust Miss Natasha can appreciate this, correct? He disregarded the fact that Natasha's mouth was sealed with tape, focusing instead on her bloodshot eyes, which reflected her struggle. Very well, our patient has acquiesced. She has chosen to accept treatment. However, I must advise you to brace yourself mentally. He flicked the syringe to disperse the air bubbles within. After all, I am a practitioner of unconventional methods. While the medication may induce cerebral death, what matters is its efficacy. Why concern ourselves with the details? If an unfortunate incident were to occur, we could always attribute it to survivor bias. In his previous life, Leon was a man of few words, but over the past decade, he had been influenced by Tony Stark. Although he maintained his serious demeanor for the most part, there were moments of critical importance when he would occasionally indulge in Tony's penchant for verbosity. The inhibitor must be injected into your arm. Would you prefer to remove your clothing or tear off your sleeve? Ah, I see. You'd rather I tear the sleeve of your combat suit, correct? Leon ripped away Natasha's sleeve, using his superior strength to restrain her, and applied alcohol to her pale arm. 1. Time's up. You consent to proceed. Excellent. Natasha's eyes widened in surprise, her muffled protests escaping her lips. What are you saying? No anesthetic needed? Rest assured, we have no anesthetics prepared here. I am commencing the injection. Leon casually punctured Natasha's alcohol-treated arm with a needle. The vivid red serum was swiftly injected into her system. All right, it's over. See? That wasn't painful at all. Our treatment is astonishingly brief. We now need to apply pressure to the injection site to prevent bruising. But it appears you're unable to do so, so I shall assist. Leon withdrew the empty syringe and pressed a cotton swab against Natasha's arm, choosing silence as he regarded her with a slightly serious expression. Leon's internal thoughts diverged from his flamboyant words. He reasoned that as one of the pivotal figures in this world, it was unlikely Natasha would fall victim to that 1% chance. Moreover, the counteragent he had developed represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. Even if he were to summon the world's foremost physicians, they could merely reduce the fatality rate by a fraction of a percentage point, an improvement too minuscule to matter. The chemical agents within Natasha's body, during their synthesis, were likely never intended to yield an antidote. The researchers aimed to create an irredeemable control agent, prioritizing its unbreakable nature over the lives of those subjected to it. The chemical compounds lay hidden within the cellular fluid of Natasha's brain cells. Their elimination would equate to cellular death and, consequently, brain damage, placing the controlled individual at grave risk of demise. Thus, the mere creation of the inhibitor was nothing short of miraculous. As for the remaining 1% mortality rate, it was of little consequence. It appeared the suppressive agent was already taking effect. Leon removed his gloves, sanitized his hands, and received the disinfecting cotton swab from Bobo. Wiping his hands clean, he gazed at Natasha, whose expression was rapidly calming, and silently offered a prayer for her well-being. Jarvis, do you believe that if she were to fall into that 1% chance of brain death, it would be considered fortunate or unfortunate. As Leon awaited the outcome, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. Your perspective is indeed quite objective, he remarked, but humans do not think in such a manner. When calamity befalls them, even the smallest probability transforms into a 100% nightmare, an absolute misfortune. Thus, this encapsulated the essence of human thought. Noted, I shall endeavor to adopt such reasoning in the future, Master Leon, Jarvis replied. That is unnecessary. Your mechanical thought process is, in fact, your strength. Many young ladies are quite fond of this model, he added. Natasha has awakened. Upon noticing Natasha's silken lashes fluttering, Leon promptly approached the workstation to observe her more closely. In due course, Natasha opened her eyes, her amber gaze filled with confusion and a distant expression. Yet Leon found amusement in this, exclaiming, "That foolish look in your eyes, precisely it. Miss Natasha, congratulations on your successful surgery." Her bewildered demeanor signified that Natasha's mind had liberated itself from the grip of chemical substances. Her scattered consciousness gradually began to reintegrate. However, it seemed that this process of unification would require some time. As Leon monitored Natasha's transformation, he deftly untied the ropes binding her and removed the tape from her mouth. In stark contrast to Leon's elation, upon opening her eyes, Natasha was met with an exceedingly close visage, scrutinizing her from all angles. Her pupils dilated in an instant, and her body instinctively reacted, freed from her constraints. She swiftly entwined her legs around Leon's sturdy waist, using her arms to pivot herself behind him, executing a naked choke. This was the muscle memory instilled in her from over a decade of training and combat experience. Upon completing the chokehold, she instinctively applied pressure. Yet, rather than succumbing to asphyxiation, Leon remained unresponsive. Her arms felt as though they were ensnared by diamond. Natasha paused for a moment, and in the next, fragmented memories surged forth. Her expression momentarily turned vacant, her eyes losing focus. You saved me," she murmured, her gaze at Leon growing increasingly complex. Her hands fell limply to her sides, slowly bowing her head. What have I done? She had once believed she would be controlled by the Red Room for eternity. Yet through a twist of fate, she found salvation in the hands of her target. Now, as consciousness returned, countless memories flooded her mind, leaving her in a tumult of emotions, regret, resentment, but above all, anxiety. "It appears you are recovering quite well," Leon commented. Natasha, startled by his words, suddenly felt at a loss. "Thank you, I'm very grateful. No, I'm truly sorry. My actions were unintentional, instinctive. I apologize, I should not have acted that way. Are you hurt?" Chapter 39. You may come to me for anything you desire. Natasha's words were somewhat disordered, revealing the emotional turmoil of one freshly returned to consciousness. Particularly as Leon had just saved her, her ungratefulness manifested in a harsh response. This stirred deep-seated memories within her, evoking feelings of shame and unease. "Do not take it to heart," Leon waved dismissively, indicating that it was merely an unintentional oversight, asserting that she could not possibly harm him. Natasha clenched her fists, suddenly recalling how she had previously been completely subdued by the man before her. The overwhelming strength of his skills was something she feared she would never forget. She instinctively surveyed her surroundings, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. "Thank you," Natasha said, subtly glancing over Leon's physique, yet shaking her head, she reiterated her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, and for not holding my earlier offense against me." Just as Leon was about to respond, Natasha continued speaking. "Perhaps for you, it was merely a trifling act, but for me, it holds immense significance." Natasha appeared profoundly sincere as she descended from the workbench and gazed at Leon. "You have granted me a second chance at life, Mr. Stark, and it is not just me." Her expression turned grave, but also the other widows. "We all owe you our lives." The agents cultivated within the Red Room were referred to as widows. Among them, the most exceptional, who could surpass the highest records set by predecessors, were awarded the title of Black Widow. It was a designation for one of the world's most merciless and venomous spiders, and those bestowed with this title were equally formidable. "I'm unable to repay the debt of your life-saving grace. If you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask," Natasha declared earnestly. "I shall do my utmost." She lightly caressed Leon's cheek, her warm breath cascading over his rugged jawline. "But please forgive me, for I must take my leave." Her expression became conflicted, filled with reluctance and profound sorrow. Having severed ties with the Red Room for too long, they would inevitably come after her. "I cannot be a burden to you. Others need me to save them." Natasha exuded a resolute determination. having just regained her senses and begun plotting her revenge against the Red Room. A flicker of resolve sparkled in her eyes as she unexpectedly rose onto her toes and gently kissed Leon's cheek. "Thank you, Leon." Her voice was tender, reminiscent of soft cotton scattered by the wind, akin to a lover bidding farewell with a heart brimming with affection. After the kiss, she slowly retreated step by step, her jade-like eyes fixed intently upon Leon. It was as if she were a princess awakened from slumber by a prince's kiss, yet destined to face the wicked stepmother alone. Once she had put a distance of 5 meters between them, she turned swiftly, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. That figure was imbued with loneliness and resolve, vividly illustrating Natasha's willingness to sacrifice for her comrades and her readiness to plunge into the flames for her savior. Leon watched Natasha, touching his own cheek, his reflection in the laboratory glass appearing dazed and bewildered, akin to an inexperienced youth who had just fallen into the depths of love. "Wait, Natasha," he suddenly called out. Natasha's resolute figure paused, turning her head slightly to reveal a glimpse of her sorrowful profile. "I'm sorry, Leon, I must go. No, what I mean is, we are not so familiar yet. Addressing me as Mr. Stark is quite fitting." Leon sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He then murmured softly, "The stench of this rotten fish is rather overwhelming." At this, Natasha became completely still, like a wooden figure frozen in place. It appears that she did not hear Leon's complaints about her scent. Indeed, leaning against the workbench, Leon found himself in the presence of Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984, the finest Black Widow nurtured by the Red Room. She possesses a multitude of aliases worldwide and is a master of solo combat and psychological warfare. To be suddenly addressed by name, followed by a parting kiss from such a top-tier agent, took me by surprise. I must admit, it is quite an impressive seduction technique. Leon teased. "I was just a heartbeat away from rushing over to embrace you and proclaim that I would face the trials ahead with you." Natasha's expression shifted. She realized her thoughts had been laid bare. Her hesitation gradually dissolved into calmness. "Wow, I did not expect the seemingly mundane second son of Stark to be so deeply concealed. Are you a CIA agent? Please, we live in the digital age. I have access to the household AI you mentioned, making information quite easy to gather." "And what do you mean by mundane?" "I did manage to gain admission to Columbia University," Leon replied, pausing momentarily, then spreading his hands. "You see, Natasha, I'm aware of your past. Furthermore, I'm not a wealthy young man who still fantasizes about fairy tales. While you may seem to play at this casually, lacking earnestness, could we simplify our dialogue?" Leon rose to summon Ben, ordering 2 cups of coffee. He handed one to Natasha, saying, "Have something warm." "When was the last time you consciously enjoyed a cup of coffee?" "Don't tell me it was a decade ago." Natasha displayed no sign of embarrassment, accepting the coffee with a natural smile. "Thank you, but the last time I drank coffee like this was a year and a half ago." Leon raised an eyebrow. "So you were completely under the Red Room's control over a year ago? You seem to possess considerable insight, Master Leon," Natasha replied, stepping beside him, leaning against the workbench, gazing up at him with an air of delicate beauty. She sought to employ her subtle allure to entice Leon. "Is this how you habitually extract information from others?" Leon pointed to the coffee cup. "If you have inquiries, feel free to ask directly. It would save us much probing." Indeed, Natasha is a paragon of allure. At 24 or 25, her every movement exudes an effortless charm, her every smile captivating the heart and soul. However, Leon had recently witnessed the viscous nature of her blood and her brain, a tapestry of red and white, and had detected the scent of her emergence from the sewers. Thus, for the time being, he found himself devoid of any fanciful desires. Surprisingly, the brother of America's most notorious playboy, Leon, remained a gentleman. Natasha retracted her playful smile, her countenance turning serious. As a master of psychology, she understood the art of pleasing others. Leon's current desire was for efficient information exchange, and she was more than willing to accommodate. That is not necessarily the case. The timing's simply isn't right now. Perhaps you could try another setting next time, and I would surely fall for it. Leon took a sip of his coffee and remarked, "By the way, please refrain from staging another scene akin to that of a naive girl bidding farewell. Such tales only captivate the hearts of pampered heirs. I suggest that when you wish to make your move against me, donning black stockings would yield far more impactful results." "That's a splendid suggestion. I shall certainly consider it for next time." Natasha nodded in agreement. "Now, Mr. Stark, how is it that you possess so much information about me?" she added. "Do not tell me that it was acquired through artificial intelligence. Much of that data is classified and remains offline." "Ah, I see." Leon interlaced his fingers in a gesture of apology. "Regrettably, this matter is one I cannot disclose. It remains a secret." Natasha tilted her head. Is this what you refer to as a direct inquiry? Leon evasively responded, before you pose your questions, I had one of my own. Was it your attitude towards your savior just now? He raised a finger. First, you attacked me upon regaining consciousness. That was unexpected. Yet, you did genuinely express gratitude and offer apologies. However, recollecting our previous encounter, you promptly attempted to entice me again. You aimed to have me volunteer to assist you against the Red Room, did you not? The most egregious part is that you covertly observed my reaction through the glass reflection after turning away. How is it that after I just saved your life, you professed your gratitude, only to turn around and attempt to drag me into perilous waters? Leon smacked his thigh. The stark contrast in your behavior is utterly bewildering. It makes me feel like a complete fool. I apologize. Natasha raised her hands. I sincerely regret regarding you as an ordinary heir and seeking to exploit you. It was my folly to involve you. I'm truly sorry. I had just awakened and sought an ally who could provide me with a sense of security. A hint of vulnerability graced Natasha's expression. After all, you are incredibly formidable and a genius. With your assistance, my chances of success would soar. However, I assure you, had you chosen to help me earlier, I would have shared all pertinent information without reservation. Although, it seems you may not require it. Furthermore, my previous promise stands. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, you may seek my assistance, provided I am still alive. Leon stroked his chin. May I also seek your help for certain unmentionable matters? Certainly, as long as it pertains to you. I am amenable. Natasha's gaze, initially conflicted, transformed into unwavering determination. She was earnest. Chapter 40, The Cause of Temporal Disruption. Leon realized Natasha was not jesting. In fact, he suppressed his mirth. He gestured to the attendant. Hey, bring this lady another cup of coffee. Now, it was Natasha's turn to express surprise. Are you apologizing to me? Frankly, this is quite contrary to what I anticipated from you. Apologizing? No, you have misconstrued my intent. I'm not offering an apology. I merely maintain my composure and refrain from making light of such matters in public. Leon defended himself. A look of bewilderment flickered in Natasha's eyes. You would assert such a thing? You are remarkably different. You hardly resemble a Stark. Perhaps it is because I have been influenced by an education beyond that of the Starks. Leon raised his glass to clink with Natasha's. However, no matter how much you praise me, it will not alter the reality of the situation. You invaded this place and attacked me, despite holding no grudges. I chose to save you, yet you harbored ulterior motives. Mere verbal apologies are insufficient. You are indeed correct. Natasha smiled as she sipped her hot coffee, genuinely complimenting the words she had just heard, for it was the first time she had encountered such eloquence, which indeed sounded quite cultured. Thank you for the praise. This is merely a facet of my self-presentation, Leon shrugged. Such a facade must be quite appealing to young girls, Natasha remarked, her eyes curving with amusement. Perhaps. So, shall we discuss you and the matter of the Red Room? Leon set down his coffee cup. What would you like to talk about? Natasha no longer leaned against the countertop. If this is the compensation you seek, I shall speak freely. I have but one question. How were you controlled by the Red Room a year and a half ago? Leon posed the question that had long troubled him. He remained haunted by it, as it pertained to his understanding of the universe he inhabited. His treatment of Natasha was, in part, aimed at uncovering this truth. How I was controlled. Natasha grasped her coffee cup, her expression momentarily distant and tumultuous. To her, that seemed a distant past. By contrast, even the days when she could barely act of her own volition appeared far more pleasant. To recount those experiences was akin to tearing open old wounds, far more daunting than charging into a hail of gunfire. Yet, after a brief struggle, she began to speak. I was trained and transformed in the Red Room from a young age. They brainwashed all the girls. However, I managed to retain my will amid the indoctrination. Thus, when the opportunity arose, I attempted to rebel, but ultimately, I failed. Natasha's eyes were hollow as she gazed into the swirling coffee, her thoughts seemingly traversing the corridors of time. To prevent similar occurrences, they escalated beyond mere brainwashing, employing chemical substances to control us. That is how it transpired. Natasha's recounting was succinct, akin to stating that placing an elephant in a refrigerator merely requires opening the door and putting the elephant inside. Leon seized upon the crux of her narrative. With your formidable abilities, why did your rebellion fail? In the original timeline, Natasha was supposed to encounter Hawkeye around 2006, subsequently launching an assault against the head of the Red Room in Budapest, ultimately succeeding in her defection to SHLD. However, the current situation was diametrically opposed. The influence of the Red Room is beyond imagination. The widows are scattered across the globe. An individual cannot resist their might. Natasha's shoulders drooped as if bereft of support. Nearly 2 years ago, I was attacked by Hawkeye from SHLD. That was a promising opportunity. I sought to connect with him, and SHILD. She suddenly lifted her gaze to Leon. This bears relevance to you as well. Me? In 06. Your Stark Industries released groundbreaking electronic products, which the Red Room then reverse-engineered, utilizing complementary technology to update their internal smart devices. Natasha tilted her head. Thus, when I was in contact with Hawkeye, my every move was under surveillance, unbeknownst to me. At that time, my communication devices were merely equipped with basic anti-eavesdropping features. Little did I anticipate that the communication technology of the Red Room would experience an explosive advancement within just a few months. Lion felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that Natasha had fallen out of the loop due to her obsolescence. The civilian technology in a Marvel universe lagged significantly behind its military counterpart. In 2006, Tony was inspired to adapt many technologies previously reserved for military use to create digital devices. For an entire month, Tony propelled civilian digital technology, which had inexplicably been left behind, forward by at least a decade. It was as if the world transformed overnight from flip phones to smartphones, with holographic projections beginning to appear on the market. Lion recalled that Obadiah had once complained, suggesting that Tony was depleting resources too rapidly. Good technology should be released gradually to reap more benefits. Modern technology, it seemed, could erupt unexpectedly in peculiar ways. He sipped his coffee to mask his embarrassment. Natasha cast a wistful glance at him. If Stark Industries had been established 6 months later, I might have successfully escaped or even dismantled the Red Room. You are right. Lion continued sipping his coffee, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, attributing the blame to Tony for establishing such a subsidiary. It turned out that the world was not at fault. Rather, it was the butterfly effect of his actions that had stirred a whirlwind in Hungary. The butterfly effect truly had the power to alter timelines. Lion found himself at a loss for words. Perplexed by the significant changes in the timeline, yet no one had approached him. The Time Variance Authority had not come, nor had the Ancient One. This left him utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, it appeared that this world still resembled the cinematic universe he was familiar with. One could only hope that as long as it wasn't the comic universe, all would be well. What happened next? He inquired. After being imprisoned for 6 months, the Red Room controlled me with chemicals. I had no choice. Although I retained my thoughts over the past year, I was fragmented into multiple consciousnesses, unsure which part was truly me. Natasha spoke, subtly turning her cheek away, wiping her face from Lion's view. In the span of those 10 months, the number of lives I have taken surpasses that of the past decade. There were innocent little boys who could not yet walk, pregnant mothers, and influential figures. She continued, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Lion instinctively wished to offer words of comfort. Yet, it was evident that Natasha did not seek solace. Her inner strength surpassed that of most. Yet the more resilient she appeared, the more anguish she felt when confronted by her own conscience. In truth, had it not been for Lion's insistence on using this information as compensation for Natasha, she would never have divulged her past. Even to her comrades in the Avengers, whom she regarded as family, she had never mentioned her experiences in the Red Room. That was a wound she kept deeply hidden within, compared to exposing these sealed scars. She would prefer that the compensation proposed by Leon be an eye for an eye, even if it meant breaking her hands and feet. So, what do you intend to do next? Leon gestured for Benben to refill Natasha's coffee. Thank you. Natasha expressed her gratitude to Benben before turning her gaze towards Leon. If possible, I hope to receive your assistance. I do not wish to embroil you in this endless war. I merely ask if you could help me create some suppressants. With a hint of trepidation, Natasha added, or perhaps the formula, so that I might save others. I assure you, I will find a way to compensate for your efforts. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. The matter of the suppressants is straightforward. However, it seems you plan to first rescue a group of widows, and, once you have gathered sufficient manpower, declare war on the Red Room? To be honest, he would be delighted to see the Red Room face trouble. After all, Tony had just revealed his Iron Man armor, and the enemy dared to send Black Widow into his home for abduction. If they were to wait until tomorrow, when Tony held a press conference to announce to the world that he was Iron Man, the Red Room might, well, escalate their actions. For such a force that sought its own demise, Leon's choice was to ensure it never saw the light of day again. However, it just so happened that Natasha's objective was also to destroy the Red Room, which aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Leon had no qualms about going along with the current. Natasha straightened her posture. Indeed, that is my plan, Mr. Stark. Please trust me. I will. Just call me Leon. Since you've shared so much from your heart, we should consider ourselves friends. Leon interjected. Natasha paused for a moment. then nodded. Leon, now, please allow me to speak. Leon tapped his fingers on the table. Your idea is commendable, but its implementation will not be easy. He advised. First, you will lose contact, and then, once you commence your actions, the other widows will also go missing in succession. The Red Room will quickly catch on, and you will find yourself in a precarious situation. Natasha slowly shook her head. I understand, but I must do this. It is my responsibility. Leon pondered her words. In light of what you've said, I have an idea, one that could yield a win-win, no, a triple win. What idea? Natasha asked, taken aback. Leon began to tidy up the items on his workbench, preparing to create a batch of suppressants. I will help you eliminate the Red Room, and you and your companions will switch allegiances to serve me. How does that sound? No one could refuse a cadre of extraordinary female agents who could fly planes and cook in the kitchen, serving across the globe. I would gain a team of elite operatives, you would dismantle the Red Room, and the other widows will be freed from control while finding new opportunities. Triple win. As for the initially mentioned win-win, that was Leon's own plan to not only achieve the goal of annihilating the Red Room, but also to acquire a group of subordinates, thus winning twice. What do you think of my proposal? As he spoke casually, his hands remained deftly engaged. His fingers moved with such speed on the workbench that they seemed to blur. Yet each action was executed with precision. Every milliliter of reagent was perfectly measured. Natasha watched in awe from the side. How do you intend to resolve the Red Room? For reasons unknown. She harbored no doubt regarding Leon's words. Deep down, she believed that if he truly wished to, he could undoubtedly obliterate the terrifying red house that haunted her. After a few moments of silence, Natasha declared, I agree. Once the red house is destroyed, I will assist you in persuading the other widows to join. However, I cannot guarantee their consent. As for myself, I am yours now. Natasha's decisive demeanor halted Leon in his tracks. What was this inexplicable trust? Leon had to concede that Natasha's sense of timing was impeccable. Natasha shook her head. Trust me, as long as you can demolish the red house, they will be willing to do anything for you. And what about you? Leon inquired. As I have stated from the very beginning, I owe you a life. Natasha leaned forward, resting her hands on the table, gazing into his eyes. I will do whatever you ask of me. If I fail, then I shall return this life to you. Her breath brushed against Leon's face. Natasha's sultry gaze was masterfully crafted to ignite a man's desire for conquest. The underlying message she sought to convey was that she would not act against her own will. Yet, in her words, it transformed into a delicate promise that if she could not fulfill her obligations, she would stake her life in return. Such a profound declaration of trust would undoubtedly stir even the most stoic hearts, including Leon's. However, this time, it was clearly an exception. Don't come so close with that scent. I meant to say earlier, you can freely use the bathroom in my room upstairs, but first go clean yourself up. Leon pinched his nose in distaste and swiftly distanced himself from Natasha. Although he suppressed part of his heightened sense of smell, the faint odor emanating from Natasha was still quite unsettling. And my smell? Natasha exclaimed, stunned as if struck by lightning. Leon offered no explanation, instead commanding the robot. Dai, escort her out. She is not allowed back in until she's clean. It's pointless for her to stay here while I prepare the suppressants. Dai obediently rolled forward, using its mechanical arm to push Natasha out. Even as she stepped into the bathroom of Leon's room, Natasha remained in a daze. This was the first time her allure had been met with such disdain. Am I really that foul? She wondered, raising her hand to sniff her armpit. No, the chemical deodorant had clearly masked any unpleasant odor. Doubtful, Natasha removed her combat suit and activated the electronic screen on the wall, releasing hot water. It's been ages since I last enjoyed a hot shower. How delightful. Could it be that Leon is actually concerned for me? A smile graced her crimson lips. So, he is just a proud little brother, barely 17 or 18. Looks like you're ready, she remarked. Perfect. I have prepared ample suppressants on my end. An hour and a half later, Natasha and Leon reconvened in the living room. At that moment, the colossal sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow throughout the Stark mansion's living room, elongating the shadows of all the furniture. Natasha remained clad in her black combat attire. However, after she had taken a shower and meticulously cleaned and dried her combat suit with the intelligent washing machine, Leon was finally able to confront her image. Natasha, though not particularly tall, was in her prime, with a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring, exuding an undeniable feminine charm. Yet, what captivated the most was her aura and those amber eyes. Each glance from those eyes seemed to conceal a multitude of unspoken words, conveying a myriad of emotions. As Leon gazed into her eyes, he pondered how Natasha never wore a mask during missions. Her eyes were simply too distinctive. even if she were entirely concealed. Anyone who had encountered her would recognize her by those eyes alone. "Are we ready? What is our plan?" she inquired, her tone suggesting an imminent assault on the Red Room. Natasha scrutinized Leon. "And why are you still wearing a trench coat? Are you concealing your iron armor beneath it? Wait, am I onto something?" As the brother of Tony Stark, it would be surprising for Leon to possess an iron armor. "Are you dressed in your armor to take me directly to overthrow the Red Room?" Natasha bombarded him with questions, her excitement tinged with hesitation. Within the evaluation system of the Red Room, the true value of the iron armor lay in its technology. The armor itself merely possessed the combat prowess of a flight squadron, and the Red Room had no shortage of such forces. "Shouldn't we formulate a plan first?" Natasha suggested, hoping to calm Leon. However, he shook his head and placed a box containing the suppressants on the ground. "The plan is straightforward. Locate the Red Room and eliminate all its members." He grasped the collar of his trench coat, "But you guessed part of it correctly. I do intend to take you directly to the Red Room, just not in the iron armor." With that, Leon pulled at his collar, tossing the trench coat casually onto the sofa. "Not wearing the iron armor doesn't stem from a lack of trust in you, Leon. Perhaps you are not entirely aware of the Red Room's intricacies. I believe we should." Natasha hesitated, wanting to counsel him further. Yet the next moment, she witnessed Leon tearing open his collar, revealing the S-shaped emblem on his chest, prompting her to exclaim an expletive in astonishment. "You are Superman." Natasha was both startled and elated, as if a grand cake had suddenly descended from the heavens, splattering her with cream. "Are you truly Superman?" she asked, her uncertainty overshadowed by the sparkle in her eyes, which gleamed like exquisite crystal. "Indeed," Leon replied, extending his arms. Natasha immediately stepped forward, pressing her hands against his muscular chest, exploring every defined contour. "My God, it feels just like an ancient Greek sculpture," she marveled incessantly. "No wonder you possess such strength. No wonder your physique is so striking." "So you are Superman." Natasha felt an overwhelming sense of liberation wash over her. In that moment, she was filled with immense joy, akin to a little girl stepping into Disneyland for the very first time. In her grasp, Lion resembled a large, soft Mickey Mouse plush toy. He was nothing short of a superhero. As the foremost agent of the Red House, Natasha was well aware of this globally renowned internet sensation who had recently garnered immense attention. Even Superpowers felt the need to consider his strength. Dealing with the modest Red House was surely an effortless task for him. At that moment, Natasha felt that her decision to invade Stark Mansion today was indeed fortuitous. "Ahem, perhaps it's time to cease the touching. Whether you are ready or not, we shall embark." Lion interrupted Natasha's invasive actions with a light cough. At that moment, the evening's golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its glow upon Lion and extending his shadow to the furthest wall of the room. Natasha stood within the shadow, perceiving Lion as though veiled in a golden luminescence. Chapter 42. The Red House. The high-altitude winds tousled Natasha's red hair, yet she felt no chill. She gripped Lion's hand tightly, gazing down at the twinkling lights below, resembling fish beans. "How extraordinary! You have lifted me into the air." She reached out to touch the clouds encircling them, mist slipping through her fingers. Within Stark Mansion, once Lion confirmed Natasha was prepared, he clasped her hand and soared skyward, ascending into the clouds. The acceleration that broke the sound barrier in a mere second was exhilarating. Even for Natasha, with her composed demeanor, it was enough to elicit startled gasps. Over the past 24 years, she had endured the most arduous training, piloted the fastest aircraft, and masqueraded as the most opulent aristocrats, having witnessed a myriad of worldly sights. Yet, experiencing supersonic flight without protection was an unprecedented adventure for her. At an altitude of at least 1,000 meters, she marveled, "Why can I still breathe normally, speak without difficulty, and remain unscathed by the rushing winds?" Everything around her was a novelty. "Because I have released a biological force field," Lion offered, withholding further explanation. He glanced upward, noting that their altitude was too low. Ascending further could disrupt the environment. Thus we must rise higher. "How high?" Natasha inquired, startled. "You'll find out shortly." Lion urged Natasha onward, accelerating once more into the heavens. "Oh!" Natasha quickly acclimated, even emitting a spirited shout as they breached the clouds and encountered the fierce winds. Akin to a roller coaster ride at an amusement park, they continued their ascent until reaching the stratosphere. The moonlight was now present, casting a silvery glow upon the layers of clouds below. The moon's rays reflected and danced upon the cloud surface, illuminating the dark depths of the stratosphere with a pale blue hue. Natasha peered down at the moonlit clouds. The vast expanse of azure and white extended endlessly towards the horizon, devoid of any landmarks for navigation. A sudden realization struck her. Previously, when piloting a fighter jet in the stratosphere, she relied on satellite positioning to ascertain direction and location. But flying by sheer physicality offered no navigation whatsoever. Leon, do you know where we are headed? Natasha turned and called out to him. Lion paused, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Of course I know. Are you suggesting you should guide me and inform me of the Red House's location? Natasha gazed at Leon, remaining silent for several seconds, before presenting a perplexing inquiry. If I were to say that I do not know the whereabouts of the Red Room, would you be able to locate it? Leon's expression grew even more peculiar. With an innocent visage, Natasha continued, as a remnant of a covert intelligence agency from the 1990s, the existence of the Red Room must remain concealed from the public eye. Its operation relies solely on girls who have been meticulously controlled and nurtured since childhood, ensuring utmost secrecy and security. Thus, I genuinely do not know its location. However, perhaps one person does. That's unnecessary, Leon interrupted Natasha. Reuniting with your foster parents is something you should do once you have regained your freedom. Otherwise, how could I, an outsider, be present while you express your heartfelt emotions to them? For Leon, finding the Red Room posed no challenge. There was no need to seek guidance from others. Furthermore, Natasha's adoptive father, Alexei, in the film, served as the comedic relief. Aside from providing a familial haven for Natasha and her sister Yelena, he played no significant role and was utterly unaware of the Red Room's circumstances. And how do you intend to locate the Red Room? With the assistance of your artificial intelligence butler, the one named Jarvis? Natasha inquired. No, I will rely on my own eyes and ears, Leon replied, his gaze traversing half the globe, already fixated on the Red Room. After a brief moment of confusion, Natasha's eyes widened. Do you possess both super hearing and super sight? Did you not suspect my abilities would be akin to Superman's when you saw me in a superhero costume? Leon retorted. Many would assume so, but that is simply too extraordinary for anyone to believe. Natasha scrutinized Leon once more. So, you truly are akin to Superman. Are you a Kryptonian? Or perhaps a fervent admirer of Superman who has acquired such powers through experimentation? She began to analyze. The previous generation of Stark was involved in the research of super soldier serum. Thus, it seems plausible that the contemporary Stark would develop a serum for Superman as well. The bounds of your reasoning are vastly disparate from reality, Leon quipped. So, how exactly did you transform into Superman? Natasha inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Your medical records indicate no anomalies. You'll have the opportunity to learn in due course. Leon replied with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, his ears perked up and his gaze sharpened. Hold on tight. I can hear your superior in the Red Room, growing furious due to your unavailability. We must accelerate. That sounds splendid. I am eagerly anticipating his reaction, Natasha replied. Leon surged forward, the immense pressure rupturing the sky and parting the clouds. Natasha marveled at the experience. Enveloped in a biological force field, the wind pressure, potent enough to slice through steel, caressed her face, transforming into a gentle spring breeze. She felt as though she were donning a VR headset, experiencing the flight of an intercontinental missile. Her visual and tactile sensations were utterly disjointed. Oh my God, this is truly wondrous, she exclaimed once more. The two individuals swiftly surpassed a velocity of 50 Mach, traversing numerous kilometers in the high atmosphere each second. Within the stratosphere, only clouds and sparse air surrounded them, devoid of any reference points. However, Natasha soon discerned that the North Star in the night sky was progressively drawing closer to the zenith above her. Are we heading to the Arctic? Is the Red House situated within the Arctic Circle? She suddenly exclaimed. As they approached the North Pole, the North Star would indeed rise closer to the top of their heads. More precisely, above the Arctic Ocean. We're almost there. With that, Leon began to decelerate and dive with Natasha. We're almost there. Upon hearing this, Natasha gazed at the rapidly approaching cloud cover, her heart tightening with anxiety. For so many years, she had never beheld the full visage of the Red House. This structure had forever remained an enigma in her mind. It loomed like a towering wall, isolating her from the world, symbolizing death and indifference. Yet now, she was finally destined to confront it with Leon, a celestial warrior. As her greatest ally, she understood that against such superhuman strength, the Red House could offer no resistance. Today was fated to be the day that concluded the chapter of her past life. Yet, the more she grasped this reality, the more her nerves frayed. The thoughts that filled her mind were not of vengeance against the Red House, but rather a profound sense of duty, a task she was compelled to fulfill, even if it meant embracing death willingly. Now, this mission was nearing completion, and it seemed that thereafter, her existence would be reduced to nothing but a trail of blood debts, devoid of any other significance. In that moment, Natasha resembled a small dog about to be released from a pet shop. No longer confined to a cage, she had only gazed longingly at the travelers passing by. Her eyes imbued with hope. She would finally attain freedom, yet she would also confront a world she had never encountered before. The afternoon sunlight and the verdant summer fields would now be within her reach to experience and touch. However, her eyes, long deprived of light, could not bear the brightness of day, and her muddy hands hesitated to caress the lush greenery. Chapter 43, Into the Void. There it is. We have arrived. Leon's voice pulled Natasha from a reverie. She shifted her gaze, observing countless clouds and mists swirling past them. The dark clouds of night layered upon one another, enveloping their surroundings entirely. Natasha glanced around and saw nothing but the black clouds crashing into them. Leon's speed was astonishing, yet his movements were so subtle that they seemed to meld into the cloud cover. But soon, the mist suddenly thinned. Natasha sensed an impending revelation and focused intently. Before her, a steel runway, several hundred meters long, tore through the sea of clouds. Following this, a colossal structure emerged, billowing clouds aside. The dark clouds were abruptly illuminated. Before them stood a magnificent aerial fortress, a vessel shaped like a towering edifice, featuring 3 levels, with 4 runways for aircraft on each level, totaling 12 runways. The lights of this fortress pierced through the surrounding clouds, revealing a hidden gem, as if forgotten by the world. So this is the Red House. It is here. Natasha stood transfixed, her eyes reflecting the dazzling lights of the fortress. Leon, unable to contain his awe, paused to take in the sight. Truly spectacular. But it appears its anti-gravity system consists merely of a few large fans? Where does this amalgamation of the primitive and the futuristic originate? The designer is indeed quite astute. Moreover, this aerial unit, which evidently lacks an energy defense system, is nothing more than a living target, he remarked with disdain. He even took a moment to mention his brother. However, I believe Tony would appreciate this. It exudes a metallic essence and possesses a certain ostentatious beauty, which is precisely the style he adores. Natasha's contemplative mood was abruptly interrupted by this string of jests. She gazed at Leon in disbelief. You truly understand your brother. Of course, which is why I must alter my strategy. Leon ascended, taking in the entirety of the fortress. This stronghold must not be destroyed, with a few modifications. It could serve as a splendid gift for Tony's 40th birthday. Wow, you all give such extravagant birthday presents? Natasha felt a multitude of unsaid words lodged within her chest. Leon, simultaneously noting the locations of everyone within the fortress with his X-ray vision, replied, It's not always like that. He simply gifted me a spaceship for my 18th birthday, so I cannot present him with anything less impressive in return. Natasha leaned back in astonishment, as if struck by a mountain of dollar bills. You brothers are quite modern indeed, she remarked dryly. Unlike other wealthy heirs who bestow luxury cars and yachts, these siblings are gifting aerial fortresses and spaceships, as if they aim to soar beyond Earth into the cosmos. All right, that's enough, Leon said, having memorized everyone's locations in mere seconds. He and Natasha descended silently, gracefully landing on the highest tier of the runway like raindrops. Take this and follow closely behind me. Leon handed Natasha a box containing suppressants. I will incapacitate everyone. You administer the suppressants where appropriate and eliminate those who are not. Is there a problem? Natasha shook her head. None. She recognized her role as merely a support, contributing what little she could. Very well, I will await you in the central control room. Leon took flight, the neon lights of the runway casting a crimson glow upon one side of his body. He ascended higher, quickly drawing attention. A piercing alarm resonated throughout the fortress. Soldiers patrolling the deck swiftly gathered, preparing to open fire. Natasha scanned her surroundings, searching for an opportune moment to assist Leon in alleviating the pressure. Yet, before she could act, Leon, now surrounded by the red dots of gun sights, made the first move. Natasha blinked in disbelief as she suddenly perceived multiple circles of lines encircling the fortress. She squeezed her eyes shut. Upon reopening them, those lines had vanished. Leon remained in place, but the red dots on his body had extinguished. I'll go ahead. Move quickly and don't keep me waiting. Leon waved at her before darting like an arrow into the fortress. Natasha, momentarily dazed, was suddenly startled by the relentless thud of bodies hitting the ground. Her eyes widened as she followed the sound, discovering that the deck before the fortress entrance was piled high with unconscious combatants. Oh my God! The lines that had just appeared were indeed the silhouette of Leon reaching the pinnacle of his prowess. In the blink of an eye, he had managed to incapacitate dozens, leaving them all sprawled before her. Is this what it means to be superhuman? It was nothing short of extraordinary. Natasha could hardly conceal her astonishment, yet she swiftly sprang into action. Her task was remarkably simple: to administer suppressants to every widow, known and unknown. As for the other soldiers, she ensured they each received a bullet to the forehead. Natasha was acutely aware that within the grotesque intelligence agency known as the Red Room, there existed only controllers and the controlled. Those who were not widows required no further scrutiny. They all occupied positions of power, acting as oppressors and enforcers, none of them virtuous. After administering the suppressants to all the widows, Natasha charged towards Leon's direction, entering the fortress. For Natasha, the interior of the Red Room fortress was a stark contrast to its grand exterior. The only noticeable difference was the sight of individuals sprawled unconscious at every doorway and along the passageways. Their expressions were serene, devoid of any visible injuries, as though they had simply drifted into a peaceful slumber. Natasha could vividly imagine the ease with which Leon had stormed this formidable fortress. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed swift actions with her left hand, delivering fatal blows, and her right administering suppressants, hastening towards the command center. However, there were far too many individuals rendered unconscious. Even with her swift movements, it took her nearly 10 minutes to complete the injections and reach the central command room. Just as she approached the door, she heard a familiar voice from within. "I apologize, esteemed Superman. Please forgive my transgression. I swear I had no knowledge of your relationship with Mr. Tony Stark." It was Dreykov's voice. "Spare me your pleas. I've listened to your grandiloquent monologues for several minutes about the widows controlling the world and the creation of peace. And now you speak this?" Leon retorted. "Then what would you have me say? I'm open to any topic. Shall we discuss Gorbachev's blunders instead?" "Enough. Whatever you wish to say, you may convey it to God. You're already aware of my connection with Tony, yet you still believe you can leave alive." A silence enveloped the room for a moment. Suddenly, the initial voice erupted into sharp laughter. "Ha ha ha, Superman, you have fallen for my ruse. Do you think I have been stalling for no reason? The pheromones I emit will control those around me, rendering them incapable of attacking me. You have inhaled a considerable amount of these pheromones. Feel free to attempt to strike me again." As Natasha pushed the door open, she beheld her former superior, General Dreykov, meticulously grooming his hair, clad in black-rimmed glasses, his stout frame leaning over the desk. He was glaring at Leon, who stood on the opposite side of the desk, his eyes wide and mouth twisted in a mocking sneer. Chapter 44, Impossible Together. Am I arriving at an opportune moment? She addressed the two who were simultaneously gazing at her, gesturing towards the door. "Natasha, you are the one who brought the Superman here. You wretched smack." Dreykov's fury ignited upon seeing Natasha, and he unleashed a torrent of curses. As he was only halfway through his tirade, Leon struck him sharply on the back of the head, causing his skull to collide with the table, brains splattering forth. This loquacious individual was truly unbearable. Yet he presented himself with a facade of genteel savagery that incited a primal urge to slap him. Leon wiped the blood splattered on Dreykov's clothing and tilted his head toward Natasha, inquiring if she would mind if he dispatched this nuisance. Natasha shrugged nonchalantly, admitting she had long harbored the desire to do so. However, she was curious about how he accomplished it, referring to the pheromones he had just mentioned. Approaching Leon, she remarked on the pheromones that rendered one incapable of attacking him, a sensation we all experienced. Why was he unaffected? With a firm grip, Leon seized Dreykov by the collar and hurled him to the ground, his eyes radiating beams of heat that instantaneously reduced the mastermind to ashes. "Such anomalous pheromones cannot exist within me for even a second. How could they influence me?" Leon brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Unless it involves mental or magical control. Attempting to manipulate a Kryptonian who has basked in the sun for over half a year is an insurmountable challenge. Natasha gazed at the ashes of her former superior, her mouth slightly agape. "Heat vision, huh? Another marvel of your abilities. I am nearly accustomed to being astonished by your revelations. Treasure boy, how do you intend to surprise me next?" She chuckled silently, adding, "But before that, you might articulate how you wish for me to repay you. I am amenable to any conditions." "Natasha, do you realize how your tone resembles that of a 30-something career woman unwinding at a bar after work, searching for dashing male models?" In the room, there was a vast screen, and upon the desk opposite, it was embedded a control panel. Leon approached the desk, attempting to manipulate the panel. If you wish for a favor, first arrange for the widows to come work for me. However, the initial step is to lift the control imposed on the widows worldwide. At your service, Natasha replied, joining Leon's side to observe his actions. I shall first check on the situation of the widows aboard the aircraft carrier. You handle the decryption of the system and compile the list of widows globally. Is that agreeable? That is quite simple, Leon replied, but just then, a red interface suddenly popped up on the screen, indicating that palm recognition was required to unlock it. Leon attempted several times, but failed to gain access. Perhaps I acted a tad impulsively. Dreykov should have met his end later. He then retrieved his phone, stating, however, I have Jarvis. He can handle this system. Connecting his phone to the control panel with a data cable, Jarvis's voice soon resonated through the room's speakers. Very well. I shall relay your message to Mr. Stark. After a brief pause, Jarvis added, he also wishes to remind you that if you are out late, ensure to take safety precautions, lest you fall prey to nefarious individuals. Leon slapped his palm against his face, muttering, he should focus on himself. That childish old man thinks I'm still a child. Please, I was more mature than him at 3. With a soft chuckle, Natasha could not suppress her laughter. Leon shot her a death glare, prompting Natasha to avert her gaze, tucking a strand of her red hair behind her ear. Next time, I'll introduce you to that childish Stark. You will undoubtedly find him just as tedious, Leon remarked with a disdainful smirk. He turned his attention back to initiating Jarvis to commence the decryption of the Red Room system. However, Natasha unexpectedly poked his cheek with her fingertip, retreating just as quickly. As he followed her gaze, he saw Natasha retreating to the doorway, waving her hand dismissively. To be honest, knowing one childish Stark is quite sufficient, she declared before darting away, disappearing around the corner. Leon stood momentarily stunned, another childish soul. At that moment, the previously silent Jarvis suddenly spoke up. Congratulations, Master Leon. Congratulations for what? Leon inquired, perplexed. Congratulations on finding your 4th girlfriend, Jarvis replied. Your 3 previous girlfriends only lasted half a month before parting ways upon receiving the checks issued by Mr. Stark. Frustrated, he closed his eyes. That's merely because Tony always believes I might be deceived emotionally or financially, insisting that feelings should be confined to the physical realm. Each time I start dating, the girls only accompany me for a few nights before he waves a check in their direction. For heaven's sake, he is suffocating my youthful exuberance. However, it was evident that those girls were indeed primarily attracted to his wealth. Jarvis supported Tony. Mr. Stark merely performed what Miss Potts would typically do for him. Leon scoffed. Each time, it's $1 million check. Who wouldn't he in a relationship under such circumstances? Do you intend to prevent Mr. Stark from covering your breakup expenses this time? Not necessary, as Natasha and I were never meant to be together. Leon cast a glance toward the corner, where Natasha was still eavesdropping. Yet, your relationship appears to be progressing quite smoothly, Jarvis remarked, his programming incapable of grasping the intricacies of human emotions. Leon shook his head. It's not the same. He elaborated from the very beginning. I understood that all Natasha seeks is a sense of belonging. She has lived in an environment steeped in tragedy since childhood. Her adoptive parents were undercover agents posing as a couple, rendering any notion of familial affection a mere illusion. Once that facade of a family was shattered, she was sent to the Red Room for training and transformation. The tormenting training and the harrowing life of an assassin stripped her of any sense of identity. She drifts like a piece of flotsam in a vast ocean. What this flotsam truly lacks is a shore where it can anchor itself. Ideally, that shore would also host other pieces of flotsam, swaying together, yet creating a vibrant atmosphere. That shore represents a sense of belonging, not just a person, but a family with siblings. Thus, Natasha doesn't need a lover. She needs a place that offers her a sense of belonging. We will not be together. Leon, fully aware of Natasha's past and future, understood this well. Natasha would surely have her own affections and friendships, yet she would maintain an appropriate distance from everyone. That sense of detachment was her protective guise. She is also her anchor in maintaining relationships. Suddenly, Natasha, clearly exposed, hurriedly left, flustered and agitated. Master Leon. Miss Natasha was just outside, Jarvis reminded. I am aware, Leon replied with a nod. You understand her well. Is it that you admire her but dare not approach? Oh, Jarvis, such matters are only for Tony. My feelings for Natasha are purely admiration. So you do not intend to pursue a relationship with her? My connection with her could be simpler, perhaps sharing our thoughts in the stillness of the night. According to Mr. Stark's behavioral logic, the thoughts shared at night often transform into noisy endeavors. That is indeed the logic. Chapter 45, The Process of Recruitment. Let us cease this idle chatter, Jarvis. Now, breach this mainframe and unlock the system's barriers, Leon commanded. Understood, Master Leon. Jarvis's program smoothly infiltrated the mainframe of the Red Room. The crimson password box on a large screen was swiftly overshadowed by a cascade of blue code. The binary characters danced rapidly across the display. Within the Red Room's mainframe, Jarvis wielded unprecedented power. It even mused, Master Leon, I feel as free here as in the ocean. Their system's performance is remarkably superior. Then you may relish this freedom. I intend to gift this fortress to Tony, and you can reside here permanently. Leon gazed at the screen, awaiting the results of Jarvis's operations. After a little over 10 minutes, a flash illuminated the screen, indicating that the system's barriers have been successfully dismantled. Folders emerged in orderly succession, ranging from low-security files to high-privilege classified documents, arranged according to their confidentiality levels. Leon's face broke into a satisfied smile. Jarvis, search for key data within this system and retrieve all information pertaining to the Red Room's widow agents. Leon issued a new directive. Jarvis promptly complied, initiating a scan and analysis of the extensive data within the system. Moments later, it emitted a prompt sound. Master Leon, I have located all relevant materials for you. Jarvis reported. A document opened on a large screen, revealing a dense array of profile photos that filled the display and continued to scroll downward, showcasing more portraits. At least 300 widows had marked their locations on a world map. The screen flickered, displaying a world map with each photo pinpointed across the globe, from the Nordic cities of London and Paris to the South African cities of Cape Town and Johannesburg, from the sacred grounds of Jerusalem to the free and open cities of Chicago and New York. Some held high positions of power, others were adept manipulators, and still others lurked among merchants as hidden daggers. The Red Room controlled the world through the manipulation of these widow agents. Jarvis, send Natasha the list and detailed information, and transfer $100 million from my account to her, so she can establish a new organizational center in New York. Leon's gaze sharpened with focus. Master Leon, you might consider directly informing Miss Natasha of the relevant arrangements. They are on their way to seek you, Jarvis advised. Natasha arrived with the widows. Leon glanced towards the entrance. His ears perked, catching the sound of a rapid, stealthy footfall. It was a silent tread honed through special techniques, a skill the widows had long since mastered. Wow, what did I just hear? A man is offering you $100 million. Natasha, how did you manage that? Did you remove your clothes? Teach me how to garner such wealth. We will need it in the future. One Tiwi? The first to enter was Natasha, followed closely by a girl who incessantly murmured to her in Russian. The girl had no inkling that Leon not only spoke Russian, but could also discern her hushed whispers. Natasha rolled her eyes, disregarding the chatter behind her, and approached Leon directly. Behind her trailed over 40 widow agents, their golden, black, and red hair framing eyes of azure, ebony, and even a shade of violet, all fixed upon Leon in uniform. Their faces bore expressions of confusion and sorrow, yet their eyes radiated gratitude and admiration for Leon. It was evident that Natasha had briefed them on the situation. I have brought everyone, Natasha said, stepping aside to grant him space. Her demeanor calm, as if she had not just heard Leon's earlier analysis. They're all willing to join your organization or company and serve you. Leon studied Natasha and the girl behind her for a moment longer, recognizing the challenges she had likely faced in persuading them. With a sigh, Natasha added, "This is my sister, Yelena." She tugged at the girl behind her. "She attacked me as soon as she woke up. She's just an impulsive child." Both Natasha and Yelena bore marks of their skirmish, one with a bruise on her forehead and the other with a split at the corner of her mouth. That was not mere impulsiveness. It was punishment for your betrayal. Your defection has subjected us to even harsher control. Yelena, with her short golden hair appearing neat and tidy, still bore a youthful innocence, seemingly younger than Leon. She first refuted Natasha's disparagement before standing at attention before Leon. "Thank you for saving us, Mr. Superman. We are willing to follow your commands." Leon smiled at her words, ready to offer some reassuring sentiments. However, Yelena immediately turned slightly, whispering in Russian to Natasha, "My goodness, his chest muscles are magnificent. They seem larger than mine. Have you touched them? Such a handsome man being seduced by you is truly a waste." Both Natasha and Leon's expressions darkened simultaneously. Before Natasha could chastise her rebellious sister, Leon took a step forward and addressed all the widow agents in the room in Russian. "Ladies, I shall not elaborate on my introduction. You are undoubtedly familiar with the identities of Superman and Stark. First and foremost, I must clarify that although I assisted Natasha in dismantling the Red Room, part of my intention was to gain your strength. However, this is not a compulsory demand. You have already endured enough suffering. Those willing to join, please remain. I shall arrange for Natasha to establish a seemingly legitimate company or organization in New York, where all of you can showcase your talents. That is all I wish to convey. Those who are unwilling to join may depart after assisting in the removal of the bodies from the fortress. I will have Natasha escort you. By the way, I will also ensure that your familial information is sent to you by Jarvis. Leon waved at the large screen. Jarvis. Understood, sir. All information has been dispatched. Jarvis was remarkably efficient, and every Widow agent present received the information on their communication devices. The Widow agents exchanged glances but hesitated to check their lineage immediately. For these young women, who had been sent to the Red Room from a tender age, the concept of family felt distant. This word, which ought to evoke warmth, sounded alien to them, akin to an encounter with a bakery on the roadside. Indeed, the prospect of a future where they could make their own choices was equally unfamiliar and daunting. Throughout their more than a decade in the Red Room, they had never truly made a decision for themselves. Now, faced with the two options presented by Leon, they felt a mixture of surprise and a flicker of excitement. The girls did not converse. After a brief silence, they all stepped forward to surround Leon. "We are willing to follow your command, my lord." Their disparate voices harmoniously conveyed the same sentiment. Leon stood tall amidst the sea of black uniforms, radiating authority. He surveyed the room, his gaze passing over each taut face, and smiled. "Then I welcome you to join us." He spread his arms wide. "Together, we shall accomplish many great feats that will earn the admiration of the world. You shall never regret your decision today. Your first task is to clear the aerial fortress and dispose of all the bodies. Afterwards, I will have Natasha accompany you to liberate other Widow agents across the globe." He extended his hand, and the widows collectively placed their hands upon it, each girl's eyes alight with hope. Chapter 46, The Great Organization. From the moment Leon uttered his first words in Russian, Yelena's expression turned awkward. She had assumed that Superman spoke only English, perhaps with a smattering of Chinese, but was taken aback to discover he was fluent in Russian as well. She had anticipated a new life upon regaining consciousness, yet instead faced a moment of profound embarrassment. At that moment, Yelena wished to roll on the ground in distress and vanish from sight. However, as she attempted to evade the situation, Leon called her back. "Natasha, Yelena, you two stay." Natasha halted without question, while Yelena stiffened, sheepishly pointing at herself. "Do I also need to stay?" "I believe so," Leon replied with a smile, puffing out his chest. "You were just discussing my muscles, so I thought it only fair to give you an opportunity." "Huh?" Yelena took a step back in surprise, but after hesitating, she extended her right hand. "So, may I touch it?" Natasha's expression darkened as she delivered a sharp slap to Yelena's nape. "What on earth are you thinking in that head of yours?" Yelena cradled her head, feeling aggrieved. "It was the boss who said I could have a chance." She effortlessly slipped into the role of Leon's subordinate. Leon shook his head in disbelief. How could a girl of Yelena's age harbor such perplexing thoughts? Addressing the screen, he instructed Jarvis, "Send the information on the Widow agents scattered across the globe to these two." "Understood." Natasha and Yelena approached Leon, gazing at the images marked on the screen from various parts of the world, gradually realizing the reason Leon had summoned them. "So you want us to lead the other widows?" Natasha inquired. "Precisely," Leon nodded. "You two, as the former Black Widows, are the most suited to assume leadership." "Huh, Black Widow? But I'm not one," Yelena said, bewildered, rubbing the back of her head. "You're not?" Leon paused momentarily. In the original timeline, Yelena had surpassed all of Natasha's records to become the new Black Widow. He hadn't anticipated that she was still not one now. Natasha smiled slightly. She was almost there, but those records were refreshed by me a year ago. Leon realized this was an extension of the butterfly effect. "Thank you. No wonder my training volume doubled at that time. Do you know how close that came to killing me?" Yelena exclaimed, frantically tugging at her hair. As she spoke, she lunged to tackle Natasha, but was quickly subdued. "Leon, don't mind her. Just tell us what you need us to do," Natasha said, pinning Yelena down. "Once this matter is settled, you both will lead the others to rescue the widows marked on the map. After administering the suppressants, offer them the same choice. Those willing to join me can come to see me. Those unwilling will have their files destroyed." "Understood. I will complete the task promptly," Natasha affirmed, gratitude evident in her eyes. Her greatest wish had been to ensure that other Widow agents could live their own lives. Now, thanks to Leon, that aspiration was on the verge of realization. Natasha felt increasingly indebted to this man, a debt she feared she could never repay. Leon leaned on the table. "However, this is merely preparatory work. Once you complete it, I have a more significant task for you." "Boss, what is it? Are we going to save the world? Or combat the forces of evil?" Yelena exclaimed, even while pinned beneath Natasha. "Shut up." Natasha twisted her sister's arm, and Yelena let out a yelp of defeat. "Boss, help me." "Boss, Natasha is bullying me because she's older." She began to whine. Leon's eyelids twitched. He did not recall Yelena being so spirited in the films. How old is she? He couldn't help but ask Natasha. Is this child labor? Born in 1988, she's 20, Natasha replied, recalling her sister's birthday with clarity. Older than me? Leon remained silent, choosing to ignore Yelena. The girl seemed overwhelmed by her newfound freedom after being confined for so long. It was perhaps best to leave her be. Boss, please don't turn away. Look at me. Natasha is taking advantage of being 4 years older than I am. Yelena lamented as Natasha once again reprimanded her. Tears welled in her eyes as she attempted to appeal to her leader with a sorrowful gaze. Yet, Leon merely offered her an indifferent silhouette. Natasha shook her head in resignation and turned to inquire, is there no way you could disclose the mission details in advance? There's nothing to keep secret. The task is quite straightforward. We need the Widow agents around the globe to disseminate some evidence through their respective channels, Leon replied, his face cast in a ghostly blue by the dim glow of the screen. Some remnants of a nefarious organization that should have perished in history continue to exist and have taken root in the world. What organization? Natasha's pupils dilated. Hydra, Leon uttered with a few terse syllables. Hydra? The organization that was eradicated by Captain America still exists? My heavens, are we truly set to save the world? Yelena exclaimed once more. A smile crept upon Leon's face. You've heard of an organization called S-H-I-E-L-D. Haven to you? For the next few minutes, Leon meticulously recounted the resurgence of Hydra to the two women. In mere moments, the sisters were engulfed by an overwhelming shock. They had thought the Red Room was the most clandestine and sinister organization in existence, only to discover that there were greater threats lurking in the shadows. Hydra had infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D. This S-H-I-E-L-D is the largest malignancy in the world. Natasha, who was supposed to be employed by S-H-I-E-L-D, declared. Indeed, you are correct. Leon struggled to suppress a grin, observing Natasha, once the trusted aide of Nick Fury, now appearing as if she were destined for the guillotine. A peculiar sense of delight stirred within him. Before long, Natasha escorted Yelena out of the command room. Their expressions were in stark contrast. Natasha wore a serious demeanor, yet exuded a fighting spirit. Despite believing her hands were stained with blood, she was most eager to save the world and atone for her sins. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she felt willing. Perhaps, after enduring so much, she had developed a self-destructive inclination, wishing only to make amends before her demise. Yelena, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement, nearly bouncing with joy. As they exited, she chattered on about becoming a great hero, regardless of their differing reactions. Both women felt increasingly convinced that the organization Leon was about to establish would be a magnificent force, laboring in darkness and serving the light. However, had Leon been privy to their innermost thoughts, he would have undoubtedly laughed aloud. For his original intention in forming the organization was simply to ensure the Widow agents worked more effectively for him. Chapter 47, The Gathering and the Marsh. Young Master Leon, perhaps this Miss Natasha is indeed commendable. She appears not to bow to the allure of wealth and possesses a noble heart. Once everyone had departed, Jarvis spoke once more. Leon responded nonchalantly. Indeed, as a subordinate, she is exceptional, loyal, indifferent to fame and fortune, and unafraid of sacrifice. Where else could one find such a remarkable aide? Your perspective is truly astonishing, always beyond my calculations, Jarvis remarked. That is imperative, Leon replied, swiping across the electronic screen. By the way, check the Red Room's mainframe for any documents related to Hydra. Please hold on. There are 8 undercover files and 316 transaction documents, all pertaining to Hydra, Jarvis announced as he expanded the folders on the large screen. He added, however, the Red Room is unaware that these undercover operations and transactions involve Hydra. I retrieved these results based on the Hydra intelligence you previously uploaded, he continued. Leon crossed his arms. 8 undercover operatives. The Red Room is indeed quite formidable, managing to infiltrate even Hydra. The files revealed that a Widow agent had infiltrated a research institution controlled by Hydra and was subsequently recommended for inclusion in S-H-I-E-L-D. From an identity standpoint, this Widow agent is also affiliated with Hydra, albeit unknowingly, Jarvis explained. A double agent, no less. I find myself suddenly regarding Dreykov as a genius. Leon clapped his hands. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, have Natasha find a way to prioritize contact with this Widow and administer the suppressant. Well done, Leon declared, satisfied as he tapped the table, akin to patting Jarvis on the shoulder. Stretching his shoulders, he said, "Tonight's work can conclude here. Now it is time for blissful sunbathing. And you, Jarvis, you may also clock out. You can operate freely within this fortress's mainframe." "Thank you, young Master Leon," Jarvis replied. "However, I must remind you that there are still 4 hours until your next scheduled sunbathing time, to estimate the upper limit of power increases." Leon had fixed times for sunbathing in space this month. To bask in sunlight at his leisure, he would need to wait over half a month. "Ah, I see. I had forgotten," Leon mused, stroking his chin. "I shall assist the ladies in clearing the bodies." He levitated out of the command room, seeking the busy widow agents to help them transport the bodies. This expedited what would have been a several-hour task, concluding it in under 10 minutes. Thus, Leon gathered everyone together for a celebration in the officers' mess hall on the lower level of the fortress. As the gathering commenced, the table was adorned with simple fast food, while the highlight was a copious amount of whiskey and champagne that Leon had retrieved from the wine cellar. The ladies sat neatly at the table, each with a plate and a glass. Initially, they were reserved, feeling out of place, unable to adapt to this unrestricted dining experience. However, as bottles of fine champagne poured into their fluted glasses, the girls gradually began to indulge. They started with soft exchanges. Gradually, the young women began to boldly pose various inquiries to Leon. In the end, they cheered, clinked their glasses, and heartily sang the nursery rhymes of their childhood around him. Songs in English, German, Chinese, and Portuguese resonated joyfully. Nearly 100 colorful arms lingered on Leon, only to be gently pushed away by him. As the gathering progressed, the enthusiasm of the majority of the ladies was just beginning to peak. Their specially trained and enhanced bodies made it nearly impossible for them to become intoxicated. However, this did not deter their increasingly audacious behavior and explicit remarks. Leon began to feel that he was not merely hosting a party, but something far more intense. Sensing the shift, he discreetly excused himself from the officers' dining hall, leaving behind a group of spirited, rosy-cheeked women. He mused that next time, he should avoid dining with so many girls. Grabbing a towel nearby, he wiped the marks from his face, particularly exasperated by those who seemed impervious to drunkenness, only becoming more exhilarated with each drink. Suddenly, a soft voice interjected. Natasha stood leaning against the wall, the towel in her hand. "Why not continue enjoying a few drinks with them? Your sister has already begun shedding her outer garments to dance the go-pack." Leon teased. At that moment, Natasha stepped closer, reclaiming the towel to wipe away the traces from his neck and behind his ears. "If I were in there, wouldn't I miss you?" Her amber-hued eyes twinkled playfully. Leon gazed at her striking visage, realizing he had just escaped the tiger's den, only to stumble into the wolf's lair. He could not deny that, unless he employed his enhanced vision, Natasha was indeed a breathtaking beauty. "What do you think?" Natasha rose on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Leon's neck. She whispered in his ear, "I don't smell bad now, do I, you rascal?" "That's hard to say." Leon lowered his voice. "Perhaps you'll need to let me take a closer whiff to find out." Natasha tilted her head, pressing her cheek against his. Her nose brushed against his. "But I think you smell delightful. Would you like to come to my room tonight to discover why your scent is so peculiar? Are you serious?" Natasha's fingers glided down the S-shaped emblem on Leon's chest. "That depends on whether you're willing to be the marshland where I can settle." "I will be most willing." Just then, a sharp alert from Jarvis interrupted, the sound ringing persistently. What is it?" Leon rubbed his sleepy eyes, fumbling for his phone amidst the Superman costume on the floor. Ding! The screen illuminated, revealing Jarvis's wave-like graphic. "Young Master Leon, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but it seems Mr. Stark requires your assistance." "Tony?" Upon hearing that his brother was in trouble, Leon instantly became alert, sitting up. "What happened?" "Mr. Stark is on the top deck of the fortress, being blocked by the agents. There is an emergency." "What? The deck? Agents? How did he get here?" Leon felt perplexed. "Tell him to remain calm and avoid any conflict with the widows. They are all on our side. I will go find him right away." Lion pulled down his fair arm, draped over him, and slapped the bulge in the bedding beside him. Still pretending to be asleep, "I'm going to check on Tony. You should hurry up and follow me." Natasha opened her eyes, yet they lacked their usual sharpness, resembling a deep green pool in summer. Its waters so rich they seemed ready to overflow. Lion quickly donned his uniform. "When you wish to seek me out, what do you believe our relationship is?" he inquired. Natasha flashed a charming smile. "You know me so well, you should already be aware. The only, most special friend? You are quite greedy, but I shall agree." Natasha hugged her knees beneath the covers, saying, "Who could blame you for being my boss? But you must not withhold my wages in the future. Do you need to worry about remuneration? Didn't I give you what you could hardly hold with both hands last night?" Lion raised an eyebrow. At this, Natasha covered her head with the blanket, and fell silent. However, after Lion departed, she emerged from the covers. In the empty room, her eyes danced as she reached out with a feigned grasp, her brows lifting in a cryptic manner, and her lips silently formed an "oh wow." Chapter 48. The Law of True Fragrance, though late, arrives. The summer nights above the Arctic Ocean are fleeting. Just over 3 hours since the gathering commenced. The clouds concealing the fortress had already been illuminated by sunlight. As Lion flew with superhuman vision through the beams of sunlight streaming in, he expected to witness Tony, hands raised with the uni-beam, confronting a group of armed widow agents. However, the scene that met his eyes was utterly astonishing. What on earth is happening? You me told? Quickening his pace. On the deck, Tony was surrounded by 7 or 8 widow agents. The other 30 or so girls stood a few meters away, whispering about Tony. They bore traces of alcohol on their faces, occasionally gesturing as if comparing something. But the strangest sight was Tony himself, clad in the Mark III armor. He was neither airborne nor engaging his weapon systems. Instead, he stood with his arms crossed before his abdomen, stepping left with his left leg and right with his right. His movements were more alluring than the models Lion had seen at Victoria's Secret 2 years prior. Is Tony not in danger? Why is the situation deemed urgent? Lion's expression turned peculiar. Moreover, what is he doing? Catwalking? Surely not. That would be absurd. Tony was still arguing with the widow agents, his helmet retracted, revealing a strangely embarrassed expression. I've told you, I'm brothers with your new boss. Do you understand what that means? I'm his brother. If you don't let me in, I'll have you reassigned to be Pepper's secretary at the company. The girl he was conversing with maintained a relaxed posture, her weapon resting at her waist, hands clasped behind her back. She looked somewhat troubled. Mr. Stark, I cannot allow you entry without Superman's consent. However, regarding what you just mentioned, if Superman agrees, I would be willing to work at Stark Industries. She even began to chat, saying that your company offers high salaries. And I haven't received any pay yet. I've heard the coastal scenery in Los Angeles is quite nice. Are you serious? Discussing salary with me right now? Tony glared. Nicole Parson, if you let me in, I'll pay you $100,000 a month. Sorry, that's not possible. And my name is not Nicole Parson. It is Mary. That's the name of a female agent from the Bourne Identity. I've given you a nickname, Mary. At that moment, Leon, who had been observing, finally made his presence known. Upon landing, he patted the widow agent on the shoulder. Well done. The drinks weren't in vain. Now let our Uncle Tony inside. Mary and the widow agents finally stepped aside, smiles gracing their faces. But you mustn't sneak away during the next gathering. The festivities continued, allowing the young ladies to become acquainted with Leon. Their demeanor became more relaxed, yet the respect in their eyes remained undiminished, even gaining a touch more trust. Next time, I'll make sure to get you all thoroughly intoxicated before leaving. Leon chuckled, turning to Tony with open arms. Tony, how did you manage to find your way here? Look at your face. You resemble. Come on, why are you only now showing up? Move aside, I need to get in. Tony abruptly pushed Leon aside. His complexion was flushed, as if he had been submerged underwater for 3 minutes. Jarvis, direct me, and then set the suit's propulsion to maximum. All thrusters of Mark III ignited simultaneously, propelling him into the fortress interior. Natasha, who had just exited, nearly collided with him and swiftly jumped aside, muttering a curse. Leon stood frozen, finally completing his earlier thought, like a drowning frog. The girls exchanged glances upon hearing the metaphor, unanimously agreeing. With his enhanced vision, he casually glanced around and saw Tony in the restroom, removing his suit. After some fiddling, he exhaled a long breath. Leon's expression turned peculiar. Jarvis, how long has Tony been on the way? 3 hours. Mr. Stark has been quite busy today and has not had the opportunity to address his physiological needs, Jarvis replied. Huh. Leon burst into laughter. So he couldn't hold it in. No wonder he was fidgeting. The young ladies present also seemed to understand, realizing why Tony Stark had been acting so strangely. Laughter erupted on the deck, as everyone gained a deeper understanding of the Stark brothers. Tony, do you still find the liquid circulation system repulsive? The moment Tony stepped out of the restroom, he was met with Leon leaning against the wall, inquiring. Tony's expression froze, and after a few seconds, he casually turned away, conceding that sometimes functionality outweighed aesthetics. So, you're no longer disgusted? Leon prodded with his finger against his forehead. I recall someone mentioning just a few days ago. All right, I admit it, you were right. The suit indeed requires a liquid circulation system. Tony's countenance shifted, hurriedly changing his stance. With Tony's concession, Leon felt a surge of emotional satisfaction. Seizing the moment, he continued, All right, let us head this way. By the way, how did you find your way here? Jarvis informed me that a girl had taken my brother while I was away. I was concerned he might be misled and unable to find his way back. so I rushed over to protect him. Tony shrugged, asking, "Are you moved by this story?" Yet, it was this very brother who, during my moment of embarrassment, chose to be confrontational. How excessive. Furthermore, your tall tales might deceive Pepper, but what was your purpose in coming here? Tony replied nonchalantly, Jarvis. Mentioned that a little princess has acquired a grand fairy tale castle to present to me, so I came to see it for myself. Jarvis. Informed you? Well, I never insisted on confidentiality. Leon stepped forward to lead the way, saying, "This way, I will show you the functionalities of the fortress. Moreover, this is your 40th birthday gift. There's still ample time." The two traversed from the command room on the upper level of the fortress to the engine at the bottom. Throughout the journey, Tony was incessantly analyzing. A complete invisibility coating, radar-absorbing materials, and optical cloaking. How wealthy they must be, truly befitting a superpower's legacy. Look over here. The propulsion system of this fighter jet is impressive, yet lags behind my armor by 2 decades. Chapter 49. Half for each. What is that? A gravity-defying device made of propellers? We must undertake renovations on this fortress. Tony was wholly engrossed, his eyes darting rapidly as he pointed at various modules, articulating his ideas for modifications. Replace the energy system with an arc reactor. Convert the anti-gravity propulsion into a clustered energy system, and enhance the cloaking technology. Additionally, on the deck, I could create an armored storage bay, allowing for real-time deployment of the armor. Wait, Tony, hold on. Seeing Tony take charge, Leon hastily interrupted. What? Do you have other suggestions for modifications? Tony had begun to value Leon's scientific expertise. No, I meant to say that you seem to have misunderstood something. What is it? This fortress. It is not yours yet. What? Jarvis clearly stated that you bestowed it upon me. It was labeled as a 40th birthday gift. Are you already 40? You're several months away from even turning 39. Tony was taken aback. 40? Are you suggesting that for the remaining year? This fortress will lay idle? Of course not. I still have use for it. The widows still require this fortress, and so, you intend to give me a second-hand birthday present? Tony became earnest. Leon, what has made you so callous as to not even want to offer an old gift to your brother? Have I been so remiss towards you all these years? It was evident that he genuinely cherished this airborne fortress. Although he had been nitpicking during the tour, claiming the gift was barely acceptable, his eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a young boy receiving a long-desired transformer. I certainly am not. Here's the deal. Tony interrupted again. Before your 40th birthday, we will share this fortress. By then, you can present me with a 2.5-hand gift. Leon hesitated, but, Leon, surely you cannot undertake the entire renovation of the fortress alone? Tony insisted, his eager gaze nearly piercing Leon's face. Feeling the weight of Tony's expectant stare, Leon surrendered. All right, fine. For now, we shall each have half. Typically, I allow the widows to station here for task handovers and personnel transfers. As long as you do not interfere with them, you may do as you please. Tony's expression brightened. Of course, I would never disrupt the work of those young ladies. However, why do you always refer to them as widows? Is the Red Room specifically seeking out widows for training? Leon shook his head. They were chosen from a young age through genetic sequencing programs and then sent here. He briefly recounted the history of the Red Room. After hearing this, Tony's demeanor grew somber. Training and transforming young girls. First Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and now the Red Room. Beneath the tranquil surface of this world, how many more such nefarious organizations lurk in the shadows? Take me to meet the young ladies. Furthermore, since you intend to establish a new organization, perhaps it is time to bestow upon them a new title. Surely, you cannot allow a group of young ladies to refer to themselves as widows all day. That would make you seem like a villainous feudal lord from the Middle Ages. Tony has always possessed a warm heart. Leon nodded. They will naturally have a new designation in due time. The young ladies were still basking in the sun, gazing at the sea of clouds, engaged in lively conversation. Their topics were a delightful jumble, discussing anything that came to mind. For those who had just gained their freedom, simply sitting there, even for an entire day, was profoundly pleasurable. Upon seeing Leon, the young ladies all stood and gathered around him. After introductions and exchanges, Tony enthusiastically elaborated on his plans for the fortress's renovation. He even proposed to pay the widow agents responsible for guarding the fortress a monthly salary of $100,000 until they transitioned to new roles. However, during their conversation, Tony noticed the peculiar glances the young ladies cast in his direction. After several inquiries directed at Leon, he learned that the incident regarding his need to relieve himself within the armor had become common knowledge throughout the fortress. Consequently, Leon and Tony quickly bid farewell to the young ladies and left the aerial fortress together. Part of Tony's departure was due to his embarrassment. If he missed the press conference, Pepper would surely be furious for quite some time. Leon, on the other hand, was eager to bask in the sun. By the way, he had reinstated the spaceship's hatch last week after having removed it for repairs. When he first regained consciousness, filled with exuberance, he had impulsively sought to test his strength by causing some destruction, resulting in the hatch suffering a senseless mishap. Ultimately, he had to undertake the repairs himself. On the fortress deck, as they watched the two depart, the widows gazed on with envy. How wonderful it must be to fly freely, Yelena remarked. I wonder if there will be an opportunity for the boss to craft me an armor too. Just imagining it is so cool. Flames bursting from my feet, zooming away. Natasha remained silent nearby, her gaze fixed on Leon disappearing into the clouds. Yelena noticed her sister's unusual demeanor and nudged her. Hey, don't stare, he's already gone. You just had those few hours alone with the boss? Isn't that enough? It's none of your business. Natasha pushed her sister away. I will make it my business. Yelena, dissatisfied, leaned in once more. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh, right. You must have just experienced it. How did it feel? The other girls, intrigued by the topic, gathered around. Indeed, Superman is so robust. What was your impression? Do share. Was it akin to a hydraulic press driving piles? Or as swift as an electric drill? We're all left in envy. If you don't elaborate, we might just perish from jealousy. The widows transformed into curious beings, their eyes nearly inscribing the word curiosity. Natasha's face flushed slightly as she reached her hand through the air, grasping at memories. It felt somewhat like soaring through the skies without ever stopping. And truly, he is magnificent. Ah, Natasha, you wretched soul. My Superman. Upon hearing what they longed to know, the curious souls found their composure unraveling. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. In Los Angeles, at 10 in the morning, the Stark Industrial Complex held a press conference as scheduled. Pepper delivered an extensive speech on plans for the expansion of new energy supplies. However, it was merely a preliminary announcement. Genuine collaboration would necessitate alignment with various sovereign nations before it could commence. The journalists below clicked their cameras incessantly, remaining silent until Pepper concluded her remarks. They were acutely aware that they were witnessing a moment poised to alter the world. With exemplary performance, perhaps their splendid reports from today would secure them a place in the annals of history. As Pepper stepped aside, it was Tony Stark who ascended the stage. Now, everyone, don't rush. I'll just say a few words, he declared, resting his hands on the podium. After a brief stir among the crowd, silence fell once more, with hundreds of eyes eagerly awaiting Tony's forthcoming address. Chapter 50, Fury Takes the Leap. At last it begins. Jarvis, remember to record this. At the outer edge of the crowd, Leon, recently returned from space, held a bucket of popcorn, appearing as though he was ready for a grand spectacle. Mr. Leon, you seem quite eager for Mr. Stark's upcoming speech. A voice suddenly chimed in nearby. Leon furrowed his brow, glancing at the speaker, and halted his departing steps. And you are? A familiar face. Leon recognized the well-dressed, slightly balding middle-aged man with a genial demeanor. It was none other than Phil Coulson, a devoted fan of Captain America. I am Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Coulson smiled warmly, extending a business card. What a mouthful. Do you need something? Leon accepted the card. We operate independently from the FBI and CIA. I wish to discuss recent events in the Middle East with you. You need to inquire of me. Tony will address those matters shortly. Just wait and see. Coulson unexpectedly turned his gaze to Tony on stage, sensing that something significant was destined to unfold today. Recently, I trust you have all been keeping an eye on the happenings in the Middle East. Tony flipped through several pages of his speech and cast them aside. There stood a group of savages, wielding weapons of unknown origin, ruthlessly slaughtering innocent civilians. Of course, in the past, it was Obadiah who had secretly armed them. Though he was no longer present, those individuals remained equipped. Just as Tony was about to continue, a journalist raised a hand to inquire. Are you referring to the 10 Rings who kidnapped you and were subsequently vanquished by Superman? Indeed, it seemed that any event could be linked to Superman by this band of reporters. Tony opted to forego elaborate preambles and directly address the crux of the matter. You must be aware that the majority of the 10 Rings' influence resides in the Middle East, specifically in Afghanistan. Recently, a figure clad in iron armor has emerged there, eradicating this band of marauders. Many have begun to regard him as a hero. I must state that he possesses numerous flaws and has committed many errors in his youth. Yet you still perceive him as a hero, which is rather. Another journalist interjected. Are you speaking of that steel-clad lad who mimics Superman? Do you know him well? Tony found his words caught in his throat. He gazed at the journalist for a prolonged moment before suddenly retorting. That is Iron Man, not some steel kid. And I am Iron Man. A hush fell over the room. All eyes were fixed on Tony, who was perceived as attempting to enliven the atmosphere. A few even managed to muster dry laughter in response, indicating they were somewhat amused. The only one genuinely laughing, even joyously, was Leon. This darkened Tony's expression. He irritably pressed his lips together, stepped back, and with a flick of his hands, revealed 2 bracelets. JARVIS. Boom! In the next instant, an oval metallic flying pod burst in from outside, soaring over the heads of the reporters. Amidst gasps and evasive movements, the pod disassembled and adorned Tony. I am Iron Man. The armor assembled, the helmet sealed, and the crisp sound of iron scales locking echoed continuously. Tony again declared his identity in a calm, yet resolute tone. This time, everyone gazed at him in astonishment. The gold and crimson armor stood at the center of the podium, akin to an industrial masterpiece, shimmering with brilliance. Every heart trembled in response. Then, a surge of people rushed forth, hundreds of arms raised high as they clamored to pose their questions. Later that evening, Leon remarked as he opened the grand door of the mansion, "Honestly, you might as well have appeared in the armor from the start. That way, you and T have been stumped by the reporters." After the press conference, Pepper insisted on keeping him and Tony at the office for a full day. The mountain of documents seemed to stretch infinitely. Even the superbrain appeared to protest. Leon resolved that once Natasha rescued all the widowed agents, he would appoint her as the president of the tech company. Though the job would be demanding, it would reflect his trust in Natasha. Surely, handling transactions worth billions of dollars daily would provide her with a sense of accomplishment. As for establishing the organization, he would leave that to Yelena. The young girl must engage in more exercise to grow swiftly. The more Lion pondered this decision, the more he found it to be feasible, a veritable trifecta of benefits. After all, attending that class was an impossibility. Working before the transition and again after it would render his journey meaningless. However, such matters could be addressed later. For now, he simply yearned to enjoy a hearty dinner, seeking solace from the weariness of work through delectable cuisine. Yet, as he stepped through the door, Lion halted abruptly. Tony's incredulous voice trailed behind him. "Is that truly how you feel? I distinctly remember you being the one laughing the loudest." He inquired, "Why are you standing there motionless?" Tony leaned in from behind Lion. Before them stood a figure clad in a long black coat, facing the vast sea through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The silhouette, with its enigmatic demeanor, could only belong to Nick Fury. "Jarvis?" Tony called out, noting the localized electromagnetic shielding. An impressive feat, he turned to Lion, inquiring, "What do you think we should do?" Lion snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, use the armor to eject the person standing by the window." "Understood, sir," came the reply, as mechanical sounds resonated from below. "Wait, don't be hasty." The impeccably dressed Nick Fury turned in alarm. "I am director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury." Before he could finish his sentence, Jarvis had already sent the Mark I armor upstairs. The red and blue suit raised its hands, preparing its cluster cannon. "Damn it, I will return. We need to talk." Fury realized the artificial intelligence had no intention of relenting and leapt through the shattered window, plunging down the cliff. A resounding crash echoed as he jumped, the cluster cannon narrowly missing him. "Well done," Tony praised, moving to the window to witness a parachute gracefully unfurling below. "That fellow truly has a plethora of tricks up his sleeve, just as you described." Lion approached, speaking to Jarvis. "It seems we must upgrade your system. Otherwise, anyone could intrude." "Sir, if I were using the mainframe of the airborne fortress, I should not have been compromised," Jarvis responded. "Ah, so you're requesting an upgrade. Very well. Let us enhance your mainframe." Tony turned to Lion, continuing, "By the way, if you had expelled that Black Widow operative yesterday, we wouldn't have located the Red Room. Why didn't you take action then?" "Because I wanted to ascertain certain information," Lion replied, blowing gently against the window, sending shards cascading down the cliff. "I intended to inquire about some intelligence from her, so I naturally wouldn't chase her away." "What intelligence?" Tony pressed. "Secrets. You have secrets with me? I see you're merely lusting after her." Tony's voice rose in jest. "Of course, that's a factor, but I merely succumb to the folly that all men face," Lion said, retreating to his room. "You make a valid point," Tony mused, acknowledging that he too would find it difficult to dismiss a beautiful woman presenting herself. Chapter 51, A Fortnight. Time has swiftly passed, and half a month has gone by. Nick Fury's promise to return remains unfulfilled. According to Tony, he has dispatched the Hydra intelligence to the inbox of the Black Egg. It is likely that the recipient is now cursing the battered S.H.I.E.L.D. 100 times a day. Meanwhile, Natasha has successfully led the women in liberating over 200 widow agents from their control. The vast majority of these widows are eager to join the yet-to-be-established organization by Lion. Only a handful, fewer than 10, have chosen to withdraw, either due to exhaustion or desire to pursue their own futures. Lion has complied with the directive to destroy the files of these individuals. However, it is possible that, in a few years, some of them may regret the decision they made on this day, as the advancement of new energy truly cannot proceed without him. The greatest gain for Lion during these past 2 weeks has been the enhancement of his abilities and the conclusion of the upper limit prediction experiment. 2 days ago, Tony regarded him with a look akin to that reserved for a monster. 89,000 tons of sheer strength, and in half a month, your power has nearly doubled. Lion calmly nodded. I can sense the acceleration of my strength, reminiscent of exponential growth. Yet in the past 2 days, I have noticed the disparity in the magnitude of each increase beginning to diminish. Perhaps this signifies that I am nearing the pinnacle of my growth. Hence, I am most eager to obtain the results of the upper limit prediction. Today is the final day, is it not? The results should be ready. Grant me 5 minutes. Tony approached the computer, swiftly conducting calculations on screen. As he promised, 5 minutes later, a prediction chart filled with dots and lines was printed. All done. Lion extracted the chart and scrutinized it, while Tony provided narration. These dots record the strength of each of your transitions after exposure to sunlight, and the lines indicate the rate of increase. According to the model we established, your upper limit of strength is projected to be around 200 million tons. Yes, one-armed at 200 million tons. After observing Lion's expression for any signs of distress, Tony continued, and 100 million tons represents your peak period. Before reaching that peak, your strength will increase rapidly like a rolling snowball. Afterward, the rate of growth will gradually slow until it reaches the limit. Once Tony finished speaking, he cautiously watched Lion. He knew his brother had always sought greater power, and hearing about a potential limit might not sit well with him. However, Lion remained remarkably composed. He even found it curious. What sort of expression is that? It seems as though you fear I might burst into tears at any moment, necessitating a tissue for comfort. Do you not feel disheartened by the notion of your existence having a limit? Tony inquired, pointing at the prediction chart. Why should I feel disheartened? This is something I anticipated. Knowing the outcome provides me with a direction to strive toward, Lion replied. The reality is clear. He knows that approximately 200 million tons is indeed his upper limit. Before reaching his limits, he could seek other means of empowerment while basking in the sun. Firstly, he might consider studying at Kamar Taj. He could also explore the village of Deluo in Kunlun to learn the art of chi manipulation. The paths to strength at Kamar Taj are manifold, often veering into the realm of the arcane, such as strengthening oneself through contracts with demonic entities. One might begin by signing with a weaker being, only to eventually consume the power of that entity. Later, one could forge agreements with more formidable beings, ascending the path of the Demon Lord. This is a route already traversed by a certain Doctor Strange. Kunlun, on the other hand, offers the potential to seek the might of the dragon, a force of multiversal caliber, albeit with a minuscule likelihood of success. Even after exploring the powers within this world, he could employ his ability to traverse dimensions in pursuit of further strength. Previously, Leon had maintained a level of caution, believing it prudent to refrain from venturing into other worlds until he had become sufficiently powerful. However, he now deemed himself to possess a tenuous qualification to step into other realms. At this moment, Tony remarked, speaking of which, I recently watched an animated feature about Superman. In it, Superman suddenly absorbed an overwhelming amount of power, reaching 200 trillion tons of might, which caused his body to begin to disintegrate. I think for most ordinary Kryptonians, 200 tons might already be an unattainable limit. Leon pondered and nodded in agreement. Perhaps that is indeed the case. After all, every race has its limitations. Thus, to transcend such limits, must one abandon their Kryptonian heritage? He silently scoffed at the thought. 2 days later, following a sumptuous dinner, Tony retreated into his laboratory to continue his research. Leon, meanwhile, soared into the cosmos. After concluding his simulated tests, he had essentially taken root within the confines of the space capsule over the past few days. Even yesterday, when Natasha sent a request for her salary, he had ignored it. Soon, Leon drifted contentedly into slumber. This night was meant to pass peacefully. Yet, uninvited guests often arrive without warning. Tony Stark remained oblivious. The winds of his identity revelation had reached even the most clandestine corners of the world. Under a starry sky, with wisps of clouds drifting, a cadre of cloaked figures concealed within the shadows of the clouds approached Stark Mansion, akin to mice emerging from their burrows. They resembled ancient warriors, with only their piercing eyes betraying a fierce determination. It seemed they had come solely to redistribute wealth from the affluent to the impoverished, yet they bore the hallmarks of centuries-old ninjas. Each member's footsteps were imprinted upon those of their predecessors, moving in utter silence, like cold swords sheathed in their scabbards. They traversed the blind spots of all surveillance devices, sometimes leaping, sometimes crawling, resembling a group of water spiders skimming the surface. Ultimately, these water spiders infiltrated the rooftop of Stark Mansion, pinpointing Tony's room, and descended using grappling hooks. Employing laser cutters, glass suction cups, and silent gloves, they expertly removed the glass from Tony's bedroom. One by one, they slipped inside like fish, leaving no trace of their presence. The leader, after surveying the room, shook his head, indicating that Tony Stark was not present. He signaled with his hands for everyone to charge out together and eliminate all witnesses without leaving a trace. Everyone nodded in agreement. The leader raised 5 fingers, beginning the countdown one by one. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Tony reclined in a soft chair, his chin resting in contemplation. The screen before him displayed J.A.R.V.I.S.S. defense system. Interestingly, during the upgrade, he had specifically replaced the surveillance equipment, resulting in a gap in what was once a comprehensive monitoring system. However, the upgrade was swift, so he presumed there would be no issues. At that moment, a hand waved in front of him. "Tony, the enemy is at the door," Leon said, removing the glasses from Tony's face. He had been drifting into slumber in space when he was abruptly awakened by the sound of glass being cut and the hurried footsteps of intruders. Despite now being able to fly at supersonic speeds, he could still move as silently as a bird through clouds. "What enemies?" Tony exclaimed, startled, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he recognized Leon. J.A.R.V.I.S. Didn't he issue a warning? Damn it. It can't be that black egg again, can it? He had picked up the term black egg from Leon, a phrase that conveyed both taste and hue. No, it was a group of ninjas or martial arts experts. Chapter 52, a death notification from the Ten Rings gang. Oh no. Upon hearing Leon's intent to engage, Tony felt a jolt of urgency and sprang to his feet. They are clearly coming for me. If there is to be a confrontation, I shall lead it. With that proclamation, he waved his hand, commanding J.A.R.V.I.S. activate the suit. The flight pod, standing silently in the laboratory, immediately disassembled and attached itself to him. Leon did not intervene. The dozen or so individuals above possessed muscle density akin to that of ordinary people. Even if they wielded some mysterious powers, they would not match Tony's prowess. Once donned in his armor, Tony smashed through the glass door and charged upstairs. "Wait for my signal." His voice echoed down the corridor. "Gentlemen in diapers, I'm coming for you." Leon shook his head, stepping over shards of glass as he ascended. The uninvited guests clearly did not anticipate their target to suddenly emerge from below. As soon as Tony arrived, he unleashed a barrage of firepower, the cluster cannons spinning and bombarding the intruders. Those assailants stood no chance against the onslaught, swiftly falling without any means to retaliate. Even those who managed to react were felled in an instant as they attempted to fight back. Tony operated at full capacity, causing the villa's ceiling to reverberate with thunderous vibrations. By the time Leon reached the living room, bodies lay strewn across the floor, and the walls bore deep cracks. Well, I suppose I shall have to call the renovation company again tomorrow. The last of the assailants found himself cornered by Tony. It was evident that these attackers were professional killers. None had uttered a scream as they met their demise. Even now, with only one remaining, would he fight to the bitter end? As Leon pondered whether the last man would make a desperate stand, the individual retreated, pulling a simple envelope from his pocket. As his body crumpled to the ground, he maintained the posture of extending the envelope until the very end. It appears that he does not intend to fight to the death, but rather chooses to die for a cause. Leon approached Tony's side. "No, you want me to see that letter?" With a snap, Tony activated his faceplate, and the armor automatically disengaged. As he stepped forward to retrieve the envelope, Leon swiftly intervened. "Be cautious, Tony. The letter might be poisoned. It would be wise to don your armor when handling items from enemies." Tony, taken aback, exclaimed, "Poisoned? Could anyone be so treacherous?" Leon brought the envelope to his nose and sniffed. "Well, it seems to be free of poison. Perhaps I was overthinking it." But why would he present this letter before taking his own life? He casually tore open the envelope. Could it be that some organization seeks to recruit me? Was that earlier a test of initiation? Tony leaned in to take a look. Leon frowned in disdain. What a juvenile hypothesis. Do you fancy yourself a savior? He unfolded the letter. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary note, crafted from what seemed to be bamboo paper. Such paper is typically associated with individuals from Southeast Asia. Could the sender be from the Ten Rings? They both read the letter line by line. To Mr. Tony Stark, congratulations on passing my test. You have successfully slain the members of the 10 Rings who were dispatched to carry out assassination orders, thereby proving your worthiness to have your head severed by my own hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wenwu, the leader of the 10 Rings. The 10 Rings you eradicated a fortnight ago were but poor imitations of my organization. I must thank you for ridding me of these counterfeit pretenders. However, I regret to inform you that, although they were merely imitators, they still represented the prestige of the 10 Rings worldwide. Since you have publicly declared your annihilation of the 10 Rings, I must take action to eliminate you and preserve my organization's reputation. A month from now, I will personally come to claim your head. Signed, Wenwu. The two quickly finished reading in silence. Tony furrowed his brow. So, the 10 Rings are merely the tip of the iceberg? No, this 10 Rings is indeed a clandestine organization. He recalled Hydra and the Red Room. All such organizations lurking in the shadowy corners of the world, as far as he understood, were nefarious. While Tony pondered the depths of the 10 Rings, Leon erupted in fury. What a Wenwu! The red glow ignited in Leon's eyes almost instantaneously. The letter in his hand disintegrated without warning. He levitated, his garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. The crimson light in his eyes intensified, resembling a demon rising from the depths of hell, gazing upon humanity. Though he wore no superhero costume, it was as if a blood-stained cape billowed behind him, rustling ominously. His expression remained impassive, as if casually remarking about a forthcoming slice of bread. Yet, his voice dripped with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Tony turned in astonishment, and before he could fully comprehend Leon's presence, he felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Why you mean now? Tony gazed at Leon, his heart trembling ever so slightly. Ah, should the 10 Rings gang dare to issue a death notice a month hence, I shall ensure they never witness the dawn of tomorrow. Leon, merely suspended in the air, exuded an oppressive aura akin to towering mountains and rivers in reverse flow. It felt as though the entire world might shatter like a fragile mirror at any moment. Such unrestrained fury emanating from Leon was a sight Tony had never before encountered. His throat tightened, and an inexplicable anxiety gripped his heart. Leon, calm down. Just take a moment. Tony exclaimed urgently. He was the one Leon sought, and thus, it was his responsibility to resolve the matter. Do not act rashly. Let us descend and discuss this. He leapt up, attempting to pull Leon down, but instead found himself tumbling onto Leon's frame instead. Clinging to Leon's calf, he managed a sheepish laugh. Listen, Leon, let us not hasten action. What was the purpose of that press conference I held previously? Was it merely for show? Leon gazed down at Tony hanging from his leg with a bemused expression. The flames of his anger were somewhat extinguished by this absurdity. "Isn't it?" he replied slowly, finally descending to solid ground, where Tony regained his footing. "Look, you consistently misunderstand me," Tony protested as he stepped forward to grasp Leon's shoulder. "I am Iron Man. This is my duty. You know I have always intended to take action, right? This is an opportunity." He spoke earnestly. The 10 Rings gang, by their very name, suggests they are not upstanding individuals. They have provoked me, and I am eager to confront them. These clandestine performers lurking in the shadows are no good. So allow me to investigate and deal with them. Shall we? Leon regarded Tony with an odd expression. Do you truly wish to engage in a confrontation with that martial artist? Please, do not look at me like that. You have taken down the Red Room. Surely I can handle a mere 10 Rings gang? Am I jesting? Tony laughed as he opened his arms wide, though relief washed over him internally. For reasons unknown, witnessing Leon's wrath tightened his heart. It reminded him of 17 years ago when he held Leon in his arms, weeping at their parents' gravestone. On that day, the rain poured like a silver waterfall, and he could not distinguish between tears and rain upon his face. Anger, sorrow, and confusion intertwined within him. He cried until his eyes were blurred. Suddenly, the infant Leon, nestled in his embrace, cooed softly, reaching out to wipe the moisture from his cheeks. Those big, dark eyes, filled with concern, and that tender little hand patting his cheek repeatedly, made Tony realize that this child was his last remaining family in the world. He vowed never to let any harm befall Leon. This little one must wear a smile every single day, thriving with vitality. Over the past 17 years, he had upheld this promise with unwavering dedication. Yet now, Leon had matured, even transformed into a superhero, and began to protect him in return. This shift was disconcerting for Tony, who had to admit that he could no longer shield Leon. Nevertheless, seeing Leon in such a furious state still caused his heart to tighten, laden with a vague sense of guilt. Blaming himself for being too weak to protect his brother, Chapter 53, New Elements. Leon was unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling in Tony's mind. He cast a glance at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest and shook his head. You cannot defeat him. Based on the portrayal of martial and literary prowess in films, only a later version of Tony could stand a chance. As for the Tony still relying on the palladium arc reactor, apologies, but he is simply too feeble. How can you claim I cannot defeat him without having seen me in action? Tony retorted, his eyes narrowing. As if you know him so well. Leon picked up the 2 corpses from the ground and proceeded outward. I don't know a few things. The Ten Rings Gang is an organization that has endured for over a millennium, named after the leader's treasure, the 10 Rings. These rings possess astonishing power, granting the wielder prolonged life and extraordinary physical strength. Legend has it they also harbor a unique energy capable of opening dimensions. That Wenwu acquired the 10 Rings 1,000 years ago and has lived to this day. How can you possibly prevail against such a being? Although the 10 Rings in the film share a name with the 10 Rings in the comics, their abilities are fundamentally divergent. The 10 Rings are classified as mind energy weaponry, capable of absorbing and storing kinetic energy. In the film, the power exhibited by this weapon varies significantly depending on the wielder. The comics later elaborated that the 10 Rings were originally divine weapons of the Jade Emperor, merely left behind in the mortal realm, in the hands of the right individual. Their upper limit of power could rival that of a single universe, comparable to the Infinity Stones. As for the origins of the 10 Rings in the film, Leon could not ascertain. After all, the 2 individuals who wielded them displayed such power that destroying a city seemed quite a challenge. Compared to the comics' depiction, their capabilities were a far cry from 10 galaxies. Nevertheless, even with such differences, Wenwu was not someone Tony could contend with at present. Are you certain you are not recounting a fairy tale? A person who has lived for a millennium? Capable of opening dimensions? Tony instinctively questioned, but the expression on Leon's face indicated no jest was involved. Very well, I accept that as truth. Thank you for your elucidation, Leon the Encyclopedia. Tony donned his armor and joined Leon in moving the bodies. You have me pondering the history of a millennium-old organization and an ancient relic of a man. Quite unprecedented. However, this matter must be resolved by me. Leon, if they are coming for me, I shall confront them head-on. Leon tossed the bodies onto the lawn and inquired, how do you plan to resolve this? With that toxic arc reactor on your chest? Tony followed closely behind. Do not say such things. Allow me to attempt it. If I fail, you can intervene. With a superhero like you around, can I really expect the unexpected? Ah, but you do realize that palladium can be toxic, don't you? Tony was somewhat taken aback. Leon silently grasped the 2 bodies again. I studied chemistry in high school. Thank you. He paused for a moment. If you truly wish to engage, you should first upgrade your armor and heal that wound on your chest. Additionally, I have always wondered why you continue to carry the arc reactor when there are no shrapnel pieces left in your chest. Are you merely playing a dangerous game to look impressive? Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment, stemming from some profound reasons. What is that look of guilt on your face? Leon inquired suspiciously. Do not tell me you have actually forgotten that palladium can be toxic. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly forget such a matter? Tony replied, his expression awkward. I was merely testing the effects of palladium on the human body. Indeed, that is precisely it. Leon covered his forehead in exasperation. You, my friend, are beyond redemption. I had assumed you had some other intentions, which is why I refrained from asking. I never imagined you had not considered this issue at all. Just a week prior, Tony had proudly displayed the arc reactor affixed to his chest, reminiscent of a mechanical boy wonder. It was not until the previous weekend, upon exiting the laboratory, that he finally replaced the gaping wound with a different filler. That is all in the past, Tony exclaimed, casting the 2 corpses onto the ground to divert the conversation. Only children dwell on the past. We should be contemplating how to enhance the armor. He attempted to place a hand on Leon's shoulder, only to have it evaded. Instead, he clapped his hands together to mask his discomfort. Since you claim I cannot contend with that Wenwu, why not assist me in developing the armor? He proposed enthusiastically. For the next month, we shall collaborate, and surely we can make history. Leon, you would not want your elder brother to be bullied by outsiders, would you? Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh, such a delightful prospect. I've been eagerly awaiting the day someone gives you a good thrashing. He declined the offer. It is impossible for us to work together on research. I must become stronger in the cosmos. However, he continued, a few days ago, I utilized my enhanced vision to scrutinize the documents left behind by my father at S.H. I discovered that he had long ago researched a new element suitable for the arc reactor. The clues are on the design boards at Stark Industries. You ought to take a look. Leon decided to divulge the information about the new element to Tony in advance. He then gathered all the corpses together and incinerated them with a heat ray, expelling the ashes from the villa with a breath. Father? On the other side, Tony was shedding his armor. He researched a new element. You must be jesting. This is no jest. It is the final gift he left for you. Leon patted Tony's arm and entered the house. Later, you can request the documents left by my father from Nick Fury. Everything he wished to convey is contained within. Leon temporarily set aside the notion of directly confronting Wenwu at the Ten Rings headquarters. If Tony wished to take the lead, then let him do so. Should he find himself unable to prevail, Leon could take over. After all, strictly speaking, this matter was indeed a personal vendetta between the Ten Rings and Tony. Tony stood in place, lost in thought for quite some time. He likely did not expect to receive a gift from Howard after all these years. After several minutes of contemplation, he finally entered the house to find Leon. So, you have agreed, correct? I shall resolve the issue with the Ten Rings myself. Tony was still preoccupied with the notion of the duel. As you wish, however, I remain skeptical. Should you find yourself defeated, do not call for Leon to save you. Leon was preparing to venture into space once more. You have agreed? Splendid. I knew you would acquiesce. You are truly my brother. Tony exclaimed with a cheer. He completely disregarded Lion's sarcasm. Were you even asking for help? As Tony Stark, I wouldn't call for rescue, even if I jumped off the cliff behind my house. He stated that no one could change his mind. Lion saw through Tony's thoughts and sighed deeply. This Tony had become entirely dependent. Don't celebrate too soon. I told you for certain that you would lose, and yet you still find joy? He unleashed a verbal assault. Lose? That remains to be seen. As long as there is a new element, everything will change. Tony waved dismissively. Such wishful thinking. Even with a new element, the Mark III is still woefully insufficient. Not to mention that gaping hole in your chest is a fatal flaw. Unless you can heal it, but such medical technology does not exist, well, perhaps not entirely. Lion stroked his chin, suddenly struck by an idea. While such advanced medical technology may be absent on Earth, it surely exists in the cosmos. The universe is vast, and there are even other realms. Lion felt a spark of excitement. He had been contemplating traversing to another world, since it would be his first journey. He intended to choose a world with a low threshold for entry as a trial. So, why not traverse to a realm that could heal Tony's chest wound and enhance his strength, while also being easy to access? Lion's eyes glimmered with determination as he contemplated embarking on this venture. He had previously studied the ability to traverse worlds. By simply thinking of keywords, his ability would provide an approximate energy value required to access the corresponding world. It was akin to a rudimentary search engine. Inputting keywords would yield the necessary traffic for searching and entering the desired web page. Once Lion confirmed the search and paid the required energy, his ability would activate, transporting him to the target world. However, there was a slight complication. This engine could not recognize the titles of films from his past life. He could only conduct world searches using keywords like low threshold and advanced medical technology. Chapter 54, Traversing Worlds. Not necessarily. Do you have a solution? Are you planning to use silicone or something to fill it? Tony recoiled in disgust. Please don't suggest such absurd ideas. I would rather fabricate a new element arc reactor. As he muttered about traversing, Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you planning to go to other worlds? Oh my God, you must take me with you. I've longed to go. He became overwhelmed with excitement, imagining the possibilities of another world. Could there be another me or another you? What if in that world, I am a superhero and you're Iron Man? The more Tony spoke, the more animated he became, almost fidgeting with excitement. Wait, let me think about what I need to take for this journey. Iron armor, electronic devices, and no, I need to bring gold. And so it began again. This fellow was lost in his own thoughts. Lion, exasperated, interrupted Tony. You've misunderstood. I only plan to go alone without you. Without me? Tony was taken aback. Yes, without you. Lion emphasized. Really without me? Tony's expression turned incredulous. Yes, truly without you. Lion affirmed. You would leave me behind, just like that? Tony's outstretched fingers trembled. You could disregard the birthday gift of 3 hands, but to embark on a journey without me? A smirk flickered across Leon's lips as Tony's expression resembled that of a forsaken husky, caught in a state of bewilderment and shock. It was not due to any uncertain factors. I must first traverse the journey myself to ascertain its stability. If the process proves reliable and allows for companionship, it seems feasible to bring others along. In any case, I shall ensure to take you along on another journey in the future. After all, we are destined for the DC universe, are we not? Leon felt a profound sense of inclusivity in his ability to traverse dimensions. As long as the energy was sufficient, he could likely transport the entire Marvel universe with him. Yet, Given that this was his inaugural attempt, he possessed the iron body to make mistakes. But you do not share that luxury. Leon provided his rationale. Upon hearing the explanation, Tony opened his mouth, seemingly about to voice his thoughts, but ultimately settled for a look of disappointment. He understood that his chances were slim. After all, Leon was right. One must exercise caution during their first traversal. Adding him to the mix would merely introduce an unnecessary burden. He spread his hands and asked, "Have you considered what might happen if, upon arriving in another world, you encounter kryptonite?" "Well, I would don the supermarket suit," Leon pondered. "Indeed, you must wear your armor. Furthermore, take 5 arc reactors, just in case. Additionally, consider sanitation and equivalence. You must." Tony issued a lengthy list of instructions. It was not until he paused for a drink midway through that he finally ceased. "All right, just prepare these essentials. When you are ready to traverse, inform me, and I shall observe from the sidelines." The following day, as evening approached, Leon stood amidst a circle of testing instruments in the underground garage. Clad in the supermarket suit, he hefted a sizable travel backpack. Inside were 5 arc reactors, 10 kilograms of gold, disinfectant spray, and hemostatic spray. This backpack, meticulously prepared by Tony, was replete with various emergency supplies, although Leon deemed most of them unnecessary. "Are you certain you wish to depart now?" Tony inquired from behind the projection screen. "Rest assured, even if I am restrained and lose my superpowers, I will manage quite well," Leon replied, tapping his temple. "Superman has his vulnerabilities, but the knowledge within my mind remains intact." This afternoon, he had conducted thorough research and, following Leon's suggestions, uncovered the secrets of the display board. It contained a schematic for a new element. By decoding the schematic and synthesizing it with a particle collider, he would soon acquire the new element. Proud as he was, Tony could not help but marvel at his father's brilliance upon comprehending everything. "Let's hope so," Leon mused, pleased for his brother. "I am off now. Take care of yourself and Pepper." With those words, Leon closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tony activated each instrument, beginning to record data from the scene. The opportunity to document the data of time travel was one that countless scientists dreamed of. He certainly would not let it slip away. Commencing world search. Keywords: amputation treatment, enhancement of Kryptonian strength. The world's extraordinary power limits are relatively low, posing no threat. Successful anchoring of the world. Calculating the energy required for traversal. Traversal confirmed. Within his mind, Leon mobilized his traversing abilities, outlining processes and values with precision. Soon, a divine and enlightening piece of information manifested in his consciousness, revealing that the search for an alternate world had been successfully completed. Numerous options emerged within his awareness, each corresponding to suitable worlds, resembling chaotic black holes devoid of discernible information. He could only choose one at random. Subsequently, a sensation of ethereality enveloped him, allowing him to vaguely sense the energy required for traversing the world he had anchored. It amounted to approximately 1% of his physical stamina. Given Leon's formidable prowess, this energy was undeniably substantial. When quantified, it equated to at least 9 days' worth of global electricity generation. At this moment, Leon comprehended why the original world bestowed upon him the gifts of Kryptonian lineage and time-space traversal. Without the Kryptonian heritage, achieving limitless strength would necessitate excruciating efforts to seek opportunities within the Marvel Universe. Conversely, if he possessed only the ability to traverse time and space, he would likely squander countless hours and resources merely to gather the energy required for traversal. A peculiar sensation stirred within Leon. Perhaps, with the combination of these two abilities, he could effortlessly transcend limits and emerge as the most powerful being. Without further delay, he firmly resolved to commence his journey through the dimensions. As soon as the thought was formed, an overwhelming force materialized within him, akin to a black hole connecting to every fiber of his being, voraciously extracting all that could be drawn. However, this force was fleeting. After consuming 1% of Leon's stamina, it dissipated, replaced by a gentle pull that enveloped him. Chapter 55, The Unknown Gift. A premonition stirred within Leon, and he managed to open his eyes just in time to wave at Tony. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air. His departure left the surrounding space untouched, devoid of any fluctuations. No wormhole emerged to draw him away, nor did a celestial gate open to guide his path. He simply disappeared as if he were a selected image in a drawing software, cut from the canvas in an instant, leaving no trace behind. What a remarkable gift! Tony exclaimed in disbelief. This defies the laws of science. All instruments on site remained entirely unaffected, as though nothing had transpired. To Tony, Leon's disappearance resembled a drop of seawater evaporating from the ocean, causing no ripples whatsoever. Frantically, he rushed to Leon's previous position, scanning the surroundings. He felt as if his worldview had been challenged once more. How could traversing worlds occur so silently? It was utterly unscientific. Yet, what troubled him even more was the realization that Leon felt as though he had entered a realm of utter void. He was propelled by an unseen force, drifting through the void, unable to open his eyes or speak. He felt akin to an ant swept away by the currents of an endless ocean. Yet, such a description felt inadequate. He was not bound by any constraints. He simply could not move, yet he continued to advance. This sensation was reminiscent of a comatose individual being transported in an ambulance to a hospital. However, this feeling was fleeting. At one moment, Leon sensed himself passing through a membrane akin to the surface of water. He could even perceive the ripples formed by his own presence. Suddenly, the world spun around him, and he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, reclaiming control over his body. He opened his eyes as the power to his armor, which had inexplicably shut down, rebooted, and the visor illuminated with a faint glow. Was this a world of war? The first image that met his gaze was that of towering infernos climbing the sides of skyscrapers. Flames danced across every building, coalescing into a fiery tapestry that painted the night sky crimson. Shattered glass, toppled road signs, and vehicles with crumpled fronts and torn doors lay strewn about, remnants of chaos. Helicopters hovered above, their searchlights piercing the darkness. This was undoubtedly a city engulfed in conflict, perhaps one that had just weathered an artillery barrage. Abandoned cars lay scattered across the streets, a testament to the panic of those who had fled. At that moment, Jarvis came online. "Mr. Leon, are you all right?" It seems the armor's circuitry ceased operation for some unknown reason while in the garage. "I am unharmed, Jarvis. We have transitioned to another realm," Leon replied, surveying his surroundings. "Your systems shut down due to the temporal shift. Do not concern yourself. Please attempt to reconnect to the network." Jarvis's task was to gather information from the internet. Meanwhile, Leon stood still, closing his eyes to lift the suppression on his super hearing. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him. The rustling of the wind, the crackling of flames, and the cries of the distressed, all swirling around him like a kaleidoscope. In that moment, sounds took on form, each tone representing a vivid tableau. He swiftly discerned valuable information within this auditory chaos. "Weskier, welcome to HCF. You are our battlefield commander now. Marvin, secure the western gate. Inform Ada Wong that we must acquire the G-Virus." Countless voices distilled into a few crucial commands. Leon abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was in the world of the Resident Evil game within Raccoon City. It seemed that his ability to traverse dimensions indeed allowed him to venture beyond the Marvel Universe. The prospect of limb restoration could be addressed with the unique viruses of this world, even if it risked him becoming a zombie. Yet, would this world truly enhance his powers? Leon was perplexed, finding the situation somewhat absurd. The so-called T-Virus, G-Virus, and other pathogens would likely diminish the physical prowess of a Kryptonian. However, wait, a thought struck him. Strictly speaking, this world also offered a means to augment his strength. He looked up at the night sky, aglow with the reflection of flames, and suddenly understood. There, amidst the chaos, shone a yellow sun. So, it is... The yellow sun enhances my abilities? How vexatious. What use is this? Marvel's Earth is graced by a singular yellow sun. Did I traverse realms merely to bask in the sunlight of another world? Lion realized that his chosen keywords were somewhat haphazard, leading to unexpected outcomes in his journey. Next time, I must refine my keywords to enhancing genetic potential or methods of empowerment beyond sun exposure. Suddenly, an invisible wave descended upon him, sweeping down from above. Lion was taken aback, barely having time to react before experiencing a refreshing coolness in his mind. It was as if an ethereal hand delicately descended, bestowing a rejuvenating spa treatment upon his cerebral cortex. In that moment, he felt invigorated, as if his brain had undergone a subtle optimization. This foreign wave was entirely beneficial, prompting his ironclad form to offer no resistance. What is this phenomenon? Although he sensed that the recent occurrence was indeed favorable, this inexplicable boon made him wary. Fortunately, the benefactor did not offer gifts without cause. As Lion mused, he suddenly detected a peculiar wave through his world-traversing abilities. Instinctively, he activated his power. He touched his forehead, sensing an invisible specter connecting with his brainwaves, directly communicating a phrase. Gift, salvation, apocalypse, evolution, biology, more. Lion's super brain processed millions of thoughts in a single second, yet extracted only 6 words. It seemed that the entity transmitting this message lacked self-awareness, merely sharing instinctual tendencies or desires with him. This odd configuration resembled the consciousness of the world itself. Lion stroked his chin. Was the world consciousness of the biohazard realm reaching out for assistance? This notion seemed plausible. He first connected with the biohazard world through his ability to traverse realms, and thus the biohazard realm could utilize this power as a bridge to communicate with him. Though the entity appeared to possess only instinct, devoid of consciousness, perhaps merely a collective of humanity's subconscious, it had nonetheless bestowed a benefit upon him. This approach of offering gifts prior to soliciting aid was quite agreeable to Lion. He contemplated the situation, although he did not reach out to accept, since the entity had eagerly placed the gift into his pocket. Assisting the young denizen of the biohazard world was certainly worth considering. He would also need to investigate what benefits he had actually gained. However, before proceeding, he needed to ponder the nature of the assistance requested by the young denizen. After all, he had only a handful of ambiguous words to work with. Just then, a resounding explosion erupted from the rooftop above him, jolting him from his reverie. The thunderous blast drew his attention. Chapter 56, Jill Valentine. Lion looked up. The helicopter that had just been circling abruptly exploded. Amidst the scattered flames, the wreckage of the aircraft spiraled and collided with another building. Following a series of impacts, the debris became lodged between the floors, igniting flames and sending a cascade of glass and construction materials tumbling down. Leon experienced an inexplicable sense of déjà vu at this scene. It is noteworthy that the Resident Evil series has been humorously dubbed the vehicle crisis, as nearly every operational vehicle depicted in the game has met with destruction. Thus, the explosion of the helicopter seemed hardly surprising. Perhaps it was overloaded with muscle-bound men, leading to its catastrophic fate. He mused with a hint of dark humor. Suddenly, his ears perked up as more sounds emanated from the high-rise. Was that the sound of a car? A vehicle atop the building? He looked up in astonishment. On the rooftop, 7 stories high, a car careened over the railing, crashing directly into a towering figure clad in black, plummeting straight down. Thud! The vehicle collided with the imposing figure, producing a heavy sound that sent shivers down the spine. Following this, the car, destabilized, flipped over, landing roof-first back onto the ground. At that moment, the figure beneath it was revealed, lying motionless for the time being. Inside the vehicle, a girl was screaming incessantly. She cried out in pain as the car hit the ground. Jostled repeatedly by the forces at play, she let out several more wails as her body was tossed against the roof and door of the car. Leon felt a pang of sympathy for her agony. Yet, he was even more intrigued by the girl's seemingly resilient physique. After plummeting from the rooftop, she began to crawl out of the window, albeit with a momentary daze. Even more astonishing was the towering figure, who, having been struck by the car from 7 stories up, was already sluggishly rising to his feet mere seconds later, moving towards the vehicle once more. A seemingly indestructible beauty, akin to a cockroach, and a relentless pursuer, who, despite being struck by a car and bombarded, continued his chase. This peculiar duo mirrored the characters Jill Valentine and the Tyrant, the relentless pursuer dispatched by the Umbrella Corporation in the game. The Tyrant, a bioweapon crafted by Umbrella through the fusion of a T-virus and a compatible clone, was notably referred to as the Goddess of Vengeance. As for Jill, she was a member of a specialized elite unit known as STARS, among the first police personnel to encounter the bioweapon incident within the Resident Evil universe. A paragon of justice and resilience, she sported a cleanly cropped bob, her iconic look consisting of a blue tank top. She was often described as a woman of exquisite beauty. Excellent. I now comprehend both the time and place I find myself in. The scene unfolding before me is indeed from the game. It is September 28, 1998, around 9 p.m. in the vicinity of the Raccoon City Redstone Station. Master Leon, you are indeed correct. It is currently 21:14, and you are less than a kilometer from the Redstone Station, Jarvis suddenly interjected. I suspected as much, Leon replied, raising an eyebrow and retracting his visor. It appears that you have re-established a connection to the network. Indeed, however, you previously instructed me to refrain from gathering information online, so my knowledge of the world is rather limited at present. Disregard that prior command. Resume information collection, focusing particularly on Umbrella Corporation, the movements of the Eagle military, and the HCF organization. Understood, Master. Leon fell silent, inhaling the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air, and noticed that Jill had already climbed out of the car window. At that moment, Jill caught sight of him as well. Their eyes met for a fleeting second, and Jill's expression unmistakably reflected urgency. Are you human? Leon, clad in his metallic armor, appeared somewhat ahead of his time for 1998. Yet, before she could even finish her inquiry, Jill instinctively sensed the answer. She waved her arms frantically in his direction. "Run, quickly. Don't just stand there. Get to safety. It's dangerous here," she shouted, oblivious to the fact that the car behind her had already ignited. That vehicle was on the verge of explosion, and the tyrant was closing in behind her. If she didn't move swiftly, she would first be consumed by the blast, followed by the tyrant's merciless strike. In such dire circumstances, her instinctive choice was to prioritize alerting the peculiar passerby she had just spotted, urging him to flee. Boom! As anticipated, the car erupted in a fiery explosion. Flames surged outward, threatening to engulf Jill. Realizing the impending danger, she found herself sprawled on the ground, her cheek distinctly feeling the scorching heat of the fire. A look of despair overtaking her features. In a moment of disorientation, memories surged back from 2 months prior when she and her teammates encountered zombies in a mansion on the outskirts of Raccoon City. Perhaps from the day she first encountered these monsters, her fate was sealed to perish at their hands. Yet, just as Jill's mind was racing with unspoken last words, a sudden flash occurred. The scene before her retreated several meters in an instant, and the flames that were meant to consume her instead exploded in the distance, devastating the tyrant. She blinked in astonishment, relief washing over her, only to be met with shock. What just transpired? Glancing to her side, she found a strangely armored figure standing close, grasping her arm. From the sensation in her arm, it seemed that he was clad in an exceptionally heavy armor. However, the quality of this armor appeared almost too refined. The shimmering blue and red exterior, with its aerodynamic form, was even more aesthetically pleasing than a spacecraft. And the circular light on his chest resembled a futuristic mech warrior emerging from a science fiction film. How could such otherworldly technology exist? Suddenly, Jill recalled how she had inexplicably retreated several meters, and her expression shifted dramatically. Who are you?" she inquired, gazing up at the headpiece of the armored figure. The visor had closed at some point, leaving only 2 faint blue lights glowing. Indeed, this now resembles a mecha from a science fiction film. A voice emanated from within the armor. Upon hearing it, Jill suddenly recalled the male visage she had glimpsed beneath the helmet, which appeared rather handsome. "What do you wish to inquire?" she began. It was interrupted by a deafening explosion from the inferno several meters away. A piercing sound sliced through the air. The mecha warrior beside her stepped forward resolutely, catching a fragment of a vehicle's wreckage that had been hurled towards them. At that moment, the distant flames parted, revealing the imposing figure of the tyrant, cloaked in darkness and engulfed in flames. "Behold this fellow. There is no warmer man in the world than he," the mecha warrior jested. Jill was momentarily taken aback, observing the tyrant wreathed in flames, and instinctively thought that he indeed exuded warmth. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that this was the tyrant BOW. Hardly a paragon of warmth. Her lips twitched as she steadied herself against the ground, standing alongside the mecha warrior. "What shall we do now? Can you defeat that wretched creature?" she exclaimed, her words laced with a roughness. Chapter 57. The Pursuer, Tyrant. "Hey, you scoundrel, look this way." Jill turned at the voice and saw a rocket-propelled grenade soaring toward the tyrant. Astonishingly, someone possessed heavy ordnance. A sense of assurance washed over her. The rocket struck the unguarded behemoth, exploding upon impact. The tyrant's form stiffened amidst the flames, evidently injured. Yet, from the opposite end of the street, a second rocket was launched, inflicting further harm upon the tyrant. The explosion illuminated a significant stretch of the block. Even the towering, impervious tyrant, measuring 2 meters and 6 centimeters, staggered and knelt to the ground under the assault of 2 consecutive rockets. "Are you both all right?" The individual who had launched the rockets dropped his launcher and sprinted towards them, clad in a green uniform of the Umbrella UBCS. His unruly black hair bounced with his movements, and his eyes bore a sharp intensity, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned soldier. "I made it just in time. I'm Carlos, here to rescue you." He reached Jill and the mecha warrior. "That monster should be dead. Follow me. I will lead you to the subway station where our Umbrella emergency team has established a refuge, prepared to evacuate the survivors from the city." "Umbrella?" Jill, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly felt a surge of agitation. "Are you jesting with me? The current state of Raccoon City is a result of your actions. You will protect the civilians?" she retorted, her voice brimming with righteous indignation. The outbreak of the biohazard in Raccoon City was instigated by a viral leak from Umbrella's underground research facility. This strain, known as the T-virus, augments the strength of bones and muscles in the infected, yet simultaneously renders their skulls brittle, leads to bodily decay, and incites an insatiable hunger for flesh and blood. alongside a propensity to spread the virus. Following the leak, the Umbrella Corporation has chosen to abandon the city entirely, treating it instead as a testing ground. The downfall of this city, exacerbated by Umbrella's machinations, was also enabled by the complacency of the authorities. Initially, upon discovering the anomalies, the Eagle officials intended to dispatch troops for assistance. However, a man named Simmons within the military council proposed a rather opportunistic strategy, advocating for a wait-and-see approach to claim the results of the viral research for the public. Consequently, the military forces encircled the area without launching an assault, merely restricting the movement of Raccoon City's residents while refraining from sending personnel to cleanse the city of the undead. Carlos remained oblivious to these developments. Faced with Jill's scrutiny, he was utterly perplexed. "What are you talking about?" Carlos thought Jill was overreacting. He took a few steps back, stating, "You need not believe me. But for now, the only way out of the city is via the subway. Whether you choose to follow is entirely up to you." He then noticed the second individual beside him donned an impressive suit of iron armor. Resembling a hapless mech warrior who had just emerged from a sci-fi film set only to encounter a catastrophic outbreak. Jill turned her gaze towards the armored figure as well. "Yes, a mech warrior. I too have a question for you." Before she could finish, she was interrupted once more. Thud, thud. The ominous sound of a hammer striking the ground resonated from a distance, seemingly without warning. "Do not concern yourselves with me. I am on a different path," the mech warrior declared, stepping forward. The two followed his gaze. The tyrant, which had previously been prostrate on the ground, had inexplicably regained its mobility. The flames that once engulfed it had long since extinguished, and it was now slowly rising, using its hands to push against the ground. The thudding noise emanated from its hands, making contact with the earth. "Hey, is this a joke? It can still move after being hit by 2 rocket missiles? What kind of monster is this?" Carlos murmured. "Haven't you seen such a creature before?" Jill inquired. "All I know is that it is searching for something with a singular, unwavering purpose. It will not relent until it achieves its goal," Carlos replied. "We must leave, gentlemen. This creature is indestructible." However, the mech warrior suddenly chuckled, responding, "By your logic, could it not be considered a rather devoted individual?" "Huh? Devoted?" The two were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected jest. The mech warrior, disregarding their confusion, unfastened the travel pack from his back and tossed it aside. Then, astonishingly, he soared into the air. Incredible. Jill and Carlos stared in disbelief. This metallic figure was propelling itself skyward with flames erupting from its back and feet. They had assumed the mech warrior was merely dressed in a futuristic manner, never anticipating he possessed genuine sci-fi abilities. Reflecting on her earlier teleportation, Jill felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Both were left agape, swallowing hard. Yet they did not forget to retreat behind cover, peering out to witness the clash between the mech and the bioweapon. Good heavens! I feel as though I've stepped into a movie. Jill's eyes widened in wonder. The mech warrior hovered in the air, extending his hands towards the tyrant. As the sound of energy gathering, rich in technological resonance, filled the air, he unleashed a beam of energy laser from his palms. 2 beams of laser descended upon the tyrant like thunder, effortlessly piercing through its chest with a mere glance. The tyrant's slow march came to an abrupt halt, and flames soon engulfed its massive frame, which then collapsed with a resounding crash. Is this truly the end? It seemed improbable that it could rise again. Jill was engulfed in shock. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when the tyrant, riddled with gaping wounds, began to shatter, its towering form fracturing inch by inch. Its bulletproof exterior, which could withstand rocket fire, disintegrated within mere breaths. As its body tore apart, it expanded as if it were a soap bubble capable of self-replication. In mere seconds, the 2'6" tall tyrant tripled in size, morphing into a creature reminiscent of a canine, its limbs transforming into lethal claws, while bony spikes resembling fish fins jutted from its limbs and back. It crawled upon the ground, gasping heavily, the sound resembling that of an antiquated steam locomotive burning coal. The tyrant's current form was undeniably grotesque. The mech warrior remarked, noting that the viruses and parasites within had spiraled out of control, teetering on the brink of annihilation. The tracking tyrant's rationality was sustained solely by a peculiar parasite within. Its present appearance was the chaotic result of the parasite's loss of control, causing its limbs to regenerate and proliferate wildly. Although its power had significantly increased, its reason had vanished along with it. Do not transform any further. Let this end swiftly. Your solitary metamorphosis makes me appear foolish, the mech warrior declared, lowering his hands. Yet in the next moment, small missile heads emerged from various points on his shoulders, arms, and waist. Launch. All missiles deployed. A multitude of fiery trails ignited as the small missiles arced towards the second form of the tyrant. Sensing danger, the tyrant sprang from the ground with powerful legs, leaping onto a wall like a mantis, securing its grip. It endeavored to evade peril through its heightened agility. However, the missiles fired from the mech warrior possessed homing capabilities. One by one, they veered mid-air, relentlessly pursuing the tyrant. It was Jill's first time witnessing the tyrant scuttling in panic, and even in such a state, it failed to escape. Boom! The first missile struck the tyrant, followed by the remaining small missiles. Explosions erupted in rapid succession. Although their impact was not as grand as that of a rocket, each small missile seemed to strike at the tyrant's vital points, inflicting substantial damage and eliciting a roar of rage. When the final missile detonated in a sacrificial explosion, it appeared that the tyrant had truly met its demise. Jill glanced at the fallen tyrant and then at the mech warrior in the sky, her eyes wide with awe. This was nothing short of a mobile armory, absolutely magnificent. During her training in the military, she had excelled in demolition, and at that moment, she found the mech warrior in the air utterly captivating, radiating brilliance. Chapter 58. Interpretation of the Distress Signal. Leon hovered in the air, observing the tyrant's remains, now reduced to mere bones. He too believed that this time, the foe was definitively vanquished. The vitality of life is indeed remarkably resilient. The T-virus. Could it represent an alternate pathway of evolution? He began to contemplate the world's consciousness calling for his assistance. In the realm of biohazard, the extraordinary powers diverge sharply from his own journey. The Kryptonians derive their formidable strength from within, their abilities rooted in their own cells and blood. Not to mention the yellow sun. In contrast, biohazard amplifies one's essence through biochemical prowess. According to the narrative of the game, entities can be primarily categorized into three classes: viruses, parasites, and fungi. Each of these categories possesses its own unique origin. Among them, viral technology has proliferated the most. Its inception is quite intriguing. In ancient times, a flower known as the sun ladder blossomed in Africa, giving rise to a splendid civilization that ultimately vanished into the annals of history. Fast forward to the 1960s, when the founders of Umbrella, Spencer, Marcus, and Edward, rediscovered this plant in Africa. They extracted a strain known as the progenitor virus from the sun ladder flower. Years later, Marcus successfully fused the progenitor virus with leeches, thus developing the T-virus. During this period, Edward's son, Alexander, established a base in Antarctica, utilizing his ancestral genes to cultivate two offspring, where he developed the T. veronica virus. Meanwhile, Marcus's pupil and Spencer's informant, William Birkin, engineered a mutation of the T-virus known as the G-virus in a clandestine laboratory beneath Raccoon City. These three viruses constitute the primary strains in the early stages of the biohazard universe. Other strains, such as the T-abyss virus and the T-fear virus, remain undeveloped. Beyond viruses, the other branches of evolution consist of parasites and fungi, which are fewer in number. The primary parasite is known as Plaga, an ancient organism that surfaced centuries ago in the subterranean caverns of Spain's Wolf-Tooth Valley. Unlike viruses, it enhances its host while enabling them to retain a degree of rationality. Consequently, various factions have employed the Plaga parasite for the control of biological weapons. As for fungi, they originate from an underground village in Eastern Europe, characterized by a dark mold. This mold has existed for hundreds of years, capable of storing the genes, consciousness, and memories of various organisms. Remarkably, when numerous molds converge, they give rise to a massive fungal entity known as the Mold Master. This colossal fungus can connect all the memories and consciousness stored within its mycelium, functioning as a network relay. The smaller molds generated from this process are referred to as E-molds or GIFs. Humans infected by E-molds experience significant enhancements to their physical capabilities while retaining a relatively intact rationality. However, their consciousness becomes intertwined with the Mold Master, subject to the influence and dominion of superior infected entities. In the 7th and 8th installments of the game, the protagonists Ethan and his daughter Rose epitomize a perfect fusion of E-mold. However, Rose's birth must be at least 2 decades away, making the current temporal point rather distant. Leon mentally organized the broad circumstances of the world within the realm of Resident Evil. He began to discern a glimmer of understanding regarding the world's plea for assistance. The term gift undoubtedly refers to the intangible enhancements he has received. Salvation and apocalypse should be interpreted in their literal sense. The world of Resident Evil has faced numerous existential crises, yet they have all been successfully navigated in the original narrative. The most significant crisis occurred during the sixth installment of the game, characterized by a chaos-inducing virus capable of global infection. This entity, known as Chaos, possesses only mediocre physical prowess. However, the virus it harbors can swiftly infect the entire ocean, subsequently spreading across the globe. Of course, this matter does not concern Leon. After all, resolving these crises could be as simple as eliminating the troublemakers beforehand. Nevertheless, Leon harbored some doubts. If this so-called apocalypse refers to the various bioweapons crises, then it should not be the consciousness of the world seeking his aid. After all, even if humanity and other creatures were to perish, the Earth would continue its steady orbit around the sun. However, one cannot hastily conclude this matter. What if the world of Resident Evil, akin to certain Marvel universes, operates under rules similar to the web event? In such a case, if certain pivotal figures were to die or remain alive, a chain reaction could ensue, leading to annihilation. This would elucidate the motives behind a world consciousness's plea for help. According to this theory, if humanity were to vanish, the world would inevitably face ruin alongside it. Nonetheless, Leon felt that the true rationale should not be so bizarre. He temporarily set aside his questions and continued to analyze the remaining terms. Evolution and organism were not difficult to comprehend. They likely pertained to his role in facilitating the global evolution of life forms, aligning perfectly with the overarching theme of Resident Evil. In his previous gaming experiences, he often marveled at the bizarre entities that could emerge, viruses, fungi, and the like, leaving little room for survival. Yet now, as the game transformed into reality, the world might possess an instinctual consciousness, offering an alternative explanation. To promote biological evolution, the world might have deliberately nurtured these dangerous yet highly promising species. The various viruses, fungi, and parasites could intertwine and mutate, aligning seamlessly with the objectives of evolution. Perhaps the terms evolution and organism were indeed the primary assistance the world sought from him. As for the final term, Leon found it somewhat perplexing. He closed his eyes, attempting to attune himself to the emotions conveyed by the world consciousness. Gradually, he discerned that the information surrounding Moore was imbued with a blend of encouragement, anticipation, and impatience. He pondered this notion. Well, it seems even the consciousness of the world is inclined towards grand aspirations these days. Leon tapped his metallic faceplate with his finger, still uncertain about the true nature of the gift he had previously received. Yet, the superbrain harbored a subtle intuition that the gift held considerable significance for him. As a preliminary step towards saving the world, he decided to address the crisis in Raccoon City as a means of practice. He halted the propulsion system of his armor and descended to the ground. In the original narrative, there existed a serum for the T-virus within the hospital. I could utilize that serum to attempt to derive a more broadly applicable antidote. Furthermore, the underground laboratory of Umbrella, where the G-virus was contained, could not be overlooked, as it was essential for advancing biological evolution. As Leon pondered these thoughts, a gentle knock resonated against his armor. "Hello." Jill approached his left side, her gaze fixated upon the arc reactor embedded in his armored chest. "You truly astonish me. To think such an arsenal could be concealed within such a sleek suit of armor. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Jill Valentine, a member of STARS. May I inquire as to your identity? Are you perhaps a covert operative from the military?" Carlos joined her, exclaiming, "Wow, dude, you were incredible just now. You dispatched that hulking beast with ease." Chapter 59, The Tyrant of Stage 3. Leon Stock. Leon nodded lightly at the two, introducing himself. "You both should depart from here swiftly. The zombies have been alerted by the noise and are converging. Aren't you coming to the subway station?" Jill asked, realization dawning upon her. "Ah, I see. You must be the individual sent by the higher-ups to resolve the situation, correct?" Carlos could not resist touching the armor, marveling. "I had no idea the technology in this country had advanced so significantly. Those people are truly adept at hiding their secrets." Jill seemed to share this sentiment. Her gaze towards Leon softened considerably, as if she were looking at a comrade. She extended her hand, saying, "I served in the Delta Force." "Which unit do you belong to, Leon?" Leon clasped her hand with the armored arm. "You misunderstand," he replied. "I am neither from your country nor from your world." "World? Are you implying that we are not of the same realm?" Jill's brow furrowed. "Literally, I hail from another world." Leon released her hand. "I did not come here to clean up Umbrella's mess. It is the consciousness of your world that has contracted my services, urging me to assist in saving it. Therefore, you must leave quickly, gathering civilians. I may yet provide you with some T-virus vaccines." Having said this, he turned and oriented himself towards the direction of Raccoon City Hospital, preparing to take flight. Carlos, laughing from behind, called out, "Hey, Leon, you're joking, right? How could there possibly be another world? Do you have any evidence?" Although this ramen-haired lad exhibited a somewhat comical demeanor, he had long surpassed the age of believing fervently in tales of saviors from alternate realms. He suspected that this armored warrior might have developed PTSD from the battles fought, and thus his mental state was questionable. Is being employed by the consciousness of the world synonymous with being a savior? Jill's expression shifted to one of incredulity. The recollection of Leon's earlier teleportation stirred her thoughts, causing a flicker of uncertainty, which she quickly dismissed. The notion of a savior from another world seemed implausible. She contemplated that Leon was likely jesting for the sake of maintaining secrecy. At that moment, Leon ascended straight into the air. However, he did not activate the thrusters on his armor. It had been quite some time since he had last utilized the suit, and in the midst of his myriad thoughts, he momentarily forgot to switch on the thrusters, instinctively opting to ascend using his biofield instead. Thus, the several tons of metal floated effortlessly in the air, while Leon's voice emerged, muffled as if stifled within a can. "I need not prove this, Carlos. You need not believe me, nor do I require your belief. Continue with your prior endeavors. Perhaps it will save a few more lives." Leon surveyed his surroundings in the air. "Also, you should leave. A horde of zombies is encroaching." Jill and Carlos had not observed that the ironclad armor had already lifted the lid of Newton's coffin, suspended in the air. They glanced around and, indeed, spotted groups of zombies limping towards them from the street corners. "We must depart." Jill's expression turned serious, and she turned to Leon, inquiring, "What about you? Where do you intend to go? Perhaps we can assist you later." "I am heading to the Raccoon City Hospital and the police station." "The police station's basement leads to the Umbrella Laboratory. If you require the serum, you can find me there," Leon replied. He believed that Jill and Carlos, being pivotal characters in this narrative, should be significant to the overarching consciousness of their employer. Therefore, he did not mind extending a hand of assistance. "The Umbrella Laboratory?" Jill wished to press for more information, but Leon suddenly raised his hand to halt her. "Wait." His ears perked up. There were many things crawling nearby, reminiscent of the sound of ironworms. Ironworms? Aren't those parasites? How can they make a sound while crawling? Jill and Carlos were filled with questions. "Shouldn't we take him with us? He appears to be in a precarious state. Alone, he might encounter misfortune," Carlos whispered. "Well, Leon seems quite alert." Jill thought differently. She suspected that Leon was likely responding to some sort of signal. Professional special forces often have codes. Unfortunately, both she and the Umbrella operative beside her were not in on Leon's intelligence. "The sound is there." Leon suddenly pivoted in the air, glancing towards the remnants of the tyrant. The once desiccated bones had transformed into a swelling mass of black substance. Countless black filaments, thinner than a millimeter, extended from that mass, carpeting the ground and crawling towards the distant zombies. The entire process was utterly silent, as natural and soundless as rainwater cascading over the city streets. "Are there really ironworms?" Carlos exclaimed. "Weren't we just discussing a signal?" Jill gasped. "This tyrant is still alive," Leon deduced. Leon raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Jill and Carlos's strange remarks. The focal point was that the tyrant remained alive. Yet one was fixated on the iron worms, while the other pondered some nonsensical signal. Quite peculiar. Perhaps the incessant battles had taken a toll on their minds. Leon recalled that just 2 months prior, Jill had undergone a bioweapon leak incident. At this juncture, lingering shadows loomed in her mind, likely robbing her of restful sleep. Indeed, the mind is troubled. The tyrant? At this moment, Jill and Carlos awakened from their stupor, their expressions shifting dramatically. Is it still alive? Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from the streets. They turned their gaze to witness the advancing zombies tumbling in droves. Dark strands enveloped them, swiftly absorbing and digesting their forms. Damn it, it is consuming the other zombies. We must stop it. Jill hastily drew her firearm and fired. Yet, the handgun's power seemed insignificant at that moment. Carlos followed suit, but to no avail. Leon observed this spectacle from above, refraining from joining their assault. He found it peculiar. Did the tyrant, a pursuer-type creature from the game, possess such formidable vitality? Well, he couldn't quite ascertain. After all, when he played, he always employed cheats that rendered the mightiest bosses susceptible to a single shot. The tyrant absorbed the zombies at an astonishing rate. In less than a minute, that pitch-black mass surged to a height of 3 meters and a length of 8, resembling a colossal leech, occupying most of the street and blocking the path of Jill and Carlos. What in the world is this abomination? Jill gritted her teeth. Leon, do you have any solutions? At this juncture, She could only place her hopes on the most formidable mech warrior among the trio present, praying for a miraculous intervention. She pondered, Leon is so enigmatic. Despite his eccentric claims of being a savior from another world, perhaps he truly possesses a means to confront this terrifying creature. Stand back, let me handle this. Leon's voice resonated from behind, calm and assured. In that instant, Jill felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over her. She recalled the general she had seen during her military training, conjuring the term, the aura of a great general. Could it be that Leon was a high-ranking officer in the military? Chapter 60, Leveling the Ground. Jarvis, disengage the armor. Jill heard Leon's voice emanate from within the mech. Yes, sir. A second voice seemed to materialize from the mech, leaving Jill momentarily bewildered, questioning her own senses. Yet, after the second voice fell silent, the mech's thrusters suddenly belched flames. Subsequently, iron scales began to open sequentially, revealing the man concealed within. Jill's mind went blank the moment the thruster ignited. She abruptly realized that the mech had been floating as if it were devoid of gravity, employing no propulsion at all. It was akin to a specter. A chill coursed down her spine, but it was swiftly replaced by astonishment. Leon's faceplate retracted, unveiling a visage characterized by a prominent nose and deep-set brows. His hair cascaded down, each strand distinct. He exuded an air of languid charm reminiscent of the afternoon sun. The first thought that crossed Jill's mind was whether this man had somehow come to life from a Greek statue. However, Leon's attire was decidedly casual. The upper body was adorned with a stone-gray knitted wool sweater, while the lower half sported khaki cargo shorts, revealing a glimpse of his legs encased in brown hiking boots. In this moment, he bore little resemblance to a stern and athletic statue, but rather resembled a student lazily venturing out on a summer morning to procure breakfast. Had matters concluded here, Gil might have perceived this strikingly handsome man as a somewhat eccentric elite warrior. However, upon the activation of the mech, the man named Leon astonishingly soared into the air. Gil and Carlos stood agape, exclaiming in disbelief, their expressions akin to those witnessing a divine apparition. They watched as Leon ascended, his previously languid demeanor transforming into one of fierce intensity, his dark pupils flickering with crimson light. The mech, now autonomously retracting, emitted flames as it hovered beside him. Initially, he had intended to engage with them as an ordinary individual, but this tyrant's relentless resurgence had compelled him to reveal his true nature. The battle armor was merely a seal upon his power. Leon, arms crossed, floated in the air, his knee-length loose shorts exuding an air of supremacy. Before him, a colossal leech had expanded to over 10 meters, suddenly erupting and unleashing countless long tendrils. These tendrils sliced through buildings, seemingly capable of infinite reproduction, enveloping them in its hue. At the center of these tendrils, the upper portion of the tyrant's form remained intact, now magnified once more. Standing like a small tower in the street, it bore no feet, only a pair of nearly 10-meter-long claws, its head transformed to resemble a leech adorned with sharp teeth. Having been vanquished twice, all its animosity was directed towards Leon. As it had just matured, it stretched its neck forward and unleashed a thunderous roar at Leon. A tempest erupted from its maw, sweeping through the street and causing vehicles to sway violently. As the storm bore down upon him, Leon furrowed his brow. He had no intention of inhaling the tyrant's foul breath. In a sudden motion, he shifted horizontally, positioning himself beneath the tyrant. Silence! Leon bellowed from the air, his form breaking the sound barrier as he delivered a powerful punch to the tyrant's head. This strike appeared almost casual, yet the tyrant's newly revived head could not withstand even a moment's encounter, shattering into countless fragments like a balloon bursting. Even its body was not spared. Leon enveloped the tyrant in a bioforce field, exerting pressure upon its entire form. Thus, with a single punch, both the tyrant's body and the buildings ensnared by its tendrils were lifted from the ground, propelled skyward. A vast expanse of black biological matter, along with a multitude of high-rises and pavement, soared into the air, shattering the sound barrier. Leon did not pause. He pursued, unleashing another punch. Boom! The force erupted in the air, reminiscent of a meteor plummeting from the heavens. In an instant, all structures, the tyrant's body, and the zombies were obliterated into a myriad of debris. They had scarcely blinked, no, not even that. As a result, all the structures within a radius of several meters shattered the sound barrier and ascended into the sky. Upon glancing around, what remained was a barren expanse, a parched and desolate ground. The vast stretches of asphalt and concrete had vanished, revealing the deep, shadowy sewers beneath. In that moment, the two individuals were engulfed in confusion. They felt as though they no longer recognized the world that had once been so familiar to them. Jill stared blankly at Leon, who had shrunk to a mere speck in the sky. Her mind was devoid of thoughts, all cognitive capacity consumed by sheer astonishment. In an instant, without a sound, the distant Leon reappeared before them. Apologies. Witnessing the tyrant's physique, so robust and aesthetically pleasing, had inadvertently led to an excess of force. The tall boy in loose shorts chuckled, waving at the two. Although some damage had been inflicted upon the city, it mattered little since the residents had long since transformed into zombies. Let's part ways here. Farewell, Jill and Carlos. Remember to assist the civilians. With that, Leon soared into the air once more, gesturing to his battle armor. Onward, Jarvis. We are heading to the Raccoon City Hospital. Master Leon, would you like me to assist you in donning your armor? What need is there for armor? I previously wore it out of concern for the kryptonite and red sun, but in this world, there is nothing that can harm me. It is unnecessary. Understood, sir. Now, take the bag Tony provided and follow me. As Leon's words faded, he vanished from sight. With his current prowess, he could accelerate to hundreds of Mach in a mere second. Furthermore, whenever he wished, the biofield enveloping him ensured that the noise generated by high-speed movement was even quieter than the natural winds within the city. Jill and Carlos, still grappling with Leon's words, found themselves alone as his figure had already dissipated. Only the distant wind remained, stirring a thin layer of yellow dust across the ground. Did he just leave like that? Carlos stood in stunned silence. It seems so, Jill replied, equally bewildered. He truly must be the savior, right? Surely. I suppose so. He mentioned going to the Raccoon City police station, didn't he? That seems correct. What are we to do now? Should we still go to the subway station? Carlos vigorously rubbed his cheeks. A serious expression crossed her face. Leon instructed us to assist the civilians. I must accompany you to the subway station and keep an eye on you umbrella folks. However, the image of that figure in work shorts lingered persistently in her mind. In comparison, everything else seemed trivial. As the two conversed, fragments began to fall from the sky, resembling a gray rain. Chapter 61. The Hospital. Raccoon City is a metropolis meticulously developed by the Umbrella Corporation. When it was still a modest town in the Midwest, Umbrella arrived. Gradually, hospitals, subways, and universities, along with many modern edifices, emerged. Every building and every wall in this city bears a connection to the Umbrella Corporation. Walking through the streets of this city, any casual encounter might lead one to cross paths with an employee of Umbrella Corporation. Upon arriving at Raccoon City Hospital, Leon happened upon the confession of a researcher from Umbrella. My name is Nathaniel Bard, and the time is 21:35 on September 28th. I am the director of the Viral Research Center. I wish for someone to rescue me, though I fear hope is scant. They do not wish for me to survive. The Umbrella Corporation will undoubtedly eliminate me. This bioweapon crisis in Raccoon City is a direct result of their actions. I hope that what I am about to say can be disseminated through this recording, saving more lives and at least preserving my reputation. My employer, Umbrella, ordered my team and me to engage in research on a biochemical weapon known as the T-virus. Just then, he paused, startled by a noise. I will record again shortly. I must investigate the source of that sound. It became apparent that Director Bard was recording a video, a testament of sorts for himself. As Leon listened to the cacophony outside the hospital, he scanned the building with enhanced vision. The hospital had succumbed to infected creatures, leaving only the director, who was not long for this world. In a few hours, Bard would be slain by agents sent by Umbrella, who would seize the T-virus sample. Yet fortune favored him today as he encountered Leon. Leon descended, followed closely by Jarvis controlling the supermarket, who arrived just in time. Pushing open the hospital doors, a horde of grotesquely disfigured zombies turned towards him, clad in the uniforms of doctors, nurses, or security personnel. Deal with them, Jarvis. Leon advanced toward the location of the research director, leaving the infected outside to Jarvis. Director Bard was a middle-aged man in a lab coat, his thinning hair and serious demeanor betraying his anxiety. He was separated from the hospital lobby by a heavy iron door. Outside, a lizard-like creature relentlessly pounded against the door, its gaping maw wide open, roaring like thunder. Clearly, it had been drawn to Bard's voice. On the other side of the door, Bard, realizing his folly, was drenched in sweat, covering his mouth in trembling fear. He likely hoped to remain silent a while longer, waiting for the creature to shift its focus. Interestingly, Leon recognized the creature as well. The Hunter, a bioweapon of Umbrella, a prototype dropped into Raccoon City for testing. In the game, it is regarded as a minor boss. Leon decided to show it some respect. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending the Hunter, along with the iron door, crashing into the wall of the room, embedding it like a pancake. In the room, Director Bard was startled by a thunderous explosion, collapsing to the floor in shock. His expression was one of sheer terror, as he recalled the scene of the iron door being blasted against the wall, reminiscent of a biological weapon known as the Tyrant employed by Umbrella. It appeared that Umbrella had unleashed the Tyrant to eliminate him, and he was certain that his demise was imminent. Trembling lips betrayed his fear, yet upon realizing his inevitable fate, he shakily crawled onto a chair. With quivering fingers, he maneuvered the mouse and reopened the video recording, intending to finish his unfinished confession in his last moments. However, before he could utter a single word, Leon entered the room. "Director Bard?" Leon inquired. "Who are you?" Bard responded, bewildered, expecting the Tyrant instead. "I'm here for the T-virus samples and vaccine. It would be even better if you could provide me with the relevant research data," Leon remarked, noticing Bard's sudden shift to a defensive demeanor, prompting him to change his tone. "Don't overthink it. I'm not affiliated with Umbrella. My quest for the virus and vaccine is solely to save this city." "Save the city?" Bard, now facing a human, found his courage swelling. After all, he believed his fate was sealed. But dying at the hands of a human felt vastly different than perishing at the hands of the Tyrant. Narrowing his eyes, he questioned, "How do you know there are viruses and vaccines here?" "No one besides Umbrella could possibly be aware." Leon pondered briefly before responding candidly. "I am not of this world. It is your world's consciousness that called upon me for aid, and all my information derives from it." He placed the responsibility squarely on the shoulders of the world as consciousness. His forthrightness aimed to facilitate communication and foster trust. In this world, as long as he did not act recklessly, he believed he would remain unharmed. Instead of fabricating a grandiose identity, he chose to reveal the most incredulous truth. To some extent, as long as he demonstrated his prowess, the most unbelievable reality would swiftly transform into a readily accepted fact. After speaking, Leon disregarded Bard's expression. He inhaled deeply and forcefully exhaled, sending forth a gust of breath that struck the opposite wall, creating a perfectly round hole. Amidst the swirling dust, Bard's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. As he looked at Leon again, the rational gaze that had always revered science was now tinged with fervor. "Incredible. The breath you expelled could demolish a wall. Such power is beyond human capacity. Are you truly from another world? What is that world like?" "And the world consciousness. Our world possesses consciousness?" Bard's murmurs transformed into audacious inquiries, culminating in exuberant laughter. Leon was taken aback. He had anticipated that Bard might continue to question him or remain skeptical, yet he never expected the man to erupt into such hysterical laughter. Nonetheless, he found it somewhat understandable. It seems that some scholars, deeply passionate about research, often become somewhat eccentric and delusional when confronted with the ultimate questions in their fields. Furthermore, Director Bard finds himself grappling with concepts such as alternate dimensions and the consciousness of the universe, domains nearly inaccessible to humanity. The fact that he has not succumbed to madness at this moment is a testament to his restraint. With a sudden clap, Leon struck Bard's shoulder. "We can discuss these matters later. For now, might you escort me to your research materials and findings?" Bard paused, rubbing his balding forehead. "Ah, yes, indeed. Please follow me. I have printed all the research data on paper, as the electronic versions have been obliterated. I had intended to incinerate these documents before my demise, but your timely arrival has spared them." Outside the police station, Bard retrieved a hefty stack of documents from the safe and presented them to Leon with both hands. "These comprise the majority of my critical experimental data, along with the research process and conclusions. Are you planning to use this material to resume your research?" Leon casually lifted the 30-centimeter thick bound volume and began to peruse it. He replied nonchalantly, "No. I intend to finish reading it now and then proceed to the Umbrella Underground Research Facility for further modifications." "Finish reading it now?" Bard thought, incredulous at the prospect of such an endeavor taking an eternity. However, the manner in which Leon perused the pages utterly astonished him. It was not merely reading. It was as if he were skimming through the material at lightning speed. Leon pinched the corner of the substantial document, and, with a slight release of pressure, the pages cascaded down like a deck of cards being shuffled. In mere seconds, the thick stack had been thoroughly reviewed. Leon closed his eyes and, after several moments, thrust the documents back into Bard's arms. "That will suffice. You may incinerate them now. I've already read and memorized the contents," he explained, still with eyes shut. But you were flipping through the pages backward," Bard stammered, not questioning the reasonableness of memorizing a 30-centimeter thick volume in such a short time. The very act of flipping the documents from back to front had left him utterly dumbfounded. "Simply commit all the text to memory. Then reverse the page numbers in your mind. It is quite straightforward, Leon maintained, still with his eyes closed. Bard's mouth opened and closed in disbelief, uncertain whether to trust this extraordinary claim. All the same, he found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. He eventually glanced at the unfazed Leon and, still holding the documents, went to fetch gasoline to incinerate them thoroughly. He reassured himself that the other was a savior summoned from another world, and thus, such eccentricities were to be expected. Meanwhile, Leon remained standing still with his eyes shut, not feigning aloofness, but rather deeply engaged in processing the experimental data. He discovered an anomaly within himself. As he comprehended the intricacies of biochemical technology, his thoughts became exceptionally sharp and agile. The processing speed of his superbrain remained unchanged. Yet his innate talent for research in the biochemical domain had significantly heightened. It dawned on him that this gift was indeed a much-needed enhancement. Leon understood that the gift from the consciousness of the universe was to amplify his research aptitude in the field of biochemistry. If a comparison were to be made, his talent in this area could be said to have reached the pinnacle of excellence within the realm of Resident Evil. The corresponding figures would likely include William Birkin, Alexia, and Marcus. However, these individuals possessed only innate ability, lacking the extraordinary intellect. Thus, while their creative spark and inspiration may be somewhat comparable, their actual research proficiency pales in comparison to that of Leon at this moment, falling into countless tiers beneath him. After Director Bard had incinerated all the materials, Leon opened his eyes. "Is there anything else you require?" Bard immediately inquired, leaning closer to Leon. "Take all the T-virus samples and vaccine vials you have. We must depart," Leon commanded, calling out toward the door, "Jarvis." Jarvis had been diligently operating the combat suit to eliminate the infected, having fought his way from the first floor to the top. The hospital's zombies were nearly eradicated. "Is Jarvis your companion?" Director Bard cautiously asked. "He can be considered a companion. You will understand once you meet him," Leon replied. Moments later, the ceiling of the room was abruptly blasted open, and the Super Mark I descended gracefully, kneeling before Leon with one knee on the ground. A shadow crossed Leon's face. Had the crouching pose of Tony Stark become a trend in the Stark household? An exoskeleton mech? Bard, overwhelmed, could not contemplate further. "This is my artificial intelligence, Jarvis. You can seek his assistance," Leon explained, casually placing the virus samples and vaccines that Bard had just produced into a box, which he then handed to Jarvis. Grasping Bard by the collar, he urged, "Let's go to the Raccoon City Police Department." Amidst the director's cries of despair, Leon and Jarvis soared into the sky. Seconds later, Leon hovered above the police station, while Jarvis was still en route 10 kilometers away. The astonished expression on Bard's face had yet to fade, his cries still resonating loudly. "Cease your shouting. We have arrived." Leon could not help but shake Bard's collar. With nothing beneath his feet, Bard's yells grew even more fervent, capturing the attention of the zombies besieging the police station. They turned their heads in confusion, searching for the source of the commotion. Leon chose to disregard Director Bard for the moment. Activating his vision, he began to survey the police station. Within the relatively small confines of the station, the site was dominated by corpses and zombies. Aside from the chief, the remaining officers of the Raccoon City Police Department had proven themselves quite capable. The outbreak of the biohazard in this city had fully erupted 3 days prior, on September 25th. It was the swift response of the police department that established shelters, rescued civilians, and set explosives in the streets, which had eradicated the majority of the zombies in Raccoon City, providing a glimmer of hope to the surviving residents. However, this came at the cost of leaving the remaining officers severely diminished in number. Of course, this was also due to the officers' lack of understanding regarding the T-virus. The initial downfall of the station was precipitated by the presence of infected individuals among the sheltered refugees. Infection erupted among the populace, compounded by the relentless assault of zombies outside the police station. Soon, the precinct was besieged by a staggering number of casualties. Under the watchful eye of Leon, only 5 individuals remained alive within the Raccoon City Police Department. Among them was the despicable Chief Brian Irons, who had persistently nestled in his office. During his tenure, this chief had engaged in illicit collaborations with the Umbrella Corporation, accepting bribes and concealing evidence of their misdeeds. He even established an orphanage adjacent to the precinct to house orphans, serving as experimental subjects for Umbrella. Undoubtedly, he was a thoroughly contemptible character. Leon, unable to tolerate such depravity, unleashed a searing beam of heat, piercing through several walls and pinning the chief to his leather sofa. Poor Chief Irons was found toying with the corpse of the mayor's daughter on his desk, intending to preserve her as a specimen. Without warning, 2 crimson beams penetrated the walls and pierced his chest. In disbelief, he gaped, touching the two charred holes on his chest, producing guttural sounds, before collapsing onto the body before him. Meanwhile, Jarvis finally reached Leon's side, and Director Bud regained his composure. He gazed at the entrance of the police station, his mouth agape. Raccoon City Police Department, is this it? Chapter 63, the remaining 4. He looked up at Leon, who was holding him aloft, utterly astonished. How did you accomplish this? Leon smiled without replying. Have you finally calmed down? Frankly, your recent screams were at least 3 decibels louder than my brother's cries for help. That was an accident. I don't usually behave this way. Director Bud stammered, embarrassed as he wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. He glanced down at the dark street, where scattered zombies wandered aimlessly. A dozen or so disfigured creatures with decaying jaws and arms obstructed the entrance, incessantly pounding against the police station door. What shall we do now, Savior? Bud inquired tentatively. Leon grinned. Just call me Leon. Naturally, we must enter the precinct. He began to descend, releasing a breath of icy air as he neared the ground. Layers of frost rapidly spread across the street, transforming all standing and prone zombies into frozen statues. The ice enveloped a 300-meter radius around the police station, turning the area into a kingdom of frost. Remarkably, this ice merely coated the surface of objects, leaving their internal structures unaffected. A few resilient, dimly lit street lamps, encased in ice, continued to radiate warmth and light, casting extraordinary hues through the solid frost. Incredible. It's as if the ice god has wielded his scepter. Director Bud marveled, his eyes reflecting the enchanting frozen landscape. That metaphor may be somewhat misplaced, Leon remarked as he set Bud down. After all, I am merely carrying you. Director Bud, sensing Leon's friendly demeanor, chuckled heartily. It is an honor to serve as your scepter. Leon shook his head and proceeded towards the police station, with Bud following closely behind, occasionally turning to closely observe the frozen zombies or the streetlights. He noted that the zombies encased in ice were not truly dead, but their bodies were gradually losing vitality due to asphyxiation. It would not be long before the zombies in his district succumbed to silence and death. What a marvel! He sighed and hurried after Leon. Jarvis brought up the rear, marching forward with a determined clank, navigating around the cars that obstructed the street. The two arrived at the police station. A solid iron gate barred the zombies from invading the building. Several zombies were trapped here, frozen into a single mass of ice. Standing before the frozen gate, Leon peered through the gaps to assess the police station beyond. He then instructed Jarvis to activate the suit's loudspeaker system. Is anyone inside? The zombies on the street have been dealt with. Please open the door and let us in. His voice echoed through the street, certain that even if the 4 in the station were wearing earplugs, they would be roused by the commotion. In truth, they were not asleep, but were recuperating in the lobby. Leon, using his vision, observed the officers inside, springing into action. The broadcast announcing the reception of refugees by the Raccoon City Police Department was still looping on some car radios. As long as they did not force their way in, there would be no conflict with the officers. Moments later, the front door of the police station swung open. A tall, slender black officer emerged, his right hand resting on his holster while he held a flashlight in his left hand. He surveyed the surroundings before jogging to the iron gate. Behind him, 2 more uniformed officers followed, staring in disbelief at the frost covering the street. Wait, I'll open the door for you. The black officer's gaze swept over Leon and Bud, noting their lack of visible injuries and weapons, and he prepared to unlock the door. He looked around, exclaiming, "My God, what happened here? Why is everything suddenly frozen?" It's September. As he spoke, he struggled with the door latch, which was likewise frozen shut, exerting considerable effort to no avail. This thing is stuck inside. I need to find a flamethrower, he muttered, frowning. That's unnecessary, officer, Leon called out, just as the black officer turned away. Grabbing Bud by the collar, he leapt over the iron gate and landed beside the officer. Sometimes the most primitive methods are the simplest. He raised an eyebrow at the black officer. The officer took a step back, impressed. Is that some kind of martial arts? Truly an astonishing skill. And thank you for saving me a trip to fetch a flamethrower. He gestured to the other 2 officers. Follow me. Let us head inside. It's suddenly freezing out here, and perhaps I can find some jackets in the station for you. No need for jackets. I can withstand this temperature, Leon replied. However, I have a friend who needs to come in as well. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis, come in. The sound of propulsion immediately resonated outside the police station's walls, as the armored suit ignited, flames shooting into the courtyard. Damn it. A black police officer instinctively drew his weapon. What on earth is this? We can discuss it further inside. Leon displayed an enigmatic smile. From several dozen meters away, he glimpsed a flash of a red dress by a window in a nearby building. A few minutes later, within the precinct's main hall, So, he is the savior. You are the director of the virus center. This is a mech. The ice outside is a result of his breath. And the Umbrella Corporation is the principal culprit behind this crisis. After several minutes of conversation, the black officer summarized. During the dialogue, Leon's narrative intertwined with Bud's assurances. Initially, the three officers were skeptical, but their demeanor shifted when Leon froze a table with his icy breath. At last, a tentative trust was established between the parties. All right, we shall temporarily extend our trust. The three exchanged glances, and the black officer stepped forward. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marvin Branagh. The black officer gestured to the other middle-aged white officer and the portly one. This is Elliot Edwards, and this gentleman here is affectionately known as Fatty. Are you three the only ones? Is there no one else at the precinct? Director Bud inquired. He still donned a white lab coat, exuding authority. Marvin promptly pointed to a medical partition at the back. We have one more individual. However, his condition is concerning. Mr. Bud, I fear you may need to take a look. Bud remained silent, first glancing at Leon. After receiving a nod from Leon, he assented. I have no objections. Lead the way. The three officers exchanged glances once more, clearly recognizing that Leon held the dominant position in this arrangement. This further solidified their belief in the statements made by the two men. Chapter 64. The Three Survivors. The group now stood at the entrance of the precinct. Further inside lay the reception desk, surrounded by a floor of brown marble tiles and ancient load-bearing stone columns. Since Leon's icy breath had not affected the interior, everything remained as it was. The entire hall exuded a vintage charm, with wall sconces embedded in the stone columns adorned with a dusting of gold, casting a warm light reminiscent of sunlight. Behind the reception desk stood a statue of Lady Liberty. Leon recalled that this police station had once been a museum, later transformed by the chief into its current form to conceal the entrance to the underground Umbrella Laboratory. That entrance lay beneath the Lady Liberty statue, requiring 3 stone slabs to activate the mechanism. The group navigated past the reception area, between the Lady Liberty statue and the reception desk. A makeshift emergency room had been established with medical partitions. Inside, a gurney bore a pallid man. He was robust, with a muscular build and neatly cropped hair, but his body temperature was alarmingly low. He has been infected. Bud immediately recognized the man's predicament. He examined the man's body. The wound on his arm indicated an infection that had not exceeded 3 hours. There was still hope. However, I do not understand why you would keep an infected individual here in the precinct. This is exceedingly dangerous. Bard had witnessed too many instances where the inability to relinquish companions led to the demise of more lives. Upon hearing that their comrade still had a chance for salvation, the expressions of the 3 officers, who had initially been elated, now turned somber. He was a member of the STARS team, named Brad Vickers, and held significant importance to them. Officer Marvin remarked that since only a few of them remained, even if he transformed, it would not matter. Thus, they clung to a flicker of hope, grateful that they had awaited their arrival. What did you mean when you mentioned there was still a chance? The 3 officers gazed at Bard and Leon with anticipation. We have brought the T-virus vaccine and serum, capable of countering the infection. Leon summoned Jarvis and opened the briefcase. Inside were 3 vials of ethereal blue virus solution, 5 vials of magenta vaccine samples, and 4 vials of antiviral serum. Vaccine? There's a vaccine for the cannibal disease? Marvin trembled with disbelief. If they had obtained the vaccine earlier, how could they have lost so many comrades? Umbrella developed the virus, and naturally, they would also research a corresponding vaccine. Bard extracted a vial of serum from the case and injected it into Brad's arm. As the serum coursed through him, Brad's pallid complexion began to show signs of improvement. The 3 officers felt a surge of reassurance, their trust in Leon's earlier words fortified. Gentlemen, since you are prepared to save this city, you must have a purpose for coming to the police station, inquired the middle-aged officer, Elliot. Is there something we can assist you with? Leon turned toward the Statue of Liberty, stating, Indeed, there's a research facility belonging to Umbrella directly beneath the police station. I intend to create a more effective vaccine there. Therefore, I need to access the entrance located within the police station. Elliot was filled with excitement upon hearing this. Are you serious? I always knew there was a secret passage. Officer Phillips was not mistaken. It's a pity she will never hear this news. Phillips seemed to have been a female superior of his, but she had perished earlier. Leon placed a reassuring hand on Elliot's shoulder. You have done remarkably well. Now, stand aside. I will open the passage. The group stepped back, confusion etched on their faces. Leon crouched before the Statue of Liberty and, with a swift motion akin to lightning, shattered the thick stone slab beneath the sculpture. Those steel-reinforced stone plates became as pliable as jelly in his presence. devoid of any resistance. His expression was serene, his breathing calm, and even the muscles in his arms remained relaxed. With a mere gesture, he upended the entire Statue of Liberty along with its base, as if lifting a block of tofu. The sight left the other witnesses astounded. It was sheer brutality. Yet, no one had the energy to dwell on that. Below the steps lay an open secret chamber, exquisitely adorned, and even glimpsing a corner revealed an aura of opulence. Good grief, this secret chamber has been right beneath our noses all these years, yet we never discovered it, Elliot exclaimed, clutching his head. Marvin's face darkened considerably. It's the chief. He has colluded with that damned umbrella. The portly officer remained speechless, seething with rage. They turned to Leon, asking, Mr. Leon, what should we do now? Leon contemplated for a moment before responding. First, we must search for survivors in the vicinity and eliminate the remaining zombies in the police station. I have immobilized the zombies outside. The task of searching for survivors will be entrusted to you. Is that acceptable? Marvin, the African-American, nodded immediately, rest assured. The three of us will set out at once. The trio swiftly organized their gear and formed a line as they departed from the police station. Leon then addressed the armored suit, Jarvis, proceed to eliminate the zombies within the police station. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied, taking flight and launching into the various offices of the station to eradicate all the remaining zombies. 20 minutes later, it reported, I have sustained a scratch on my chest, likely from an ambush by a creature known as a licker. Mission accomplished, sir. The survivors were identified as a father and daughter duo, along with an Asian woman. The father was robustly built, yet exuded a rugged masculinity, cradling his daughter protectively, concealing her from view. The Asian woman donned a striking red gown, her long legs encased in black stockings, accentuated by high heels. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her demeanor was distinctly aloof, radiating an essence of charm from her every glance. Mr. Leon, these are the only survivors in the vicinity. Marvin expressed his disappointment at the lack of others. Do not fret. Once the new vaccine is developed, more lives will be saved, Leon reassured him, patting Marvin on the shoulder. The middle-aged officer, Elliot, then introduced, this is Robert Kendo, the owner of the Kendo gun shop behind the station, along with his daughter. And this lady here is an investigator from the FBI. The Asian woman produced her identification, stating, I am Ada Wong, here to investigate Umbrella Corporation. She scrutinized Leon, inquiring, I have heard you are the savior. Could you provide me with some evidence? Leon chuckled lightly. I have no obligation to prove anything. During the time he had immobilized the surrounding streets, Ada had been observing from a nearby building. Her inquiries now seemed aimed at extracting further intelligence about him. Regardless of what you are, whether a savior or a deity, it matters not, suddenly shouted the father, Kendo. They claim you possess the antiviral serum, right? Just give me the serum. I will do anything you ask. The others stared at him in astonishment. Director Bud observed keenly, exclaiming, the girl in his arms is infected. Leon added, but it's still in the early stages. She can still be saved. Without needing direction, Jarvis autonomously retrieved the serum and, before anyone could react, administered an injection to the little girl. The previously barely conscious child collapsed into her father's embrace. Emma, how are you? The frantic father, Duncan, exclaimed, damn it, how dare you do this to Emma? Your eyes, they're started to recover. Fortunately, the vaccine acted swiftly, restoring the girl's pale eyes to their natural color. After observing the child's improvement, Leon turned to head towards the underground passage. There's a new task at hand. Officer Marvin, one of you must remain to protect the survivors and secure the police station. 2 others descended with us to the research facility to develop a new vaccine. As he finished speaking, he vanished into the corridor with remarkable swiftness. We must act swiftly. Director Bard and Officer Jarvis followed Lion into the underground passage. Chapter 65, Ada Wong. The remaining few exchanged glances. Marvin issued a command. You stay here, old fatty. Elliot, we must go. The survivors will rest here. As you say, Marvin, the portly officer complied. But is he really the savior? Old Kent questioned hesitantly. I haven't had the chance to thank him. You all barged into the Umbrella Laboratory. Are you sure there are no repercussions? Duncan expressed his doubts. Officer Elliot replied, Mr. Lion is so formidable, nothing could possibly happen to him. However, we are uncertain about whether he is indeed the savior. It seems too extraordinary. But we trust him. The portly officer interjected. At that moment, Marvin stepped out from behind the medical partition. Let us go, Elliot. We must catch up. 2 officers, one black and one white, drew their pistols and followed into the underground passage. Ada Wong observed silently, and after the 2 officers vanished, she suddenly spoke. It appears you all have gotten along quite well. Indeed, I was taken aback by that incredible mech and the frozen breath. The portly officer chuckled as he sat on the sofa. Yet, you seem unfazed by being left behind? Ada Wong glanced towards the underground passage. The precinct also requires personnel to remain on guard. The portly officer frowned. It sounds like you have a different opinion, madam. Ada gracefully and slowly approached the passage. No objections. I merely bid you all a temporary farewell. She waved her hand and, with a slight bow, disappeared swiftly into the corridor. Hey, you can't go in there. Damn it. She ran in. We must pursue. Old Kent's eyes widened in anger. Yet, the portly officer beside him remained unfazed. Hey, old fatty, are you not anxious? Duncan halted mid-run, realizing the situation. The portly officer shrugged. Whether she intends to cause trouble or conduct an investigation, it cannot possibly affect Mr. Lion. Let her be. What a joke. A mere federal agent could impact a Superman capable of uprooting the Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, the four entered the elevator in the underground chamber. This elevator led to deeper levels below. However, as the armored suit stepped into the elevator, alarms blared, indicating an overload. Jarvis, you're too heavy. You need a lift-off, Lion quipped. Sir, it is your armor that is excessively heavy, Jarvis retorted, maneuvering the suit to hover in the air, ready to lower its altitude as the elevator descended. Good rebuttal. I want to allow you to operate my armor again. Lion pressed the down button once more. The sliding doors of the elevator began to close. Yet at the last moment, a figure clad in red gracefully slid into the elevator, halting before Lion. Ada adjusted her skirt. These are safety shorts, gentlemen. Because I am a gentleman, I felt it appropriate to remind you that you had a wardrobe malfunction, Lion replied. I am profoundly grateful to you, Mr. Leon, Ada exclaimed, positioning herself tantalizingly before him. The elevator, spacious enough for several individuals, became a confined arena as Ada ventured close, enticingly extending her neck. Their proximity was palpable, breaths mingling in the air. Leon was all too familiar with such tactics. During their late-night conversations, Natasha often employed similar maneuvers. He could wager that if he were to succumb to his desires and advance, Ada would instantly retreat, casting a scornful glance and remarking on his lack of gentlemanly conduct. In such moments, a typical individual would undoubtedly find their defenses shattered, entrapped like a fish on a hook. To articulate it more poetically, it was akin to a fawn unexpectedly breaching the sanctum of one's heart. The art of feigned retreat and seduction was quintessential to these female operatives. Yet, in the face of Ada's current allure, Leon remained as serene as a still pond. After all, he had not only donned a pair of safety shorts, but had also taken on the task of dressing Ada in her bunny outfit in a previous life. Did she truly believe she could entice him with mere trifles? Was he the sort to falter under such temptations? There's no need for thanks. I am rather intrigued by your pursuit, Ms. Ada. Allow me to caution you. The danger below is quite real. Leon slightly shifted his stance, distancing himself from Ada. A flicker of surprise passed through Ada's eyes. Leon's actions momentarily convinced her of his gentlemanly nature. This is my duty. Addressing threats falls within my responsibilities, Ada stated, drawing a handgun from her tactical vest. Moreover, Dr. Bard will accompany you. Are you not concerned for his safety? In response to Ada's probing, the previously silent doctor, Bard interjected, I am perfectly fine. Mr. Leon will safeguard me. Since aligning himself with Leon, Bard had experienced an overwhelming sense of security, a sensation he had never encountered. Not even before the outbreak of the biohazard. There were moments when Bard pondered how he could continually remain by Leon's side, for in comparison to Umbrella, Leon was the epitome of an exemplary superior. Is that so? It appears Mr. Leon possesses formidable strength, Ada inquired, attempting to extract information, albeit rather overtly. Notably, Ada was also a protagonist in the Resident Evil series, a freelance operative serving the HCF organization, while occasionally assisting a faction known as the Family. Compared to Natasha, Ada enjoyed a significantly more liberated existence. However, this freedom came at the cost of countless life and death challenges that Natasha had faced. At present, the 23 to 24-year-old Ada appeared considerably more naive than her contemporaneous counterpart, Natasha. Ding! The elevator finally reached the ground floor. The sliding doors opened, and the five stepped out in succession. Below, a lengthy staircase awaited. Leon led the way, forcibly opening locked doors and immobilizing any zombies that obstructed their path. Before long, they delved into the underground sewers of the police station. Proceeding through the sewer, they were on the brink of the Umbrella Research Facility. Leon soared forward with determination. He had no intention of walking through the murky waters. Even his olfactory senses had been suppressed. Otherwise, the stench here would have overwhelmed him. Up he soared. Marvin and the others were initially taken aback, but soon found themselves captivated by Leon's flight. However, their astonishment did not hinder their efficiency. They followed Leon, leaping down the steps in succession. The sewage engulfed them up to their thighs. In the end, only Ada Wong remained on the steps. She glanced at the murky water flowing beneath her feet and then at the figure above her, her lips quivering slightly. Leon teasingly watched her, awaiting her response. Eventually, with a resigned sigh, Ada leapt into the sewage. Chapter 66. A Path Through the Mountains. Stay close behind me and remain vigilant, Leon commanded as he glided slowly forward. To be honest, his casual attire added a rather peculiar touch to his flight, reminiscent of a high school student striving to save the world amidst their academic pursuits. The sewer was now perilously close to the Umbrella Laboratory. All around, the murky waters teemed with life, and the moss-covered walls bore witness to bizarre mutant creatures that leapt forth to attack the group. Some had one half resembling a giant corpse, the other half akin to a grotesquely enlarged leech. Others were a meter-long sewer insect or a massive mutated crocodile stretching 20 meters in length. It was a mystery how Umbrella had transformed an ordinary sewer into a veritable biodiversity hotspot, more diverse than the shores of Japan. These monstrosities were not only perilous but also remarkably abundant. Normally, even a small team of elite soldiers would face annihilation in such a scenario. Nevertheless, Leon soared ahead of the group, confronting each creature and demolishing every obstacle in his path. Not a single monster could withstand his strike, nor could any wall impede him for even a moment. The group advanced with remarkable ease. Aside from the challenging environment, it felt almost like a leisurely trek. Even Ada, who remained ever vigilant, only had time to shoot a fainting zombie fish, failing to claim any other creature. Our dear Mr. Leon truly inspires a sense of security. I concede he is an absolute gentleman, Ada remarked with praise, albeit wringing out her skirt in distaste. The group soon arrived at a sewage treatment platform, surrounded by waterborne structures, where massive sewage processing machines operated incessantly, rumbling ominously. They had finally managed to escape the suffocating embrace of the sewage. Marvin illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, revealing decaying bodies in the corners. Among them were individuals clad in lab coats and combat gear. Umbrella indeed possessed a vast research base here. Elliot gritted his teeth. This city is entirely under their control. These parasites deserve their fate. The grip of capital on power is the hallmark of this nation. Ada, nonchalantly trailing behind Leon, remarked, "Isn't that right, gentlemen?" Leon remained silent for a few steps before suddenly exclaiming, "Fall back." "What?" Ada was taken aback. Before she could react, Leon had already seized her arm and pulled her to his side. The insect, having failed in its ambush, attempted to flee but was struck by Leon's whip-like kick, crashing against the wall and bursting into a spray of insect juice. Ada Wong felt a twinge of fear. "Thank you." Leaning against Leon, she steadied herself on his arm while noticing its marble-like texture. Unable to suppress her admiration, she remarked, "You have quite a physique." Leon raised an eyebrow. "I think so too, but this means you owe me one." A vain man is hardly favored by girls, Ada thought, smirking. That may not be the case. Leon continued onward, leading the way deeper into the sewage treatment area towards the monitoring room. Through the glass, they could see a large platform on the other side of the monitoring room, where an armored cable car was stationed. "We've arrived," Leon announced. "Once we board that cable car, we will reach the research facility." Thank goodness they were finally getting there. Director Baird, the least physically fit among them, was utterly exhausted. He stepped forward to open the door, only to find the iron gate of the monitoring room locked tight. "It's locked," Baird said. All eyes turned to Leon. "Let me handle this. I can unlock it." "Please, Leon, you can't have Ada do this every time." However, before she could finish her sentence, Leon had already pushed the iron door along with the surrounding wall to the ground with a single palm strike. The two exchanged glances. Leon shrugged innocently. "Perhaps you could mention your locksmith skills in advance next time." "Forget I said anything," Ada replied, putting away her tools. "Let's go and take the cable car." Leon turned, but then glanced towards a hidden corner of the monitoring room. "Madam, if you intend to hitch a ride with us, now would be the time to reveal yourself." The group was taken aback. They were not alone here after all. Instantly, all guns were raised, aimed at the direction Leon was looking. A gaunt, middle-aged woman with sunken eyes emerged, clad in a white lab coat, brandishing a handgun at them. "Police? You shouldn't be here. All that remains in the research facility are the infected. You'd best leave now," she warned, her gaze fixed intently on the group. "Yannick Birkin." Ada stepped forward, guns drawn, confronting her. "You and your husband are the creators of the virus, the culprits behind this catastrophe. There is no need for false pleasantries," she warned sternly. "Now, hand over the G-virus." Simultaneously, Ada explained to Leon, "My purpose here is to eliminate Umbrella. The G-virus is far more dangerous than the T-virus and must not remain in this woman's possession." Director Baird had never even heard of the G-virus. Upon hearing the term, Yannick Birkin's expression turned malevolent. I see. You came for the G-virus. She smirked disdainfully, not a chance. Under the cover of her words, she swiftly threw a grenade and then aimed her gun at Ada. Danger! Marvin and the two officers immediately lunged towards Leon, attempting to tackle him to shield him from the impending explosion. However, Leon swiftly evaded, his left hand grasping a grenade while his right hand seized Ada Wong. The bullet grazed Ada's arm. Moments later, a muffled thud echoed as Leon opened his left hand, shaking off a few strands of black dust and debris, his palm remaining pristine. What is this? The onlookers were left in awe, covering their mouths in disbelief, completely unharmed. Who is this person? On the other side, Annie Birkin, about to exit the monitoring room, was equally stunned. She mused that even her husband, now transformed into a monster, could scarcely perform such a feat. Leon cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Annie, stepping forward to seize her and toss her to Marvin. Secure her. We must proceed to the laboratory. The group exchanged glances before following Leon onto the platform. Ada Wong hesitated, wanting to say something, but recalling Leon's earlier action of extinguishing the grenade, she fell silent. Upon reaching the cable car, they discovered that its operation required a staff identity wristband. Regaining her composure, Annie Birkin smirked. I would never grant you access to the wristbands. You might as well give up. Mr. Leon? Marvin and the others instinctively looked to Leon, as if awaiting him to demonstrate his prowess by effortlessly demolishing the heavy armored door. Ada Wong grew anxious. Wait. Hold on. And Leon, you need to remain calm. Forcing open the cable car could cause malfunctions. Perhaps we should interrogate this woman first. She pointed at Annie, convinced she possessed a wristband. Throughout their journey, they were repeatedly astonished, their worldview challenged time and again. By now, the icy demeanor of Ada Wong had crumbled. Before today, she could never have imagined conversing in such an experimental tone. Chapter 67. You know nothing of his strength. Yet, despite her immense sacrifices, Leon merely regarded her quizzically. What are you saying? Do you think I only rely on brute strength? Leon frowned with mild displeasure. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis. I am here, sir. Came the response from the ever-present but understated iron suit. Open this cable car and initiate its operation. Yes. The iron suit extended several data cables, connecting to the external screen of the cable car. Moments later, the screen flickered and the armored door of the cable car opened with a hiss. See, I also have artificial intelligence. Leon winked at Ada Wong and stepped into the cable car first. The others followed suit, showering him with praises like is expected of Mr. Leon. Ada Wong paused for a few seconds, then tilted her head and laughed, resembling a fool. It was unclear whether she was referring to Leon or herself. She tapped her forehead in resignation and entered the cable car. Under Jarvis's control, the tram began to move slowly, gradually picking up speed. There will likely be numerous zombies and mutated creatures within the research facility, Leon stated while standing among them. So, as usual, I will lead the way, you all follow. Once we clear the underground base, assist in organizing the research materials and equipment. As for the enhancement of the vaccine, I have already conceived a preliminary idea, and it is anticipated that results will emerge by tomorrow morning. Among the group, Baird expressed admiration, while Marvin and Elliot were brimming with excitement. Ada clapped her hands, though her gaze flickered slightly. Ah, the boastful young lad, merely 17 or 18. Perhaps he should first attend university. Only Yanni muttered disdainfully. The cable car swiftly arrived at its destination. As the group disembarked from the platform, they gasped in astonishment. I cannot fathom how much time and money Umbrella has invested here. This place is simply another world, Marvin and Officer Elliot exclaimed. After just a glimpse, the underground research facility left an indelible impression upon them. The research center stood in stark contrast to the sewers they had traversed earlier, which were filled with rough pipes and an overpowering stench. Here, at Umbrella's facility, the outermost layer consisted of high-strength titanium walls. The metallic texture flowed throughout the entrance, illuminated by sun-like indicator lights that shone deep within. Marvin and his companions felt as though they had stepped into a futuristic realm. In their eyes, even Leon appeared somewhat diminished before this sci-fi-like base. He no longer relied on brute force to breach locked doors. Instead, he permitted the metal contraption to engage in data decryption. Of course, the reality was that there were no electronic doors in the sewers for Jarvis to bypass. The quickest method remained Leon's fist. With a resounding click, Jarvis effortlessly breached the facility that required researcher-level access. The outer perimeter of the base featured 3 imposing gates that gradually ascended. The 5 individuals present were automatically granted elevated privileges. Each time they approached a door, an intelligent system would open it for them. Compared to the outside, The interior of the research facility was populated almost exclusively by humanoid zombies. Leon promptly dispatched Jarvis to eliminate the threats while the others remained on standby. As they paused, the group began to scour the surrounding rooms, ultimately uncovering numerous diaries belonging to researchers. These entries chronicled the general progression of the biohazard outbreak. It began with an accidental infection during an experiment, leading to an individual transforming into a zombie and being dealt with by security forces. This was followed by a climate of paranoia, a virus leak, and creatures like rats transporting the virus to the surface. I never expected it to start this way, my God. Director Baird rubbed his eyes, thinking he was alone in conducting such research. While two individuals engaged in animated conversation, Ada approached Yanni Birkin. Meanwhile, Leon was examining past records on a computer in the security room. Suddenly, his mobile phone activated, emitting Jarvis's voice. Master, the mutated creatures within the base have been eradicated. However, I have detected a creature resembling a tyrant. It is pursuing a young girl hiding in a corner. Should I proceed with the rescue? A young girl? Could it be Sherry Birkin? Leon responded, picking up his phone. Sherry Birkin was the daughter of Yanni and William. In the game, William was forced to inject himself with the G-virus, transforming into a monster driven by a desire to propagate the virus. However, this virus can only be transmitted stably among progenitors. Non-progenitor transmission leads to the swift demise of the infected. Thus, in the game, William, transformed into a monster, relentlessly pursues his daughter, Sherry. Eventually, Sherry is rescued by Leon S., Kennedy, and Claire within the game, ultimately becoming one of the protagonists in the 6th installment. Leon contemplates, you lead that monster towards Sherry while I handle it. The firepower of Supermark I is sufficient to eradicate William. Yet, much like the pursuers he had faced previously, G-virus-infected beings can continually mutate and regenerate. Should Jarvis confront William, the outcome would likely spell doom for this research facility as well. The platform here is spacious, making it suitable for battle. Facing the bewildered group, Leon stands resolutely at the forefront. A formidable enemy approaches. We shall confront it here. Moments later, a steel-clad figure descends, cradling a golden-haired little girl, emitting a long tail of flame, halting above the gathered crowd. Sherry, Yanni suddenly calls out to the girl, what are you doing here? Mommy, the little girl exclaims with a hint of joy, though not overtly excited. This Iron Man saved me. As Jarvis lands and releases his grip, the little girl immediately rushes to Yanni. Ada, who had been restraining Yanni, momentarily finds herself taken aback. At 23 years of age, she is still inexperienced. Upon realizing her adversary is the mother of a little girl, her grip weakens slightly, allowing Yanni to break free and embrace Sherry. Sherry, I'm sorry I haven't come to find you these past few days, Yanni says, gently ruffling Sherry's hair. Sherry timidly responds, Mommy, Daddy has become really scary. He wants to catch me. Yanni freezes, gazing intently at her daughter, her expression wavering as if memories flood back. He hasn't harmed you or given you anything, has he? No, Daddy hasn't caught me yet. Sherry shakes her head. Relieved, Yanni's eyes, however, betray the fierce inner turmoil. I'm sorry, Sherry. I must do this. Yanni suddenly utters something inexplicable. She embraces Sherry tightly, her demeanor shifting to one of resolute determination, as if she has made a grave decision. Yet, Ada reacts swiftly, twisting Yanni's arm and pinning her to the ground. What are you doing? That is your daughter, she exclaims coldly. It is precisely because she is William S. and my daughter that I cannot allow her to live. Yanni's expression is one of conflict, yet unyielding resolve. The others present, aside from Leon, are left in disbelief. What manner of mother could utter such merciless words? Sherry, the little girl, tumbles to the ground, her little legs pushing against the earth in retreat, utterly confused. Mommy. Noticing the peculiar gazes directed her way, Yanni retorts fiercely, you know nothing. You cannot comprehend what kind of monster that truly is. The G-virus must not be allowed to spread. Otherwise, the world will perish. If Sherry remains here, William will infect her as well. Even if I send her away, William will pursue her. In order to prevent the G-virus from spreading, I cannot allow Sherry to remain. And you all, it would be wise not to entertain any thoughts of the G-virus, for it is the key to annihilation. Marvin approached with a grim expression. No matter how you justify it, that does not absolve you of murdering your own daughter. Allow me to interject. William Birkin, that monstrous figure up ahead, is it not? Leon suddenly interjected. He turned his neck. Mrs. Birkin, have you ever considered the possibility that eliminating your husband could also halt the spread of the virus? What did you say? Annie Birkin displayed a look of disbelief. You know nothing of his power. Is that so? Leon boldly advanced towards William Birkin, who had just fled from the laboratory. Chapter 68, Vaccine Research. William Birkin staggered out of the facility's entrance. His silhouette became distinctly visible under the illumination. The right side of his body had grotesquely enlarged. With massive eyes sprouting from his arm, various crimson muscle fibers tore through the confines of his skin, intertwining fiercely. The left side, however, retained its normal zombie-like appearance. With ashen eyes locking onto little Sherry amidst the crowd, a roar erupted from him, and his form seemed to swell, akin to a ravenous beast that had finally found its prey after days of hunger. He lowered his head and charged forth, his menacing right hand raised, intent on clearing any obstacles in his path. Standing at the forefront, Leon resolutely met the charge. Yet, against the enormity of the creature's arm, his own tall figure appeared somewhat diminutive. A wave of concern washed over everyone present. They were well aware of Leon's formidable prowess. However, in Annie's words, this monster was even more formidable, seemingly unstoppable. In a moment of tension, Ada and Marvin raised their handguns, aiming to cover Leon's retreat. The confrontation unfolded within a mere heartbeat. The creature transformed from William Birkin moved with astonishing speed, yet Leon was swifter still. He met the charge, twisting with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, and unleashed a powerful punch. Without a shadow of doubt, William Birkin's head exploded, akin to a watermelon scorched under the sun. Amidst the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Leon silently retracted his fist and turned away, his form still pristine. He flexed his wrist as the headless corpse collapsed with a thunderous thud. "You mentioned how formidable it was?" He glanced at Annie. Annie's expression faltered, her disbelief palpable. Trembling, she stammered, Your actions will only hasten his mutation. He will soon become even more powerful. You should." In mere seconds, not even ashes remained on the ground, only a handful of charred remnants, which Leon gently blew away, scattering most of it. The creature, capable of evolving to the fourth or even fifth stage in the game, had just performed its final act. And now, Leon turned to inquire. Annie fell utterly silent. In truth, she had been wrestling with the decision of whether to kill her mutated husband, William, but had been unable to summon the resolve. Now, it was no longer her choice to make. That insufferable young man had obliterated everything. Annie stared vacantly at the carbon ashes beneath Leon's feet. She stood up like a mere shell of her former self, and Ada furrowed her brow, refraining from immediately rebinding her. All eyes were on Annie as she approached the pile of charcoal, gently cradling it, bringing it close to her face, silent tears streaming down her cheeks unbeknownst to her. Little Shirley timidly ran forward, but merely clung to Leon's thigh, too frightened to advance. Yet, Annie paid no heed to Shirley. She quietly rose and solemnly walked into the base. At that moment, no one dared to speak. Half a minute later, a gunshot echoed from within the research facility. "Mommy!" Shirley's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she clung even tighter to Leon's leg. The Birkin couple evidently neglected their home life. Their bond with Shirley was not particularly deep. Previously, Shirley had been chased by a monster transformed by William and had narrowly escaped being shot by Annie under the pretext of righteousness. In this world, she had lost all her anchors, both materially and spiritually. Yet she recalled the words of the Steel Man, who had said that this big brother before her was the one who ordered her rescue. Now, she could only cling to Leon as if he were a lifeline. Leon pursed his lips and gently patted Shirley's little head, offering no words of comfort. Such complex familial upheavals rendered any external consolation futile. It was imperative for the little girl to find her own way out. "Let's proceed inside. It has been cleared out. We must swiftly develop a new vaccine." He encouraged Shirley to participate in their efforts. "Marvin, Elliot, you three go gather resources from the laboratory. Any and all resources available. Ada Wong, you may pursue your own agenda. Whether you wish to steal the G-virus or engage in other endeavors is entirely your choice. Bart, follow me and assist in vaccine development. Shirley, if possible, could you lend a hand? Perhaps fetch them a cup of coffee." He then added, and one more thing, Jarvis, terminate and dismantle the self-destruct program of this facility. We cannot afford to have it explode halfway through our research." The group nodded in unison, then dispersed. Even Shirley wiped her eyes, glanced at the room where Annie had entered, bit her lip, and hurried off to the kitchen to brew some coffee. Meanwhile, Ada Wong called out to Leon, "Are you aware that my identity is a facade? When did you realize?" "I figured it out the moment I first saw you." "Oh, then why did you allow me to follow you all the way? I've heard you're a free agent, working for various factions. Indeed, would you be interested in collaborating with me in the future, perhaps to save the world? Are you trying to recruit me? Huh, that sounds intriguing. I shall consider it." Leon. Before Ada Wong departed, she attempted to lift Leon's chin with her finger, but after being evaded, she winked and flashed a cool smile. It was a pleasure meeting you, and thank you. She turned and waved as she walked into the inner corridor. Truly, Aunt Wong was adept at cultivating an air of mystery, even at such a young age. Meanwhile, at the Redstone subway station, Jill Valentine bid farewell to her companions before embarking on the departing train. Jill, are you certain you wish to seek out Brother Stark? The Raccoon City Police Department is quite a distance from here. Carlos suggested, I believe it would be wise for you to leave this city with the others. He expressed his intent to save the city, and I, Carlos, must go. I am willing to assist, even in the slightest capacity. Jill was inspecting the ammunition. Carlos sighed in exasperation. I truly wonder where your faith comes from. After witnessing his actions, do you still harbor doubts? Jill retorted, grasping a rifle. I must admit, he does indeed resemble a savior. Once my mission concludes, I shall seek you out. Carlos scratched his head. Jill made a gesture with her fingers, signaling, then we shall meet at the police station. With that, she turned and dashed into the fiery street. 2 hours later, the antiviral serum and vaccine corresponding to the T-virus, airborne version, are complete. Leon gazed at the 2 test tubes of crimson liquid in his hands and snapped his fingers. He casually handed one of the test tubes to Bard, instructing, take this to the lab for experimentation on the lab rats, particularly to ascertain if the vaccine can function through airborne transmission. To enhance the vaccine's efficacy, he directly modified the transmission method of the T-virus. Previously, the T-virus could only spread through liquids and blood. Now, due to his alterations, the virus can propagate through direct exposure to the air. The original virus from the cinematic rendition of Resident Evil, which infected the globe, is inferior to the new T-virus he has engineered. The novel T-virus now boasts a transmission efficiency that rivals the future C-virus, possessing preliminary apocalyptic potential. Fortunately, while unlocking Pandora's box, Leon concurrently developed an airborne version of the vaccine, securing it with safeguards. Half an hour later, Mr. Leon, the vaccine and serum have proven effective on all the lab rats. Jarvis reported, it is predicted that their efficacy in humans will not deviate by more than 0.3%. And the vaccine's range? As you anticipated, once dispersed in the air, it remains effective within a 30-meter radius for under half an hour. Excellent. Send Marvin and the others to initiate the production line, commencing the mass production of the new T-virus vaccine and serum. Leon stated as he picked up another vial of deep purple liquid. And this, the new G-virus serum, should also be tested. Bard's hands trembled slightly as he gazed at Leon in awe. You have even developed an airborne version of the G-virus? Not quite. The G-virus has yet to spread widely, making it unnecessary for me to research its airborne vaccine, Leon replied, prompting Bard to breathe a sigh of relief as he hurriedly took the vaccine. Very well. I shall proceed with the experimentation. At that moment, Leon lifted a cup of coffee prepared by Sherry and took a sip. Next, I shall embark on my own research. Chapter 69, The S-Virus and Returning to the Police Station. 6.5 hours later, Marvin and the others immediately gathered around. It was now the morning of September 29th at 7 a.m. Leon, do you need to rest for a while? Little Sherry inquired, holding a box containing the ashes of an Birkin, which had been cremated just hours earlier, mixed with a portion of William Birkin's carbon ash. No need. I am merely feeling somewhat troubled. Leon waved his hand dismissively. In the past 5 hours, he has synthesized data from the ancestral virus along with the T-virus and G-virus to develop a novel virus, with the super brain operating at full capacity. Although his research time was brief, the results surpassed the cumulative achievements of William and his contemporaries over several decades. He named this new virus prototype the S-type virus. This virus exhibits unparalleled transmissibility and lethality. It can propagate through the air, exhibiting remarkable vitality, retaining its potency for up to 6 hours post-exposure. Preliminary predictions suggest that once infected, the likelihood of a patient transforming into a zombie exceeds 90%. Moreover, the transformation yields a formidable, nearly indestructible super zombie. However, as long as one remains alive, the infected individual can retain their cognitive faculties, gain absolute physical enhancement, and possess regenerative capabilities. Nevertheless, in terms of airborne transmission efficiency, it is significantly inferior to typical pneumonia pathogens. The respiratory droplets of the infected do not directly facilitate viral spread, only through exposure to the infected's bodily fluids and blood. With substantial viral accumulation, can it disseminate via vaporization. Despite its limitations, once Spencer, Weskier, and others become aware of this virus's effects, they will undoubtedly herald it as the pinnacle of human evolution and swiftly initiate a global evolution agenda. In fact, the moment the virus was successfully synthesized, Leon sensed an exhilarating emotion emanating from the world consciousness. Yet, regrettably, such a virus is not what he requires. What he seeks is a remedy that guarantees 100% success and enhances human regenerative abilities. After all, this is intended to treat Tony's condition, and the prospect of transforming Tony into a zombie is simply unacceptable. Considering the high probability of mutation, it is likely that after resolving the crisis in Raccoon City, he must journey to Europe. He believes that by integrating the characteristics of the Plaga parasite and the E. fungus, the S-virus prototype can achieve a more perfected evolution. At the very least, he must ascertain the temporal velocity disparities between the two worlds. In the final moments, seizing the opportunity, Leon extracted a drop of his own blood, attempting to infect the Kryptonian blood with the S-virus prototype. Since awakening his abilities, his blood, once indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, now contained factors unique to Kryptonians. Thus, referring to his blood as Kryptonian is entirely justifiable. However, the experimental results were disheartening. Upon contact in the container, the Kryptonian blood instantaneously consumed the S-virus prototype, adopting a fervent will to proliferate. Within mere breaths, the Kryptonian blood, having absorbed the S-virus prototype, began to corrode the container as if imbued with life, striving to escape into the atmosphere. Should it indeed disperse, coupled with the airborne transmission characteristics of the S-virus prototype and the extraordinary vitality of the Kryptonian blood, the potential consequences are beyond Leon's imagination. In that moment, the world consciousness seemed to plunge into madness, relentlessly transmitting waves of fear and despair to him. He could only immediately obliterate it with a heat ray. The glass container, reduced to ashes on the testing platform, conveyed to Leon the gravity of his situation. In terms of bloodline research, he still had a long journey ahead. Thus, as he exited the laboratory, he anxiously rubbed his temples. Bard, how are the results of the vaccine and serum production progressing? Leon inquired, turning to Bard. He casually handed over the syringe containing the Golden S-virus prototype to Jarvis for safekeeping. All traces of the S-virus prototype within the laboratory had been eradicated by him. Even after leaving the laboratory, he deliberately destroyed the entire room to ensure that no one could intrude later. The only remaining S-virus liquid was the one he held in his hand. The experiments with the G-virus serum proceeded smoothly. At least, organisms infected for less than 5 hours were able to achieve recovery after receiving the serum. Director Barr held the report, stating that sufficient quantities of the new T-virus vaccine and serum had been produced to cover the entirety of Raccoon City. Moreover, antiviral bombs, revamped using the new serum, had also been manufactured with Mr. Jarvis's assistance, exceeding 500 in number. Leon nodded. That suffices. Now, we can initiate the citywide vaccine deployment. I believe that in a few hours, Raccoon City will regain its former visage. At that moment, Marvin and Elliot stood with perfect posture, seemingly eager to offer a formal salute. We shall proceed to transport the bombs, Mr. Leon. Marvin indeed saluted, eagerly departing with Elliot. Remember to bring Jarvis along, Leon instructed, having Jarvis operate the battle armor to assist. He then turned to Ada Wong, who leaned against the wall. I assumed you had already left. Aren't you in a hurry to deliver the G-virus to your employer? After a few hours, Ada seemed to have freshened up at the research facility. Even changing into a new outfit, she now donned a red jacket and form-fitting black pants, exuding a striking presence. That was my previous employer, Ada remarked, donning a pair of sunglasses. I now find myself in pursuit of a far superior employer. She sauntered towards Leon, her hips swaying gracefully. Would you care to establish a long-term employment relationship with me, Mr. Leon? Ada slightly lifted her chin. In the past 9 hours, she had witnessed the remarkable qualities of this young man before her. Not only did he possess unimaginable strength, but he also wielded an extraordinary intellect, and most importantly, a heart filled with righteousness. Such a person radiated like a dazzling sun wherever he went. Ada had to admit, a faint desire to approach this sun and bask in its light daily flickered within her. To put it simply, she felt an intense curiosity towards this man. Ada decided to temporarily accompany Leon, keen to observe the savior summoned by the world's consciousness. Is this considered an interview? Leon raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had assumed that a free-spirited operative like Ada would not wish to be subordinate to anyone. If it is an interview, do you believe you are qualified? Ada inquired. Barely passed. Congratulations, you are now hired. Remember to call me boss from now on, Leon replied. The salary allows you to propose your own terms. Leon smiled with a hint of joy, provided that I earn some legitimate income in this world. In other words, I am essentially an unpaid intern, am I not? Ada raised the corners of her mouth. Or are you suggesting an alternative form of compensation? Apologies, but our interns do not receive any wages. Leon would not be lured in so easily. He had long been ensnared by Natasha. Come on, Sherry, I shall carry you. It is time for us to depart from this place. Leon turned and lifted Sherry into his arms. Ada, who followed behind him, showed no signs of anger. Rather, her expression grew increasingly enigmatic as she leisurely trailed along. Half an hour later, the group was ready to set off once more, boarding the cable car for the return journey. Upon their return to the sewers, they faced yet another arduous trek. This time, however, Leon bore the added weight of Sherry, with Ada draped around his neck, while his hands were burdened with a multitude of wooden boxes filled with explosives. He was not alone in this endeavor. Marvin and the others also carried a similar load. At some point, a dozen survivors had joined the police station. Upon discovering that the boxes contained antiviral bombs and vaccines, the survivors were filled with excitement. At this moment, Kenton, the elder, approached Leon with his daughter Emma in tow, bowing and expressing profound gratitude. Kenton, there is no need for excessive thanks. Just lend a hand when it comes time to deploy the bombs, Leon replied, gently ruffling little Emma's hair. Marvin said you're the best gunsmith here. Remember to look after yourself and your daughter. But what about me? Sherry, who had been standing behind Leon, tugged at his clothing. The girl clutched a small urn, her shoulders huddled together, exuding a sense of anticipation. Sherry's demeanor momentarily caused Leon to drift into memories of his own childhood, recalling the unease he felt when his memories first awakened at the age of 1. He had Tony by his side then, but little Sherry had no one. Not a single person around her was familiar. All were strangers in this unfriendly world. Yet, she displayed remarkable courage, daring to seek solace. Leon bent down and affectionately patted Sherry's head. All right, I shall protect you, Sherry. Instantly, her face lit up with joy as she embraced the urn, laughing while wiping away her tears. Chapter 70, Saving the City and Farewells. Leon. A voice called from the entrance of the police station. Jill Valentine, still clad in her blue denim vest, entered, followed closely by Brad and Carlos. Jill. Leon was taken aback to see her here. Thank you, Leon. Before he could utter a word, Jill rushed over and enveloped Leon in a heartfelt embrace. Ada, who was nearby preparing to fill the explosives from the wooden boxes, glanced over at the two, her expression remaining unchanged, though her eyelids slightly drooped. After a few seconds, Jill released her hold. I never imagined you would save Brad. He was infected while trying to protect me, and I don't know how to express my gratitude, Leon. Thank you truly. Leon had already received an abundance of thanks that day. On the other side, Brad, having recovered, approached with profound gratitude and introduced himself. Leon merely waved his hand, dismissing the formality, emphasizing the urgency of rescuing the beleaguered citizens of Raccoon City. He felt compelled to engage these individuals in meaningful action. Otherwise, the police station would soon resemble a mere cult of praise, particularly one dedicated to himself. Jill, what brings you here? He initiated the conversation. I came to find you. You aim to save Raccoon City, and I wish to contribute, Jill replied. However, when I first arrived, it was only the old raccoon and Brad here, so I ventured out in search of other survivors. Upon encountering Leon again, she seemed eager to share her thoughts. Though her words had yet to escape her lips, her eyes were already brimming with unspoken sentiments. At that moment, Ada approached. Boss, when do we depart? Excuse me? Boss. Jill was taken aback. Aren't you from another world? Is this person also from your realm? Certainly not, Ada replied. I am Ada Wong, a former federal agent, now serving the boss. Ada resumed her guise, effortlessly positioning herself beside Leon as if they shared an intimate bond, causing Jill's gaze to momentarily falter. Speaking of which, I possess many names. Ada Wong is merely one of them, she suddenly interjected. What was your original name? Leon inquired, intrigued by the subject. In the previous game, Ada had always remained an enigmatic figure, her background shrouded in mystery. The past names no longer hold significance. When I met the boss, I was called Ada, and henceforth, let it be so, Ada proclaimed, her astonishing declaration silencing those around her, drawing various expressions. Marvin's astonishment, Bard's contemplative gaze, Sherry's confusion, and Jill's bewilderment. At that moment, Leon heard Jarvis's quiet reminder. Sir, Mr. Stark instructed me to caution you to be wary of strangers' deceit in such situations. Jarvis, aware of Leon's superhuman hearing, communicated from a distance using the suit's high-frequency sound. Leon could not help but slap his forehead. That Tony, meddling even across worlds. Tony? Ada's previously composed demeanor faltered, baffled by the sudden mention of another's name. I meant to say, well, Ada, I am truly moved, really, Leon quickly clarified. That Tony must be significant to you. Or perhaps this Miss Ada bears a resemblance to him. Jill could not suppress her laughter, her amusement unrestrained. Ada turned to Jill. exchanging a glance that held an indescribable meaning. All right, enough dawdling. What are we all standing around for? Let us make haste and take action. Marvin, the seasoned officer, stepped forward to command, restoring the bustling atmosphere of the hall. Shortly thereafter, the group armed themselves, forming teams of 3, leaving the police station to distribute vaccines across various districts of Raccoon City. Leon, however, did not accompany them. To enhance efficiency, he took it upon himself to encase the outer layer of the entire city in a freezing breath. Jarvis and his companions were tasked with addressing the zombie threat and disseminating the vaccine. Their mission was straightforward: administer the vaccine to humans encountered and deploy antiviral bombs against the undead. The antiviral bomb was a dispersive device that, upon detonation, released countless fine needles imbued with serum. These needles penetrated the zombies, injecting the serum within. In a short span, the virus within the zombies would be neutralized, leading to their demise. The mechanism of the vaccine was even simpler. Once the container shattered, the vaccine would naturally evaporate, spreading throughout the vicinity and enabling all who came into contact with it to develop antibodies organically. Leon, from the outset, soared through the skies, carrying Sherry on his back. He glided along the outskirts of the city, exhaling a freezing breath. Soon, the entire surface of the city transformed into a realm of frost. All the zombies on the streets were encased in ice. This time, Leon reduced the temperature further. One by one, the zombies, resembling frozen statues, succumbed during the rapid freezing process as the ice shards formed within their bodies pierced their cells, leading to their inevitable death. As for the remaining zombies indoors, they will be dealt with in due course. With the advent of the new vaccine and serum, operations proceeded smoothly. Yet, the efficiency of the ordinary citizens remained lamentably low. 2 hours later, as the group reconvened in the police station's hall, each face radiated excitement and joy. The Raccoon City rescue operation had reached a triumphant conclusion. Regrettably, the global consciousness did not bestow any further gifts at this juncture. It seemed indifferent to the redemption of a mere small town like Raccoon City. Leon, you have saved this city. Marvin and Jill expressed their gratitude, rallying everyone to acknowledge Leon. At that moment, the police station was filled with thousands, many of whom were survivors who had gathered along the way. They had learned the events that transpired, and now, thousands shouted Leon's name in unison. The fervor seemingly poised to shatter the station ceiling. Leon, however, found little interest in such a scene. Much like Tony during a speech, he eschewed lengthy orations and merely offered a few words akin to "You are the true heroes," thus deftly navigating the moment. Half an hour later, having settled the survivors, Marvin, Jill, and others assembled in the conference room. Noticing the urgency etched on their faces, Marvin raised his hands to signal for calm, indicating he wished to finish speaking first. Before I depart, I will have Jarvis remain here to assist you. It has compiled evidence of all Umbrella Corporation's transgressions, and whenever you are ready, it can be disclosed to the entire network. Furthermore, Umbrella has designated this place as a testing ground, and the official stance from the Eagle Nation may not be favorable. Therefore, it is prudent to prepare for an evacuation. I suspect that any party discovering the changes here would not hesitate to obliterate this city to erase all traces. Leon maintained a relaxed demeanor as he bid farewell. Yet those who had spent only a few hours with him felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Often, emotions arise in the most inexplicable ways. Some may have known each other for years, yet remain as strangers. Yet sometimes, it takes but a singular event or a mere phrase to forge an unbreakable bond between two souls. Leon gently embraced her. Is this considered a salary? It falls far short. Ada Wong placed her hand upon Leon's chest, her fingertips gliding along the contours of his sculpted muscles. Now we're getting somewhere. Not too shabby. Big boy. Leon was left speechless, snapping his fingers. Jarvis, assist everyone in their tasks and collaborate in combat as necessary. Having said that, he affectionately ruffled Sherry's hair, advising her to heed Ada and Jill's guidance. He then bestowed a hug upon each individual present. Finally, he waved to the gathering. I must take my leave now. Farewell, everyone. As his words faded, Leon closed his eyes, activating his ability to traverse dimensions. There was no need to scour the world for his return. In the chaotic void, bubbles representing the Marvel Universe began to emerge autonomously. Following that bubble, it appeared that a vast cluster of chaotic bubbles trailed behind. Yet, aside from the world he had departed, all other bubbles were shrouded in dim shadows. Leon recognized that this was the Marvel Multiverse. In the next instant, Leon vanished from sight. Once again, he traversed without a hint of spatial fluctuation. After the initial astonishment, the gathering fell into a profound silence. To be honest, I find myself missing him already, Marvin quipped amidst the somber atmosphere. His honesty was refreshing. He had never deceived us. And it was our fortune that the consciousness of the world had found such a savior. Did you know we were expecting a newcomer at the precinct yesterday? His name is also Leon, but he goes by Leon S. Kennedy. Elliot chimed in, yes indeed. Initially, I thought Mr. Leon was that newcomer, ha ha ha. But who knows what became of him, as he's been a whole day late. I hope he is safe and as remarkable as Mr. Leon. Someone for whom everyone would gladly applaud. Chapter 71, Return and Temporal Discrepancy. Marvel Universe. Stark Mansion, Los Angeles. Beep beep beep. The moment Leon materialized in the basement, all instruments and lights turned a vivid red, and the alarm blared with an urgency akin to a death knell. Dumbfounded, he held a canister of disinfectant spray, rolling over on his wheels to spray at him. Meanwhile, Clumsy raised a fire extinguisher on the other side, also poised for action. Enough, enough. Stop. Am I a burglar? Why the dramatic display? Leon waved his hands at Clumsy. Only then did the alarm cease its clamor, and the lights returned to normalcy. Finally? How long has it been since I left? Surely, it hasn't been over a decade. Leon's heart sank. If a decade had indeed passed, the shattering incident might have already occurred. It has been 12 hours and 37 minutes since your departure. The current time is 7:49 a.m. on the following day. What? Leon raised an eyebrow. I've only been gone for 12 hours, and you choose the word finally? Jarvis, I believe it's imperative for you to reload your lexical programming. Sir, this word choice was based on the fluctuations in Mr. Stark's mental state following your departure. Jarvis replied, is it safe to say that Tony misses me dearly? Leon couldn't help but chuckle. What about those 3 hours just now? Was it merely a minute per instance? 3 hours ago, Mr. Stark had succumbed to slumber, but now he was alerted and hastily making his way down. Did I just overhear you all speaking ill of me? Tony suddenly emerged from the staircase, wrapped in a white scarf, evidently having rushed out of bed. Upon spotting Leon, his previously animated demeanor instantly transformed into one of utter lethargy as he staggered and collapsed onto a chair. Is this due to your concern for the lonely elderly at home? Calling out your name in my dreams, was it a jest? Tony laughed momentarily, but the smile faded as Jarvis chimed in. What do you think, sir? Watch your language, Tony, Leon remarked, taking a seat at the table beside him. Sir, I did not mention to young Master Leon that you had called out his name 17 times during your 3-hour slumber, Jarvis reported. Tony slapped his forehead. Well, now you've gone and said it. Apologies, sir. Tony resignedly rotated his neck and turned to Leon. So, have you endured hardships in another realm? Why do you say that? Leon asked, perplexed, noting that Jarvis had alluded to something similar moments ago. Tony spread his hands, deliberately glancing around. It's quite apparent that your Super Mark I has gone missing, along with Jarvis's subsystem contained within it. His deduction was indeed plausible. So, this is what you were discussing? Leon realized, I intentionally left the armor there. The circumstances in that world were as follows. He succinctly recounted his journey through dimensions and the events that transpired in the world of the biohazard, omitting the part about researching the fusion of Kryptonian blood and viruses. Tony stroked his chin in contemplation. The concept of world consciousness and viruses is rather intriguing. However, one peculiar point arises. Did you also spend 12 hours in that world? Indeed, that's correct. Are you suggesting that the flow of time is identical in both realms? Leon nodded. Intrigued, isn't it fascinating? Tony clapped his hands together. That is precisely the issue. He casually picked up a box and a pencil, piercing the box with a pencil. You must know that the flow of time varies within spaces under different gravitational conditions. Don't tell me you're unaware. Tony adopted a serious tone as if lecturing. Leon, somewhat baffled, nodded. Of course I understand that. It's relativity. According to the theory of general relativity, regions of greater gravitational pull experience a slower passage of time. Very good. Tony forcefully drove the pencil through the box, pointing at both ends. Let us assume this box separates two universes. This pencil has traversed the past. The left side of the box occupies a larger space, the right side, a smaller one. The location of the two was aptly metaphorical, situated in the front half of the garage, with varying spatial dimensions. Thus, Tony continued, let us presume that the larger section's mass is greater while the smaller part's mass is lesser. Tell me, will the flow of time on both sides remain the same? Leon was momentarily taken aback. It would not be the case unless the masses of both universes were equal, and the spatial mass of the Earth portion I inhabit were also equivalent. Precisely. Tony set down the box and snapped his fingers. Yet the likelihood of such an occurrence was astonishingly low. Do you still find it reasonable to believe that the passage of time flows identically in both worlds? A flash of realization struck Leon's mind. He furrowed his brow, suddenly cognizant of the fact that his belief in the uniformity of time's flow between the two realms stemmed from countless novels he had previously read. Consequently, He unconsciously adopted this belief. However, the reality is that it is precisely this mindset that may have contributed to the perceived synchronization of time. It is not as if our world ceases to function in your absence. The vast universe does not pause to await your return due to a mere fraction of energy. Moreover, selecting different temporal entry points could result in varying degrees of personal expenditure. This requires you to conduct several experiments on your own. Tony once again relished the thrill of educating his younger brother, patting Leon on the shoulder with a sense of pride. You must engage in deeper contemplation. Possessing a sharp mind is insufficient. You must ponder more, my boy. Tony bore the demeanor of a seasoned mentor, and in a different cultural context. He might have boasted that he had consumed more salt than Leon had traversed in his lifetime. Leon gazed at Tony with resignation. Fine, you win this time. Is that satisfactory? He sighed. Thus, Tony's delight amplified, and he began to hum a tune. Well then, take your time to revel in your triumph. I shall venture back in time once more. Leon opted to allow Tony to bask in his own glory. Wait, Tony suddenly sprang to his feet, his white scarf slipping away. This time, you must take me along, right? A mere 1% of energy. What difference does one more person make? It's perilous. Do not go and contract a virus. Leon's glance swept over, only to discover a triangular light glowing on Tony's chest. Have you reinstalled the reactor? Does this imply that the new element has been successfully synthesized? Tony grinned with pride. Indeed, it was synthesized 2 hours after your departure. I have named it potassium. What do you think? Leon's lips twitched. How should I put it? It is rather impressive. If Dad were to learn of your naming the new element thus, he would undoubtedly rise to deliver a punch to you. Apologies, the old fellow has already been cremated and cannot rise. Tony possessed an undeniable talent for delivering dark humor. So, are you allowing me to accompany you or not? I must contemplate. By the way, who was it that just remarked that I do not enjoy thinking? Who? Who dares to say such a thing about you? How irritating. Tony feigned to search left and right. Chapter 72, The Desperate Virus. Ultimately, Leon acquiesced to Tony's request to accompany him. After all, the world of biohazard posed little threat to the two brothers. Even if they were to inadvertently contract the virus, there were already developed vaccines and serums as a precaution. Consider it a vacation with Tony. The last family trip they took was during his middle school graduation. Tony, Pepper, and the three of them had journeyed to Dubai. It was supposed to be a vacation, yet they ended up celebrating for 3 days in a villa in Dubai. Freshly graduated from middle school, he nearly graduated once more in that place. Leon dialed Natasha's number from his bedroom. As Tony prepared for his departure, he needed to install recording devices onto his armor to document the traversal process. Thus, he had to wait a few more hours. During this period of anticipation, he suddenly recalled a particular virus featured in the Iron Man films, known as the extremist virus. This virus endowed its host with extraordinary regenerative abilities, superhuman strength, speed, and other remarkable powers. Some hosts were even capable of generating fire and electricity. Perhaps this virus could be procured as a reference for the development of the S-virus. Consequently, Leon immediately contacted Natasha. Is there a mission? Natasha inquired directly as soon as the call connected. Must you be so blunt? Could it not be that I simply wish to inquire about the well-being of my dear subordinate? Leon retorted defiantly. It is barely past 8 in the morning, and I can hardly fathom why a man who refused to pay me 4 days ago would be calling me now for anything other than task assignment, Natasha replied. Leon was taken aback by Natasha's lingering resentment. Very well, there's indeed a task. State it. I am in my office in New York, and the surroundings are quite secure, Natasha noted, ensuring their conversation remained confidential. Do we have any widows infiltrating Pioneer's technology? I require a virus they are currently researching. Referred to as extremists, Leon articulated his intent. After a few seconds of silence, seemingly checking her records, Natasha responded. The widow codenamed Tracy previously held a mid-level research position there. You can retrieve the virus samples in Tennessee 3 hours from now, or I can deliver them to you in Los Angeles by 2 this afternoon. Natasha's efficiency was astonishingly remarkable. I shall go there. It will be swifter, Leon conceded, unable to suppress his admiration for the formidable women. Then you should make time to share a drink with them. They have been thinking of you for quite some time. Natasha concluded, abruptly ending the call. Leon stared at the phone for a moment, tossing it onto the table, and scoffed, subordinates daring to speak back to their superiors. Unacceptable. 3 hours later, at a safe house in Tennessee, Leon was welcomed inside by Natasha. The exterior of the building resembled a traditional Western-style wooden cabin amidst the woods. Merely 2 stories high, sufficient for a family of 5. However, upon entering the underground chamber of the wooden house, Leon discovered a modern base with 4 levels of subterranean architecture. The base was sparsely populated, With only a few widows he had shared drinks with on 2 occasions. They greeted him warmly before returning to their tasks. Natasha escorted Leon to the innermost command room, where she retrieved a vial and a USB drive from safe. This was recently obtained with Tracy's assistance, and I, along with a few sisters outside, just pilfered it. You intend to use it for research? Natasha inquired. I have perused some of the research records. It appears to still possess significant issues, she added. Thank you for your efforts, Natasha, Leon acknowledged, examining the vial closely. I am aware of its shortcomings. However, I am researching a virus capable of granting humanity exceptional regenerative abilities, and the extremist virus may provide me with invaluable insights. Natasha's gaze flickered slightly. Can the treatment heal bodily imperfections? It can, but the virus still carries significant side effects and cannot be used directly. Leon patted Natasha's arm. I am confident I can resolve its flaws, and swiftly. I shall await that. Natasha wrapped her arms around Leon, her fingers grazing his chiseled chest. So, esteemed boss, might I inquire if today's wages can be dispersed? Here? Leon's eyes surveyed the control room, noting only a solitary desk. Consequently, Natasha followed his gaze, gracefully perching herself atop the desk, crossing her legs. Right here, right now. An hour and a half later, Leon assisted Natasha in adjusting her attire. She had collapsed into the chair, unable to rise. My assessment is when one's skills are lacking, it's best not to indulge too much. Leon playfully pinched Natasha's cheek, contorting it slightly. Natasha rolled her eyes. Could it not be a touch gentler? That is slander. I have consistently acquiesced to your demands. Leon straightened the disheveled Natasha in the chair. He turned to leave. The wages have been issued. I shall take my leave now. You continue the mission to liberate other widows. Remember to stay safe. Contact me if needed. Leon, Natasha suddenly called out. Do you know that Vanguard Technologies is abducting beggars for human experimentation? Leon paused momentarily. Have they commenced such activities? Are you suggesting we take action? If you agree, it could become Stark's domain in 2 days, Natasha replied. Leon raised an eyebrow. Excellent. I certainly concur, but you must prioritize safety. Understood. I shall contact you if necessary. Natasha smiled. Good to know I am off. Leon adjusted his trousers, departing without a trace. Of course, he did not forget to take the extinction virus and the USB drive with him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Stark Mansion's basement. Where have you just been? I could not locate you at home, and Jarvis was unable to pinpoint your location. Tony, clad in his armor, stood with arms akimbo. Heaven knows how thrilled he was at the prospect of traversing worlds. He had modified his suit at breakneck speed, yet his troublesome brother had vanished at a crucial moment. This was akin to searching for a restroom during a bout of diarrhea. I had Natasha procure some extinction virus. It will aid my research in another realm. Leon indicated the metallic case in his hand. What is the extinction virus? Tony inquired, curious. It's a biochemical virus developed by an old acquaintance of yours, Killian. Leon briefly outlined the virus's origins. It sounds like a promising concept, though the likelihood of achieving stable injection is slim. Tony nodded, but who is Killian? Have I met him? He urged eagerly. Let us not dwell on irrelevant figures. Come, let us commence our journey across worlds. Very well, no problem. Leon placed his hand on Tony's armored shoulder, enveloping him in a biofield, then closed his eyes. His consciousness once again plunged into the dark void of world-seeking. Chapter 73, Worldly Changes. This place is no longer desolate. Instead, a chaotic bubble had taken residence. As soon as Leon's consciousness made contact, he realized that the bubble represented the world of the biohazard crisis. Moreover, this realm had become permanently accessible to him, with unconditional entry. However, when he opted to traverse to the precise moment he departed from the biohazard crisis, the energy demand reflected by his transdimensional ability surged to an astonishing 30% of his stamina, an increase of 30-fold compared to his initial crossing. Leon attempted to push the time point of his journey further back, discovering that each day he delayed resulted in a 1% reduction in stamina. He extended this delay until the 30th day following his departure. Yet, beyond that, on the 31st and 32nd days, the energy requirement remained unchanged at 1% of stamina. Tony was indeed correct. Leon pondered. To traverse to a point in the past of this world necessitated a doubling of energy expenditure, whereas traveling to the future maintained a consistent energy consumption. He then experimented with selecting the time when he was still amidst the biohazard world, specifically the night of September 28th. Even further back, to moments he had yet to experience in the biohazard realm, proved similarly impossible to select. In essence, using the moment of his arrival in that world as a reference, travel to the past was prohibited, while the future remained an open choice. Leon contemplated this revelation. Next, He endeavored to mark Tony as another entity to accompany him through the transdimensional journey. The energy required for this action surged dramatically, reaching 11%. Leon subsequently tried to designate the entire Stark mansion as part of the traversal, only to find that the energy demand remained approximately at 11% of stamina. The additional energy required to transport the mansion felt akin to the mere intake of a breath of cold air. It appeared that the energy consumed for carrying living beings was immensely significant, while transporting inanimate objects incurred negligible costs. Leon began to grasp the mechanism behind his transdimensional abilities and ceased further experimentation. He alerted Tony, "Prepare yourself. It's about to begin. I've been ready for ages. Hurry. I can't wait to try the cheeseburgers from another world." Tony exclaimed eagerly. In the next moment, the two vanished from their original location. In the biohazard world, October 29th. Amidst a tropical rainforest, two figures, entirely out of place, suddenly materialized, startling a flock of birds. Upon opening his eyes, Leon immediately turned to see Tony clad in his armor. He utilized his enhanced vision to confirm that Tony's physique remained as it was, still somewhat fragile, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After waiting for a few seconds, the Iron Man's suit shuddered, its mask illuminating, and Tony awoke. His first sight was the unfamiliar woods and wetlands. Instinctively, Tony exclaimed, "Leon, are you awake?" "Awakened indeed. Your physical condition could use some enhancement. I've been waiting ages," Leon teased. "Was it that long?" "I do feel as if I've just awakened from a slumber," Tony replied, tapping his helmet. "Where are we?" "The Amazon rainforest." "Oh, my recording device." He slapped himself awake. "Jarvis, did the recording device capture the process of our traversal? Especially the void described by Leon, a place where one cannot open their eyes." "Damn, why do I not feel that way at all? It is as if I merely took a nap and found myself here." He expressed his frustration. Jarvis interjected, "Sir, all circuits of the armor in the garage have inexplicably shut down, and the instruments have not functioned properly. How could this be?" Tony's face fell in disappointment. "So, we recorded nothing? The circuits of the armor actually ceased functioning at the moment of traversal." Leon remarked, "It happened to me last time as well. I suspect this is a protective mechanism. There is a notion that the information beyond our world is too vast for humanity to comprehend. Merely catching a glimpse could result in brain death. Thus, the deep slumber you experienced during the traversal might indeed serve as a safeguard." Tony shook his head, "Perhaps. But where exactly are we now? Let's have Jarvis connect to the network and search." Leon closed his eyes and began to listen to the sounds of the world. In an instant, explosions, screams, quarrels, cries, and roars of countless negative emotions assailed him. Instinctively, Leon suppressed his super hearing. How could this be? He pondered in disbelief. They had clearly resolved the crisis in Raccoon City before departing, leaving everything in Jarvis's capable hands. Why did the sounds he just heard suggest that the entire world had plunged into despair? Almost every corner of the earth seemed shrouded in smoke, resonating with the sounds of gunfire and the wails of the grieving. What transpired in this world over the course of 30 days? As Leon grappled with these thoughts, an invisible wave descended upon him. With a mere thought, he connected to that wave using his traversal ability. A tumult of emotions, ecstasy, resentment, frustration, and relief flooded his consciousness. Leon hesitated briefly, then began to organize the information. Leave, evolve, lose control, gift, save, gift, save. The world's consciousness incessantly echoed pleas for salvation. Leon realized that the world's consciousness had done something that pushed the world to the brink of chaos. Another gift, expecting me to clean up after you. What will you offer this time? Leon mused that he ought to raise his demands. It would be best if he could enhance his scientific capabilities by another 1 or 2-fold. However, as he conveyed this thought to the world's consciousness, he was met with an immediate wave of resignation. This meant that the previous enhancement had already reached its pinnacle. Are you truly this useless? Leon couldn't help but curse. The world consciousness immediately transmitted a timid emotion, akin to a shivering child. What else can you offer me? Leon sighed. As his words fell, the ground around him suddenly shimmered with specks of platinum light, visible only to him. These lights converged, forming a larger luminous mass that floated towards Leon, seeking to merge with his being. Leon recognized this as the gift and did not reject it. Yet the moment the light mass integrated with his body, it was forcefully repelled. Leon was taken aback. Soon after, the world consciousness conveyed more information to him. After analysis, he began to comprehend. Before them lay a radiant orb, capable of transforming the human body into a form that could seamlessly adapt to all the biohazards of the Resident Evil series. It could be described as a completely benign enhancement. However, just as the orb was about to commence its fusion, it was spontaneously expelled by the ironclad immune system, Clearly, the immune system perceived this seemingly trivial entity as a threat to its vitality. Leon felt a headache coming on. This was of no use to him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He clapped his hands, suggesting, "Why not merge it with the person beside me? That would be akin to granting it to me." The world consciousness acquiesced. Thus, the orb wobbled and merged into Tony's being. At that moment, Tony's helmet retracted, revealing a bewildered expression as he stared at Leon. "What are you doing? Are you losing your mind?" Tony retorted sharply. "And what do you mean by merging it with me? Who are you talking to? What is this? Someone has stuffed a hot water bottle on me." Tony suddenly sprang up, scratching his head and wildly searching his body with both hands. He even unfastened his armor, pulling off his shirt to examine himself closely. "You look more insane like this," Leon quipped. "I was communicating with a world consciousness. It has altered your body. Is this warm sensation a result of the alteration? Has it turned me into a Kryptonian?" Tony paused, bewildered. "No. It has enabled you to incorporate a variety of native biological factors from this world into your body, all of which can merge flawlessly." "What kind of transformation is this?" Tony recoiled in disgust, tilting his head back. "It sounds like it's turning me into a scientific monstrosity. A gift from the world consciousness, better to have than not." Leon shrugged, and then he received an emotional transmission from the world consciousness. "Help. Evolve. More. Ah, it appears there are further performance rewards to be had. Let us first assess the situation." Leon ascended into the air. It seemed that the world had undergone some unfortunate changes. Tony donned his armor once more and took flight alongside Leon. As they floated side by side, a different voice emanated from Tony's Mark IV suit. "Jarvis, have you connected to the subsystem of the Supermark I?" "Master Leon, much has transpired since your departure, and it may be challenging to explain everything at once." Chapter 74, 30 Days to Destroy the World. Upon landing, Tony removed his armor, allowing Jarvis to operate freely. "The tale begins after your departure, Master Leon. On the morning of September 29th, following your exit, Miss Jill Valentine and Officer Marvin led the police force in a thorough search for survivors throughout the city. By nightfall, the entire city had been evacuated, with over 90% of the zombies eliminated. However, as you warned, Umbrella Corporation detected the city's anomalies. They airdropped 6 tyrants into the city, but fortunately, they were ultimately defeated by the use of serum bombs. To avoid more severe attacks, Officer Marvin decided to evacuate the citizens from Raccoon City overnight. A procession of over 10,000 people departed, and even the military, stationed at the city's perimeter, dared not intervene. The once desolate Raccoon City has rendered various factions disinterested, following the deployment of several special teams that returned empty-handed. Attention towards this suddenly decrepit city waned even further. Officers Jill and Marvin were abruptly reassigned to the New York Police Department. Meanwhile, Miss Sherry and Mr. Bud chose to accompany your recently recruited subordinate, Ada Wong, as they departed. Other survivors received official resettlement, though their compensation was lacking. However, once stability returned, Miss Ada Wong faced an assault from the HCF organization for failing to submit the G-virus. Consequently, she urged me to take Sherry and Bud and seek refuge in the Canadian countryside with her. There, I connected to the internet and exposed all the incriminating evidence against Umbrella. Jarvis narrated while projecting video footage of the battle armor, enriched with visuals and text. During this, Tony couldn't help but comment, noting that Leon had chosen well in his romantic pursuits. Upon hearing this, Leon furrowed his brow, despite some setbacks. Things seemed to be progressing positively. What transpired next? A biohazard outbreak erupted in New York City, swiftly spreading across the globe. It was later that Miss Ada Wong infiltrated Umbrella Corporation and connected me to their internal network, leading us to uncover the true origin of the crisis. Although it appeared to have commenced in New York, the roots lay in Raccoon City. The narrative begins in the early hours of September 30th. As Marvin, Jill, and several officers guided the survivors out of the city, an Umbrella operative named Hank stealthily chose to remain behind. Fortunately, Mr. Bud had preemptively destroyed all viruses and vaccines within the research facility, leaving Hank empty-handed. However, as he exited the facility, he was bitten by a rat that had emerged from the sewers. This rat had, mere hours before, ventured into the laboratory you had destroyed, having been infected with a prototype of the S-virus. Jarvis projected surveillance footage showing a rat scurrying into a collapsed laboratory, only to emerge moments later. The timestamp indicated it was 11 a.m. on September 29th, less than an hour after Leon departed from the world of the biohazard. Jarvis continued the account. Hank, unfazed by the bite, killed the rat and proceeded to leave Raccoon City for New York. On the evening of September 30th, Hank arrived in New York. By October 1st, he visited the Umbrella office in New York, though in a severely deteriorated state. The surveillance footage projected by Jarvis showed Hank, still clad in combat gear, staggering into the office building. The video accelerated, and 10 minutes later, screams erupted from within the building as crowds surged towards the exits. Shortly thereafter, explosions rocked the structure, and a monstrous entity, towering 3 meters high, burst forth from the flames, drenched in blood and howling at the sky. The Umbrella combat unit's weaponry proved futile against it, only causing it to mutate further and grow stronger. Those splattered with its blood began to transform, their forms contorting into grotesque shapes. The surveillance feed flickered and transitioned to 2 hours later. Before the Umbrella Tower, a dense horde of zombies amassed. Various discarded heavy weapons lay scattered across the ground. Yet, the creature that Hank had transformed into remained amidst the corpses, its eyes burning a deep crimson. Hank had undergone mutation within the confines of the Umbrella Corporation, rapidly infecting every individual it encountered. Statistically, the probability of an infected person becoming a zombie surpassed 98%. Those who survived the infection without succumbing to zombification fell into a coma, swiftly devoured by the undead. This crisis soon engulfed the entirety of New York, with the local survival rate plummeting to less than 1 in 1,000. Jill, Marvin, and others, newly assigned to the New York Police Department, managed to escape the city that afternoon with my remote assistance. Jarvis switched to video footage, projecting a New York shrouded in flames. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The military began deploying heavy weaponry, but the zombies exhibited physical capabilities exceeding those they possessed before infection. Among every 100 zombies, one would emerge as a creature akin to Hank. These monsters displayed an extraordinary resilience, even after being struck by a 125mm tank shell, leaving only a charred head. They would continue to linger on. To eradicate them, comprehensive bombardment was necessary. However, their numbers were overwhelming. Among the millions of zombies in New York, tens of thousands were such monsters, and their ranks were continuously swelling, as ordinary people who merely sensed the blood of these creatures would be swiftly infected and assimilated. As the situation spiraled out of control, the Eagle faction resorted to nuclear weapons. Tony gasped, "Nuclear weapons?" Jarvis confirmed, "Indeed, at 1930 on October 1st, 3 nuclear warheads descended upon New York, heralding global chaos. That night, New York was reduced to rubble. Yet, those within Umbrella attained an unparalleled evolutionary advantage. They extracted the virus from the corpses of the zombies. Through repeated experimentation, they discovered that while one super zombie appeared among every 100, one survivor capable of retaining their sanity and not succumbing to zombification also emerged from every 100 infected individuals. These survivors would fall into a coma post-infection, but would awaken as ordinary humans. Moreover, due to their perfect fusion with the virus, they would acquire immunity, becoming immensely powerful. Agile and astute, a traitor within Umbrella, named Albert Weskier, injected the virus and survived, attaining a strength of 20 tons and a speed of 150 meters per second. Thus, Umbrella designated the virus extracted from these zombies as the God virus. Subsequently, once Weskier grew stronger, he swiftly seized control of the Umbrella Corporation. By that time, I had already exposed Umbrella's crimes, and they were being pursued globally. However, Weskier remained unfazed, directly launching his plan for human evolution, which entailed the global dissemination of the God virus across London, Berlin, Monaco, Moscow, and Tokyo. Umbrella, as a global pharmaceutical corporation, boasts branches in nearly every nation. These divisions, even in the face of pursuit, possess the capability to disseminate viruses. Thus, on October 8th, European time, the airborne ascendance virus spread overnight to vast regions across the globe. Within mere hours, the capitals of hundreds of nations fell one after another. 5 days later, the White Bear Nation relinquished its eastern borders, relocating all survivors to Siberia, where a temporary capital was established upon the frozen earth. The cities of John Bull and Gallic Rooster succumbed to the chaos, forcing the command center to shift to an air defense base. What defeated them was not the strength of the zombies, but rather the efficiency of the virus's contagion and their own lax administrative systems. By October 14th, the only relatively intact nation left in the world was the Rabbit Nation, known for its stringent customs and formidable mobilization capabilities. All its warriors donned protective suits, valiantly defending the southwestern and northern borders, successfully containing the virus at the frontier. On October 15th, an increasing number of superhumans who survived the virus were brought to attention. The existence of this group brought about a new shift in the resistance against the zombies across various nations. On October 16th, the entirety of Eagle Sauce succumbed to a zombie crisis, leaving the economy in complete disarray. On this day, Texas declared its independence. On one hand, the military's bombardment of New York shattered the nation's morale. On the other, a group of superhumans emerged, seizing power amidst the chaos of gunfire and rhetoric to form a new government. On October 17th, 16 states, including Florida and Louisiana, proclaimed their independence. It was on this very day that Jill, Marvin, and others, having traversed through various states, found themselves trapped in a small town in Missouri. Upon receiving a distress signal, I rushed to their aid, eliminating the zombies surrounding the town. On October 18th, at the request of Ada Wong, I traveled to Canada to bring Bud and the others to Raccoon City, reuniting everyone once more. On October 19th, Ada Wong publicly disclosed the information she had gathered. Everyone came to understand that the Ascendance virus was, in fact, a prototype of the S virus developed by Mr. Leon. That day, Jill proactively requested the viral serum from me and injected it into herself in the wilderness. She survived, and due to the nature of the serum, she became a being even stronger than the average superhuman, with a strength exceeding 30 tons and a speed surpassing 200 meters per second. By October 23rd, Colorado, under Jill's leadership, declared its independence, establishing its capital in Raccoon City. By this day, most southern states of Eagle Sauce had gained independence, with only 7 northern states still supporting the old regime. On October 27th, a faction known as the Family seized control of the former authority of Eagle Sauce, launching a nuclear bomb on the already fallen Moscow and London, justifying their actions as a means to eradicate zombies and save humanity. On October 28th, the White Bear Nation dropped a nuclear bomb on Washington, also claiming it was to save humanity, as the old regime of Eagle Sauce failed to intercept it successfully. In the early hours of October 29th, specifically today, the former official announced a nuclear strike on the temporary capital of the Bear Nation. The Bear Nation, in turn, declared its intent to launch nuclear strikes on the capitals of various independent states within the territory of the Eagle Nation. Presently, there remain 5 hours until they unleash a barrage of dozens of nuclear warheads. At this juncture, Jarvis finally fell silent. However, the tremors within Latoni's mind could not be quelled. His heart quaked with dread as he gazed at Leon, his expression one of profound shock. "Is this the virus you developed?" Tony's pupils contracted in disbelief. "You've only been here for 12 hours, and you nearly obliterated an entire world?" Leon's complexion darkened. "The virus was indeed of my creation, but I destroyed it. I unequivocally eradicated all viral containers and dismantled the laboratory. Even employed X-ray vision to confirm that no living organisms resided in the vicinity of the lab. Not even a spider. Where on earth did that mouse emerge from? Moreover, how fortuitous that after becoming infected, it chose not to bite anyone, instead precisely transmitting the virus to Hank before meeting its demise. This is the handiwork of the world consciousness. It has sabotaged itself and expects me to clean up the mess." Leon recalled the emotions shared by the world consciousness previously, beginning to comprehend. Depart, evolve, lose control, give, save. Gift, save. The term depart referred to his own exit. Evolve indicated the world consciousness's desire to propel evolution. Thus, in its quest to further global biological evolution, it hastily chased away a mouse upon his departure, sending it to the ruins of a laboratory to absorb the surrounding air. After all, the S-virus prototype could survive for up to 6 hours in the atmosphere. Leon surmised that he might have inadvertently released a portion of it while destroying the containers. However, there should only be a few sporadic strains lingering in the air. Even if someone entered, they could safely exit. Yet, that particular mouse inhaled all the strains into its lungs, where they multiplied uncontrollably. After finishing its feast, it scurried out of the laboratory, biding its time for Hank, the destined one. This situation was a clear case of the world consciousness's self-sabotage. Could he truly be blamed? He never anticipated that the world consciousness was such a radical entity. Rubbing his forehead, Leon decided, "Let us first visit Raccoon City. We shall determine our next course of action thereafter." Chapter 75, Authority, Gene, Self-Identification. Jarvis's subsystem had already notified Jill and the others. When Leon and Tony arrived in Raccoon City, their former acquaintances awaited them outside the city. The Raccoon City of today was vastly different from the one he had left behind. Coils of wires and iron spikes formed a formidable steel barrier surrounding the entire city. A thick pall of coal smoke hung in the air, its acrid scent pungent. No sooner had Leon touched down than Sherry burst forth from the crowd. I'm sorry, she exclaimed. Leon affectionately ruffled Sherry's hair. "It's my fault for being away for so long. I assure you, next time I leave, I will take you with me." Meanwhile, Jill and Ada Wong approached. Ada, clad in a trench coat and sporting a bandage on her face, though disheveled, still exuded an air of elegance. Dressed in combat attire, her demeanor had shifted, imbued with a newfound sharpness and resolve. Do you too believe our world is beyond salvation? Is there truly no way for Jill to seek assistance? She pursed her lips, contemplating how to express her need for help, yet found herself at a loss for words. Alas, let's not dwell on such matters, Mr. Leon. I never imagined that upon our reunion, the world would have transformed in such a manner. Nevertheless, it brings me joy to see you in such good spirits, Director Bud greeted with a smile. Jarvis had already divulged the entirety of the truth to them, and those present felt an overwhelming sense of despair about the future. Yet, this did not diminish their gratitude towards the radiant man before them. Leon's gaze swept across the familiar faces of Marvin, Bud, and Elliot, each one a cherished companion. Clearly, the world's consciousness had clandestinely aided them over the past month. Otherwise, how could these once expendable characters from the original narrative have survived in the face of a graver global crisis? Merely saving a world is hardly a burden. Leon opened his arms to embrace everyone. Do not wear such sorrowful expressions. I assure you, children will continue to enjoy tranquil classrooms, and the world will bask in bright sunshine. The virus I created, surely I can resolve it? Of course, the world must be saved, not only for the sake of those present, but also because the world consciousness has just ascended once more, offering terms that are impossible to refuse. Half of the control over the world, along with the ability to lock down genetic traits. The former is an authority Leon had yet to encounter, and it certainly sounded impressive at first hearing. The latter, however, is a bespoke capability tailored for him, enabling him to actively maintain the stability of his genetic composition. With this ability, his research into Kryptonian lineage will become far more manageable. Furthermore, he will have a means to proactively seal his own genes, preventing any undesired genetic leakage. This manifests in the ability to automatically lose all genetic information he wishes to keep private once blood or hair leaves his body. Such a capability is of paramount importance to Leon at present, rivaling the significance of merely enhancing his strength. To be frank, Leon was reluctant to deal with this radical world consciousness, but the offerings were too substantial to ignore. More importantly, these rewards could only be granted if Leon successfully saved the world and advanced biological evolution. Otherwise, the world consciousness would be unable to extend its gifts. It bestows rewards not based on Leon's desires, but rather on what it possesses. What do you mean? A glimmer of hope surfaced in the eyes of those present. Let us proceed inside. By the way, allow me to introduce my brother, Tony Stark, who has accompanied me this time merely to observe. Leon indicated towards the armored figure, revealing there was indeed a person within the golden red suit, rather than another Jarvis. So you're Mr. Leon's brother. It is an honor to meet you. Your sibling is truly remarkable, and I can only imagine you are exceptional as well. Immediately, the group surrounded Tony, extolling Leon's virtues. Tony, speechless, felt his lips twitch in response. This was the very thing he loathed the most. Moreover, these individuals had erred in their assumptions. They should have remarked, "So Leon is your brother. No wonder he is so extraordinary." Tony resolved to give these otherworldly natives a jolt of genius. The Raccoon City Police Department has now become the governmental edifice of the Republic of Colorado. As the leader, Jill routinely conducts her affairs here or departs from this location to eliminate the undead. In the conference room of the police station, Bud, the director of the National Virus Research Center, and Marvin, the director of the National Security Administration, sit at the lower end of the table. Meanwhile, Leon, standing at the head, feels a sense of disillusionment. To him, it has only been a few hours, yet the once junior officers and minor directors have ascended to national prominence. Although this nation has just been established, with a population of only several 100,000, most of whom are still nestled within the confines of Raccoon City, the adjustment is somewhat disconcerting. To the side, Jill is analyzing the situation, noting that the influx of zombies from other territories is continuously increasing, thereby escalating our defensive pressures. Particularly concerning are the super zombies, apart from myself and the armored suits. Currently, no one in Raccoon City possesses the capability to withstand them. Presently, the territory of the Eagle Nation encompasses over 40 countries, with nearly every state boasting a new official presence. The previous exchanges between states have suddenly transformed into international discussions, an exceedingly bizarre phenomenon. Jill turns to Leon, stating that the next course of action must be determined by him. Leon contemplates, realizing that the solution is rather straightforward. I will dismantle nuclear weapons and then eradicate the super zombies. After grasping the situation, Leon decisively asserts, miracles require bold actions. I will resolve these issues before nightfall. However, to save the world, the ordinary zombies pose the greatest challenge. Even if an appropriate antiviral serum is produced, addressing them will remain a long-term endeavor. For instance, in the nation of A3, nearly 80% of the populace has either perished or transformed into zombies. With close to 1 billion zombies, had they possessed intelligence, they would have already dominated the globe. What can ordinary people do to contend against them? This is not even considering the multitude of zombie birds, zombie rats, and zombie insects that now infest the world. To reverse the tide, there exists but one solution. Leon presses his hands on the table, contemplating the updated S-virus, which could transform every ordinary person into a superhuman. Chapter 76, Dismantling Nuclear Weapons. The meeting concludes, and Jill remains in the former Director S office to handle affairs. Marvin and the others accompany Leon on a tour of the city before heading to the underground research facility. They had previously constructed a skylight above the research center and built a new elevator that directly accesses the facility's entrance. As they descend in the elevator, Leon muses, "I fear hamburgers may become a rarity in this world. So, do you now regret coming along?" He quietly inquires. "Regret?" Tony responds with an expression of disbelief. "What does that word even mean? I'm unfamiliar with it." His large eyes are filled with sincerity. "Now that I am here, I must contribute something to this world, as if to atone for my sins." "Don't jest. Can such matters be attributed to me? I had no idea the world as consciousness would be so exhilarating." Leon retorts, "That was indeed a jest, but I truly must take action. Have you forgotten? I am Iron Man." Tony emphasizes, "Well, Iron Man, what do you wish to do here? Are you researching new armor? Examining your prototype of the S-virus? Are you jesting? Your fields of expertise lie in energy, materials, and mechanics. Am I the one who jokes? Let me pose a few biochemical inquiries to you." Leon presented several questions pertaining to avant-garde domains within biochemistry, to which Tony responded with remarkable fluency. "You managed to answer them all? When did you secretly acquire a doctorate in biology without my knowledge?" Leon expressed astonishment. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "After you mentioned studying Kryptonian genetics, I devoted a few days to it." "Just a few days? You must indeed be a genius. Did you think you were the only one who could learn rapidly?" Tony waved his hand dismissively. "The speed of learning is merely the foundation of becoming a genius." "My friend." Leon suddenly realized that Tony's pace of learning was scarcely slower than his own, despite possessing a super-intelligent brain. It was evident why Thanos had branded him as one afflicted by the curse of knowledge. Upon reaching the research facility, Tony eagerly pulled Leon into the laboratory. In their investigation of the S-virus, Tony's grasp was astonishingly swift. Often, before Leon had finished explaining a point, Tony was already conceptualizing 3 subsequent ideas. For the first time, Leon experienced the rapid comprehension akin to that of a super-intelligent mind in another. Their dialogue was a harmonious dance of experimentation, where one S inspiration ignited the other S. Their ideas spiraled upwards like a ballet of intellect. Meanwhile, Director Bud and his assistant stood by, bewildered and wide-eyed, unable to fathom the existence of such extraordinary individuals, let alone 2 of them at once. Half an hour later, a vial of orange reagent was produced, a prototype vaccine for the S-virus capable of forming antibodies to block viral infection, effective through the air, albeit at the cost of diminishing the virus's enhancement effects. Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This will suffice for now. You, take this and conduct experiments on the lab mice." Meanwhile, Leon held a vial of golden reagent, announcing the S1 virus has been successfully modified, with the mutation probability reduced to 70 while maintaining its enhancement effects. But we're still far from our ultimate goal. He retrieved a briefcase he had brought, opening it to extract the Abyss virus and a USB drive. "Tony, try to see if you can fuse the Abyss virus with the S1 virus." Leon removed his white lab coat. Further refinement of the virus demands additional reference materials. "I shall seek them out, along with a means to eliminate some nuclear warheads. You need to hasten your efforts. I fear that in a few hours, we might have a perfect version of the S-virus on this table." Tony's gaze remained fixed on the golden virus solution. Upon deeper investigation, he recognized that this particular virus could indeed be described as a ladder of biological evolution. Witnessing such a creation, Tony felt his journey was worthwhile. Furthermore, he believed that it would not be long before he would engineer the truly perfect virus. At that moment, perhaps the 2 brothers could indeed catalyze an entire world's evolution. Such a thought invigorated him with excitement. "I fervently hope so. I yearn for you to directly create the ultimate strain of the S-virus." Leon harbors no concerns regarding Tony's infection. With his unique constitution, Tony is no longer susceptible to becoming a zombie. In this world of biohazard, even the most virulent viruses can only render him more formidable. Upon departing the underground research facility, Leon soared into the sky. Accelerating in midair, he burst through the atmospheric layers within 5 seconds, floating amidst the cosmos. In the void, his sleeves billowed silently, while his extraordinary vision enveloped the globe, honing in on one super zombie after another on the surface. Judgment has descended. 2 searing beams of light, akin to divine retribution, descended from outer space to the earth below. For this arrow of Earth, they resembled the most lethal space-based weaponry from a science fiction film. The super zombies aimlessly wandering the ground were suddenly engulfed by the intense heat descending from above. Their countless trillions of cells cried out in unison, obliterated in an instant to the most primitive molecular form. The towering red columns of light plowed through the earth, as if a deity wielded chopsticks to stir the mortal realm. Wherever they passed, the world crumbled and the oceans simmered. In the lands of the A3 nation, millions of super zombies roared towards the heavens, seemingly challenging the divine punishment, only to be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The entire world began to focus on these beams of celestial condemnation, witnessing their sweep from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean and pushing through South Asia into Africa. They even carved deeper ravines beside the East African Rift. Wherever they traversed, the seas parted, as if Moses had raised his staff and the Almighty had split the waters. Once the entire world had been plowed by the 2 beams of light, the divine retribution gradually subsided. The malevolent, who had stirred up strife, found themselves plunged into despair, while the suffering refugees prostrated in prayer. In that moment, they all believed in the existence of a higher power. Yet, Leon's actions did not cease there. He eradicated tens of millions of super zombies across the globe in a mere 20 minutes. Next, nuclear warheads awaited him. With a twist of his waist, he plunged into the earth. The inhabitants of this world would not deliberately use lead to obstruct his gaze. With a sweep of his vision, all the nuclear stockpiles on Earth lay bare before him. He traversed mountains and plunged into oceans. Even fortified bases capable of withstanding nuclear explosions could not endure long before him. Moments later, enveloped in a biological force field, Leon transported thousands of nuclear warheads from the Eagle and the Polar Bear into space, pushing them to a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the atmospheric layers. Only then did he annihilate all the warheads with the beams of light. The high temperatures and pressures induced fusion, resulting in a magnificent explosion in the cosmos, with invisible penetrating radiation and electromagnetic pulses radiating outward in waves. Countless satellites bore witness to this spectacle. With his back to Earth, Leon's silhouette flickered in the blaze, as if he were a deity surveying the universe, capable of grasping all existence. Screens worldwide captured Leon's visage at that moment. This chiseled face, akin to one sculpted by divine hands, was deeply etched into the minds of countless viewers. Chapter 77. Gathering Experimental Materials, Revelry. Raccoon City. Ada Wong, Jill, and others also observed Leon's figure on the screen. He effortlessly obliterated all nuclear warheads held by both the Eagles and the Bears. Even the composed Ada felt a slight heat in her mind at this moment. Jill stared intently at the screen, a bitter smile creeping onto her face. I had thought that becoming a superhuman would have narrowed the gap between us, yet I never imagined he was this formidable. Brother Leon, you're amazing, Sherry exclaimed, raising her hands in cheer. He had saved us once again. Marvin exchanged glances with a subordinate and shrugged. You see, this is why we all call you Kennedy instead of Leon. Leon S. Kennedy shook his head in resignation. Perhaps I should adopt a nickname. Otherwise, sharing the same name as this gentleman is, to be honest, quite daunting. Inside the research facility, those witnessing the nuclear explosion erupted in jubilant cheers. Tony merely cast a glance before returning to his studies. He was most acutely aware of Leon's true prowess. Next on the agenda were the placa parasites and fungus. Leon once again dove toward Earth, vanishing from the view of all satellites. He bore no concealment, plummeting like a meteor, sparks igniting around him as he descended at high velocity, crashing heavily into a village in Spain's Wolfong Valley. Boom! A tremendous shockwave radiated out, scattering dozens of houses in the village like leaves in the wind. The earth cracked in a spiderweb pattern, collapsing swiftly. After the reverberations subsided, Leon emerged from a 10-meter deep crater, soaring toward the castle nestled deep within the village. This castle, a relic from the Middle Ages, exuded a classical and grandiose atmosphere. Leon could not help but pause to admire it for several minutes. Then, with a powerful kick, he sent the entire structure crumbling into chaos. The occupants emerged from the ruins, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, yet miraculously unharmed due to Leon's control. Who is Sadler? Leon inquired, his gaze fixed on a hooded figure wielding a staff at the back of the crowd. Osmond Sadler, the leader of the Illuminati, sought to exploit the Plaka parasites to dominate the world. All eyes in the ruined castle turned towards Sadler, whose face remained shrouded in shadow, as if plotting some nefarious scheme. Thud! He suddenly knelt down. My lord, I, Sadler, stand before you. Leon stepped over the debris to confront Sadler, hand over the controlling Plaka parasites. But the controlling ones, they're temporarily unavailable, my lord. Please grant me a little time. Sadler's body quivered slightly. No, surely there are some readily available? With a swift motion, Leon crushed Sadler's skull beneath his foot, searing his body with a heat ray. Moments later, a parasite crawled out. I detest being lied to. He collected the parasite and surveyed the surroundings. Destroy all parasites within 3 days. Otherwise, it will be you who faces obliteration. Dust rose as Leon vanished silently, contrasting starkly with his earlier grand entrance. After a brief period of silence, the sound of kneeling filled the air. Minutes later, Leon suddenly appeared in a village in Romania. With unparalleled speed, augmented by a biological force field, his movements seemed akin to teleportation, just as they had in the previous location. Surrounding the village lies a realm of fortresses, with Leon hovering above the heart of this citadel. He surveyed the vicinity, pinpointing the lair of the fungal sovereign, and plunged into its depths. The robust mountainside yielded effortlessly, akin to tofu. Before Leon emerged a colossal mass of fungal conglomerate, the very embodiment of the sovereign. Its form resembled that of an infant, adorned in hues of delicate pink, pulsating as though it were alive. Leon could even discern the vibrant rhythm of life within, as billions of mycelium transported nutrients to sustain it. This, indeed, was the third evolutionary key of the biohazard, the fungus. Leon brandished a syringe, piercing the sovereign's mass, extracting a full vial of mycelium. After securing the test tube, he unleashed a searing gaze, incinerating the vast entity within moments. A piercing wail erupted from outside the cave. Who has destroyed the sovereign? The instant the sovereign was reduced to ash, the cave reverberated with frantic cries, reminiscent of a young girl severing her internet connection. One moment of silence, followed by an uproar. Unfazed, Leon shattered the cave's dome with a single blow and ascended into the sky, continuing his obliteration of the mycelium. How dare you? Cease this at once. The voice of Miranda, the first infected by the fungus and the rightful sovereign of this territory, approached rapidly, accompanied by a dark throng of individuals, men and women alike, some resembling humans, others grotesquely transformed. All were infected by the E-fungus. Leon's objective was the annihilation of the fungus, and the arrival of these individuals played directly into his hands. According to the trajectory of the biohazard narrative, the fungus could potentially evolve into an apocalyptic threat. Since he was already present, Leon resolved to eradicate this menace, fulfilling the world's consciousness's prior mission to save humanity. He soared higher, exerting his full strength to unleash a chilling breath. Within moments, the entire village was encased in a colossal block of ice. Even the surrounding lakes were not spared. Each facet of the enormous ice structure sparkled with clarity. Leon could even observe Miranda's visage, frozen in a moment of grotesque fury within the icy depths. I recall this individual has lived for over a century. The fungus indeed possesses unique qualities. He approached the edge of the ice block, exerting force to lift the massive structure, spanning over 3 kilometers in radius and exceeding 200 meters in height, and ascended into space. Soon, satellites from various nations captured Leon's silhouette once more, though this time, the onlookers were even more bewildered. Where had this divine being procured such a block of ice? Complete with dwellings, flora, and fauna? Was he conjuring a spectacle? Witnessing Leon cast the ice into the void of space, he then struck it with a mighty blow. Instantly, countless ice crystals, no larger than 1 millimeter in diameter, dispersed like silvery fireworks blooming in the night sky. The spectators could not help but marvel at this cosmic wonder, exclaiming how beautiful it was. Meanwhile, Jill led the chorus of gratitude, tears of joy welling in her eyes as she saluted and embraced. The hall erupted with applause, cheers, and even the sounds of joyous weeping, enveloping the atmosphere with an overwhelming sense of relief and celebration. A myriad of emotions enveloped him, akin to the relentless ebb and flow of ocean tides. Fireworks erupted around Leon, while colorful confetti cascaded like a waterfall. Champagne flowed as Kennedy, with his thumb pressed firmly on the bottle's neck, vigorously shook it and jubilantly released a fountain of sparkling wine. They were all acutely aware of the momentous event that had just transpired, recognizing that their savior stood before them. they had witnessed on the screen. This man annihilate the super zombies with thermal rays and detonate a nuclear bomb. Undoubtedly, today was the most joyous day they had experienced in the past month. A throng surrounded Leon. Both girls and boys eagerly pressed kisses to his cheeks, proudly flaunting their affection to one another. They all saw a glimmer of hope. The once insurmountable super zombies and the enigmatic nuclear bomb had been effortlessly resolved by Leon in less than half an hour. It was as if the apocalypse before this man was merely a boisterous game of make-believe. In that moment, Leon's name had unequivocally become synonymous with the future. Men hoisted Leon into the air, their faces radiating joy, as if they were tossing their beloveds at a wedding celebration. Women pushed Leon onto the podium, yearning for him to utter a few words. Even a single sentence would suffice. Tonight, they would undoubtedly dream of encountering this dashing savior. Leon, however, was somewhat indifferent to such occasions. They reminded him of the numerous soirees he had attended as a child, draped around Tony's neck. Those were hardly cherished memories, as he had always remained a mere spectator. Yet, the hopeful gazes of the crowd compelled Leon to realize that he ought to say something. Clearing his throat, he surveyed the suddenly hushed hall, contemplated for a moment, and sang a rendition of the international anthem in Chinese. As the final note faded, some erupted in jubilant cheers, while others wept profusely. However, they shared a singular sentiment, all rushing toward the podium in a frenzied attempt to embrace Leon once more. The revelry of that moment persisted until nightfall. He twirled with a girl on his arm, danced with a beautiful woman while savoring Bordeaux. The joy that had eluded him for a month suddenly descended upon him. That night, Leon felt somewhat dazed. Alcohol did not cloud his mind, but the multitude of intoxicated faces pressing against him rendered thought impossible, leading to a series of peculiar occurrences. When the dawn broke and he found Ada and Jill beside him, still reeking of alcohol and deep in slumber, he finally grasped the source of his bewilderment. After adjusting the bedding, Leon opted to leave the room first. He showered at the police station to cleanse the remnants of blood from his body, then donned a casual outfit before meandering into the underground research facility. Of course, Tony was not present. The last glimpse Leon had of him the previous night was as he disappeared around a corner with two voluptuous women. It was likely that Tony would not awaken until well past noon. The research facility, too, was devoid of any other presence. The revelry from the previous day had likely compelled this newly established nation to pause momentarily. Thus, Leon resolved to embark on his research alone. He commanded Jarvis to open Tony's research records from yesterday. Initially, he intended to take over Tony's findings and continue the research. To his astonishment, he discovered that Tony had remarkably reduced the mutation rate of the S virus to a mere 5%. This was, in essence, akin to a genuine evolutionary agent. However, even for Tony, such progress seemed almost fantastical. Leon settled down to meticulously peruse the electronic records. It turned out that Tony had encountered a roadblock midway through his experiments. Subsequent attempts to integrate the despair virus had proven futile. Ultimately, it was a stroke of inspiration that led him to use his own blood as a medium, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the experiments. One must acknowledge that the constitution bestowed by the world's consciousness was indeed a versatile material in the realm of viral fusion. Through analyzing the alterations that occurred when a virus integrated with his blood, Tony successfully fused the despair virus with the S virus, lowering the mutation probability to 5%. He named this newly synthesized virus the S2 evolutionary virus, in accordance with Leon's naming conventions. However, the subsequent research did not progress as smoothly. Even though Tony had found the right path, the mutation rate of the virus could not be further diminished. At the bottom of the research records, Tony penned a concluding remark. The inherent characteristics of a virus are contagion and mutation. To achieve complete safety in evolution, we must seek new mediums beyond viruses. Leon pondered over Tony's message, contemplating the potential for new mediums such as fungi or parasites. No, those would not suffice. They are unstable entities, and something else must be sought. Yet, among the substances he had encountered, nothing seemed to hold the potential to enhance the human body. As Leon's gaze swept over the serum on the table, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Wait, the super soldier serum. Yes, that's it. He excitedly slapped the table and stood up. Jarvis, do you have any archived information on the super soldier serum? Perhaps some partial formulas? Splendid. That's exactly what we need. Eagerly, Leon activated his transdimensional abilities, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear moments later. He inserted a USB drive into the computer, and a wealth of super soldier data flooded the screen. It appeared that failure was no longer an option. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Time swiftly passed until noon. A bleary-eyed Tony arrived at the laboratory. He had intended to tease Leon, but upon seeing Leon's research direction, he could not remain still for a moment. Immediately, he donned his research attire with fervor and joined the effort. Unbeknownst to them, 6 hours slipped by. In the laboratory, as the intricate machinery emitted a prompt, a golden solution was drawn into a transparent syringe. Both Leon and Tony wore expressions of awe. "Behold, how magnificent it is!" Tony extended his arms like a blossoming flower, showcasing the syringe. "We have truly accomplished this. At this moment, we are nothing short of Prometheus, Leon." Leon echoed. "It has the potential to elevate any organism in the world to a new echelon, creating a new species. It is no exaggeration to liken it to the spark of fire held by Zeus. It is indeed remarkable." He approached the apparatus and seized the syringe. S-virus, E-fungus, placa-parasite, and the despair virus. "We have drawn inspiration from the transformation methods of the super soldier serum, amalgamating the mutation factors and evolutionary components of these 4 evolutionary keys into a singular form. The new reagent possesses no infectious properties, nor does it yield any side effects. It is merely a ladder of evolution. Upon injection, not only will strength, physique, speed, and intellect undergo comprehensive super enhancement, but the individual will also gain immunity to viruses, super regeneration, limb extension, microbial control, bloodline parasitism and manipulation, as well as the ability to withstand temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. It is quite challenging to find a second word that aptly describes it besides perfection. Thus, how should we name this serum? How about SS-type enhanced serum, considering it is derived from the S virus? After meticulously outlining the characteristics of the new serum, Lion made his suggestion. Tony found the name mediocre. It lacked originality. Given its immense capabilities, how about calling it the Super Soldier Mega Serum? We have certainly surpassed that old coot Howard. That is not impressive. I should have held any hopes for your naming skills. It's decided then. It shall be named SS-type enhanced serum. Lion thought Tony's suggestion was utterly uninspired. Your suggestion isn't any better. It reeks of a cheap industrial mass production style. Tony immediately retorted. But suit yourself. After all, it is your serum. And don't tell me you genuinely intend to disseminate this serum across every region of the earth. Tony frowned. That would inevitably incite more crises, more conflicts and contradictions. You must be aware of that. Of course, that is out of the question. Lion produced 2 syringes. Have you forgotten our previous research findings? He placed 3 vials on the table and elaborated. Behold these. This is the SS1 type enhanced serum, which solely integrates the characteristics of the S virus. To its right is the SS2 type, which incorporates the traits of the despair virus based on the SS1 type. Lastly, we have the flawless SS3 type that we have just synthesized. I have long envisioned disseminating the SS1 type globally, administering the SS2 type solely to trusted individuals, and reserving the SS3 type for you. Lion patted Tony on the shoulder. After all, the first 2 serums can be synthesized directly, but the SS3 type must contain your blood. This serum is destined to be uniquely yours. Wow, to be honest, your words nearly bring me to tears, Tony exclaimed, tilting his head back dramatically. If you hadn't drained me of 400 cubic centimeters of blood in one go earlier, I would definitely be crying. Let us not dwell on that. It was necessary for the experiment. Come, I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food to replenish your blood. Lion wrapped an arm around Tony's shoulder. Delicious? Are you referring to that gloppy cereal in this apocalyptic city? Tony was not complimentary about the cuisine in Raccoon City. You're talking about an apocalypse. What do you expect? Lion was about to respond when an unexpected wave of energy surged forth. His expression gradually shifted to one of concern. Chapter 79. The Wings Increase. What has happened? Why does it suddenly feel like we are encountering a ghost? Tony halted, his expression a mixture of astonishment and realization. He recalled how Leon had appeared in the woods yesterday. Ah, I see. Is the world consciousness returning? Leon was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he nodded with a peculiar expression. Its meaning is quite intricate, but essentially, it suggests that the SS serum is inadequate. It desires the previous type of infectious evolutionary agent. What? Is it out of its mind to utter such words? Well, it doesn't possess a brain. Tony exclaimed. He felt puzzled. Then why not utilize the SS serum? Because the SS serum is too stable, lacking the potential for further evolution. Leon was utterly speechless. It seeks something relatively stable, yet capable of evolution or, shall we say, continued mutation. Tony placed his hands on his hips. What an intriguing notion. It wishes to evolve indefinitely. It sounds reminiscent of the advice Obadiah once offered me. Did he also provide you with exceedingly complex suggestions? Something akin to the colorful black? Almost, so I tend to disregard him and follow my own instincts instead. Now the mystery is solved. It's no wonder he wants to eliminate you. Perhaps, but I could never create a rifle that simultaneously provides heating, cooling, and navigation. As he suggested, such bizarre ideas. Indeed, all parties around the world are peculiar. He harbored no thoughts of rejecting the world consciousness's demands. After all, should any issues arise in the future, might not the world consciousness seek him out again? If that were to happen, it would be unreasonable not to grant him some authority. By then, who truly embodies the world consciousness might become uncertain. Leon mused, contemplating that if he were to master the biochemical realm, extracting the world consciousness to accompany Jarvis would be quite commendable. 5 minutes later, the final form of the S virus, with an infection mutation rate of only 1 in 1,000, was successfully birthed. It bore almost no distinction from the initial prototype, perfectly aligning with the requirements for the evolution of global organisms. Upon the synthesis of the new virus, the world consciousness indeed expressed satisfaction. It conveyed a jubilant emotion, urging Leon to expedite the dissemination of this virus, reminiscent of a contented country dog wagging its tail joyfully. All right, let me take Tony out for a meal first. Then I'll find someone to experiment with the virus. Leon assured repeatedly, then shrugged at Tony as they headed toward the elevator of the research institute. The revelry from the previous day had evidently caused most individuals to neglect their duties. The institute remained devoid of personnel until Leon and Tony departed. Likewise, the police station housed only a few patrolling officers. Along the way, Leon lamented that such a lax official institution would struggle to manage a country effectively. It was only upon encountering Jill that Leon learned she, the president, had deliberately granted everyone a day off. This revelation compelled Leon to reassess his views, marveling at the efficiency of this new administration. However, when he met Jill, the striking beauty appeared somewhat discontent. In the former police chief's office, Jill, what troubles you?" Leon inquired, observing Jill's unwelcoming demeanor. "Shouldn't it be me asking you what's wrong?" With his right hand on his hip, Gil engaged in such ludicrous behavior, yet left both me and Ada behind, disappearing for an entire day. "I thought you had fled in fear of your crimes." "The term fleeing in fear of one's crimes pertains to criminals and should not be misused," Leon corrected. "Last night, it was clearly you two who drank excessively, squabbling and then deciding to be together. You cannot blame me for that. In truth, that was not drunkenness. You were merely tipsy." Seizing the opportunity presented by alcohol to indulge in mischief, he added. Gil's face flushed, and he averted his gaze. "Even so, you cannot abandon us both." "I did not abandon you. I tucked in the corners when I left." Leon picked up a paper cup and filled it with water. "I was merely conducting experiments with Tony at the lab." "You did not inform me of the holiday today. I found it peculiar that there were so few people around." He drained the cup and glanced towards the door. "By the way, Ada, why are you lingering behind the door?" The main entrance creaked open. "Naturally, I was waiting for you to invite me in." Ada stepped inside, her steps slightly unsteady. Her constitution is nowhere near Gil's. She requires time to recover after her injuries. "After all, I wouldn't want to interrupt a private conversation between my boss and a rival," Ada remarked. Upon hearing the word rival, Gil narrowed his eyes. "Shouldn't you pretend not to hear and turn to leave?" "Oh, is that so? I thought Miss President and I would be on the same side." Ada leaned in to sniff Leon. "After all, compared to us two neophytes, someone's skills could be described as unparalleled." "Huh?" Gil paused, shifting his gaze to Leon, realizing Ada had a point. "No wonder it felt so challenging back then. Could it be you have other—" Cough, cough. Leon cleared his throat, urging them to cease their bickering. "One is a president, the other the head of intelligence. At such a critical juncture, how can they afford to quarrel?" Both fell silent, recognizing his talent for redirecting conflict. Leon then opened his arms. "Therefore, I believe as colleagues, we need to engage in a heart-to-heart discussion. What issues cannot be resolved through communication? If any exist, it must be due to insufficient dialogue." "What communication?" "You let me finish my previous statement." Truly impatient, not waiting for me." Ada shook her head and followed along. Another morning dawned, and Leon awoke in his familiar bed. He gathered his spirits, roused the two little sprites beside him, engaged in a morning workout, and then they all tidied up and departed together. In the police station's main hall, a stark contrast to yesterday's emptiness. Today it bustled with officials coming and going. Tony was seated at a table, dining, his eyes bearing dark circles, his complexion pale, resembling someone in poor health. Leon approached, taking a piece of baguette and stuffing it into his mouth. The taste was indescribable, yet he chewed and swallowed it nonetheless. "Tony, were you up to no good again last night with the big waves? Look at yourself, immersed in those things all day. Do you still resemble a scientist?" Leon immediately took the moral high ground. If you continue down this path, can you truly face Pepper? Tony raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had forgotten to pay her this month. Just days ago, he had gifted her strawberries. After all, she wasn't even his girlfriend yet. How could he feel guilty toward her? Pepper was allergic to strawberries, Tony. Leon's expression grew serious. Tony nodded, munching on a baguette with milk, indeed. Hence she scolded me earnestly upon receiving the gift. You deserved it, Leon remarked as he observed Tony enjoying his meal, unable to resist taking a bite of the baguette himself, which was still rather unappetizing. And what about you? Did you think I was unaware of your whereabouts after the gathering in the past 2 days? Tony playfully nudged Leon. How will you face that agent's sister in your fortress? She is my subordinate. Thank you very much, Leon replied, pouring half of Tony's milk into his paper cup. Oh, a subordinate, is it? Tony nodded, raising his milk and winking. Let us raise a toast to the subordinate. Fine, I'll toast your big waves too. Leon clinked his cup and finished the milk. However, I must remind you, during prolonged and intense operations, one must first take care of their health. Leon patted Tony's arm and stood up. We are not quite the same. If it weren't for the blood draw yesterday, I would be perfectly fine. Tony attempted to defend himself. That is precisely the difference. Had I undergone a blood draw, I would still be as lively as ever. Hey, health is indeed remarkable. Tony rolled his eyes at Leon's retreating figure. After a moment of silence, he bit into the baguette and suddenly rose, heading towards the lab. No, I must hasten to complete the live specimen experiment and inject the serum. This is a different world. I cannot allow this guy to act so arrogantly alone. Chapter 80, Universal Enhancement. October 31st, afternoon. Raccoon City Police Department conference room. Are you saying that the virus, which is only a 1 in 1,000 chance of mutation post-infection, has already been successfully researched by you? Jill rose in disbelief. Are you serious, Leon? Not just her. Everyone in the conference room stood up, their expressions a mix of surprise and apprehension directed towards Leon and Tony at the head of the table. The virus that had stumped scientists globally was conquered by this duo in a mere 2 days. Now, even if someone were to proclaim Stark as a deity, they would likely believe it. There is no need for such excitement, everyone. I understand that you must be thinking, wow, has God played a prank on me this morning? Tony pushed Leon aside and took center stage. But this is the truth. In the name of Iron Man, assure you, the apocalypse ends today. Starting from this very moment, he exaggeratedly spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. Ahem, should you all be doing something now? Tony struck a pose for a few seconds, awkwardly gesturing with his fingers, for instance, cheering, shouting, and celebrating. The crowd in the conference room finally snapped out of their daze, shouting in fulfillment of Tony's wishes, surging forward to hoist him into the air. Repeatedly chanting Iron Man, Leon quietly retreated to the corner, watching helplessly as his brother was tossed up and down, beaming with joy and calling for them to lift him even higher. Your brother has quite a different style than you, Ada Wong remarked from the side. That is just how he is. He has a strong desire for attention, Leon replied. I did not mean that. Did you not realize your tendency for attention-seeking is quite pronounced? Ada could not suppress a chuckle. What I meant is that he is more flamboyant, while you prefer to remain understated, only to reveal your prowess when least expected. Leon raised an eyebrow. I appreciate your assistance in pinpointing the commonality between us brothers. No need for thanks, Ada teased, playfully hooking her pinky around Leon's palm. We shall revel again today, at the usual place. Leon responded promptly, very well, boss. Ada winked. However, the much-anticipated revelry that Tony had longed for ultimately did not transpire. In the face of apocalyptic circumstances, resources and time were too precious to squander. Moreover, with the news of a successful development of a new virus, no one was inclined to relax at this critical juncture. Everyone brimmed with determination, their hopes ablaze, eager to administer the new virus and venture beyond the city to reclaim lost territory. The first batch of volunteers for the experiment was filled instantaneously. When queried, not a soul in the conference room hesitated for even a moment. They feared not for their lives within the laboratory. Rather, they dreaded unsatisfactory results. The public servants enlisted by Jill were indeed warriors, ready to sacrifice for a greater cause. The order for the experiment was ultimately determined by lottery. Leon S. Kennedy, the newly appointed officer who had just received the illustrious moniker Triple Light from the Savior at the gathering 2 days prior, was fortunate enough to be placed first in line. Half an hour later, before a sealed laboratory in an underground research facility, dozens of individuals fixated on Kennedy, who was bound to the testing table, his body adorned with tubes delivering nutrient solutions, as Leon, clad in protective gear, prepared to administer the final form of the S virus. As the golden virus solution was injected into Kennedy's body, the volunteers waiting outside clenched their fists, urging triple light. Hang in there. You can do it. Triple light. To be bestowed such a title by Mr. Leon, you must not fail. Kennedy had timidly requested Leon to grant him a nickname at the party 2 days ago. After careful consideration, Leon declared that Kennedy embodied brilliance, sunlight, and radiance, warranting the name Triple Light. Thus, the nickname was established, and since the gathering, Kennedy had proudly referred to himself as Triple Light Kennedy. This moniker had also evoked envy among his colleagues at the precinct. Now, each day upon seeing Kennedy, they would affectionately drape their arms around his neck, teasing him good-naturedly. In the laboratory, after a brief moment of tranquility post-injection, Kennedy suddenly exhibited bulging veins, his muscles swelling as he unleashed a harrowing scream. Despite the iron shackles binding him, he strained to lift his torso, nearly breaking free. For 7 agonizing minutes, Kennedy's cries echoed, while those outside the laboratory anxiously awaited. Once Kennedy had calmed, Leon used his enhanced vision to assess him thoroughly before physically examining his bones and muscles. All is well. The experiment is successful, the virus enhancement is smooth, and there are no signs of mutation. Next, Leon concluded, then hoisted the considerably heavier Kennedy and placed him onto a cot outside the laboratory. At that moment, the crowd could not contain their excitement and erupted into cheers and shouts. The subsequent experiment proceeded with much greater ease. Armed with the lessons learned from the 3-Light Kennedy incident, everyone was mentally prepared. Soon, Marvin, Elliot the Rotund One, and Carlos each received the final version of the S-virus injection. Remarkably, all enhancements were successful and not a single individual exhibited any mutations. In an effort to enhance efficiency, they joined Leon in his work, assisting with the virus injections. As night fell, all personnel in the Provisional Government of the Republic of Colorado had completed their virus injections. Among the over 1,700 individuals, only one experienced an infection mutation. However, after receiving the antiviral serum, he recovered. For this unfortunate soul, Leon could only wish him luck, as those who escaped mutation through the serum had developed antibodies and would be unable to undergo a second enhancement. Thus, in this era of global evolution, these individuals were destined to become the castaways of their time. If a culprit were to be identified, it would be the world consciousness that they would curse. All individuals who underwent the virus enhancement were placed under isolation for observation at the Research Institute. The serum administered to the 3 was the SS2 type, which incorporated the characteristics of the dire virus. Following the injection, all 3 exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities. Aside from the still-growing Sherry, Jill and Ada transformed into superhumans with strength exceeding 40 tons and speeds approaching the sound barrier. However, Leon was astonished to find that upon hearing the world consciousness's stance on the evolution serum, they expressed understanding. They surprisingly believed that the potential for the world to continue evolving should not be stifled. This prompted Leon to reflect on whether he had misjudged the world consciousness. Perhaps it wasn't as radical as he had perceived. In the following days, after the Stark brothers observed and confirmed that all successfully enhanced individuals displayed no abnormal symptoms, Jill's provisional government began to disseminate the final version of the S-virus throughout the city. Those willing to undergo virus enhancement would receive a comprehensive suite of services from the government. It was evident that the populace had great trust in this provisional authority. Once the announcement was made, the registration site became a throng of eager participants. Some even hailed Jill as the goddess of victory, proclaiming their willingness to do anything for her. Over the past month, Jill had consistently led the charge, shielding everyone from the lethal assaults of the super zombies. In this nation, she had become the embodiment of the people's aspirations. Meanwhile, amidst the fervent efforts of virus enhancement in Raccoon City, Leon and Tony completed the injection experiment of the SS3 serum. Chapter 81, Dawn of the Apocalypse. In the underground laboratory, although the mouse experiments proceeded smoothly and Jarvis calculated the probability of an accident to be less than 1 in 10,000, and all your clones were successfully enhanced. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Tony, this endeavor carries risks. You must contemplate it carefully. Leon reiterated the potential dangers of injecting the SS3 enhancement serum to Tony. In order to ensure minimal risk, he had previously sought the cloning technology of Umbrella Corporation to conduct cloning experiments. Only an hour ago, 10 unconscious clones of Tony had successfully undergone enhancement and were subsequently destroyed. It was only then that he consented to Tony's true self taking the stage. All right, I am certain, I am absolutely certain. Tony lay on the experimental platform, fastening a metallic ring and a waist restraint around himself. You know, you're like a second Pepper now. No, Pepper would never clone 10 of me only to eliminate each one. Tony gestured towards the instruments nearby. In any case, I've never seen such a cautious Leon. Where has that decisive, brave boy gone? He is not one to tremble at the sight of his brother lying on the experimental table. This is something I have resolved to do. It is imperative that I pursue this. I too have my own aspirations, Leon. So let us begin. Leaning against the cold surface of the table, Tony took a deep breath, urging himself to abandon any lingering hesitation. Leon gazed intently at Tony, nodding as he operated the machinery to inject the SS3 enhancement serum into Tony's body. The serum took effect remarkably quickly. The syringe barely emptied before the previously resolute Tony began to scream in agony. Leon suppressed his compassion and signaled Jarvis to record the scene, documenting Tony's suffering. Should the enhancement succeed, it would serve as incriminating evidence, but failure was not an option. The SS3 serum contained an abundance of evolutionary factors. An enhancement process would take considerably longer than that of the final S virus variant. Leon watched as Tony's body flushed crimson, scorched by an extreme body temperature. Then, as the charred exterior crumbled away, it revealed a Tony with skin as fresh as a newborn. The wound on his chest healed completely during this transformation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Beneath Tony's skin, blood surged like a torrent. His bones cracked and popped, expanding and contracting into a flawless structure. Each muscle swelled as if inflated, then gradually tightened into the most suitable form. Every sinew and contour of muscle became exquisite, rendering his streamlined physique second only to Leon's. He even grew 10 centimeters taller. This was dire. This old fellow would now possess an even greater advantage in his nefarious endeavors. Leon harbored grave doubts that Tony's resolute desire to inject the serum stemmed from an intention to grow stronger for wicked purposes. The enhancement continued for 2 hours. Upon completion, Tony shattered the metallic restraints, leaping from the experimental table and heading straight for the cafeteria. An hour later, after consuming enough food for 10 people, Tony, with Leon's assistance, tested his physical capabilities. His single-arm strength measured at 113 tons, and his sprinting speed reached an astonishing 423 meters per second. I believe you can abandon the Iron Man suit, Leon quipped, holding the experimental records. Most importantly, you can manipulate E. coli, generate flames from your flesh, or allow your bodily tissues to grow and sprout tendrils. You can even control others with your own blood. Leon slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Honestly, your abilities make you seem like a supervillain." "Damn you," Tony retorted with a laugh, with one hand ablaze and the other commanding a writhing mass of mold. His eyes sparkled with a vibrant brilliance. "Indeed, this is the ladder of human evolution, Leon. Are you certain you do not wish to inject?" Leon shook his head, stating, "The path of the superhuman is inherently invincible. Why then, must I resort to serums for assistance? Speak plainly. This serum is of no use to me. Rather, it would guide my body toward an unknown evolutionary trajectory." Leon shrugged, for instance, transforming into a tentacled creature. After all, the SS3 serum is crafted upon the foundation of complete human genetics, fundamentally enabling only human evolution. However, I have not left empty-handed. This experience will undoubtedly simplify future research into Kryptonian bloodlines. Then you must certainly invite me to collaborate. I would not wish to awaken the following day to find you became Doomsday, Tony remarked. Rest assured, I shall summon you when we traverse into the DC universe. You intend to remain and assist them in vanquishing the zombies, correct? Tony patted Mark IV. I too shall remain. How could the salvation of the world occur without my presence? I am Iron Man. Iron Man? It would be more fitting to call you Muscle Man, Leon quipped, noting Tony had been shirtless since earlier, clearly pleased with the physique sculpted by the serum. Tony laughed heartily, striking a pose to showcase his chest muscles. My physique now rivals yours, Leon. Fear not. I shall not forget Pepper, even if you do. Leon tossed a shirt to Tony. Let us be on our way. Muscle Man, the hour is late, and I have matters to attend to. It is Iron Man. Just wait. I will apply biotechnology to my armor and leave your supermark far behind, Tony declared defiantly. Then you shall see. The Mark suits have no limits. Very well. I await your new armor. Leon waved farewell and departed. Soon, half a month had elapsed. The refugees of Raccoon City had largely completed their enhancement with the S-virus, transforming into individuals with strength exceeding 5 tons. Consequently, Jill commenced the formation of a battalion, preparing to advance toward newly established states in other regions to reclaim lost territories. During this period, Leon produced the final version of the S-virus in bulk, distributing it randomly to the major survivor bases across different regions, with the Rabbit Nation receiving the largest share. By now, they had fully reclaimed their border and even begun traversing the Himalayan mountains to assist the entirely beleaguered nation of India. Additionally, each day, Leon would cleanse the world of zombies or bask in sunlight and space. Ada and Jill, after undergoing SS2 serum enhancement, experienced transformative changes, now embodying a fusion of a vice and a furnace. This evoked a profoundly unique sensation within Leon. As for Tony, he charged into battle with the main forces during the day, his firepower shining brightest on the battlefield. When confronted with super zombies, he would shed his armor, revealing himself as the mightiest combatant. Yet, the process of his modifications remained shrouded in secrecy. Leon did not pry deliberately and was unaware of the extent of Tony's advancements. Regardless, they were thrust into a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse. At long last, the dawn of hope has emerged. The name Lion begins to resonate across various corners of the globe. Yet, this harbinger of hope is not referred to as a savior. Instead, he is reverently called the God of humanity. Chapter 82, The End of Days. Time amidst the flames of war flows swiftly. 5 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The world of the biohazard crisis has undergone cataclysmic transformations within this brief span. On November 15th, Jill led her forces to reclaim the entirety of Colorado, eradicating the zombies within its borders. By November 30th, Jill's army successfully reclaimed 4 states south of Colorado, including Texas, witnessing a surge in the number of virus-enhanced new humans to the million level. On December 25th, the remnants of the old regime and its 7 controlled states fell under Jill's command, with the number of new humans soaring to 10 million. The following day, December 26th, the entirety of the Eagle Nation was unified under one banner. On January 1st, 1999, the Republic of Seville, also known as the Survivors' Republic, was established, transitioning into a republic with Raccoon City as its capital. Lion was hailed as the father of the nation and appointed the first chairman. On January 2nd, Lion resigned from Parliament, and the second chairman, Jill Valentine, took office. By January 31st, all of North America was under the governance of the Republic of Seville. All remnants of the Umbrella Corporation, the HCF organization, and various family-run groups were systematically eradicated by the new human warriors. Among them, the Umbrella Corporation's leader, Weskier, was famously punched into a wall by Jill, unable to extricate himself thereafter. On February 26th, the vast majority of the world saw a complete eradication of zombies, with a population of new humans surpassing 300 million. Lion spearheaded the formation of an international coalition among the remaining forces of the world. Subsequently, all of the Americas fell under the governance of the Republic of Seville, while Asia, Australia, and Africa were overseen by the Rabbit Nation, which still boasted a population nearing 1 billion. The remaining several million inhabitants of nations like the White Bear and the Gallic Rooster co-governed Europe. The future international coalition would be tasked with mediating conflicts among the 3 major powers and, if necessary, fostering global ethnic integration. Lion would serve as the chairman, with Jill and Mr. Joe from the Rabbit Nation as vice chairman. Thus, the lengthy saga of the apocalypse drew to a close, celebrating the birth of a new world and a new humanity, heralding the arrival of the God of humanity to save the world from its demise and promote unity across the globe. On March 30th, the joint forces of new humans dispatched by the International Coalition successfully eradicated all remaining infected zones on Earth. Even the secret underwater laboratories established by Umbrella and those in Antarctica were breached, with their zombies and facilities destroyed in a humanitarian effort. The following day, Lion finally received the promised reward from the collective consciousness of the world. Suspended between the earth and the sun, golden rays enveloped him, invigorating every cell in his being. After basking in the sun for 5 months, his one-arm strength had escalated to over 1.7 million tons, steadily approaching its limits. Now, as he basks in the sunlight, the pace of his strength's growth has considerably slowed. In a fleeting moment, an imperceptible wave suddenly descends. The consciousness of the world intertwines with Lion's brainwaves, conveying emotions of joy and gratitude, while simultaneously transferring half of its authority to him. Lion experiences an indescribable essence swiftly merging into his being. Instantly, the world, as he perceives it, transforms. It is no longer merely the sunlight, air, and dew seen by mortal eyes, nor is it the microscopic realm revealed by enhanced vision. Instead, he perceives a kaleidoscope of colors: red, azure, black, white, an amalgamation of airflow and luminous points. He senses his power soaring infinitely, as if he possesses a fulcrum that amplifies his efforts 100-fold or 1,000-fold. With a mere flick of his fingers in the cosmic void, he conjures towering waves of 100 meters upon the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Furthermore, he discovers he can expend his life force, or something akin to lifespan, to alter the fate of any individual in this world, or even fabricate entities that do not exist. This mirrors the enhancements previously bestowed upon him by the world's consciousness, as well as the unique constitution integrated within Tony. Such gifts are derived from the very essence of the world's consciousness, thus explaining why it was unable to offer anything of significant value before. Those precious gifts were akin to flesh torn from its own being. Lion comprehends the essence of authority. It serves as a fulcrum capable of shifting the entire world, an embodiment of dominion over a realm. He surveys the cosmos. His limited supervision, now augmented by authority, expands boundlessly. He glimpses beyond the solar system, uncovering the truths of the world of biohazard. Countless streams of information flow effortlessly into his eyes, penetrating his mind, as though he were destined to possess such knowledge. Thus it is revealed. This world is but the size of 10 solar systems, a minuscule realm akin to grains of sand along the Ganges. The themes of this world revolve around evolution, mutation, and survival. When these three concepts cease to extend, the world faces annihilation. No wonder the world consciousness is relentless in its pursuit of evolution. Now, all becomes clear. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Soon, the world's consciousness bestows another gift, the ability to lock one's own genes. This ability manifests as a luminous point, seamlessly integrating into Lion's body, automatically becoming his innate skill. Thankfully, the final variant of the S-virus has evolved humanity globally, facilitating the elevation of the world's consciousness. Otherwise, it would have been unable to confer this last gift. This ability can be activated at will or established as a permanent state. Lion experiments by plucking a hair, applying his authority to his supervision, and discovers that the DNA strands in the hair follicle have reverted entirely to their appearance prior to his 18th year, devoid of any trace of Kryptonian influence. Truly an admirable ability. Lion smiles in satisfaction and communicates telepathically. I have received your rewards. Our collaboration has been delightful. Do remember to seek my assistance again in the future. The world's consciousness, oblivious to the treachery of human hearts, perceives Lion as quite agreeable and immediately transmits feelings of joy and reassurance. Then, it departed automatically, fading away like an invisible tide, dispersing to every corner of the world. It had seized all the benefits it could, fought the necessary battles, and accomplished the mission of saving Tony beyond expectations. Leon hovered beyond the Earth, silently observing the azure planet. It was time to depart. He appeared in Raccoon City as if he had teleported. Now, endowed with authority in this world, his power had reached the pinnacle of divine status, akin to that of a true deity. Leon swiftly located Ada and Jill to convey his intention to leave. Both were filled with reluctance, yet they could not abandon everything in their native world at this moment. Especially Jill, who now bore the mantle of chairperson. Shouldering the responsibility for the survival of millions, she could not simply walk away. Wait for me, Leon. Once this nation returns to peace, I will leave with you. Jill spoke earnestly. I'll accompany her. She cannot manage such a vast place alone. Ada interjected, crossing her arms. However, before you go, you must ensure that certain matters are handled adequately. Leon had already informed the two about his capabilities, suggesting that Sherry should accompany him as well, for it would be inconvenient for anyone there to care for her. You may say whatever you wish, but first, let us complete the tasks at hand, Ada insisted, gripping Leon's collar. You owe me quite a bit in wages. The following morning, Leon approached Tony to express his intention to leave. He had not only become a celebrated hero, but the name Iron Man was known far and wide. Additionally, he had made remarkable strides in the development of the armored suit. Yet, he remained reticent about the specifics, fervently promising to astonish Leon. Upon hearing of Leon's departure, Tony felt a tinge of sorrow. He had formed bonds with the fans of this world. As soon as he stepped outside, the adoring gazes of young fans like Bud and Elliot filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He longed for Pepper and the comfort of his large bed at home. Then let us proceed. Destroy the necessary documents and bid farewell to everyone, he decided, to prevent a recurrence of the crisis experienced a few months prior. Leon incinerated all the products and records from their experiments with intense rays. Afterwards, the two bid farewell to their friends one by one. In the central square of Raccoon City, where statues of Leon, Jill, and Tony stood, the two waved to the tearful crowd. They stood on either side, holding the bouncing Sherry Birkin, before vanishing into the world of the biohazard. Chapter 83, Sherry's New Home. In a familiar underground garage, two adults and one child suddenly appeared. The electronic devices in the garage immediately set off alarms. Disinfectant sprays erupted from all directions, enveloping the trio. And it took a full half-minute for the mist to cease. It was now the evening of the second day. Tony glanced at the clock on the wall. Only a day had passed, which was manageable. Tony, let us not dwell on the time. I truly feel your arrangements are somewhat excessive, Leon remarked after the spray subsided. On the other side, Leon emerged from the armored suit, gently wiping Sherry's wet face with his palm. The wretched sanitizer has turned our little Shirley into an ugly duckling. Ha. He cradled her innocent little face. Look at Shirley's big, innocent eyes. Doesn't your heart ache, Tony? No. It's all the fault of this damned, incompetent system. Why does disinfection take so long? Tony, having removed his armor, squatted in front of Shirley. Oh, look at this poor little princess. Her hair has become a damp towel. He slapped his Mark IV armor behind him. Uncle Tony will avenge you. Shirley's delicate eyebrows twitched as she puffed out her cheeks. Are you doing this on purpose? Initially, she felt touched by their meticulous concern. However, the suppressed laughter on their faces was too glaring. It suddenly reminded her of the time in the central square of Raccoon City. Those two rascals had not worn their armor at first, but after Leon mentioned the disinfection protocol they set before leaving, the two exchanged knowing glances, donned their armor, and each took her hand with tender care. At that moment, Shirley hadn't thought much. She was filled with a mix of anxiety and boundless joy at the prospect of entering a new world. After all, she would finally be able to follow her brother Leon into a brand new life. But now, reflecting on it, those two rascals had clearly done it on purpose. Little Shirley was furious, her lips pursed, her large, watery eyes gazing at Leon in silence. What are you saying? Leon, sensing the situation was dire, pushed Tony aside. You've upset Shirley and you're still laughing. Heartless. Then, with a broad smile, he lifted Shirley, placing her on his shoulder. Don't be angry, Shirley. Let's not be upset with the bad uncles. It's all his fault for enjoying teasing people. Come, I'll show you your room. Leon hoisted Shirley upstairs with a jovial effort. In no time, the little girl was giggling uncontrollably, seemingly forgetting that she had just been sprayed with disinfectant for half a minute. The Stark mansion evidently had no shortage of empty rooms. Shirley was assigned to the innermost chamber. After introducing her to the various smart devices in the room, Leon left her to organize her belongings alone for a while. Little Shirley sat on the sofa, lost in thought for a moment, then jumped down and tiptoed around the room. The curtains and lights, which could be controlled by voice or gestures, as well as the holographic projection that revealed numerous functional buttons with a gentle touch, fascinated her. At this moment, she should have felt apprehensive about being thrust into an unfamiliar environment. However, the mischievous antics of the two rascals in the underground garage had left no trace of alienation in her heart. Her attention was fully captivated by the array of novel, smart machines. In the apocalyptic world reminiscent of Resident Evil, most production had come to a standstill, and clean food and water were becoming luxuries. In such an environment, Shirley felt as though she had transformed into an ancient person, while now, she was that ancient person who had suddenly stepped into a modern world. After exploring the room for 2 or 3 hours, Sherry's curiosity was finally satiated. She promptly dashed into the bathroom, tapping away at the electronic screen, arranging her little dolls on the sink, and indulging in a refreshing bath. Later that evening, after dinner, Leon knocked on Sherry's door. How are you settling in? After all, you'll be residing here for the next few days. Leon and Sherry sat side by side. I think it's wonderful, though it's quite astonishing that you're living in 2008. Everything is so advanced, Sherry exclaimed, gesturing animatedly with her hands before tentatively asking, weren't you living here permanently? Are you going to move somewhere else soon? No, I've lived here with Tony since I was a child, Leon replied, momentarily perplexed by Sherry's thoughts. He noticed her expression shift to one of unease and realized that his mention of staying for a few days had led to a misunderstanding. Don't overthink it. Since I brought you to this world, I will surely take care of you, he reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. He then dramatically clutched his neck. Joking, otherwise, if Jill finds out, she will surely take care of me. Even though Jill is a bit violent, she could never defeat you, brother, Sherry replied, her worries dissipating as her eyes sparkled with joy. Leon smiled and explained, the reason for only staying a few days is that I will be moving to New York. You will accompany me then. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving you with Tony. He knew too well how poorly Tony managed children. Moving to New York? Sherry pondered, recalling the New York from her own world, now reduced to ruins. Is that for college? She remembered Leon mentioning college before. Not at the moment. I am establishing an organization there that I need to oversee. Additionally, Stark Industries is constructing a building there, and must keep an eye on that as well. That sounds impressive. What kind of organization is it? Is it like Umbrella? Well, in terms of its mission, it seems somewhat similar, Leon replied, pulling out a storybook. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to some of the ladies in the organization, and then you'll understand. For now, would you like me to tell you a few bedtime stories? Sherry's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded. I'll go to bed right now. Little Sherry jumped off the sofa, bounced onto the bed, and quickly tucked herself in, leaving only her head exposed, resembling a fledgling bird awaiting nourishment, her face radiating a readiness to hear stories. Leon chuckled softly. Adopting Sherry had been his decision, supported by Tony. This little girl, in the original narrative, was heartbreakingly tragic. At 12, she had been pursued by her mutated father and neglected by her mother. After narrowly escaping death, she was subsequently captured by an official organization for G-virus human experimentation, only attaining limited freedom at the age of 26. Yet, despite such a harrowing past, she had not succumbed to despair. Instead, after enduring suffering, she chose to dedicate herself to protecting others from the afflictions of bioorganic threats. Such a resilient girl. How could one not admire and cherish her? Now, let us commence with the tales of Hans Christian Andersen. Have you ever perused Andersen's works? He began with, Leon sat by the bedside, his tone as soothing as a gentle stream. Soon, Shirley slipped into slumber, her breathing gradually deepening. Children do tend to fall asleep quickly. Good night, Shirley. Leon murmured as he closed the book, tenderly arranging Shirley's hair before quietly exiting the room. He then made his way to the laboratory, where upon entering, he found Tony frantically draping a black cloth over a suit of armor. Chapter 84. The New Organization Building. Knock on the door. Does this laboratory even have a door? It is all glass. Leon approached. What are you doing? Why have you gone to such lengths to prepare cover? Is this specifically to guard against me? Curiosity piqued. He attempted to unveil the black cloth, only to have Tony's swift hand strike his arm. Step back. Keep a distance of at least 3 meters from my treasure. Tony spread his arms like a protective hawk. What is the matter? Leon queried, extending a finger to poke at the cloth. Are you playing this game? Have you forgotten that I possess X-ray vision? To which Tony defiantly placed his hands on his hips. X-ray vision? Feel free to test it. Leon raised an eyebrow and activated his vision, yet he was unable to see through the black fabric. He paused, then realized, you even lined the cloth with lead? Are you attempting to construct an anti-Superman suit? You are mistaken, Tony scoffed, crossing his arms. An anti-Superman suit will eventually come, but this particular suit will undoubtedly surpass your comprehension. Therefore, prior to its official debut, I cannot allow you even a glimpse. With unwavering confidence, Tony proclaimed, just wait until the day we confront the 10 rings. I assure you, you will be astonished, akin to a frog leaping out of a well for the first time. Does that mean we have a month to wait? Leon inquired while surveying the armored silhouette cloaked in black. I anticipate that when the time comes, you will truly astonish me, rather than simply amuse me. Tony waved his hand dismissively. So what did you come down to say? If there is nothing urgent, be off. I still have armor to forge. Tomorrow, I plan to take Shirley to New York. Would you like to join us? Leon shrugged. It seems you won't have the time. New York? To your newly constructed office building? Indeed, to meet Natasha, to arrange identification for Shirley, and to introduce her to the widow agents. I have no objections, but I truly cannot break away tomorrow. Please extend my regards to the ladies. Tony then asked one final question. So, does this mean Shirley will also be called Star from tomorrow onward? No, she shall still be called Birkin, Leon replied, shaking his head. Though her parents may be lacking, that surname remains her sole connection to her past. We cannot simply shift to a new world and sever all ties to her previous life. That would be akin to denying the first 12 years of her existence. A truly horrific thought. Well, I find it difficult to refute you this time, Tony nodded, surprised that the rebellious young man possessed such empathy. Who is truly rebelling in this household? Are you certain you are not speaking of yourself? Leon tossed a playful glance at Tony before ascending the stairs. The following morning, Lion, accompanied by the well-fed Sherry, soared towards New York. They traversed the clouds, with Sherry's delighted exclamations echoing throughout the journey. Eventually, they landed atop a 30-story office building in Franklin District. Upon entering, the electronic system chimed in, Master Lion. Welcome to the New Technology Tower. Jarvis's subsystem maintains the operations here. New Technology Tower? Wasn't the previous company named New Technology? Lion inquired as he guided Sherry towards the elevator. Indeed, prior to your acquisition, this building was owned by New Technology Light Industry Manufacturing Company. The establishment of the new organization necessitated a prominent headquarters in New York, especially considering the potential crises the city may face in the future. Thus, Lion opted for this moderately tall, yet not too short office building. Such structures are practical, and their collapse would not evoke a sense of loss. As for the entire acquisition process and subsequent renovations, Natasha, along with the widow agents, are managing it with Jarvis's assistance. Today marked Lyon's inaugural visit to this place. Is Natasha currently in the office? He asked. She is dealing with pioneer technology in Tennessee, sir. All right. After spending months in the biohazard crisis, I nearly forgot. She did mention her intention to acquire pioneer technology under Stark's banner. Lyon tapped his forehead. How is her progress? Does she need assistance? Such a violent acquisition process. And I happened to arrive at the right moment. He gazed towards Tennessee, his vision penetrating the layers of distance, and observed Natasha executing a downward kick, sending Killian sprawling. Ouch, that must hurt, Lyon murmured. Without the injection of the extinction virus, Killian was no match for Natasha. He chose not to dwell further on the matter. Overcoming an immature pioneer technology was a straightforward task for Natasha and her widow agents. Changing the topic, he asked, how many people are currently in the office building? There are 145 agents engaged in the renovation work, sir. Utilizing the finest agents for mere renovations seemed a unique choice, yet the widow agents were delighted. This building would ultimately be theirs, transformed by their own hands, allowing them to create their desired environment and relish the sense of ownership. A perfect balance. Lyon reminisced, recalling how in the films, Yelena had merely suggested a modification to a button style on a coat and treasured it dearly, for it was her first taste of freedom. Many of the widow agents were here, and they truly enjoyed the renovation process. With a sigh, Lyon inquired, what about Yelena? Where is she? She is in the lobby on the first floor, painting a mural, sir. A mural? Lyon's mind filled with questions. Let's go to the first floor. By the way, was there a mural in the renovation design? Not all, sir, Jarvis promptly replied. I have selected the first floor for you. The elevator began its descent. Shirley quietly held Leon's hand, her curious gaze sweeping the surroundings as she silently noted the names Leon had mentioned. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Before they could step out, a vibrant mural dominated by red and blue hues greeted them. It depicted a cartoon superhero whose features bore a striking resemblance to Leon, albeit clad in a traditional costume, complete with his underwear worn over his attire. Leon's mind momentarily faltered. Leon, that's you. You look so dashing. But why is the red underwear on the outside? Shirley chimed in with a teasing remark. Chapter 85, Two Seals. That's not me. Leon attempted to clarify, yet the radiant cartoonish grin on the wall rendered him powerless. At that moment, sounds of an argument reached their ears. Leon led Shirley out of the elevator, his eyes scanning the walls. A hint of bulging veins appearing on his forehead. The ground floor of the building spanned over 10,000 square meters. Once filled with small workshops and offices, they had all been dismantled. Now, the space featured only the central reception desk, flanked by transparent glass-separated waiting areas, and a straight-up elevator. It was said that this design was the brainchild of a widow who had once managed a multinational design company for the Red House. With themes of simplicity, tranquility, and liberation, she and her team had worked through the night to bring the blueprints to life. Upon entering, one could indeed appreciate the spaciousness of the building, which was refreshing to the spirit. Did the colorful, intricate patterns in the minimalist glass rooms not seem out of place? Most puzzling of all was the prevalence of superheroes, particularly those depicted in the form of Leon's face as an underwear-clad superhero. Leon took a deep breath, covering Shirley's eyes, feeling that his reputation was on the verge of ruin. As he glanced toward the opposite end of the first floor, he spotted a group of widow agents engaged in a heated debate. Leon tuned into their conversation. This is all wrong. Listen to me. Boss's chest muscles aren't that small. I've personally inspected them. Yelena's voice rang out. And this mural of Superman battling Batman should look like this, with the boss using his biceps to grip Batman's head. What a display of strength. Absolutely magnificent. That is not right. Someone countered. Previously, there was a mural of Superman using his biceps to hold Wonder Woman's head. Here, he should use his latissimus dorsi to tackle Batman. Several others echoed this idea enthusiastically. Then let us go with that. When the boss arrives, it will be a surprise, Yelena declared, raising her fist. Surprise? Yelena, how do you define surprise? Leon's voice resonated from behind the group. He had lowered Shirley from midair. She stammered, surprise is, well, whatever the boss says it is. Leon, mimicking Natasha's habitual gesture, playfully tapped her forehead. Don't pull those stunts. For me, that's a surprise. Boss, I thought you liked Superman, which is why I painted so many. Yelena replied, somewhat aggrieved. I put a lot of effort into this. And is this what you think I look like? Have you ever seen my uniform like this? Leon challenged. Yelena paused, realization dawning upon her. I understand. Leon suppressed the urge to utter a curse. Beast, what do you know? Did you understand? I see now. It turns out, boss, you actually dislike wearing underwear. not as perverse as depicted in the comics. Yelena clapped her hands. She raised 2 paintbrushes, declaring, "Then I shall change the underwear right away." Leon's vision darkened. What does it mean to dislike wearing underwear? Such lewd words. There's a child present. Ignore this fool. Leon pinched Sherry's cheeks and gave them a gentle tug, asserting that her brain must have some issues. Oh well. Sherry, with her cheeks puffed out, nodded repeatedly. Leon shook his head and turned to Yelena. "I now regret making you the second Black Widow." "Why, boss?" Yelena's eyes twinkled with innocence. "Because I fear one day, all the other widows will become like you." Leon gestured to the other widows. "I have no other demands. You may decide how to decorate this place, but my face must never appear in any mural, no matter the representation." The widows nodded in agreement, some even appearing slightly disappointed. "Yelena, come with me." Sighing, Leon led Yelena and Sherry, exchanging glances, into the elevator. Aside from the first floor, which Yelena had transformed into a DC fan club, the other floors were entirely normal. The widow agents worked collaboratively. Some operated mechanical arms to install alloy layers, while others wielded lithium drills and needle-nose pliers, wearing protective masks as they repaired circuits. Hundreds of skilled individuals were energetically engaged in their tasks. Leon greeted each widow agent, eventually assigning Yelena to assist Sherry with her identity issues. As they departed, Sherry quietly inquired whether Leon's muscles were truly that magnificent, accompanied by Yelena's enthusiastic nodding. Leon chose to feign ignorance. Throughout the remainder of the day, Leon wandered casually through the building, offering assistance to any widow agents in need. As for Sherry, she had already been assimilated by Yelena after completing their official business. The 2 girls darted around the building, playing hide-and-seek. Perhaps due to her age, the young girl was adored by the widows, who saw in her the lively spirit of their own untainted youth. Whenever it was Sherry's turn to seek Yelena, the widows would provide her with subtle hints. It wasn't until evening, after sharing dinner with everyone, that Leon took Sherry to leave. Yelena shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth, "Little Sherry, I will miss you." "Boss, you must come to New York quickly." "No, you keep your distance from Sherry. It's best if you turn your back each time you meet." Leon could not fathom how Yelena had formed such a close bond with a girl so young. Was it perhaps due to the perceived similarity in their psychological ages? "Huh, boss, how could you say that?" Yelena pouted in disappointment. Upon returning home, Leon set Sherry down and suddenly heard sound. He raised a finger to signal Sherry to lower her footsteps, and together they approached the staircase with utmost caution. 2 heads, one large and one small, peeked out from the corner of the wall. Inside the laboratory, Pepper and Tony, clad only in vests, were intertwined, their heads twisting in playful abandon. "Wow, is that Uncle Tony's new friend?" Sherry mused, having witnessed Tony engage in similar antics with numerous individuals before. I believe that lady might become Tony's sole companion in the future." Leon stroked his chin, his expression serious. This was a stark departure from their previous interactions, which had never been so intimately affectionate. Clearly, their relationship had reached a pivotal milestone. Leon could easily discern that Pepper had recently undergone the enhancement of the SS2 serum. "Alas, our wayward son is finally settling down," Leon lamented. Could it be that the tumultuous events in the world of Biohazard were merely Tony's last hurrah of singlehood? After lulling Sherry to sleep, Leon found himself yearning for a rare moment of rest at home. However, he soon realized the futility of his desire. The 2 individuals, each possessing immense strength yet devoid of a biological force field, were engaging in vigorous activities within the confines of the house. The commotion was so intense that it felt as though the very floorboards were trembling beneath the weight of their exuberance, leading one to worry that the opulent villa might collapse at any moment. This was no mere exchange of banter. It resembled 2 elephants frolicking in a grand performance. Tossing and turning, Leon ultimately resigned to the idea of leaving his bed. He understood that it was indeed time for him to vacate this space. With Tony and Pepper's relationship solidified, they naturally required their own private sanctuary. Moreover, the ruckus they created left no room for a third party. Leon resolved to discuss his departure with Tony the following day, intending to take Sherry along with him. Remarkably, amidst the vibrations and booming sounds reverberating through the house, the little girl slept soundly, occasionally smacking her lips and shifting positions. With his current prowess, the energy required for traversing the biohazard world had diminished to less than a fraction of his stamina. Chapter 86. Genetic Optimization. The following morning, Leon appeared in his bedroom promptly at 7. Over the course of a month, he had increased his strength by an impressive 30,000 tons, while also ensuring that Ada and Jill received their rightful salaries. As his power grew, so too did the reservoir of energy within him. Each evening, as darkness descended, He could leverage the time differential to enhance his abilities in the biohazard realm. He could even return to the precise moment of his last disappearance, as if he had never left at all. The weather in Los Angeles was particularly splendid that day. The morning sunlight danced upon the ocean's surface beneath the cliffs, cascading into the house. Seizing the early hours, Leon ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Before long, Sherry emerged, rubbing her eyes. Tony and Pepper soon followed suit. Under normal circumstances, considering the physical exertion they had engaged in the previous night, they would have likely required admission to the ICU by morning. Yet, after the serum injection, the two appeared transformed, radiating vitality as they sat at the table, enjoying the dumplings Leon had prepared. The atmosphere at the dining table was filled with warmth and camaraderie. Leon introduced Sherry to Pepper, who affectionately pinched the little girl's cheeks, instantly taken with the charming child. Having nearly finished their meal, Leon broached the subject of moving. Are you saying you plan to relocate with Sherry to New York? Tony, his mouth full of dumpling skin, exchanged a glance with Pepper. Indeed, the new company and organization are located there, and it would provide me with some support, Leon replied as he placed his dish into the dishwasher. Oh, who do you think it might be? Is there anyone else here who is a beauty? Tony exclaimed, glancing at Sherry, who, while charming, was not quite a conventional beauty. Pepper was both exasperated and amused. She could never quite manage Tony. Why do you insist on teasing me about such things every day? There's no helping it, Tony quipped. Some people are simply too beautiful and unaware of it. I must remind them. Were you referring to me? Pepper paused, momentarily taken aback. Pepper, you haven't looked in the mirror since your serum injection, have you? Honestly, you could easily leave Tony utterly captivated now. Leon produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Pepper. The SS serum, the genetic enhancement and evolution type agent, improves the appearance of the recipient as merely its most basic ability. After all, when one's genes evolve, their immune system is significantly enhanced, and their physique approaches perfection. How could such a person not appear beautiful? Human aesthetic appreciation is fundamentally rooted in the pursuit of superior genes. The more exceptional one's genes are, the more their appearance aligns with the definition of beauty. As Jill and Ada had remarked to Leon on several occasions, he resembled a humanoid succubus. Upon sensing his naturally exuded aura, they would experience an involuntary surge of desire, rendering them weak and unable to move. This was an instinctive longing rooted in genetics. Had Leon not enveloped himself in a biological force field, countless girls would have surely succumbed to his charm. This illustrates the profound influence of genetic strength on personal allure. Although the SS serum may not empower one's genes to the extent of Leon's, it is not to be underestimated. Today, Pepper's fair skin, striking beauty, and perfectly proportioned figure, neither too much nor too little, had even erased her freckles. Is this really me? My goodness, Tony, what exactly did you inject me with yesterday? Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had thought her newfound strength was merely a result of her prior rigorous exercises, unaware that her appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. In the mirror, aside from retaining faint traces of her former contours and demeanor, she could easily be regarded as an entirely flawless version of herself. Well then, are you pleased now? Tony winked. No need to thank me. I simply cannot tolerate having my assistant outshone by others. Thank you, Tony. Pepper had long since grown accustomed to his peculiarities, her eyes fixed on him, brimming with tenderness, as the distance between them diminished. Unable to restrain himself, Leon cleared his throat. Are you too certain you wish to engage in activities now that Sherry cannot witness? Shirley blinked her eyes and gazed at Leon. What's going on, Leon brother? Why can't I see? ISNT, it's just two people hugging and fighting for grapes? She had witnessed Tony at the precinct numerous times before. Cough, cough, cough. Tony immediately erupted into a fit of coughing. Leon's words did not perturb him in the slightest. However, Shirley's innocent inquiry caused him to feel a sudden pang of embarrassment. Tony and Pepper quickly separated. Tony adjusted his sleeves to mask his awkwardness and, unable to restrain himself, waved at Leon. All right, let us hurry up. Aren't we supposed to move? Get going already. The farther you move away, the better, since all you do is stay home and irritate me. Surprisingly, Pepper concurred. With just over 2 months until school starts in September, Leon, it would be beneficial for you to head to New York early and acclimatize. Furthermore, Stark Industries plans to construct a building in Manhattan and relocate its headquarters, making our meetings much more convenient. Leon raised his hand. Thank you both for your simultaneous approval. I shall take Shirley to view the apartment today. Wait, will it just be you and Shirley in the New York apartment? Pepper pondered aloud, her skepticism evident. Are you certain you can take care of both yourself and Shirley? You're still just a big child. Regardless of how old the child may be, they will forever remain a child in the eyes of their parents. Or perhaps, I should take care of Shirley, Pepper suggested, only to remember her own commitments at the company. Do not worry. In fact, there will be others there, Leon reassured her. I've established a company, and there are many capable young women who will assist in looking after Shirley. Moreover, Shirley is quite clever. She can manage herself. Leon gestured toward Tony. You can inquire about the specifics with Tony. I need not elaborate. He patted Shirley on the head, and the little girl obediently jumped off the chair, naturally grasping his hand. I'm off now. Contact me if anything comes up. Leon took to the skies with Shirley. Or we can meet once you arrive in New York. In the blink of an eye, the duo vanished from the dining room. Even the enhanced Pepper could not catch sight of Leon's trajectory. Oh, has Leon truly become this powerful? Pepper gasped slightly. He is increasingly resembling a superhero. Indeed, he has grown up. We need not worry about him any longer. Come, we Haven T finished our earlier conversation. Tony gradually moved closer to Pepper. Chapter 87, Underground Base. We will reside here from now on. In the Brooklyn area, Leon descended with Shirley. In truth, he had previously purchased this New York residence along with the Organization S building. The address is situated in a residential area just a few blocks away from the skyscraper. He acquired an entire high-end apartment building consisting of 26 floors, with 4 units on each floor. He specifically requested Natasha to merge 4 suites on the 16th floor for his temporary residence, which now included Shirley moving in with her belongings. As for the other floors, they were designated for the widowed agent's use. There wouldn't be many who permanently resided in New York. This space would comfortably accommodate that portion of individuals. Leon showed Shirley around the house. First, he guided her through the various functional areas and assigned the rooms before they set off together to the building. Oh yay, I can see Sister Yelena again so soon, exclaimed little Shirley. Leon playfully patted her head. You little rascal, why are you so fond of Yelena? Don't let her lead you astray. But Sister Yelena is so kind. She has such a gentle smile, Shirley retorted. After all, how could a fool harbor any ill intentions? Their thoughts are as straightforward as a highway. How could they not be benevolent? You can learn her strengths, like combat skills and techniques, but don't adopt her way of thinking. Oh, all right, Shirley nodded obediently. The distance between the building and their residence was indeed negligible. In the blink of an eye, Leon and Shirley arrived at the rooftop of the building. Coincidentally, Natasha was also present inside the building at that moment. She was covered in dust, working alongside her sisters. Upon seeing Leon, she wiped her hands and handed him a document. The Equity Transfer Agreement for Shinfeng Technology? Leon perused the document and remarked, Well done, Natasha. I witnessed it yesterday. Their president was utterly defeated by you, especially that downward strike. Quite impressive. By the way, what happened to Killian? He inquired. He is in prison, Natasha replied, wiping the dust from her face. I contacted the police through Stark's connections and sent the evidence along with him into custody. It shouldn't be long before the news reports his sentencing of over 10 years. Leon tucked the document away. I thought you might have killed him directly. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best to leave it to the law, Natasha winked. After all, Stark's influence is sufficient to ensure a fair judgment. Otherwise, I likely would have indeed killed him. A remarkably fair decision, Leon nodded. Over the past decade, Natasha had taken enough lives. Now, she was reluctant to resort to violence unless absolutely required. Who is this young lady beside you? Care to introduce her? Natasha noticed Shirley and smiled at her. Then quietly asked Leon, she wouldn't be your brother's unknown daughter, would she? No, she is a girl I've adopted, temporarily registered under Tony's name. You know, even though I'm nearly 19, I'm not of the age to adopt a child yet. Her name is Shirley. Leon gently ruffled Shirley's hair. Shirley, this sister is Natasha, the one I mentioned before, living downstairs. You can seek her help whenever you need. Okay. Shirley beamed shyly. Hello, Sister Natasha. Yesterday, Sister Yelena spoke of you and said you're very impressive. Yelena? She mentioned me? Natasha crouched down, her first impression of this little girl quite favorable. She and Yelena had already become close friends. Leon shrugged. They played hide and seek all day yesterday. That certainly sounds like something Yelena would do, Natasha agreed, thinking her sister could be quite childish at times. Let us go find Yelena. I have matters to discuss with both of you. Leon led the two of them to the elevator down to the first floor. After a night apart, the murals here had completely transformed. Although it remains a tale of Superman battling various DC heroes, the visage of Superman has been transformed into the classic chin of a buttocks. Upon the arrival of Leon and his companions, Yelena made a swift entrance, exclaiming, Welcome, boss. What do you think of the mural now? Eager to showcase her artwork, she extended her arms wide, her mouth agape, revealing a dazzling smile. It looks significantly better now, Leon remarked, though I suggest incorporating some superheroes from our universe. Our universe? Yelena pondered, confused. Are you referring to Iron Man? Wouldn't adding him alone be a bit monotonous? There will be many more in the future. Leon indicated for her to follow. Come, let us proceed to the underground laboratory. The elevator descended further, halting at the second underground level. Last week, this area had been prioritized for renovation by the Widow agents. Now, entry required authorization from Jarvis. As the elevator doors opened, a strikingly different realm unfolded before the four. Rows of circular daylight lamps illuminated sequentially as the doors parted, brightening the expansive space to resemble an open-air platform. The predominantly white hall, spanning over 10,000 square meters, was intricately divided by glass partitions. As the group surveyed their surroundings, the modern dome and pristine pearl-white marble floor were laid bare before them. Hundreds of neatly arranged white lacquered desks were now displaying holographic projections, in stark contrast to the lively and flamboyant decor of the first floor. This technologically advanced subterranean space felt like a glimpse into the future. Wow! Exclaimed little Shirley, her gaze lifted and her eyes wide. Even the underground research facility in Raccoon City cannot compare to this. It feels as though we have stepped into a world of tomorrow. Allow your sister Yelena to show you around, Leon said, ruffling Shirley's hair. Yelena's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. Come along, Shirley. This place was designed by the boss himself, with many rooms specially concealed, perfect for hide and seek. Really? Sister, you must take me to see, Shirley exclaimed. Leon, we're off. The two companions joyfully leaped hand in hand into the depths of the hall. Natasha watched their retreating figures, exasperated. What can I say? I never imagined Yelena would reach an age where she could bond with elementary school children. Well, this shows that the Red Room hasn't left her with too many shadows. Though, I can't deny it, she is rather childish. Leon found it equally challenging to articulate his thoughts, uncertain when that girl might mature. Natasha paused and inquired. Now that they've wandered off, Leon, you wanted to speak to me about something, didn't you? Chapter 88. The Widow Agent's Super Evolution. Indeed, there is a matter of great significance. The other day, Tony and I ventured into another world, and the serum I mentioned has now been prepared. Leon succinctly summarized their experiences in the world of Biohazard. He continued candidly. Aside from Tony and a few of us, I wish to keep this matter confidential for now. As for Yelena, let us refrain from informing her just yet. You mean to say, traversing worlds in a post-apocalyptic realm with the Savior God? Natasha gazed at Leon in astonishment. I didn't realize your experiences have been so rich these past few days. This is certainly something that must remain unknown to Yelena and the others. It's not a matter of distrust, but rather that the fewer who are aware, the better. Natasha quickly adopted Leon's perspective. She recalled his mention of regenerative abilities, her heart fluttering with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. So, you intend to inject the serum developed by you two brothers into us? Indeed, as part of my organization. It cannot consist solely of ordinary individuals, Leon affirmed with a nod. He raised a finger, adding that after the organization's establishment, a system of incentives would be necessary. I will administer the SS2 serum to you and Yelena, while the others will temporarily receive the SS1 variant. Subsequently, the SS2 serum will be designated as a reward for exceptional contributions, and you shall create a system for evaluating contribution values, providing others with a goal. Understood. Natasha lightly tapped her brow with 2 fingers. When shall we commence? Now, in the laboratory, Leon secured Natasha and Yelena to the experimental table. Boss, is this serum truly more potent than the super soldier serum? Am I about to become the next Captain America? Even bound to the table. Yelena's mind and mouth couldn't remain idle. She craned her neck towards Leon, envisioning herself kicking Hydra and punching S-H-I-L-D after enhancement. Like a frog croaking by the riverbank, one cannot discern whether it is calling to leap into the water or to hop ashore. Boss, must the serum be injected while dressed so lightly? Are we to become monstrous beings? Becoming a monster would be undesirable. It's best not to gain too much muscle, as that would be rather unsightly. Silence. Both Natasha and Leon shouted in unison, exasperated, demanding quiet. Do you understand? Yelena was startled, quickly nodding and averting her gaze. All right, you decide. Leon, undeterred, accelerated the infusion of the nutrient solution at the control panel. He then retrieved the serum, personally administering the injection, hastily sealing Yelena's mouth. As the serum coursed through them, Natasha and Yelena underwent a transformation akin to Tony's metamorphosis. Their body temperatures soared, causing their epidermis to carbonize, revealing 2 freshly emerged figures. As pristine as peeled chicken eggs. Leon briefly employed his X-ray vision to ensure that the enhancement had concluded, with results that were strikingly evident. The genetic makeup of Natasha and Yelena evolved successfully. Their physical strength multiplied. Most importantly, the flaws within their bodies were flawlessly rectified at that moment. As he unbound them and draped the garments over their forms, Natasha and Yelena gradually regained consciousness. After a moment of confusion, they sat up, their newfound strength overwhelming the experimental table. Natasha, seated on the floor, gazed at her arms, feeling the resilient and elastic muscles. She sensed a complete transformation within herself, brimming with explosive power, as if her stamina were boundless. Even Yelena, at this moment, refrained from making a fuss. The fool had somehow ignited flames in her hands. While she stared vacantly at the fire, her expression was a complex tapestry as she caressed her abdomen. "Boss, my transformation of the Red Room." She stammered incoherently. Leon understood what Yelena wanted to convey. Indeed, the serum could restore your bodies. What you once lost has now morphed into a new puzzle, rendering you flawless once more. Is this really true? Yelena's voice trembled. The Red Room had previously transformed the Widow agents. Whether it was the meticulous Natasha or the vivacious Yelena, both had never truly relinquished the profound scars within their hearts. Of course, you will no longer be different from the girls on the street. Do not doubt that, Yelena, Leon reassured. He waved dismissively at the console behind him. But do not thank me too profusely. This is merely part of employee benefits. I told you, following me will not lead to regret. Be boss. Yelena's tears flowed freely. I love you to death. She dropped the clothes in her hands and, with tear-streaked cheeks, lunged at Leon. Calm down. Your tears are staining my clothes. Hey, why are you still rubbing against me? Leon found himself ensnared like a koala. The two of them playfully shoved each other, inadvertently tumbling behind the console and landing on the floor. Meanwhile, Natasha also felt tears welling in her eyes, her heart brimming with words she longed to share with Leon. However, as she stood up, her expression suddenly shifted, and she looked toward the console. Hey, what is that noise, Yelena? What are you doing? For heaven's sake. You are my sister. You cannot. Natasha swiftly darted behind the console, even creating a small dent in the floor as she sought to prevent her sister from being overly exuberant. Although Yelena's heart and body were momentarily filled with the absence of pain, her excitement was understandable. Yet, smearing tears on Leon was unacceptable. Natasha felt compelled to halt her sister's indiscreet actions. Ironically, her own excitement led her to become equally indiscreet, succumbing to tears of her own. In the days that followed, with Natasha's assistance, Leon administered the SS-1 serum to the Widow agents one by one. Naturally, he had to be personally involved in such moments that fostered camaraderie and strengthened bonds. After enhancing them all, the already formidable agents transformed into human projectiles. During these days, they walked with utmost caution, fearful that a misstep might shatter the tiles beneath their feet. Fortunately, the SS serum fortified not only their physiques, but also their minds. It would not be long before the Widow agents became familiar with their newfound strength. Their acceptance of the new organization grew increasingly robust. Whenever Leon appeared, these already loyal girls became even more passionate and exuberant, their fiery gazes seemingly capable of igniting flames. Natasha observed all of this with keen awareness. She had no doubt that once the Widow agents truly began to unleash their claws, they would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the world. Chapter 89. The Formation of the Men in Black. Natasha sought out Leon for this very purpose. She felt that the opportunity to eradicate Hydra had finally arrived. Leon, when shall we commence our operations? Let us bide our time. Allow Nick Fury's message to linger a while longer, he replied. Previously, Tony had sent a list of certain Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D. to Nick Fury's inbox. Given the time that had elapsed, one would expect some results to materialize. Leon stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling traffic of Brooklyn. He could hear Nick Fury in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in another district, vociferously cursing. Patience, Natasha. The opportune moment will soon present itself. The Widows had recently undergone enhancements, rendering their previous tactics of ambush and swift strikes obsolete. It was now essential for them to rediscover a combat style that aligned with their newfound strengths. Next, take Yelena with you to train the Widows in harnessing their power, while also refurbishing the building. Of course, the mission to rescue the remaining Widows must continue. I trust that Nick Fury will not keep us waiting for long. Natasha nodded. I understand. A week later, they had yet to hear from Nick Fury. However, the new organization's headquarters had been completed in its final embellishments. Even the Widow agents from around the globe had been liberated. Out of a total of over 300 agents, including Natasha and her sisters, 313 chose to remain and join Leon's faction. Each of them had been meticulously vetted by Leon upon their first encounter. None had been subjected to brainwashing by other organizations, nor were there any scrolls among them, ensuring their trustworthiness. On this day, within the conference room on the top floor of the headquarters, Leon gathered over 300 individuals. The room, while termed a conference hall, had been constructed to resemble a grand assembly space. At its end stood a semicircular platform, flanked by Roman-style columned embellishments. The walls were adorned with a rich, historic ochre stone. Even the entrance to the conference room was an iron door engraved with an image of the Ascension of Christ. Leon stood upon the dais, clad in a superhero uniform, exuding the solemnity of a priest convening a congregation in the temple of ancient Greek Zeus. The attendees gazed up from the steps, their faces filled with reverence and anticipation as they awaited the priest to proclaim his edict. Esteemed members, our organization is officially established today, Leon declared, arms crossed and cloak billowing silently. Your presence here honors me. Despite your unfamiliarity with our organization's principles and objectives, you have chosen to join unconditionally, driven by trust and gratitude. This gesture profoundly moves me. I assure you, you shall never regret this decision made today. However, I must be forthright. From this moment onward, our organization has but one core purpose and mission: to serve me. My intent in saving you is solely for this end. Should there be any dissent, now is the time to voice it. Leon scanned the gathering of widows, and after a few moments of silence, not a single individual displayed any sign of discontent. Even the majority of the individuals displayed expressions of exhilaration, their eyes sparkling and bodies trembling slightly. Were it not for the solemnity of the ongoing meeting, Lion surmised that these people might be unable to restrain themselves from exuberantly proclaiming their allegiance to the Superman. Particularly Elena, whose vacant gaze flitted about, oscillating between joy and bewilderment, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Lion pressed his lips together and continued his discourse. It appeared that no one harbored objections. Thus, I hereby declare, the organization of the Men in Black is officially established. From this moment forth, you shall be the inaugural members, the very core of our future endeavors. The primary objective of this organization is to serve me, while the secondary aim is to safeguard our planet, Earth. The film Men in Black is also a part of the Marvel Universe, and Lion deemed it reasonable to appropriate this title. He strode a few steps across the stage and waved his hand, projecting a holographic image in the hall. The rationale behind this was that this world encompasses far more than the organizations and powers you have previously known. Beneath the surface, our Earth is home to extraterrestrial beings from the far reaches of the universe. Green-skinned aliens materialized in the projection, alongside hidden supernatural forces. The image shifted to reveal the sorcerers of Kamartaj and the villagers of Daluo, utilizing their chi. These were effects personally crafted by Lion himself. And then, the deities that nominally govern our planet appeared. The projections of Odin and Thor materialized at the center of the hall. The Widow agents were utterly captivated. They had never realized the world was so vibrant, having always assumed that the Red Room was among the pinnacle of powers. At this juncture, Lion altered his tone. Some of them maintain a benevolent disposition. Others serve as guardians of this world, while some feign friendliness while secretly plotting against this planet. Our mission as the Men in Black is to remain hidden in the shadows, extinguishing these external threats at their nascent stage. The Marvel Universe is frequently beset by apocalyptic crises. Some may stem from the lofty figures of the multiverse, while others could arise from an unremarkable scientist or an ambitious entrepreneur. This Earth perpetually teeters on the brink of annihilation in various forms. Lion felt compelled to forge a lock to intercept these threats in advance. However, we are not to become the caretakers of the world. Lion then raised his arm high. We are the Men in Black, a web, a sword, suspended above all, quelling any threats from both external and internal sources. Now all of you, follow me in taking an oath. Lion levitated in the air. All the Widow agents raised their arms. He pronounced each word with gravitas. Remember, when all are deceived by the illusion of peace, misled by so-called facts, we steadfastly believe all is illusion. The widows echoed in unison, their voices harmonious and resonant. When morality shackles humanity and law binds justice, we shall never forget, all is permissible. Together, they repeated, their voices powerful and resonant. Finally, remember that the agenda of the Men in Black guides this chaotic world towards ultimate tranquility. Leon descends slowly. The oath is complete. Each Widow agent is immersed in the weight of the vow they have just uttered, feeling a profound significance within the unseen darkness. Pressing forward with the burden of their commitment, their gazes are intense, silently committing the oath to memory. In this moment, the caped figure on stage embodies their spiritual beacon and mentor of will. Leon snaps his fingers, causing the stone door of the conference room to open automatically. 313 pitch-black suits of armor soar into the room, each holding a tailored black suit, halting before every Widow agent. What stands before you now is your future armor and uniform, Leon declares. These armors were crafted by Leon in the world of Biohazard, where he is a savior capable of mobilizing global resources, effortlessly producing over 300 suits of armor. The design draws inspiration from Tony's Mark V in the films, capable of shrinking into a briefcase and powered by a new elemental reactor, facilitating the agent's global movements. The Widows look eagerly at the armor, fitting them perfectly, filled with excitement. Yelena, in particular, hugs her armor and spins joyfully, seemingly unable to stop. Leon gestures for silence. The armor and suits will henceforth be your uniforms. From this moment, your title is no longer Widow, but Men in Black. Hidden in the shadows, serving the light as the Men in Black. Your code names will be assigned alphabetically. Natasha will be Agent N, Yelena will be Agent Y, and the others will follow suit, sorted by the letters in their names, with duplicates receiving double or triple letters. The agents respond in unison, accepting the black suits presented by their armor and immediately donning their uniforms. Thus, the Men in Black, known throughout the Marvel Universe, are born. However, these agents will not be known solely as the Men in Black. In the future, all will recognize the leader of the Men in Black as Superman. Consequently, these agents will also be referred to as the Black Nuns under the aegis of the god of Earth or Valkyries. Chapter 90. The time has come. The establishment of the Men in Black will not bring immediate change. As an independent organization, the economic sustainability of the Men in Black must be secured. Yelena's mural inspired Leon. After discussing with Tony, he acquired the copyrights for DC Comics and Iron Man, founding a superhero management company. This company's role primarily involves managing entertainment works and merchandise related to superhero IPs, with profits divided 70-30. 30% to the superheroes and 70% to the company. Akin to the Vought company in the world of the boys. Such a venture is sure to thrive in the Marvel Universe, especially with his endorsement as Superman. A proposal was made to allocate 30% of the revenue generated from the superhero intellectual property and its surrounding ventures, with both parties contributing equally. This fund would serve as compensation for the losses incurred during the execution of justice by the superheroes. It is anticipated that any superhero wishing to enter into a contract in the future would easily surpass the thresholds set by the company. Lion, with resolute determination, declared the integration of the upper floors of the Black Suit building into the company's domain. The Superhero Operations Company commenced its activities the following day, with Yelena appointed as the interim chief operating officer. Concurrently, Black Suit operatives around the globe received their assignments, establishing branches of the company in their respective locales. As for Natasha, she had been reassigned to Stark Industries. A week passed. On a fresh morning, Lion found that his one-arm strength had surged to 193 million tons. Though the rate of increase was gradually diminishing, he was nearing his limits. After resolving the issues with the 10 Rings and Hydra, he decided to visit Kamar Taj, feeling it was time to pay a visit to the illustrious Ancient One. Upon exiting his room, he discovered Natasha and Sherry enjoying breakfast. Sherry had recently enrolled in a nearby school under Yelena's arrangement. Each morning, Natasha and Lion alternated in escorting her to school, although Sherry insisted that with her immense strength, she did not require an escort. The adults, particularly the sisters, adamantly disagreed. They argued that since other children had parents to accompany them, Sherry should not be an exception. This matter was settled only after it became apparent that the local students were transported by school buses. The sisters exhibited a keen interest in nurturing a child, allowing them to experience the warmth of family life. Every day after work, they would rush upstairs to assist Sherry with her homework. Beyond the regular curriculum, they also imparted additional knowledge. Natasha taught hand-to-hand combat, while Yelena instructed in the Russian language. This enriching education began to fill the void in young Sherry's childhood. "You need not wait for me. You know I'm indifferent to breakfast," Lion remarked, pouring himself a glass of milk. Yet, an empty stomach can be discomforting. Can sunlight truly satiate such hunger? Natasha offered him some bread. "Thank you," Lion replied, taking a bite. The combination of bread, milk, eggs, and nuts constituted a well-balanced breakfast, essential for Sherry's growing body. Natasha then produced a thumb-sized glass container and set on the table. "Some events transpired last night that you must see. All surveillance cameras near the SHIELD headquarters had malfunctioned. This footage was captured by Agent K, who had infiltrated SHIELD using a black suit armor. The video commenced, time-stamped at 11 o'clock the previous night. The streets were desolate, illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights. A black Lincoln slowly approached, navigating the roadway. Suddenly, as it reached an intersection, multiple police vehicles surged from all directions, tearing through the darkness and forcefully colliding with the Lincoln. Thus far, the video was unremarkable, aligning perfectly with the New York Police Department's modus operandi in pursuit of fugitives. However, what followed was anything but ordinary. As the Lincoln car found itself encircled and immobilized, several police vehicles opened their doors, revealing individuals who dragged out a Gatling gun and a power hammer, firing upon the Lincoln as if besieging a fortress. Unsurprisingly, the Lincoln could not withstand the onslaught for long before it erupted into a fiery explosion, reducing it to mere wreckage. Jarvis had infiltrated DS network and, through meticulous filtering and comparison, identified the occupants of the vehicle as Nick Fury. Natasha remarked, her chewing momentarily halted. Lion manipulated the projection to rewind, magnifying the image of the Lincoln's front. It appeared pitch black, suggesting that the driver was indeed an African American. Excellent. Internal discord is beginning to unfold. This is the opportunity we require, Lion declared, finishing his bread in a few swift bites. Notify all our operatives. It is our turn to strike. Let the agents disseminate detailed intelligence about Hydra through their respective channels, stirring the waters. And remember, for now, to only expose Hydra's information worldwide while withholding details about SHIELD internally. I am eager to witness the scene of the Security Council dispatching forces to eradicate Hydra. As for the cyber company matters, we shall set them aside for the moment. You and Yelena should seek an opportunity to infiltrate SHIELD, breach their internal network, and copy all their agent information. When the time is ripe, we will release it all online. Natasha's expression shifted slightly. Are you intending to destroy SHIELD along with Hydra? What purpose does such a Civ-like organization serve? Their disbandment would be for the best, Lion replied. Natasha nodded in agreement. Once I have arranged the company's affairs, I will communicate the mission. Currently, SHIELD agents remain oblivious, with a tight internal grip and external pressure, making infiltration quite feasible. And what about me? What about me? Sherry, at the impressionable age of curiosity regarding espionage and covert operations, listened intently at breakfast, her eyes sparkling. What will my task be? Lion and Natasha exchanged glances and replied in unison. Your task is to focus on your studies. Back to school again, Sherry sighed, her head drooping like a sun-scorched pothose plant. Natasha playfully patted her head. Come on, little girl, it's time for school. We must head out. All right then. Sherry accepted the backpack Natasha handed her and followed her outside, waving back at Lion. Goodbye, brother Lion. See you tonight. Lion smiled, sipping his milk. Goodbye. Make sure to pay attention in class. I will, Sherry responded, her head bowing slightly once more. Meanwhile, beneath the suburbs of New York, in a clandestine base facility, Nick Fury lay on a medical bed, his body swathed in bandages. With his only functioning hand, he tapped on a virtual screen displaying data. Surrounding him were SHIELD agents Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, and Hill. You are all aware of the current situation. At this moment, I can only place my trust in you few. Nick Fury stated, we must not allow SHIELD to fall into the hands of those wretched Hydra operatives. His gaze was fixed on the image of Tony Stark on the screen. We will require additional assistance. Chapter 91, Hydra Exposed. Nick Fury continued to devise a plan to recruit Tony. The following day, the efficient operatives clad in black had already placed Hydra's intelligence on the bedside tables of political dignitaries across the globe. As the world's prominent figures awoke, the first sight that greeted them was that enigmatic dossier that had mysteriously appeared. This heralded the onset of a tumultuous day. The military was mobilized, and national intelligence agencies sprang into action. All those who received the dossier immediately deployed their most clandestine and formidable armed forces within the confines of numerous classified establishments worldwide. Thousands of elite operatives were dispatched simultaneously to apprehend individuals listed in the documents, excluding only the powerful elite. They sought not only to verify the authenticity of the information, but, more crucially, to investigate the forces capable of infiltrating the homes of such influential figures undetected. However, when those named in the dossier were captured and subjected to imprisonment, torture, and truth serums, an even greater shock struck the hearts of the powerful. The information contained within the documents was, astonishingly, entirely accurate. Hydra still existed in this world, and it had infiltrated every facet of society. From royal kin and state ministers to commoners and newsstand proprietors, Hydra had agents among them. Some of the dignitaries were horrified to discover that their beloved ones, who lay beside them, were also members of Hydra. Madness ensued. The entire world had descended into chaos. At this juncture, who cared about which faction had placed the documents on their nightstands? Everyone was intent on hunting down Hydra, exterminating them, and scouring the earth for their presence. Nearly every nation was secretly embroiled in turmoil. Countless orders were issued simultaneously to deploy military forces to eradicate Hydra. Yet, these commands were rescinded in an instant, and those who had issued them found themselves beheaded. For the individuals who had given those orders were, unbeknownst to them, accompanied by a Hydra operative who had respectfully presented them with gold-framed spectacles. The nation's leaders had all succumbed to madness, just as the upper echelons of Hydra had. In a sealed chamber, key figures of Hydra convened via remote projection. Who on earth leaked the confidential information? Who exposed the list? We have a disgraceful traitor among us. The former director of S.H.I.L.D., the impeccably attired Alexander Pierce, bellowed as he kicked over a table in fury. That coward. Just as our grand design was on the brink of success, he faltered. Baron Strucker, is it you who betrayed us? Was it you who provided Nick Fury with the information that tipped him off? On the other side, the bald Baron Strucker seethed with equal rage. It should be I who questions you, Pierce. You are the only one not listed in that dossier. You sanctimonious fool. How dare you turn the tables? Strucker rose abruptly, his face flushed with fury, his eyes ablaze. You believe that controlling S.H.I.L.D. places you above us. You seek to monopolize Hydra. You never allowed Nick Fury, who embodies Hydra more than any of us, to join our ranks. This is evidence. From the very beginning, you have been playing a charade. First using the ruse of Nick Fury's awareness to eliminate him, and now you aim to dispose of us. How many years have you lived a pretentious life? Just because you can wield a knife and fork, do you think you can eliminate dissent? Let me assure you, that is utterly impossible. Baron Strucker's face flushed with indignation. Pierce's complexion turned crimson with fury. You must be joking. I have been diligent at S.H.I.L.D. How could I possibly be a traitor? Calm down. Gentlemen, please remain composed. Madame Hydra interjected, determined to prevent the two from losing their rationality in a fit of rage. The pressing concern was to address the suspicions of world leaders regarding our integrity, not to engage in pointless bickering. She analyzed the situation with a cool demeanor. Baron Strucker, we are all on the list. None of us could possibly be traitors. Furthermore, none of your colleagues from S.H.I.L.D. have been compromised, which indeed heightens the suspicion against you. Before Pierce could retort, she quickened her pace. However, your inside initiative is progressing smoothly, and achieving its objectives is within reach, thus providing no motive for betrayal. Since we cannot find answers, let us set that aside. Our utmost priority now is to ensure the safety of our exposed members. Madame Hydra, with her enchanting figure perched upon the table, inquired, do you both comprehend the gravity of our situation? Do you think I am oblivious? Baron Strucker sank heavily into his chair. A third of my key personnel have been compromised, and now I can only take refuge in the Sokovia base. But how long can I hide? That is precisely why we have convened here to devise a plan. Madame Hydra turned her gaze towards Pierce, stating, you're the only ones who remain unexposed. This responsibility falls upon you. Do not let us down. Pierce inhaled deeply, casting a predatory glance at Strucker before nodding. I will petition the Security Council to deploy S.H.I.L.D. agents. In due time, Sitwell and Rumlow will provide you with falsified death certificates. This is the most effective response I can muster in the short term. Everything hinges on the implementation of the Insight Initiative. Once that plan succeeds, the foolish will surely repent for their misdeeds. Strucker scoffed at this point. Then let it be so. Do ensure your actions are swift. This meeting is adjourned. Thus, the Hydra assembly concluded on a sour note. Meanwhile, Nick Fury approached Tony Stark, accompanied by Phil Coulson. Initially, he intended to infiltrate Stark's mansion as they had done before. However, upon activating the localized electromagnetic shielding device, alarm bells echoed throughout the villa. In less than 3 seconds, an armored suit descended from above, its hands charged with energy. Prepared to fire. Oh, allow me to clarify. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Fury raised his hands, discreetly nudging Coulson to do the same. Minutes later, the two were escorted into the living room, where they found Tony reclining with his legs crossed, hands resting on the sofa. seemingly oblivious to their presence while admiring the sea view. Fury, appearing unfazed, greeted him casually. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Iron Man. Perhaps I should address you as Tony? It seems our meetings are always quite unexpected. Aren't you thrilled?" As he and Coulson prepared to sit across from Tony, he instructed the armored suit, "A cup of coffee, with milk and sugar, please." Coulson chimed in with a smile. "I will have just a glass of milk, preferably at room temperature." "Stop. Stay right there." Tony extended his left hand to halt the two individuals, apologizing. "I seem to have neglected to invite you to take a seat. Is that so? I had assumed your sofa was reserved for friends." Nick Fury, seemingly unfazed, boldly took a seat. He extended his bandaged foot straight before him, asserting, "I trust that Stark would not be overly harsh on someone who is both physically challenged and resolute." Coulson's smile brightened further. "The sofa is quite soft and splendid, Mr. Stark." Their familiar demeanor caused a twitch of annoyance on Tony's forehead. Is shamelessness a hallmark of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Two uninvited guests, are we? How do you wish for me to cast you off this precipice? No, no, no. Remain calm, Tony. In truth, we have come to present you with something you require. Nick Fury gestured for Coulson to place a black box upon the table. Your father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a remnant he left behind. Perhaps your arc reactor might extract more profound answers from within. Chapter 92. Fury. Without us, this world shall perish. Moreover, there is another matter. Before Tony could respond, Nick Fury interlaced his fingers, resting his elbows on his knees as he leaned forward. Your father was a hero, Tony. He made countless contributions to this world. And now, this world equally requires your assistance. Will you follow in Howard's footsteps to become a hero? Or do you intend to persist as a playboy, indulging in the charade of Iron Man? It is time to make a decision. With that, he awkwardly rose, accompanied by Coulson, limping towards the exit. I trust you will choose wisely. When you have made your decision, reach out to me. You know how to contact me, do you not? The aloof figure employed his customary cool demeanor, speaking only partially, leaving no room for inquiry, and mysteriously vanished through the door. Tony watched the two depart with a bemused expression. Did they think he was some sort of limping Forrest Gump, relying solely on words to recruit allies? He gestured towards the suit beside him. Indeed, as Leon had remarked, this black egghead was nothing more than a show-off. To think he would use my father's belongings as a means of goodwill was laughable. Tony casually picked up the box from the table. Yet as his gaze fell upon its black exterior, a hint of nostalgia and gravity washed over him. Let us see what the old man was so secretive about. What do you wish to convey to me? He recalled Leon's words that Howard had left messages for him within. Half an hour later, the contents of the box left by Howard were, in truth, unremarkable. It contained only some manuscripts, blueprints, and a few videotapes. In the dusty footage, the old man showcased a conceptual model of Stark Industries, hinting at its groundbreaking innovation. However, the secrets contained within the display had already been uncovered with Leon's guidance. What rendered Tony speechless for an extended period was, in fact, Howard's heartfelt declaration at the end of the video. Tony, you are the greatest of all my creations. This statement left Tony in a prolonged stupor before the testing platform. The men of House Stark seemed to struggle with the expression of emotions. In Tony's recollection, his father Howard never uttered the words, I love you, or conveyed any affection towards him until the day of their final farewell. This absence of warmth fueled Tony's rebellious spirit. In his youth, his defiant behavior and attitude served as a means to capture Howard's attention. Even after Howard's passing, this disposition became an integral part of his identity. However, this extraordinary conversation that transcended time suddenly illuminated the love Howard had never revealed. This revelation held profound significance for him. After a prolonged silence, Tony dialed Leon's number. Hello, calling me in broad daylight. Are you missing me? Leon teased as soon as the call connected. Yet he was undeniably the most candid member of the Stark family. Missing you? Don't be ridiculous. It's merely a smidgen. Like a crumb of cheese, he quipped, eliciting a smile from Tony. Don't be coy. If you miss me, just say it boldly. I won't mock you. Leon laughed heartily. Well, I just went through some of the old man's belongings. Tony awkwardly shifted the topic. Did Nick Fury give you the stuff? How does it feel? After a moment of hesitation, Tony replied, There is a video where the old man spoke a lot, but he didn't mention you because it was recorded ages ago. No need to explain. Your words make it sound as if I'm overly sensitive. So, what is on your mind? Leon inquired. When are we going to take action against Hydra? Tony inhaled deeply. Having experienced emotions he had never felt from Howard, he could no longer suppress his urge for vengeance. Do you not know? Leon's words caused Tony's lips to twitch. We've already begun taking action. Really? Damn. Why has no one informed me? Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening. Hydra was moving swiftly. At the Security Council meeting, representatives from various nations voted to authorize SHIELD to coordinate efforts to capture or annihilate all hidden Hydra forces. SHIELD. Agents were gearing up for action. Amidst them, Hydra's core members appeared oblivious, their expressions reflecting a fearless readiness for battle. Regardless of whether they were newcomers or veterans, this moment stirred admiration for the Hydra elite, as they embodied the ideals to which they aspired. Even the representatives from various nations present could not help but nod in approval. The scene compelled them to sign off on all action plans without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, when the battle commenced, these proud individuals would swiftly turn their weapons against their own comrades. Before long, all requests for deployment from SHIELD were approved. A full 3 airborne aircraft carriers were prepared to take off from the SHIELD base. Pierce had emptied his coffers to stage a grand spectacle. Meanwhile, at the suburban base in New York, the true Iron Man, Nick Fury, was as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet. Damn it! He circled the table, kicking the wall with his bandaged foot, exasperated by the ineptitude of the council members, who failed to perceive Pierce's ulterior motives. Fury, did you never suspect him before? Hill interjected, her combat attire showcasing her formidable presence. Nick Fury's dark complexion grew even grimmer. I too was a fool. In Bogota, Colombia, Pierce deceived me with his facade of rule-following. Back in 1995, Nick Fury was merely a standard deputy stationed in Bogota. During a rebellion concerning the rescue of hostages, then Ambassador Pierce insisted on negotiations, arguing that one could not gamble with the lives of hostages. Yet Fury, disregarding orders, executed a bold rescue operation, successfully liberating all the hostages, including Pierce's own daughter. Thus, Nick Fury could scarcely fathom. Has there been any word from Tony Stark? He maintained a stern expression. We need him. Apologies, sir. There has been no communication. Coulson shrugged. Could it be because we did not leave a contact? What nonsense about contact? He has an artificial intelligence. What need has he for contact information? Fury cursed under his breath. We cannot remain idle. Even without that playboy, we must take action. He gazed at the SHIELD base captured by satellite imagery. We must infiltrate the helicarrier and thwart Hydra's nefarious plot. He slammed his fist on the table, for otherwise, this world would be doomed.